Chapter 351. Fong Bai chewed on these two words. This was the first time he felt the weight of knowledge. This was also the first time he knew that too much knowledge would also burden consciousness. In fact, in other words, the accumulation of knowledge itself would also enhance the will. Right? No need to be extraordinary. No need to practice. Just relying on learning knowledge and creating knowledge. Perhaps there is no way to achieve the most brilliant consciousness. Feeling a little heavy in the head, he staggered a few steps before adapting and turned away. Behind him, a breeze carried the seeds of flowers, plants and trees, and fell on the barren land. The green light shone. The earth veins surged, and various seeds began to germinate and then thrived. In a moment, the barren land behind him was replaced by lush forests and grasslands, and gradually some small animals tried to move here. Looking at this scene, Fong Bai hard moved slightly, as if he thought of something, but it seemed that he didn't think of anything. Heaven and earth, nature. Fong Bai chewed, then shook his head, and strode towards the high mountain in the center of the trial space. There was only 1 day left before the end of the first stage of the trial. At this time, a few scattered players rushed to the new area, as if they were fighting for some treasure. However, the most precious treasure had been taken away by Fong Bai. Now it was a wasteland with only trees and grasslands. There were not many wild animals, let alone spiritual medicine. Fong Bai did find a lot of spiritual medicine seeds, but the growth of spiritual medicine requires the right time, right place and right people. It takes time to catalyze all three. Now the seeds have just fallen and have not sprouted yet, which is meaningless. There is nothing over there. No need to go, Fong Bai said casually, and several people were stunned when they heard it, and immediately hesitated. After thinking about it, they suddenly didn't go. Only one player was curious and continued to walk in with the mentality of running the map. For them, Fong Bai's reputation is trustworthy. Fong Bai didn't care where these people were going. He reminded them casually, when he met them, that the result was not important. Walking happily on the ground, the strong wind blowing across the ground pressed a dent in the grass. Gold elements from all directions gathered frantically, forming a large elemental vortex above Fong Bai's head. Fong Bai's body was like a dry and cracked rice field, absorbing the power of elements like a sweet dew after a long time, and then decomposed in the body, turning into more subtle components that were completely absorbed by the body and integrated into the body to fill the solid characteristic structure. It was like a bottomless pit. Wherever it passed, the gold elements became extremely thin and needed time to recover. Between the hills, a group of undead moved forward in a mighty manner, neatly arranged, armed with metallic luster, and dark and deep undead skeletons, which made the entire undead army not gloomy or dead at all, but full of iron-blooded evil spirits. And in the middle of this group of iron-blooded undead, a pale skeleton sat on a 24-carriage chair, which looked a little osteoporotic and brittle when he was alive. Next to him, a battle flag was crackling. The white-boned undead raised his head and looked forward, and a soul wave spread. Such a big elemental fluctuation? Fong Bai? At this time, Fong Bai also looked up at the strange aura, which was a bit like an army, but also had some Yin and death. What the hell? Fong Bai was a little confused, but this direction combined with the undead. Fong Bai immediately remembered the person Hao Wei had just introduced to him. Xiao Ling. Fong Bai was not wrong, and when he looked over, it was indeed Xiao Ling. He had met this Xiao Ling a few times before, on the battlefield. But if the soul aura was not indeed matched, Fong Bai would not have recognized him. Thinner. The new skin is good, but a little thinner. Fong Bai looked around Xiao Ling and nodded slightly, without asking why it became like this. Everyone has their own secrets, and everyone has their own extraordinary path. It's just a skeleton. Isn't it still a player? Isn't it still a human? As long as the soul is a human. As long as the consciousness still recognizes that he is a human, and the consciousness is not distorted, he has long seen through the outside. After all, strictly speaking, his body has long been transformed into elemental metal. Although the flesh and blood did not disappear, but merged into one, Fong Bai did not know whether he was still a carbon-based creature. This skeleton is at least carbon-based. Xiao Ling's skeleton shrugged and said with a smile, "Well, I'm so thin that only bones are left. You need to exercise more. These bones are a bit osteoporotic." Right? Xiao Ling knocked his jaw up and down twice. and was speechless for a while. I really need to exercise. Zhao Ling did not deny it. Wasn't it because of this that he came to find convenience? Fan Bai also nodded, and then looked at these undead skeletons with a strong sense of déjà vu. After looking for a long time, he clapped his fingers. Isn't this a mecha master? Fan Bai walked over and knocked on the ribs of a skeleton, making a clanging sound. A mecha master skeleton undead cultivated from pure steel? Yes. Fan Bai couldn't help but give a thumbs up when looking at this operation method. A genius idea. Fan Bai said honestly. This is indeed ingenious. In addition, he felt that the strength of his pioneer title could be improved. These undead are obviously also regarded as mecha masters. This is a great benefit to the necromancer. Skeleton frames are cheap. Steel is cheap. And these two cheap things can increase the average strength of the undead C and skeleton C of the necromancer by 1 to 2 levels. If it weren't for the limited supply of steel ingots for cultivation on Fan Bai's side, the necromancer would definitely become the T0 version directly. But now there is a way. The necromancer only needs to learn one more forging. Thinking of this, Fan Bai looked at Zhao Ling seriously. I suggest you learn forging. As long as you can reach the 3rd level, you can help the skeleton change its job. Not only that, you can also. Fan Bai thought and instantly captured an ordinary undead and started forging directly. After a while, the originally black undead turned into pure silver. The body bones are solid, but the arms and claws are faintly sharp. Ding! When Zhao Ling easily controlled this skeleton to cut off the arm of another steel skeleton, he was stunned. I used the forging sword technique to shape the sharpness of the arms and nails, and I used the armor technique for other places, which has extremely high defense. The specific strength is not satisfactory, which is equivalent to the level of the extraordinary weapons and extraordinary armor of the aboriginals. It's average, but it is definitely stronger than your original skeleton soldiers. How about it? This silver skeleton is much stronger than your original black iron skeleton. Right? Fan Bai was suddenly stunned when he said this. Chapter 352. Silver. Skull? Black iron. Skull? Fan Bai was slightly stunned. And suddenly for some reason, he remembered the faint golden light that flowed inside and outside his body after he had finished tempering. That was the golden light that symbolized strength. And it was the power that spontaneously emerged when the body was tempered to no flaws. He didn't think much of it before. But at this moment, he suddenly thought that if a skeleton continued to temper, and temper to his strength, and then golden light would be born, wouldn't that be a golden skull? Fan Bai's expression gradually became weird. And this name was really bad. But it was really weird. Looking at Zhao Ling's soul fire jumping. And he didn't seem to have recovered yet. Fan Bai continued to speak. Strong. Right? This is the 3 refinements. After learning the 3 refinements, you can not only help the skeletons turn into mecha masters, but also manually increase their strength. This combat effectiveness is not just a little bit improved. A silver skeleton can easily kill 100 black iron skeletons without any injury. Want to learn? If you want to learn, come to Tiangong Pavilion. I will teach you. Fan Bai's mouth was smooth, and the hole was swung before the thought passed through his brain. He was used to it, subconsciously, but after reacting, he didn't think there was anything wrong. At worst, he would be chased and beaten by his president. His extreme defense points are not exaggerated, and the points are not added in vain. Standing there and letting them beat him, he can still open his mouth and dig a few hoes. And this Zhao Ling is indeed a talent, and his profession is also very strong. He has heard about the previous battle with the Little Wolf King. There must be a secret. Of course, this has nothing to do with him. He just wants to poach people. After talking for a long time and seeing that Zhao Ling didn't reply, Fan Bai continued. Are you worried about what your president will say? It's okay. I take care of it. He definitely can't kill me. And he can't beat me. Fan Bai patted his chest and said. But he felt Zhao Ling's soul fluctuations as soon as he finished speaking. Zhao Ling paused slightly and said faintly. I am the president. Fan Bai subconsciously looked up at the sky. Even though his face was made of 3-level elemental metal and tempered with golden body, he couldn't resist it. Looking up at the sky, his toes gripped the ground. Fan Bai suddenly felt as if he was trapped in some realm, and the air seemed to solidify. Oh my god. It's not so hard for him to fight a legend now. I really can't beat you. And I can't kill you, Zhao Ling said faintly. And Fong Bai's mouth twitched when he heard it. I finally understand why Hao Wei always wants to stab you to death with a knife. Fortunately you are strong. Otherwise he would definitely knock you out and guard your corpse. Fong Bai smiled awkwardly but politely when he heard it. Well, the weather is nice today. Oh, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Just to liven up the atmosphere. Let's go. Time is running out. Let's talk on the way. Zhao Ling stared at Fong Bai with his hollow eyes. And after a moment, he extended his hand. Please. The undead next to him had replaced the throne with a simple platform, on which there was a simple tea table. And the number of undead carrying the load had increased to 64. And there is a sedan chair. Professional. Fong Bai walked forward with a smile on his face. And the moment he stepped on it, snap! The skeletons carrying the sedan chair on Fong Bai's side all knelt on one knee, struggling to stand up. But Fong Bai's foot was like a mountain, and he had to work hard to stand up. Fong Bai walked up. Snap! They all knelt on the ground. And one unlucky guy was directly pressed to the ground. Silence. Silence. Incomparable silence. Maybe I'm too heavy. I walk. It's okay. Carry it. After a while, the 128 sedan chairs were officially on the road, and the undead below were trembling. Although the other undead around them had no intelligence, their remaining instincts still made them look at the undead carrying the sedan chair with pity. Of course, this might also be Fong by illusion. How could there be any pity in a circle of black eye holes? Sitting on the sedan chair, Fong Bai felt like sitting on pins and needles, and started forging. It was like squatting and pulling leaves when answering the phone. A subconscious action. And Fong Bai's forging of the 3 refinements was almost instinctive. If the elemental metal 3 refinements needed to involve the power of the elements, it might take more effort. But these ordinary steel 3 refinements were really easy to do. Zhao Ling wanted to say something, but when he saw Fong Bai pinching a silver skull in one hand and a silver skull in the other, his fighting power soared. This, Fong Bai really gave too much. This is not just a figurine. This is all money. This is a forging done by a forging master himself. For a moment, the atmosphere became particularly weird. The two of them were silent. The weirder it was, the more awkward it became. Fong Bai's speed in shaping the silver skull became faster and faster, and he became more and more skilled. Zhao Ling didn't want to talk anymore. But in the end, the two of them got off and walked. One reason was that the undead carrying the sedan chair consumed too much energy, and Fong Bai didn't feel comfortable to continue sitting when the undead took over. Second, it was a primitive environment with mountains, forests, plains and valleys. The terrain was flat, and they could walk for a while before. But it was rugged later. Even with the undead leading the way, it became more and more difficult to walk. So they just walked. The two walked forward at a very fast speed. Zhao Ling was pleased to see the more than 20 silver skeletons beside him. After a test, it became more and more pleasing. The name was also completely named after the silver skeleton, which was both a level and a name. But what made Zhao Ling feel depressed was that Fong Bai stopped pinching. He was just thinking about how cool it would be if he could form a team of hundreds of silver skeletons to attack in a group. He was just thinking about how much Fong Bai could pinch along the way. As a result, Fong Bai stopped pinching. And Zhao Ling didn't have the face to ask Fong Bai to help him pinch. Although he had lost his face, he still had to keep his face. He knew how high Fong Bai's forging bid was. And if Fong Bai spread the word, no matter how high the price was, others would rush to buy it. I have forged more than 20 figures for him for free, which is already very expensive. If he still wants more, it would be really a disgrace. But I really want to dye all these figures silver. Zhao Ling's soul fire jumped unsteadily. But he didn't see that Fong Bai, who was walking beside him, curled up his lips slightly. At first, pinching the silver skeleton might be a way to ease the embarrassment. But later Fong Bai figured it out. President? What's wrong with the president? Isn't the president a player? Can't the president be poached? Who said that the president can't be poached? At worst, the whole guild can be poached together. Anyway, Tiandong Pavilion is also short of peripheral guilds now. Feeling Zhao Ling emotional changes, Fong Bai's voice suddenly sounded. Hey, Zhao Ling. Even if you are the president, you can join in. After all, Tiandong Pavilion is a loose player organization. You can continue to manage the guild after joining in to learn forging. It won't affect you. Zhao Ling was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Fong Bai in disbelief. Not only does Fong Bai want it, but the guild wants it too. He doesn't want to give the guild a name. And he doesn't want to be responsible for the guild. Chapter 353. Silence is a long-term theme. Fong Bai found that as long as he was thick-skinned enough, he didn't have to worry about embarrassment. Or, when you find that the other party has something to ask for, it won't be embarrassing. Xiao Ling was silent for a long time, thinking for a long time, and finally agreed. Forging technology is indeed what he needs. In addition, Fong Bai, I want to ask you, since elemental metal can temper the body, can elemental metal rebuild my body for me? Now that he has joined Tiangong Pavilion, Xiao Ling completely let go and asked directly. Fong Bai glanced at Xiao Ling's skeleton and immediately understood what he meant. For a moment, he didn't know whether to nod or shake his head. If you just want the appearance, there is no problem. I can help you build it. Metal muscles, metal skin, metal internal organs. I can build these for you. Absolutely suitable. Absolutely real. It has elasticity, can provide strength, can be controlled, and looks no different from ordinary people. Xiao Ling was stunned. Then why do you say it's just appearance? Fong Bai did not hide his answer to Xiao Ling's question. In fact, for all the people who could communicate like this, Fong Bai was too lazy to keep anything back and just said it directly. Because what is produced in this way can only be a machine, which cannot continue to grow, cannot heal itself if damaged, cannot continue to become stronger, and does not have chi and blood. In essence, it is a humanoid bionic robot. This can be done. So what you mean is that it is impossible to build a real body? Yes, the real body of a mecha master looks like metal. But it is essentially flesh and blood. Just flesh and blood with metal characteristics. It is not metal with flesh and blood characteristics. Our flesh and blood contain blood and chi. Can self-recover. Can continue to become stronger. Can continue to grow. And have all the physiological functions that normal people have. Even if I have been tempered to this point, I can still secrete hormones, still give birth, can grow taller, and can continue to become stronger. There will be no other differences. You want to become like this, but I can't do it. This involves life and flesh and blood. In fact, I am better at metal. Xiao Ling was silent after hearing this. And Fong Bai continued, in my opinion, it is unnecessary. I'm sorry to say that you should have the ability to transfer the damage of your main body to your subordinate undead. If you can't build a body and just pretend to be a robot shell, it will not only not benefit you, but will also limit your strength. If you really care about the appearance, you might as well learn projection. If it doesn't work, you can find someone to customize the projection array, which also has a physical body. Although projection is to directly copy the appearance of the main body, it should not be a big problem to modify the spell model and let you pinch the face. Xiao Ling was silent and nodded slightly. Fong Bai didn't say anything more when he saw this. Fong Bai looked at the undead around him. He was just guessing. But Xiao Ling didn't refute it just now, which was basically equivalent to acquiescence. That means he does have this ability. Spell effect? Equipment effect? Or talent? Fong Bai mind flashed one by one. Given the unreasonable battle at that time, it is most likely talent. Just like my talent. Talent is the most unreasonable. Relatively speaking. Even if there is equipment, the spell effect can achieve this effect. The level is also sky high. According to the existing information, it should not be. Fong Bai said silently in his heart, and then looked at the surrounding black iron skeletons and silver skeletons. Black iron skeletons have the strength of steel, and silver skeletons are directly comparable to the strength of elite-level extraordinary equipment. When the number increases, if the damage is dispersed, Fong Bai couldn't help smacking his lips. This is quite against the sky. This can't help but give Fong Bai an idea. This is useless in battle. But this strength is very suitable for being an axis. Fong Bai recalled the battle scene he heard from others at that time. The skeleton mecha, although it is just a simple use of force, is also quite powerful. At that time, it was able to gather such a large body and did not collapse. And it was entirely because Xiao Ling took the initiative to dismember himself as an axis, so he could withstand this level of power. This is a talent tailored for large combat machines. And since it is wearing a robot coat, it doesn't matter how big it is? Fong Bai said silently, and suddenly said to Xiao Ling, Xiao Ling, I saw you try to piece together a skeleton giant with your own bones as the axis. The main force used was the combined force of the undead itself. And the power of the machine, and the power of the array were not used at all. It was a waste of such a large body. Do you have an idea to use yourself as the core, and the undead, as the drive to build a large humanoid combat machine? Or call it a mecha? Zhao Ling's soul fire jumped violently, and he subconsciously raised his skull to look at Fong Bai. Fong Bai grinned immediately. If you have any ideas, we discuss them after we return to Tiangong Pavilion. Fong Bai said nothing more, quickened his pace, and the elemental vortex on his body swept wildly, sweeping away all the gold elements. Fong Bai, who was advancing like this, was like a giant, advancing with a mighty attitude, attracting the attention of everyone along the way. One by one, the players and the natives looked at Fong Bai. The players stood still, but the natives immediately fled. Along the way, Fong Bai mental power saw many native adventurers fighting each other, and from time to time a white beam of light shot up into the sky and left the trial space. The natives who had originally united to deal with the players all started fighting. Fong Bai knew the reason, and to be precise, it had a lot to do with him. One was that he showed extremely strong strength and swept a team of players. And Zhao Ling killing of the Little Wolf King made them understand that players were not easy to mess with. The second is that most of the players were mobilized by him to collect information, under unified command and one-on-one contact with the outside world. All the players seemed to have open perspective, unless they wanted to. No natives could touch the players, and they couldn't even see their shadows. They didn't dare to hunt the players in large numbers, and they couldn't find the players. And the few players who could be met were all deliberately found, and each of them was a tough guy, and they would capsize if they were not careful. As time went by, the elimination date was approaching, and some of the natives could not control the situation completely without bringing benefits, and everyone started a melee. This directly led to the rapid rotation of the rankings on the list, with some people going up and some going down, including the top 10. And Fong Bai didn't know where he had fallen. Although he could still advance, his ranking was not very high. However, in this case, the first and second places on the list remained unchanged. First place, Otis Bartholomew. Second place, Idisa Yol. Chapter 354. Witch and Dragon Knight? Fong Bai looked at the list and immediately realized that they were his biggest enemies. Although Fong Bai had made a significant breakthrough. Although Fong Bai could form a prototype domain when he mobilized dragon energy and tidal power at the same time. And although he could kill a half-stepped legend. But Fong Bai was silent. What a bullshit. This group of people were 100% elite when they entered the trial space. It's okay to break through the master level, but it's impossible to break through the legend again. Right? Forget it. It's better to be steady. After all, Sally, who ranked third at the time, had a trace of power left by a legendary strongman. What if these two people also have it? Or even stronger. If those two are used together, I will be disabled if I don't die. So I have to be careful. Be cautious and low-key. Fong Bai said silently in his heart, and turned over a hillside, and suddenly came to the foot of the mountain, and saw the phantom at the bottom of the mountain at a glance. A person. A land dragon. Both masters. The moment Fong Bai saw the phantom, his vigilance reached the highest level. Domain? Although Fong Bai does not have a title or a domain now, he has used the prototype domain for so long, so he is very familiar with the aura of the domain. This clearly has a hint of the domain. It is not a domain, nor a prototype, but it has a hint of charm. He has just broken through to the master level, and has such a hint of charm. Incredible. Incredible. Fong Bai said softly, and after looking at it for a while, he saw some tricks. It turns out that it is a trick. With the help of the special nature of dragon power, human will, energy, and dragon power to a certain extent, well, combined with certain secret methods, this hint of charm is formed. This is indeed a legacy. Fong Bai looked at the figure at the foot of the mountain. The figure was wrapped in gold and heavy armor, and the burly and ferocious land dragon next to him was also wrapped in heavy metal armor. The moment Fong Bai looked over, the figure also looked over. The violent elemental vortex, advancing like a giant with no regard for others, has long attracted the attention of everyone nearby. Such an attitude will scare off the weak and reduce trouble. But it is also easy to attract the attention of the strong. This figure crushed over with a majestic look and a huge momentum. And in an instant, it was like a dragon roar and a mountain falling. Fongbai mouth curled up a smile. His eyes were indifferent. But the elemental vortex was silently covered with a layer of muddy golden light. Just a layer of light golden light made the vortex like a towering mountain. Unshakable. One mountain fell. The other mountain. The moment the two looked at each other. Boom! Everyone had a roar in their minds. And those with weaker spirits even felt dizzy. Fongbai? Odysseus? The two people's indifferent voices echoed. And the voices were flat. But no one could hear the unparalleled confidence in themselves in the voices. I am invincible. At this moment, everyone held their breath and looked here. At this moment, countless people in the Red Maple City area were also paying attention to this scene. Everyone knows that the moment to decide the top spot in the Red Maple City trial field has come. Among the people paying attention, a fat man with a rich air stared at Fongbai, then looked at Odysseus, and muttered after a glance. The secret skill of the Bartholomew Dragon Rider family. The Dragon Power Field. With the help of the special characteristics of the Mount Partner Dragon Power, the Knights will penetrates the Knight and the energy of the Mount, and integrates the Dragon Power. Within the coverage of the Dragon Power, the Master Level Strength will display a trace of the charm of the legendary field in advance. Not only is it beneficial to the battle, but it also has a huge benefit for the breakthrough of the legend. Generally speaking, the strength of this Dragon Power field depends more on the strength of the Dragon Power. That is, the purity of the dragon blood and the strength. The strength of this Earth Dragon Master level bloodline is not low, and it is indeed very difficult to deal with. Although the Dragon Power field cannot be moved, Odysseus is definitely a hard opponent at the Master level in the Dragon Power field. But the fat man looked at Odysseus with a trace of pity. It's not that there is no opponent. This Fongbai. The fat man looked at Fongbai with a complicated expression. He still couldn't accept the fact that an evil god died because of him. Of course, what was even more unacceptable was that she was not at the scene at that time. And she didn't help. Or to say that she was at the scene at that time. But he actually left a second before the death of the god. Thinking of this, the fat man still couldn't help but grit his teeth, and wanted to slap himself. This is the closest place to the great opportunity. After the fat man looked at Fongbai with grief, he looked at Odysseus with pity. Master. So what? This pervert showed the aura of a half-stepped legend in the ancient battlefield. And the dog skeleton floating behind him. That is definitely the skeletal remains of a half-stepped legend. The fat man turned to look at the dog bones again, and his eyes were red. He took a long breath. Hey! I asked someone to look for you before but didn't find you. You are also quite powerful. Kneel down. I promise you the title of the next generation of Bartholomew's 4 Knights. The title of Dragon Knight. The commander of the Dragon Knights. Odysseus looked down at Fongbai and said calmly, as if he was high above him. Fongbai was not angry when he heard it, but was stunned and looked at Odysseus in confusion. When he found out that he was really not actively provoking him, and that he really thought it was a reward, Fongbai was happy. Especially when he noticed the envious and jealous eyes of the natives around him. Fongbai was really angry and laughed. I promise you 3 times of impoliteness. Come up and fight. And I won't kill you. You have personally experienced the invincible strength. And you will naturally wake up. Follow me. I can bring you the same power. After Odysseus finished speaking, he said contemptuously, I look down on players, and they are only worthy of being the lowest servants in my house. But your strength has been recognized by me, so I can give you this opportunity. There was silence all around. The natives who came over were envious and jealous. As for the players, their faces were not very good. They had learned that the players' situation in the capital was indeed very bad. But then, they looked at Odysseus with a playful look. They knew that the archer named Sally was chased and beaten by Fongbai after summoning the projection of the legendary archer Baseo. This was spread among the players, and some even went to the capital to ask about Baseo's appearance and confirmed it. Although they were shocked by Fongbai's strength, they were glad for Fongbai's strength at this moment. Incompetence makes them more furious. Now that they know Fongbai's strength, they are angry, but their eyes are more playful. Seeing Fongbai walking towards Odysseus, everyone was looking forward to it, until a voice sounded. Fongbai, don't go. Odysseus is surrounded by the Bartholomew family's dragon riding secret method. The Dragon Power Field. The Dragon Might domain cannot be moved. But once it is formed, Odysseus can show a hint of the charm of the domain inside. The longer the Dragon Might domain is set up, the stronger it becomes. As soon as he entered the trial space, He had already set it up here and never left. Everyone looked over and saw Fei Rui running over in a hurry. Chapter 355. Oh! Fong Bai raised his eyebrows and looked at Odysseus again, and his impression was suddenly different. When he came to the Fishpond Bureau, he was not only on the edge of breaking through, but also used the secret method of charging power as soon as he entered. Arrogant but cautious, Fei Rui saw Fong Bai stop for a moment, and just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw Fong Bai continue to move forward. There is no difference. No matter how powerful the secret method is, it depends on who uses it. Fong Bai's voice echoed, and Odysseus, who wanted to say something, heard it and said angrily, "Arrogant. Well, I want to see if you have the qualifications to be arrogant." Odysseus turned over and sat on the ground dragon as soon as he finished speaking, picking up a thick lance more than 5 meters long. And the momentum of one dragon and one person was completely integrated in an instant. Fong Bai just stepped into the dragon's mighty area, and in Fei Rui's anxious eyes, Fong Bai seemed to have no feeling. Roar! The earth dragon roared, and all the dragon power gathered and crushed towards Fong Bai. At the same time, the Dragon Knight instantly charged in a golden light in the most violent way. Dragon Rider charge. Under the gaze of everyone, red air currents circulated around Fong Bai, and his figure seemed to become taller. Feeling the faint dragon power, Fong Bai, who had already been in the real dragon power area, did not react at all. But the dragon energy that merged with it surged with unprecedented anger. Fong Bai was clear, and he was not affected by this anger. But he did not resist, and went with the flow. Ah! The dragon roared, and the eyes of the charging earth dragon were instantly filled with fear. And his steps stopped. One charged and the other stopped. And the conflicting power instantly erupted in Odysseus' body. Puff! Odysseus sprayed a blood mist, and the whole person was thrown over, and fell in front of Fong Bai in a prostrate posture. And the 5-meter-long thick lance fell to one side. In an instant, the trial space was silent inside and outside, and the originally anxious Fei Rui also opened his mouth wide. The fat man outside the trial space couldn't help rubbing his eyes, full of astonishment. He knew Fong Bai would win, but he didn't expect it to end like this. Fong Bai was stunned. For a moment, he didn't expect that the instinctive anger of the dragon's energy combined with the will of a half-stepped legend would have such a strong effect. How is it possible? Odysseus' eyes were about to burst, and this fact made his eyes black. What frightened him even more was the kind of irresistible suppression he felt when he was connected with the earth dragon's energy just now. How is it possible? After Odysseus' breath stabilized, he struggled to get up. His injuries were obviously not serious, but at this moment he seemed to be fixed and couldn't move at all. The air around him solidified, like pure elemental metal casting, limiting every inch of his body. And no matter how the fighting spirit impacted, it was useless. Odysseus could even feel this feeling flowing and extending along the gaps in the armor on the surface of his body, seeping in through his pores, eyes, mouth, etc. A sense of fear surged in his heart, and Odysseus' master-level dragon fighting spirit resisted frantically. But it could not stop the pervasive solidity at all. Feeling the feeling of the fighting spirit being broken, Odysseus clearly felt a familiar breath, like the dragon's domain. Domain? Odysseus' heart suddenly contracted, and the next moment he felt this solid breath slowly seeping in, like the despair of drowning but unable to move at all. Odysseus' eyes were dark, and he could only use the instinct of a master knight to perceive everything around him, and perceive the surprised eyes of the adventurers and players around him. Sensing Fong Bai walking towards the earth dragon and touching the earth dragon's head with his hand, the earth dragon did not dare to move at all, trembling and flattering. Is this still his unruly earth dragon? The next moment, Odysseus found that his armor, helmet, and combat boots were all taken off, and the heavy armor on the earth dragon also fell off piece by piece. Then came the knight's lance, knight's heavy sword, knight's shield, longbow, etc. Under the attention of the crowd, all the equipment on them was taken off by Fong Bai. Then came the scroll on Odysseus' body. When there were only a few props left, Fong Bai hesitated slightly, took them all in an instant. Ah! In an instant, a dragon roar sounded, and a phantom of a western dragon swept out from Odysseus' body from the inside out, directly and forcibly breaking Fong Bai's solid field. Sure enough, Fong Bai instantly gave up the prop that had the phantom of the dragon. and directly and forcibly snatched the other props. The next moment, countless layers of solid barriers piled up in front of him. And the next moment, the surrounding dragon power area gathered, and the phantom of the dragon impacted. Boom! The terrifying shock wave flattened the hillock completely, and the surrounding onlookers were thrown to the ground. Everyone was on edge. When the smoke cleared, they breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Fong Bai was fine. The golden light on Fong Bai's body faded, and he looked at Odysseus standing there in a daze. The phantom of the giant dragon immediately swept him towards the direction of the earth dragon. That's a nice thought, Fong Bai sneered. And the embryonic domain was instantly blocked in the middle. Although the quality was far inferior to the dragon fantasy, it was better in terms of continuous supply. At the same time, Fong Bai swung the more than 5-meter-long dragon spear and roared down, pouring terrifying power and blood-red fighting spirit on it. The giant dragon phantom had to resist with all its strength, which directly led to a slowdown. At this point, the giant dragon phantom roared at Fong Bai angrily, and then activated the teleportation jade card, turning into a white light and carrying Odysseus through the air, disappearing in the trial space. Fong Bai then put down the giant lance, looked at the elemental metal armor, various spell scrolls, props, and the earth dragon on the ground, and finally laughed. Sure enough, it's worth it for me to spend so much effort to take off the equipment one by one, and take the props one by one, for fear that the life-saving trump card would be triggered and run away directly. Fong Bai was quite excited, while the others were in a daze. When they approached Fong Bai, they immediately sensed the residual dragon power around them, and suddenly felt a tightness in their chests. This is just the residual. The way they looked at Fong Bai finally changed. And at this time, Fei Rui also looked at Fong Bai in shock. The next moment, Fei Rui was ecstatic, turned around and stood beside Fong Bai, coughed twice to clear his throat, and proudly said after attracting everyone's attention, "Hello everyone. This is my loyalty." Fong Bai fiddled with the earth dragon, and the earth dragon's tail seemed to accidentally sweep Fei Rui and knocked him to the ground. He supported himself on the ground and stood up, shouting, "Follower Fong Bai." Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at Fei Rui, and then looked at Fong Bai. Hey, Fei Rui is joking again. This Fei Rui is really humorous. That's right. How can a follower be stronger than himself? He must be much stronger. Fong Bai can probably beat Fei Rui with one hand. Right? Follower? It's almost the other way around. Fei Rui was stunned when he heard these voices. Chapter 356. You guys must be jealous and envious, Fei Rui said disapprovingly. Which law stipulates that followers cannot be stronger than you? You have seen everything. Haven't you seen it now? Fei Rui argued. Fong Bai laughed beside him. The earth dragon was so docile in front of him that Fei Rui, who was about to continue arguing with others beside Fong Bai, was attracted. Fong Bai, this earth dragon is so docile. Before he finished speaking, a player accidentally touched the earth dragon's tail. The earth dragon instantly turned its head and roared at him fiercely. But the next second it turned around and showed a flattering expression to Fong Bai. God knows why the earth dragon has a flattering expression. Shun. So obedient. Fei Rui paused slightly, and then continued. The earth dragons of the Bartholomew family are carefully cultivated by their dragon ranch. Each of them has the blood of a giant dragon, and the blood of each of them is very strong. Add to that the carefully crafted heavy armor, and each earth dragon is a real war machine. In fact, this is not a complete body. A real dragon rider will be equipped with a team of cavalry and a team of infantry when traveling. It is powerful enough to charge and attack cities and strongholds. Even normal elite earth dragons are extremely expensive in the kingdom's army. Not to mention the master-level earth dragons that have been tamed, which are absolutely priceless, Fei Rui said excitedly. In the entire kingdom's army, only the northern border facing the barbarians has a master-level earth dragon. So precious? Fong Bai said, and Fei Rui nodded quickly. Of course. Hey, what are you doing? Before Fei Rui finished speaking, he saw Fong Bai put one hand on the top of the earth dragon's head and pressed it hard. Without making any sound, the earth dragon's pupils were dilated in a flattering expression, and it lost all consciousness. Its brain had been completely turned into tofu dregs by Fong Bai penetration. Fei Rui looked at Fong Bai in surprise. Fong Bai gently patted the earth dragon, speaking as he moved. This earth dragon is of little use to me. The master-level magic beast already has the same spirituality as ordinary people. I stole it. But I can't guarantee whether it will be loyal to its original owner. I have to worry about it biting me back if I use it. And if it is sold, with the power of the Bartholomew family, this Earth Dragon will most likely return to Odysseus. I knew that the other party's strength would double with the Earth Dragon, and that all kinds of secret methods would not be able to be used without the Earth Dragon. But I was still rushing to send it back. Isn't this a shame? I don't have the habit of aiding the enemy. And I don't lack money. At this point, Fong Bai curled his lips. Besides, I firmly believe in one thing. A dead enemy is a good enemy. The moment the voice fell, Fong Bai's fingers suddenly grabbed the dragon's scales, grabbed into the flesh and blood, and accurately grabbed a long tendon. In just a moment, a dragon tendon as thick as an egg and more than 10 meters long appeared in Fong Bai's hand. In Fei Rui's dazzling movements, a ritual field was formed instantly. While the dragon tendon was still active, a little bit of gold gathered together like a long river and flowed into the dragon tendon and merged into it. After continuous smelting, it didn't take long for the whole dragon tendon to turn into pure gold. The whole was made of elemental metal, but it also had the toughness and elasticity of tendons. Fong Bai's hands moved quickly, and in a blink of an eye, a ball of fire wrapped the dragon tendon and burned it. The dragon tendon shrank little by little, and was tempered little by little. Not long after, a dragon tendon no more than 2 meters long, but as thick as a finger, appeared in Fong Bai's hand. At this moment, the dragon tendon had turned into a brilliant gold color. It was not soft at all when touched by hand, and it was extremely tough. If you look closely, you will find the fine structure on it. 3 refinements: solid, elemental metal, dragon tendons. The 4 attributes are completely integrated. And on the other side, a 2-meter-long iron bow body that is as thick as an adult's forearm is slowly tempered in the fire. In the center of the longbow, a prismatic crystal core is embedded in it. Fong Bai taps it, and a stream of dragon energy enters it. Fong Bai grabs the bow with one hand and puts the dragon tendons on it with the other hand. The bow is done. Fong Bai grabs the bowstring and gently plucks it. Ah! The bowstring roars. Fong Bai grabs the bow with satisfaction and turns his head to look at Fei Rui. You said that the Earth Dragon is priceless. Then, how much is my dragon tendon longbow? Fei Rui's throat moved slightly, and he was speechless for a moment. A simple, and even rough longbow. But it is inlaid with a master-level crystal core, an unknown magic array, and a master-level elemental metal dragon tendon. A 3 refined elemental metal bow. Fei Rui could no longer judge the grade of this longbow, let alone assess its value. Divine weapons are hard to come by, and a good bow is even rarer. But it was created right before his eyes. And looking at the bow arm that was as thick as his arm, Fei Rui couldn't imagine how much violent power it contained. Fong Bai was also very satisfied looking at this dragon tendon bow at this moment. When he was attacked by Sally, he wanted a long-range attack method. He didn't need something fancy. He just needed one. High attack power. High attack power. High attack power. But the bow body is easy. But the bowstring is hard to come by. After all, there are not many materials that can withstand Fong Bai's violent power and not break. And when Fong Bai saw this Earth Dragon, he understood. The bowstring came. Fong Bai stood in place, holding the bow body with one hand and pulling the bowstring with the other hand. The moment the bowstring was stretched, the elements of heaven and earth swept and instantly went towards the bow body. As the bowstring was pulled, a looming arrow slowly emerged. Open! Fong Bai shouted and tried again. But he couldn't move after only opening less than 1/3. Fong Bai didn't pull hard because he couldn't pull it open, but aimed at a stone on a hillside in the distance. The moment Fong Bai let go, the energy arrow broke through the air. Fong Bai knew that the arrow missed the target the moment it was shot. But he was not disappointed. Instead, he looked forward to it. Boom! The arrow landed on the hillside almost instantly, and the landing point was more than 10 meters away from the stone that Fong Bai was aiming at. However, boom! The energy arrow exploded the moment it hit the target, flattening the entire top of the hillside. And the stone that was the target was also shattered. Hit the target. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly. It was obvious that this dragon tendon bow made him very satisfied, and even exceeded his expectations. This is the attack method that the Mecha Master needs. High attack power, long range, and accuracy. What? Not accurate to you? Does anyone dare to say that he didn't shoot accurately? Fire next to him stared at Fong Bai with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Did Fong Bai hit the target? No. Did Fong Bai hit the target? Hit. Fire's confused eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered a new world. Chapter 357. Fong Bai. Your bow is probably equivalent to a third-level weapon, Fei Rui exclaimed. He actually witnessed the birth of a third-level weapon with his own eyes. Third-level weapon? Fong Bai reacted to this word in an instant. Equivalent to a master-level weapon. Fong Bai shook his head slightly when he heard it. More than that, I don't think a master level is qualified to use this bow. Generally, a master level can't pull it open. And I don't think an ordinary master level has the ability to block this arrow. But it can't reach the 4th level. Fong Bai smacked his lips, which was considered to be an approval of this level. But in Fong Bai's opinion, with some special arrows, the level may be able to climb to the quasi-4th level. Fong Bai gently stroked the 3rd level crystal core in the center of the dragon tendon bow. In addition to being used as an energy supply and a key element primer, the master-level crystal core also stores a considerable amount of dragon energy. If the energy arrows are formed with dragon energy, recalling the unbearable performance of the earth dragon in the face of dragon energy. Fong Bai hard moved slightly, and ideas emerged in his mind. Behind him, the teeth and claws on the skeleton of the undead dog carried by Fong Bai had been taken off by Fong Bai and polished carefully, and they had already vaguely taken the shape of arrows. In front of these teeth and claws, the prototype of Fong Bai's solid domain was torn again and again. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly, and he was thinking about something in his mind. And Fei Rui next to him saw Fong Bai didn't speak, and continued to ponder. From time to time, he looked at the hillside in the distance that was flattened by Fong Bai. Seeing this, Fong Bai didn't disturb him, but looked at the elemental metal weapons and armor piled up like a small mountain. Lance, Earth Dragon armor, Odysseus's full body heavy armor, etc. Each piece is forged with pure elemental metal, and each piece has a fixed suitable magic circle. This is a set of 2nd level extraordinary equipment, not far from the 3rd level. If it is placed in the outside world, it can definitely be sold at a high price. But at this moment, Fong Bai was most concerned about the materials they used. The hunger in his body surged, and the crazy absorption of gold elements not only did not relieve the hunger, but also stimulated the body because of the relative satisfaction of gold elements, making the body even hungrier. Fong Bai wanted to arrange a ritual to absorb the gold element right now, but an idea in his mind still made Fong Bai hold back. Half a day, and wait for another half a day, Fong Bai whispered softly, and then looked up at the red spiritual fruit on the top of the mountain. Quasi-4th level spiritual medicine. Dragon blood fruit. It is said that this kind of spiritual fruit can only be born in the place where the blood of a giant dragon with extremely high blood is shed. This kind of spiritual fruit has a strong ability to temper the body, strengthen the body to a great extent, increase the body's strength, and increase the body's magic resistance. There is a saying that after taking a dragon blood fruit, you can have the power of a dragon. I don't know if it's true or not. Why do I feel a little wrong? Fong Bai looked at the dragon blood fruit tree carefully, and a feeling of something wrong came to his mind. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. After finishing his thinking, Fei Rui came forward and looked at the dragon blood fruit tree when he heard Fong Bai question. At first, there was nothing, but after looking at it for a while, a trace of suspicion suddenly appeared in his eyes, and the next moment, his eyes widened suddenly, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. What's wrong? Fong Bai noticed Fei Rui's abnormality and asked out loud. He felt that Fei Rui was very excited now, and he could even hear the sound of his heartbeat. Fei Rui blocked the outside sound and said 2 words softly. What? Fei Rui's voice was too low, so low that Fong Bai couldn't hear it clearly, and asked subconsciously. Fei Rui then said in a slightly louder voice, Legend. Fong Bai was stunned at first, and then reacted and looked at the dragon blood fruit tree and the 5 dragon blood fruits on the tree. The next moment, Fong Bai turned his head and looked at the lotus in the pool. That's right. Fei Rui noticed Fong Bai's sight and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito. That vine too. Before Fong Bai asked, Fei Rui continued. It must be because of the previous rain. When I was soaked by a few drops, I felt the fullness of my body's essence. It must be because of those raindrops. This trial space has not been opened. These 3 quasi-4th level spiritual medicines have been growing here for who knows how many years. I don't know how much medicinal power they have accumulated. They have already reached the limit of third-level spiritual medicines. Before, they were restricted by the spiritual medicines themselves and could not break through. But when they encountered that rain under the limit, they all broke through the limit and reached the 4th level, which is the legendary level. It must be like this. It must be this barrier that blocked the movement of the 3 spiritual medicines promotion. So we didn't notice anything unusual. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, we can clearly sense the promotion fluctuations in any corner of the trial field, and can sense the entire promotion process, Fei Rui said excitedly, then calmed down, turned his head to look at Fong Bai, and said softly, Fong Bai, you've made a killing. These are definitely the only 3 legendary spiritual medicines in all the spaces. Without that rain, it would be impossible for 3 quasi-4th level spiritual medicines to break through their limits. It's impossible. They will only completely wither after their medicinal power reaches their limits, leaving at most a few seeds. Only when seeds and spiritual medicines reincarnate will there be a slight chance to break through their limits. And once a real 4th level spiritual medicine is born in the outside world, even legends will come and fight. Each 4th level spiritual medicine is a very precious treasure for legends. Fei Rui's tone was extremely firm. When Fong Bai heard this and looked at the 3 spiritual medicines again, his eyes suddenly changed. And at this time, he couldn't help but recall what Kaming said at that time. This is a great opportunity. Before, Fong Bai knew it was a great opportunity, but he didn't know how big it was. But at this moment, he understood that it was simply beyond imagination. This kind of green raindrops may help break through the bottleneck of legend. Fong Bai's heart was beating fast. He had as many green raindrops as several rivers in his body that could help break through the legend with just a few drops. At this moment, Fong Bai was more determined in his thoughts, and did not waver. Looking at the 3 4th level spiritual medicines on the mountain quietly, Fong Bai suddenly turned his head to look at Edissa on the side. Feeling Fong Bai's gaze, Edissa suddenly felt his scalp tingling, and a feeling of extreme danger surged in his heart. Even the demon shadow in his body shrank inside his body honestly, not daring to move at all. This made Edissa's heart tremble slightly, and looking at Fong Bai's eyes that did not give in at all, his heart gradually sank. Looking at the azure lotus in front of him, Edissa felt a tightness in his chest, but he still turned around and left decisively. I have already avoided those perverts. I thought I could get a rank. I didn't expect a pervert to appear in this corner. Chapter 358. Abnormal. Edissa turned around and left decisively. She had no choice but to leave. If she didn't leave now, she probably wouldn't have a chance to leave later. She had to be eliminated with Odysseus and Sally. But Edissa felt the contraction of the magic shadow in her body, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. It's fear? The moment this thought came up, Edissa herself felt outrageous. This magic shadow would also be afraid? This is simply the biggest joke in the world. When she was next to the legendary strongman, the magic shadow was not afraid. But looking at the contraction of the magic shadow, and feeling the fluctuations of the magic shadow that communicated with her mind, it seemed to explain this fact. Bang! 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 Edissa's heart beat violently, and she couldn't help turning her head to look at Fong Bai. What's going on? It's actually afraid? Edissa subconsciously took a step forward. But the next moment, she immediately woke up and turned to leave. On the way out, her heart was beating like never before. Seeing Edissa turn away from the pond, Fong Bai retracted his gaze. Time passed by, and as the deadline approached, the battle became more chaotic. The rankings on the list changed very quickly. And because of Fong Bai, the adventurers and players attracted by the Battle of Odysseus launched the most intense battle in this area. From time to time, someone crushed the teleportation jade card to leave the trial, including players and natives. Fong Bai did not interfere with the elimination of players, as long as it was not a targeted range hunting, a large-scale attack, and just a normal conflict and fighting. Fong Bai would not care. Fong Bai is not a nani. Most of the players who can come here want to advance. Those who don't want to advance have long avoided the natives, and this area under the command of external players. Finally, in the chaos, the last second of the 10th day passed quietly. Ding! The calculation of points is closed, and elimination begins. The moment the voice fell, white light rose in every corner of the trial space, and finally broke through the sky and disappeared in the trial space. However, relatively speaking, not many people were eliminated, Not even as many as when the battle was fierce before. Because the trial space eliminates half of the total number of people entering. Not half of the current number of people. Looking at the white light, Fei Rui said. According to records, there was a trial that was so bloodthirsty that the entire trial field was almost wiped out in the first round of the trial, leaving only 3 people. In addition, there have been many cases where more than half of the people were eliminated in the first round. And there was no need for elimination mechanism. So the intensity of the battle in our trial field is not high. Fong Bai nodded lightly, without paying too much attention, but turned his attention to the high mountain in front of him. In the first stage, there was an unbreakable barrier in front of the high mountain, and no one could enter this area. But at this moment, the barrier disappeared silently, and a strong and pure elemental force came to his face, mixed with a fragrance. His nose sniffed lightly. His spirit was lifted, and the circulation of qi and blood in his body was much faster. Fong Bai did not hesitate and strode towards the high mountain, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Fong Bai first took the azure lotus from the pool, holding the lotus with numerous petals in his palm. The faint fragrance lingered around the lotus. Fong Bai felt full of energy and active thinking when he smelled it. This effect made Fong Bai think. If it is used to make people work overtime, it can directly open unlimited energy. Right? Fong Bai muttered. And then he laughed. Following the lotus all the way down, Fong Bai found a green lotus root only the size of 2 fists in the mud. And his mental power felt very comfortable when it touched it. Digging out the lotus root and putting away the lotus, Fong Bai continued to climb the mountain. With a thought, the crystal vine on the cliff fell into Fong Bai's hand. This was also the only spiritual medicine that Fong Bai did not recognize. And Fei Rui could not recognize it either. But one thing is very certain. That is, this is also a genuine 4th-level spiritual medicine. Fong Bai carefully looked at the vine. The vine, which was as thick as a thumb, was crystal clear, and a few triangular leaves were covered with strange patterns. Looking closely, Fong Bai found that there seemed to be a lot of liquid flowing slowly in the vine. After looking at it for a few times, he couldn't see anything. He put away the vine, and came to the last dragon blood fruit tree. Countless people watched Fong Bai pick one spiritual medicine after another, and everyone's eyes were very hot. But no one among the players or the indigenous people raised any objections. Some recognized Fong Bai, and some recognized Fong Bai's strength. Almost everyone looked at these spiritual medicines with their eyes rolling. But there was an exception. Idissa Shuiling on the hillside in the distance looked at Fong Bai with her eyes rolling, without moving away. And below, Fei Rui looked at the dragon blood fruit, with a trace of desire in his eyes. But he didn't intend to ask Fong Bai for it. It was natural for him to give things to his followers. But who would ask his followers for things? He, Fei Rui, couldn't afford to lose this man. Fei Rui was proud. On the top of the mountain, Fong Bai quietly looked at the cracked bark of the dragon blood fruit tree, and the roots that were like a dragon piercing into the rock. After quietly observing for a moment, sensing the surging energy and blood of Pengli in the dragon blood fruit, he picked all 5 dragon blood fruits without hesitation. After picking the dragon blood fruit, Fong Bai did not stop there. Instead, he used his mental power to go deep into the mountain along the roots that looked like a dragon, preparing to take the whole dragon blood fruit tree away. How could you just pick the fruit without moving the tree? But Fong Bai thought very well. But just as he was about to move, he found that the aura of the dragon blood fruit tree that was originally integrated with the surroundings had a slight separation. And at the moment of separation, Fong Bai even felt that the origin of the dragon blood fruit tree was turbulent, as if it was going to die. Is it true that if you move a person, the tree will die? It can't move at all? Fong Bai was slightly stunned. But after careful perception, he found a clue. The aura of the fruit tree is completely integrated with the earth. The dragon blood fruit growing on the dragon blood fruit tree is bred by the dragon blood fruit tree. But it is bred together with the whole earth. The earth and the fruit tree are one, and forcibly dividing it is basically equivalent to cutting the fruit tree in half. Ordinary fruit trees may still have the possibility of cutting, but this dragon blood fruit tree is definitely dead. Fong Bai rubbed his forehead, quite disappointed. I thought I would take this 4th-level legendary fruit tree away with me. Forget it. Let's not do anything too extreme. Just leave the fruit tree here. Maybe someone else can pick the legendary dragon blood fruit in the future. Fong Bai muttered, looking up and down at the dragon blood fruit tree, scanning with his mental power, and scanning the entire fruit tree into the fantasy space. In the fantasy space, the fruit tree and the top of the mountain appeared together, but it still gave Fong Bai a sense of discontinuity. Suddenly, an inspiration came to my mind. Chapter 359. The Dragon Blood Fruit Tree is deeply integrated with the surrounding environment. It is not only the nutrients in the soil that nourish it, or the nutrients in the soil are only a tiny part of it. It also absorbs the elements of heaven and earth, miracles, and even some mysterious rules. This is how the 4th level legendary Dragon Blood fruits are born. If the Dragon Blood fruit tree is forcibly pulled out without any treatment, the Dragon Blood fruit tree will definitely die. Even if it does not die, it will wither, damage its origin, and drop significantly in grade. And if you want to transplant it, it is not impossible. Although he found some clues, Fong Bai still frowned. Domain? Domain is a necessary condition. Only with a domain can you intercept the chi of the entire area and completely pull up this Dragon Blood fruit tree. Then you have to arrange the transplanting environment in advance, which is troublesome. Fong Bai has used the prototype of the domain many times, so he naturally knows what effect a complete domain has. But it is precisely because of this that Fong Bai knows how troublesome it is. After a moment of silence, Fong Bai thought about it, and some elemental metals flew over from behind. The elemental metals melted in Fong Bai's hands, and then they were imprinted on the mountains and in the air bit by bit. The power of the solid domain seeped into it and became an important component. After a while, a complete magic circle was formed, and all the engraved spell models disappeared. Then Fong Bai was about to leave, but at this time a voice sounded. Ding! The first round of trials has been settled. After verification by the trial field tower spirit, the trial field has a large number of loopholes due to long-term non-operation, resulting in serious consequences, including but not limited to the arrival of the evil god's will, carrying legendary power into the trial, the failure of the automatic transmission function of the transmission Jade card, and the collapse of the trial space. In order to ensure a fair and just selection process for the god's reserve forces, the trial field number 200000112 Tower Spirit announced that the selection trial has been suspended. The current trialists retain the trial qualification, which cannot be transferred or stripped. After the trial field maintenance is completed, they will join the trial themselves. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Ding! The trial field will be closed in 3 days. Please leave the trial field within 3 days. Fong Bai was stunned. Or everyone was stunned. The second round that was thought to be about to start was actually directly suspended. This time made everyone unable to react. What was even more shocking was the information contained in the announcement. Selection of God's reserve forces? These words attracted everyone's attention. And Fong Bai immediately thought of what Kaming had said before. Their God of Light is just a member of this system. Is this system the system for selecting the reserve gods? Also, the will of the evil god descended. If it is not unexpected, it was the one I encountered. But since there is a tower spirit managing the trial field, why did the will of the evil god descend, resulting in so many loopholes that affect fairness? Could it be that Fong Bai's face was slightly strange? Was the tower spirit in a deep sleep before, and then woke up by the information that I have the evil god? Fong Bai seriously suspected that this was the case, so his face became even weirder. While Fong Bai was thinking, he felt a majestic blessing power descending and attaching to himself. Fong Bai frowned. This power was vaguely similar to the power on the title, but different. Directly blessed the extraordinary power in the body? Fong Bai immediately realized that this should be the reward settlement for the first round of the trial field, since it is a trial for the selection of the reserve of gods. Is this the power of faith? Fong Bai showed a trace of displeasure. He didn't even want to bear the power of the title himself. It would be better to throw it all to the title, let alone this power. Feeling that this power was about to be added, Fong Bai did not hesitate and directly blocked it with the energy of dragon energy, and then directly rolled it all into the dragon ball before it was contaminated by himself. This energy was immediately restricted as soon as it entered the dragon ball, and Fong Bai's frown was loosened. Well, the dragon ball can really carry this energy. Well, the power of faith will be carried by the dragon ball in the future. Anyway, the dragon ball has been stained by my blood. If I want to use it, I can just use the dragon ball directly. While muttering, Fong Bai's plan for the dragon ball became more specific. Standing there thinking for a while, hesitating slightly, and then he didn't stay any longer. After saying hello to Fei Rui, Xiao Ling and others, He left quickly. Fong Bai's speed was full, and his whole body exploded instantly. But before the news could spread, Fong Bai disappeared, and the whole person ran towards the entrance of the ancient battlefield ruins at a very fast speed. For him, nothing was more urgent than this. After Fong Bai left, Fei Rui, Zhao Ling and others also left one after another. Since there were still 3 days left, they would collect some more spiritual medicines to take back. The spiritual medicines here were too dense, and the opportunity was rare and could not be given up. At the same time, the content of the announcement gradually fermented among the trial participants. God's reserve. These 5 words were like a black hole, firmly attracting everyone's attention. After most people dispersed, a figure quietly approached the dragon blood fruit tree in a shadow. This is a quasi-4th level spiritual medicine. If the fruit tree can be brought back, the person in the shadow looked at the dragon blood fruit tree greedily, approaching little by little, holding the teleportation jade card in one hand and preparing to grab the dragon blood fruit tree with the other hand. As long as the dragon blood fruit tree is in hand, he will not hesitate at all, and will immediately activate the teleportation jade card to leave, and will not give Fong Bai any chance to chase him. Thinking of Fong Bai, the assassin in the shadow showed a hint of excitement. This Fong Bai didn't pull out the dragon blood fruit tree, but just set up a magic array here. This Fong Bai is so ignorant, so good. Although the player is strong, he has too little experience. Doesn't he know that some people can't be stopped by magic arrays? The assassin in the shadow really laughed at Fong Bai's lack of wisdom. His hand was close to the dragon blood fruit tree, but he didn't see that there were 2 people watching his every move not far away, or 1 skeleton and 1 person. The soul fire in Zhao Ling's eyes jumped, reflecting the breath of life on the top of the mountain. He looked at Fei Rui next to him. Fei Rui has been trying to get Zhao Ling to follow Fong Bai and follow him, so that Zhao Ling can feel the headache even though he is no longer alive. Sensing this person, Zhao Ling hurriedly said, "Someone over there wants to touch the dragon blood fruit tree." The soul fluctuation spread. Fei Rui heard it and looked back, but saw nothing. But he did not doubt Zhao Ling's intention. But he did not release other spells or set up magic arrays to perceive. Just said lightly, "Can you be more confident about my number 1 follower? Now let's discuss the issue of following." While Fei Rui was talking, Zhao Ling saw a barrier appear out of thin air next to the dragon blood fruit tree. Buzz. Chapter 360. Buzz. A layer of barrier appeared out of thin air, blocking the hand of the person in the shadow. The shadow assassin was stunned. How is it possible? I have bypassed the magic circle. The shadow assassin, who was just laughing at Fong Bai Shaoji, suddenly felt embarrassed. He immediately used the secret method again, and stretched his hand towards the dragon blood fruit tree again in the slight ripples of the shadow. Buzz. The barrier appeared again, completely blocking his shadowed hand. No matter how hard the shadow assassin tried, no matter how he attacked, he could not shake it at all. The wind was light, and the clouds were clear, and only a mental wave spread out. Please do not continue to attack. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. The shadow assassin, who was a little angry, smashed the barrier again, but a force burst out at the moment of contact, first fixing the shadow assassin in place, and the next moment, poof! The shadow assassin was instantly shattered by the high-frequency tremor. The flame of nothingness burned, and his soul was completely annihilated. The handheld teleportation jade token was activated by the shattering, and it flew away with a pile of broken meat. No, my number 1 follower is powerful. Isn't he? Fei Rui said proudly. Zhao Ling looked at Fei Rui, who was only 10 years old, and listened to his words. Help! Zhao Ling wanted to leave very much, but although Fei Rui kept asking him to follow, he was really talking about the promotion techniques of the undead, various secrets, status and friendliness in different places, etc. Zhao Ling, who had just transformed into an undead, didn't want to leak any of these contents, and didn't dare to leak them. But Zhao Ling invited him to be a follower when he was listening most seriously and attentively. Ah! Zhao Ling's soul fire fluctuated violently, and he was in pain and happiness. Fei Rui was puzzled when he saw this. Zhao Ling, why are you so excited? It's because the soul fire is unstable. Are you born to be excited? Fei Rui scratched his head. Or is it that you don't like what I said? Then I won't. No. 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 I like to listen. I am naturally excited. Zhao Ling hurriedly stopped him. Really? The young and immature Fei Rui immediately continued excitedly. What were you talking about just now? The way of promotion of the undead. The way of promotion. Oh! I remember. We talked about you following me. And I will. Pa! The pale and brittle skeleton Zhao Ling, with a little osteoporosis, fell to the ground with a paw. Ah! Fong Bai, who was on his way, seemed to have noticed something, looked back, and curled his lips in disdain. You are really looking for death. The magic circle arranged by my half-step legendary strength is really useless. I don't know whether you look down on me, or this half-step legendary. There was no intention of looking back. In reality, Su Shiping had already called Fong Bai to tell him that the other party had been killed by the magic circle. Even if he didn't, Fong Bai couldn't look back either. What he was going to do next was far more important than the dragon blood fruit tree. Alone and without any restrictions, Fong Bai truly showed what it meant to be a powerful flying brick. He was clearly not good at speed. And he was clearly very clumsy. But he relied on the extremely powerful half-step legendary power to blast the air and burst out with extreme speed. What do you mean by not fast enough? And what do you mean by clumsy? Not fast enough. Clumsy. That's just not strong enough. As long as the power is strong enough, everything is an excuse. Fong Bai muttered, and went into the cave entrance, and appeared in the ruins of the ancient battlefield again in the blink of an eye. Feeling the strong deathly aura below, Fong Bai actually felt a little nostalgic. But there was no time to sigh. Fong Bai immediately found a spring that had not used up all the black springs before, and just paused slightly. And the next moment, the entire spell slot was completely covered by the black spring water vapor. Humph. The pain that went straight to the soul made Fong Bai groan. But he recovered immediately, feeling the spell slot being corroded at an extremely fast speed. And it was riddled with holes in an instant. Fong Bai evacuated the black spring water vapor at the moment when the entire framework of the spell slot was shaky. At this moment, the spell slot was so fragile that it could be blown down by a gust of wind. Any slight vibration could destroy Fong Bai Mage Foundation and kill him on the spot. But the next moment, a blue lotus floated from behind to Fong Bai. Dreamy lotus. The fragrance of lotus floated in Fong Bai's nose. Just a wisp of fragrance made Fong Bai's spirit rise. The shaky spell slot was not restored, but it was stabilized. Fong Bai took a deep breath and reached out to pick a petal of the dreamy lotus. The petals of the dreamy lotus were also azure blue, and it seemed that there was water flowing in them. Just by looking at it, many dreams that seemed real and illusory appeared in front of Fong Bai. Looking at the petals, Fong Bai hesitated slightly, tore off half of it, and then tore off another half. Swallowed about a quarter of the petals into his mouth. The petals are extremely thin and light, and there is no feeling when you put them in your mouth. They melt away in an instant, turning into a stream of clear water like mint candy, flowing from your mouth to your mind. The consciousness that was extremely clear at the beginning became hazy in an instant, as if he was drunk, and then hazy again in the sober state. In the haze, Fong Bai felt that his consciousness seemed to be divided into thousands, and each consciousness was the real self. Each consciousness was very clear, and Fong Bai seemed to be out of the matter, standing in the sky and overlooking these consciousnesses. Each consciousness was like a dream, and Fong Bai felt that he dreamed that he was studying the structure of the spell position. In another dream, Fong Bai was studying the solid structure. In another dream, Fong Bai was studying how to transplant the dragon blood fruit tree. In another dream, Fong Bai was studying how to create a domain. Suddenly, Fong Bai, who was studying, had an inspiration, and the next moment, a dream was born. One dream after another entered different research. Some made progress, and the dream became clearer. Some fell into a dead end, and the dream gradually blurred. Among the thousands of thoughts, dreams kept coming and going, and the flashing inspiration in Fong Bai's mind was verified and realized at a very fast speed. In a trance, a dream opened up the research on the dream lotus, and some conclusions were drawn in an instant. Suddenly, dream after dream, thousands of dreams. Each dream can be studied separately, and each dream is like an epiphany. This is the unique effect of the dream lotus. Everything needed to deduce from dreams. It can be a technique, a skill, or some kind of knowledge. This is the 4th level legendary elixir, the dream lotus. Fong Bai murmured, and while immersed in the dream, Fong Bai clearly felt the soul source filling up quickly, and the spell position recovered and expanded rapidly. In this process, The embedding of the solid structure was not affected at all. Then, Fong Bai put the expanded spell position into the black spring water vapor again, under the continuous outflow of the soul source. The spell position was destroyed and repaired simultaneously, and the spell position was enhanced at an unprecedented terrifying speed. And in the dream, under Fong Bai's subjective consciousness, the research on thousands of dreams began to extend to the solid structure, spell position structure, body structure, green raindrops, solid field, etc. Chapter 361. Structure. Solid structure with dragon energy. Title can form a domain. Dragon energy represents energy. Title represents will. Will penetrates energy with structure. And domain shows spiritual power. Soul. Will. Fantasy space. Soul manifests as mental power. Internally breeds will. Will carries fantasy space. Structure. Gold element. Flesh. Microscopic particles. Golden body. Microscopic density increases. Structure forms and achieves golden body. Let my body be born from ordinary elemental metal to heavy metal, so that it has more terrifying strength, density, power, and even other magic. Energy. Will. Flesh. Structure. Resonance. Thousands of thoughts are rolling continuously. Inspiration emerges all the time, and thoughts close every moment. The dream lotus captures every thought and turns it into a dream that seems to be awake and illusory. In the outside world, the spell position shrouded in the black spring water vapor is still rapidly expanding under the effect of the dream lotus despite the erosion of the black spring water vapor. It can't be suppressed. It can't be suppressed at all. Seeing that the effect could not be optimal, Fong Bai became ruthless and directly pressed the spell slot into the black spring. Buzz. The severe pain emerged, but it was dispersed by the endless dream the next moment. Fong Bai in a dream was suffering from pain, and this layer of pain was filtered by the dream. He knew that it was painful, but he could not empathize with it. At this moment, the black spring was frantically eroding the spell slot, penetrating the structural loopholes of the spell slot. In each dream, the spell slot and structure of the researchers were continuously repaired and branded with the support of the dream lotus. At this moment, the erosion of the black spring barely caught up with the growth rate of the dream lotus. The spell slot was still expanding little by little, but it was different from before. It was like the fast-growing eucalyptus and the golden nanmu, both growing, but the growth was different. After recovering, Fong Bai thought about it, and the fantasy space came. The time lapse in the dream, which was already extremely outrageous, was extended again. It's not addition, but multiplication. Fong Bai even lost himself in it, but the fantasy space firmly anchored his will. The dream rose and fell, and all the dissipated dreams sank into the fantasy space. More than thousands. As time went by, the level of the black spring dropped rapidly. When the black spring reached the bottom, it immediately turned to the next black spring and continued to temper. Again and again, Fong Bai seemed to fall into a strange state of seclusion after taking a mouthful of black spring. 41 petals of the dream lotus were taken bit by bit, like the hottest flame. The black spring was consumed bit by bit, like a heavy and powerful forging hammer. At this moment, Fong Bai, the forger, finally started an unprecedented tempering with his own spirit as the material. He was like a diamond, wiping off the dust bit by bit, and blooming the brightest light. When the 18th petal was completely taken, when the spell slot was completely immersed in the black spring without any reaction, buzz, a familiar golden light appeared on the surface of the spell slot. Buzz, every corner of the body inside and outside was also covered by a light golden light. Buzz, the body trembled slightly in the spell position, and the golden light flowed between the two. At this moment, the spirit seemed to touch the material. At this moment, the flesh seemed to touch the illusion. Buzz, buzz, Fong Bai in a dream looked up at the sky. Buzz, Fong Bai in 2 dreams looked up at the sky. Buzz, Fong Bai in thousands of dreams all looked up at the sky. And countless Fong Bai looked up at the same time. And a thought instantly penetrated thousands of dreams. Buzz, thousands of dreams were punctured like bubbles, and all sank into the fantasy space. Buzz, Fong Bai suddenly discovered that at some point, there was already a reality in the fantasy space. At this moment, Fong Bai's subjective thoughts completely returned. As soon as the thought moved, a ritual was formed instantly. All the equipment from Odysseus and the Earth Dragon were all immersed in the ritual and piled up into a small hill on the ground. Buzz! In an instant, countless gold elements rushed towards Fong Bai like a galaxy. The last level of the master breakthrough was activated by Fong Bai at this moment. Fong Bai took a long breath and opened his eyes. A trace of simplicity flashed in his eyes. Success or failure. This is the key. If I win, I will create history. If I lose, then I can only rely on dragon energy and titles to fight legends. Kai Ming, who just came over, ? With a resolute look in his eyes. Fong Bai thoughts moved. And the black spring could not erode it. The spell slot that was as bright as a diamond collapsed silently. The spell slot is the certificate and key to the job transfer mage. Fong Bai dispersal of the spell slot basically means self-dissolving the mage profession. But the word mage on the familiar panel not only did not disappear, but was extremely bright. The spell slot is condensed by the source of mental power. But it is not only the source of mental power, but also the manifestation of the soul. And the depths of the soul carry the will. Dispersing the last source of spells is almost equivalent to dispersing the soul, which is no different from suicide. But the scattered spell positions of Fong Bai were still covered with a faint golden light, which was scattered but not broken. Although the soul was scattered, the fantasy space that seemed real fixed the consciousness. Everything was just right. The ultimate spirit touched the material, and the ultimate body touched the illusion. The same solid structure penetrated the material illusion, like a bridge, guiding the scattered spell positions to every corner of the body. When the gold element poured into the body, at the critical moment when the origin was turbulent and changeable, the body and soul attracted each other like magnets. Every gold element, every basic particle of the body has a corresponding soul, and the mental power is integrated. Buzz! Buzz! The golden light shone, and the two identical golden lights seemed to overlap at this moment. Finally, Buzz! Before the equipment like a hill was about to run out, Fong Bai's body was completely full, and a dazzling golden light bloomed. Buzz! Fong Bai origin has completely climbed to the limit, and the foundation laid by Fong Bai has completely reached the limit. The transformation began, and the overlapping spiritual power and the physical body began to move closer under the transformation of the origin. But something abnormal happened at the beginning. The physical body and spiritual power that were just attracting each other suddenly generated a strong repulsive force after they were close to a certain extent. Fong Bai thoughts moved, and the power of will intervened at this moment, turning into adhesive, roller skating agent, and turning into a familiar solid structure to carry the power of spirit and body. But Fong Bai could clearly perceive the weakness of his will, and it was weak in just a moment. Whether it is the power of faith in the Dragon Ball or the will in the title of Pioneer, as long as it is introduced, it should be able to make up for the gap in my mind. Let me complete the complete fusion of spirit and body. After all, in essence, both are will energy controlled by me. But Fong Bai did not activate these two forces, nor did he intend to activate them. Chapter 362. Use the controlled external will to make up for the gap in one's own will. Complete the fusion of body and soul, or the fusion of energy and body, or the fusion of soul and energy. Energy, body, soul, the three pillars of transcendence. Use will to penetrate two of them to form a field. This should be the way to break through the legend. Right? Fong Bai said softly. Will is difficult to improve, and it fluctuates severely due to the state, and is basically not positively correlated with strength. On the contrary, knowledge precipitates will and tempers will. In addition to professional scientific research, it can only meet the will requirements with absolute knowledge. If you want to break through the legend, you can only use the controllable external willpower to make up for it. Right? The study of thousands of dreams plus Fong Bai's own vast knowledge accumulation has already allowed Fong Bai to break through the important level of breaking through the legend. Even Fong Bai's current transformation is largely based on this breakthrough method. Complete the key transformation at the master level in advance by breaking through the legend. I guess I am the first one. I don't know whether I am breaking through the master or the legend, Fong Bai muttered, but then shook his head. My will is not up to standard at all. I can't be considered a legend, so I am still breaking through the master. Fong Bai twisted his neck. But although he is a master, if he encounters a fake legend, Fong Bai did not activate the power in the Dragon Ball, nor did he activate the will in the title. Instead, he sank his will into his body and began to activate another hidden power in his body. The power from the green raindrops. The power flowing deep in Fong Bai body, like green liquid, covered his whole body, like a flood under Fong Bai activation. The green liquid completed the transformation the moment it came into contact with the origin, and began to transform the moment it came into contact with the spirit. It also adapted to it when it came into contact with the flesh. No power will conflict with the power of the green raindrops. The power of the green raindrops can be transformed into any power. At this moment, the green raindrops turned into spirit, flesh, and structure, under the guidance of a powerful force. The flesh and spirit seemed to have wiped out the last trace of barriers and merged together without any obstacles. The next moment, the origin surged like a tide, and the green raindrops all turned into the origin, and the transformation began again. Buzz, 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 buzz. Amid the endless buzzing, Fong Bai, who looked unchanged on the outside, was undergoing earth-shaking changes inside his body. This is a transformation of the life level. The external manifestation may be that the faint golden light on the body is becoming more and more intense and dazzling. Finally, it converged little by little and turned into dark gold little by little. The surging origin reshaped this body in the transformation. In the area that cannot be seen by the naked eye, Fong Bai body grew rapidly. From microscopic particles to cells, the continuous growth and proliferation made them begin to squeeze, becoming tighter and tighter. In the end, it was like a piece of dazzling bricks squeezed together, without any gaps. Gradually, the origin gradually stabilized. The spirit and body that were penetrated were completely integrated, and on the basis of the solid structure, a mysterious power was quietly born. This power permeated the body, connected to each other, and finally turned into a whole. Fong Bai was very familiar with this power. This power had a very good name. That is, domain. The transformation was completed, and the domain appeared. Feeling the domain formed inside the body, Fong Bai was unprecedentedly excited, and joy surged in his heart. Domain. I finally relied on my own power to create a domain that belongs entirely to me. A domain that I can maintain normally. It's worth my waiting for a breakthrough. And it's worth my consumption of 18 petals of the 4th order legendary Dream Lotus. It's worth my unremitting use of the Black Spring to refine the body and spell position far beyond the master, comparable to the legendary. It's also worth my long-term study, information collection, and even knowledge accumulation. It's also worth my analysis and research on the solid structure. Once the breakthrough is made, it will be completely earth-shaking. Fong Bai was radiant and excited as never before. If others can form the prototype of a domain at the master level, they can say that they are destined to become legends. Then what about me, who has just broken through the master level and has given birth to a domain? Fong Bai felt his body, then it formed its own domain. The boundary of the domain was the membrane of his body. The domain has only one characteristic: solid. Fong Bai controlled the domain and allowed it to be controlled within the range of his body. It was very free, and there was no obstruction at all. But when he tried to expand the scope of the domain and extend it beyond the body, he hit a wall. Fong Bai was unable to expand the scope of the domain at all. But he was not surprised at all. The strength of will is still not enough. I will make up for it later. This should also be considered the process of cultivation from master level to legendary level. No matter what. As long as the domain is born, it is still a domain even if it cannot extend to the area outside the body. As long as it can bless my body, there is no problem. Fong Bai quietly felt his new body. Before the breakthrough, he had tempered his body to the extent that the Black Spring could not corrode it by relying on the Black Spring, gold element, and solid structure. According to the current situation, that the undead skeleton bones of the half-step legend will be quickly corroded when they fall into the Black Spring. Fong Bai body strength that can withstand the Black Spring must have far surpassed the half-step legend. And above the half-step legend, it is unknown whether there is a half-step legend peak, a half-step legend perfection, or a quasi-legend. But what Fong Bai knows is that the body can give birth to the magic by itself without relying on any extraordinary power, and give birth to the golden light that covers the whole body inside and outside. The body must have reached the legendary level in terms of strength alone. Before the breakthrough, it had legendary power. And this time, the power of green raindrops, the power of spirit, and the solid structure were added to the transformation. The strength of the body, which was already comparable to that of a legendary body, has changed dramatically again. I am now terribly strong. Fong Bai gently clenched his fists, and the stones under him bounced and exploded while he was sitting. The weight of his body also changed dramatically with the strength of his body. Bang! Fong Bai punched the ground lightly, and the ground exploded, and the fragments flew like swords. But there was not even a trace of white marks left on his fist. Formally breaking through to the master level, Fong Bai still did not add any means, and still lacked attack means. Only the spirit was completely integrated into the body. And then the master level was broken through, and all the changes in the birth field were concentrated on one core: strength or defense. After completing the breakthrough, the spell position directly merged with the body with the soul, and the mental attack was hit on my flesh. Spell attack. Physical attack also hit my flesh. There will be no weakness. Fong Bai mouth curled up slightly. Only will. But the will is anchored by the fantasy space. Huh? Chapter 363. This fantasy space. Fong Bai frowned in surprise. In the brain, an invisible white dot was suspended in the middle of his eyebrows, in contact with the body, but independent of the body, as if it was not in the same dimension. The mental power spread to the white dot, and a 10-meter square space appeared in front of Fong Bai. In the space, Fong Bai felt an illusion of being in control and omnipotent. No, it's not an illusion, Fong Bai said softly. The space was indeed in his control, and his mental power was also blessed by the entire space. Fong Bai even felt that he could create things out of thin air and make his words come true. But he felt that the loss was too great and could not be realized. Fong Bai felt this space, tracing its source, and it became more and more illusory, and finally appeared in the fantasy space. At first, the fantasy space existed only in my fantasy. The fantasy space, as its name suggests, is not much different from the fantasy of ordinary people. Later, in order to facilitate experiments and preserve knowledge, I semi-fixed the fantasy space by using a trace of permanent thoughts. Then, more and more knowledge turned into books and were stored on the bookshelf. The filled bookshelves connected the sky and the earth, giving the originally illusory fantasy space weight. Knowledge is weight, and the fantasy space that stores knowledge naturally has weight. And now, Fong Bai felt his own state. The body and soul are combined, and the body directly carries the will. The power of the solid field gathered, and finally centered around the will, and contacted the fantasy space. Everything happened very naturally. Recalling the changes in the fantasy space, Fong Bai couldn't help feeling a sense of dreaming. I didn't expect that the talent that could only be used for fantasy could now be transformed into an inner space that is completely controlled by me. Fong Bai said softly. He could clearly feel that this space was completely under his control, and the origin was completely the same. The inner space could be completely regarded as a part of Fong Bai's body. The growth of his origin would drive the growth of the inner space. Similarly, the growth of the inner space would also push Fong Bai's origin to grow. Bang! 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 Fong Bai's heart was beating. His body moved slightly, and a large piece of rock under him shattered. The extremely hard rock was as crisp as a biscuit in Fong Bai's hands, and it broke into pieces with a slight pressure of weight. Standing up, the earth broke. Looking at Kaming in front of him, Fong Bai just raised his hand to say something, and he jumped out dozens of meters with a face full of horror. Fong Bai shook his head helplessly, controlling his weight and strength that had increased by who knows how many times. At the same time, his mental power tried to use the inner space bit by bit. The physical strength soon regained control, and the soul and the body were combined to give birth to the domain. The mental power derived from the soul naturally carried the power of a solid domain, and the intensity increased sharply. This also allowed Fong Bai to shape smaller mental tentacles, so that they would not collapse directly because they were too small and could not be controlled. The mental control that had already touched the microscopic field became more and more subtle, and Fong Bai power differentiation could even reach tens of thousands, and each force turned into tens of thousands. Conveniently, he even began to try to use the force to accurately attack cells, and even the microscopic field. Countless fine forces turned into tentacles, and scattered within a radius of hundreds of meters, thereby carrying Fong Bai increasingly outrageous weight. And Fong Bai gradually grasped some uses of the inner space. During the mental power activity, a spatial force attached to it. As the mental power passed by, there was no sound, and a piece of air disappeared, and the surrounding air immediately gathered away. Fong Bai looked at the air that appeared in the inner space, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With a thought, the longbow, the dream lotus, the lotus root, the dragon blood fruit, the vines, the dog skull, and the residual elemental metals floating behind him all disappeared and appeared in the inner space instead. Space equipment. So big? Kai Ming's eyes widened when he saw the item suddenly disappear. Well, I picked it up on the road. I'm using it for the first time. How about it? It looks good. Right? Fong Bai said casually. This is the ruins of the ancient battlefield. It's reasonable to pick up a useful space equipment. Unreasonable? If it's unreasonable, you can pick one up too. All these things can be put in. More than possible. Why didn't I see it? Kai Ming's eyes widened when he heard it, and his mouth was suddenly sour. I thought all the good things in the ancient battlefield were eroded by the dead air. There are still some things left. And the level is so high. That's right. That's right. Only things of such a high level can withstand the erosion of the dead air and remain. By the way, I passed by there and saw large ruins before, but I didn't go in to see it. Yes. Let's go and see it again. Fong Bai. Do you want to come with me? Kai Ming asked aloud. And when Fong Bai refused, he ran over impatiently. Fong Bai shrugged slightly when he saw Kai Ming had compiled the logic for picking up space equipment for him. There is still more than a day to get out of the trial space. Remember to leave the ancient battlefield and teleport out to the trial space. Don't get stuck in the ancient battlefield. Okay. Got it. Kai Ming left, and Fong Bai took things and put them away, having a lot of fun. However, Fong Bai immediately discovered the limitations of this spatial force. It can only extend to a range of 10 meters. Is this limited by the size of the inner space? Fong Bai muttered. He was very satisfied. Although it was only 10 meters, but it still had a very controllable space. A 10-meter radius space that was completely under his control. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Fong Bai's heart was moved, and he was ready to leave immediately. But at this moment, his mental power suddenly discovered something. Huh? Fong Bai was in a huge cave at the moment, and he was curiously looking at a corner of the cave wall at the moment. Just now, during his practice, a crack was shaken open on the cave wall. During his normal walking, extremely subtle power continuously poured on it, shaking off some gravel and dust. A corner of the colorful mural was exposed. The moment Fong Bai saw this corner of the mural, his spirit was slightly shaken. At this moment, Fong Bai knew that he had encountered something good by chance. The level of this relic is definitely not low, and it is definitely worth something. For some reason, Fong Bai turned his head to look in the direction where Kai Ming left. When he thought that he was looking for the relic, he hesitated slightly. He shook his head, came back to his senses, and used his mental power to penetrate into the rock wall. But he didn't sense anything, as if it was just an ordinary rock layer, without any abnormality. But looking at that corner, it really existed. But after another look, Fong Bai found that this corner of the colorful mural was peeling off rapidly. Huh? Fong Bai quickly used his mental power to empty all the surrounding gases, and even blocked the light. The speed of color peeling slowed down. Chapter 364. Before the stone wall fell off, it could not be sensed by the spirit, and it was no different from ordinary rocks. After it was revealed, the spirit could feel the shock, and the spirit would be disturbed. But the color of the mural would immediately fall off when it came into contact with the outside world. Fong Bai became more and more curious about the mural. He maintained an attitude of isolating himself from the outside world. Step down, and fine power burst on the wall. Clatter. A piece of rubble fell, and a mural appeared in front of Fong Bai. The murals, which looked like blood, were rough and extremely real to Fong Bai. In the first mural, the sun shines on the earth, and a city floats higher than the sun, with a person standing on it. On the earth, all kinds of strange creatures live, fight, and reproduce. When Fong Bai saw this painting, his first thought was the farm. The owner of the farm is on the floating city. The floating city is most likely an ancient wizard civilization. Fong Bai turned his head to look at the second mural. In the second mural, a figure that occupies half of the mural stands in front of a platform. On the platform are bound the limbs of strange beasts. The tiger is given dragon wings. The eagle is replaced with a lion's body. The sheep is replaced with a lion's head and a snake's tail. The giant is replaced with an eagle's head and eagle's claws. And the dog grows 3 heads. All kinds of strange creatures appear on the platform. And finally these creatures are put on the ground again. Biological transformation. Biological experiment. Probably all-powerful monsters. Fong Bai said softly, looking at the next mural again. And his heart jumped when he saw it clearly. Lion-headed, sheep-bodied, snake-tailed, eagle-headed, eagle-clawed giants and other strange creatures are tied with chains. And patterns of trees, rivers, suns, mountains, and so on are put into their bodies. Looking at their bodies they become as tall as the sun in the mural. Fong Bai suddenly understood the metaphor of the painter. This is powerful. Fong Bai looked at the sun, trees, mountains, and rivers contained in their bodies again. And one guess after another emerged in his mind. A symbol of rules? Or God? Fong Bai's heart was pounding. And he couldn't wait to look at the next mural. In the fourth mural, these tall creatures were unchained, put on armor, and climbed onto the floating city with warships. However, on the objects held by the figures in the floating city, chains gradually faded. Controlled war weapons. Fong Bai quickly looked at the next mural, and his mood became more and more excited as he looked at the murals one after another. The sudden fall of the floating city, the loss of control of various creatures, the counterattack seal of the remaining mages, the continuation of the war, the reproduction of various creatures, and in the last mural, countless people knelt in front of an altar, with cattle, sheep, slaves, gold and silver jewelry, spiritual medicine, and magic beasts as sacrifices. The space twisted and torn. A claw that covered the sky and the sun fell down. And an entire city sank completely into the ground under the claw. When Fong Bai saw the claw, his pupils shrank sharply, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. Only then did he react and stand firm. The claw that covered the sky and the sun just now seemed to break through the space, breaking through the mural and grabbing him. Fong Bai was sweating, and his violently beating heart calmed down after a while. Looking at these murals, history flowed in front of him like a river. The hugeness of the ancient wizard civilization was also revealed in front of him. Perhaps the disappearance of the ancient wizard civilization has also been revealed. But Fong Bai did not believe that only a group of test subjects and a group of biological machines could cause the disappearance of this glorious civilization. This is at most a part. It may not even be a part, but only a small mess derived from an accident. Immersed in this glorious civilization, Fong Bai carefully peeled off the murals and the cave walls, stacked them all together, and included them in the inner space. Fong Bai's mental power continued to go deeper into the cave wall, looking for other abnormalities. There was no mental power to sense at all. Fong Bai did not hesitate, stepped lightly with his feet, and a layer of the cave wall peeled off. Another move. The cave wall peeled off, layer by layer. The cave wall peeled off, layer by layer. Fong Bai continued to go deeper and deeper. However, no abnormalities emerged. No changes occurred. After Fong Bai dug a huge hole, he did not continue to go deeper in this direction, but estimated the direction of the murals and began to go deeper from the first mural to the last mural. There was still nothing under the mental power perception, so he had to peel off the rock layer by layer. Once. After advancing about 50 meters, a small hole suddenly appeared in front of Fong Bai. But the mental power just sensed it was clearly a solid rock layer. The hole that does not exist in the mental power. Just like the murals just now. It cannot be sensed in advance. But when it is exposed, the mental power can directly sense it. Got it. Fong Bai was delighted and immediately peeled off the rock layer, exposing the entire cave entrance. This was a space of only a few meters square. And facing Fong Bai was a rough altar that looked like it was carved with a knife and an axe. The altar was only 2 or 3 meters high, and the rock structure was extremely rough. But Fong Bai felt a wild breath coming towards him. Under the perception of his mental power, it was like a mountain that stood tall and upright. And he couldn't help but look down. Who? Fong Bai panted heavily. And it took him a long time to break free. He looked at the altar, and was slightly afraid. He looked at it again with caution. And this time, he was not involved in the artistic conception. And Fong Bai was able to see the items on the altar clearly. The items were very familiar. And when he saw them clearly, Fong Bai's heart suddenly beat violently. It was a black iron token, palm length, with the word war written in small seal script on one side. A string of numbers was written on the other side. 7329. Fong Bai's heart was pounding. He was very familiar with this token style. He had just seen it twice. Or rather, in the murals. one time was in the hands of the wizard at the top of the floating city. At that time, the token was still connected to a thick chain that gradually disappeared. And these chains were tied to those creatures before. The second time was on the last mural. At the top of the altar. Bang! 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 Fong Bai's heart was beating violently, almost jumping to his throat. Demon God? Fong Bai suddenly remembered a word he saw in a folk legend. The legendary demon beast? Fong Bai looked at the token on the altar again, and his heart was surging for a long time. Is it a token that can summon the demon beast? Is it a token that can summon the demon beast? I couldn't help but look at the token on the top of the altar again. The thought moved, but the mental power couldn't shake it at all. Chapter 365. Cannot move. After Fong Bai tried with his mental power, the token did not move at all. Can I only go up to get it? Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and then stepped down, and the terrifying power poured down under the base of the altar. But the whole cave seemed to be one body, and it could not be shaken at all. The plan to use the power of space to collect it, as a whole into the inner space, was also directly shattered. After finding that it really could not be shaken, Fong Bai stepped directly onto the altar. Buzz! The fantasy of a mountain collapsing pressed on Fong Bai mental level. Crack! 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 Body and soul merged. Fong Bai body cracked, but he directly endured it. Fong Bai took another step. Buzz! A terrifying momentum came and crushed Fong Bai mental level, causing his legs to tremble slightly. But a smile continued to appear at the corners of his mouth. Under the terrifying momentum, Fong Bai stepped steadily on the top of the altar, took off the token, and put it into the inner space with a flip of his hand. The moment the token was taken off, the altar lost all its magical powers, and even 1 foot was crushed by Fong Bai's outrageous weight. Fong Bai paused, and after making sure that there was nothing else around, he stepped down. Boom! The altar was taken away, and the entire cave collapsed and turned into a ruin. After trying to use the inner space to take away the black spring and failed, Fong Bai finally left the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Huh. It's still comfortable to bask in the sun. Fong Bai felt the sun shining on his body, and couldn't help sighing. The key to the black spring is not the spring, so there is no way to take it away. Forget it. If you can't move it, don't move it. Fong Bai completely let go of this matter, took a big step, and disappeared at a gallop. Within the coverage of the mental power, all the players who were not eliminated were quickly collecting various spiritual medicines, without any spare time, under one-on-one guidance, searching for spiritual medicines at an extremely fast speed. The efficiency was extremely high, passing one player after another. Fong Bai soon appeared next to Fei Rui and Zhao Ling. Fong Bai found that Zhao Ling was using the dead energy and soul fire to temper his bones, and the efficiency was dozens of times higher than before. After discovering this, Fong Bai immediately looked at Fei Rui, who was bored next to him. Fei Rui must have given Zhao Ling the secret method of tempering the body with a dead spirit. It is normal to have these with the background of the Mage Tower. What is abnormal is that Fei Rui actually remembered these. Fong Bai just thought about it for a moment, and then threw it away. It is normal to read it occasionally, and then write it down. Fei Rui can do such a thing. And just because he wanted to recruit followers, Fei Rui also had something he really gave before he agreed. It couldn't be more normal. Seeing Fong Bai appear, Fei Rui's eyes lit up. My #1 follower is here. Come! Let me introduce you. This is my new follower Zhao Ling. Fong Bai clearly saw that Zhao Ling's soul fire jumped twice when Fei Rui spoke. But it was obvious that he didn't want to argue at all. There was no way. It was probably because Fei Rui gave too much. Looking at the 10-year-old Fei Rui, Fong Bai did not argue anymore. Instead, he turned his head to look at the top of the mountain, pointed at the few people on the top who were trying to destroy the magic circle, and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "Oh, let's see if these people will die or walk away by themselves." Fong Bai was silent, and after a moment, he climbed to the top of the mountain step by step. He tried it. Although he broke through the master and gained instinctive control over the elements of heaven and earth, he also naturally mastered the instinct of flying. The instinct that is the same as walking and talking. Flying. But just as he guessed at the beginning, he was too heavy. He went all out and ran at full power. But he couldn't get him off the ground by a millimeter. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it no matter what. He was too heavy. So heavy that even a fighter jet in reality couldn't carry him. But it's okay. The worst case is that I won't fly. I can jump high. Fong Bai pouted. His training method seemed to have indeed trained him into a master-level eccentric. With a determined heart, he stomped his foot on the ground, and the metal muscle fibers twisted together like steel cables, and the terrifying power poured out in a radius of hundreds of meters. Bang! The ground shook slightly, and Fong Bai soared into the sky in an instant, and came to the top of the mountain next to several people. The moment these people saw Fong Bai, they subconsciously threw out a bunch of attack spells. When they found out that it was Fong Bai, they immediately crushed the teleportation jade card. The next moment, Fong Bai slapped the flying spells. Before they could be happy, they saw that all the spells were blown away by the whistling wind, and the exploding spells did not leave any traces on Fong Bai hands. Several white lights shot up into the sky in succession, and Fong Bai shook his hands. There was no feeling when he received the elite level peak spells. No pain or itch. After the temporary episode was dealt with, Fong Bai took a step forward, and the magic circle in front of him naturally dissipated, and the dragon blood fruit tree appeared directly in front of Fong Bai. Fong Bai sensed the dragon blood fruit tree with powerful mental power, and now he had a deeper understanding of it. Under perception, Fong Bai can very clearly feel the rhythm of the dragon blood fruit tree, the mountain under his feet, and the surrounding environment. The surrounding environment is infusing nutrients into the dragon blood fruit tree for its growth. This is what Fong Bai knew before, and at this moment Fong Bai saw more. This is not a one-sided process, but a two-way process. In the process of absorbing nutrients, the dragon blood fruit tree will also feed back a kind of spiritual power to this mountain and this environment. Some refined and more pure elemental power. This is a mutually beneficial relationship. The environment feeds the dragon blood fruit tree, and at the same time, the dragon blood fruit tree feeds back to the environment, making its heaven and earth elements more concentrated. Let its spiritual power become more concentrated. Assuming that a dragon blood fruit tree is planted in a barren land and guaranteed to survive, then, imperceptibly, the place where the dragon blood fruit tree is planted will directly become a feng shui treasure land. The more spiritual medicines grow in this process, the more spiritual power is absorbed and discharged, and the faster this transformation will be. Fong Bai brain is working at a high speed. Spiritual medicine and environment are actually complementary to each other. If I can. Fong Bai stared at the dragon blood fruit tree and became more determined in his mind. Without hesitation, the power poured directly on the top of the mountain. In just a moment, the 10-meter square rock under the dragon blood fruit tree was separated on the top of the mountain. Yes, rock. The dragon blood fruit tree originally grew in a huge rock. After separating it, Fong Bai mental power swept it with the power of space. In an instant, the dragon blood fruit tree disappeared from the spot, and only a big pit remained on the top of the mountain. Bang! With one step, the top of the mountain exploded, and Fong Bai mental power also sank into the inner space along the node. In the inner space, with the midpoint as the boundary, all the space below was occupied by a huge hemispherical rock. In the center of the rock, the dragon blood fruit tree with cracked and solid bark was declining and sluggish at a very fast speed. Chapter 366. Decline. The breath of the dragon blood fruit tree was declining rapidly, and the energy on it fell into a dead silence in an instant. As if the next moment the dragon blood fruit tree would lose all vitality when the energy fell to the extreme. Although Fong Bai expected the changes that might happen to the dragon blood fruit tree, the drastic degree of this change was far beyond his expectations. Fong Bai even suspected that the dragon blood fruit tree would die directly in just a few hours. If this is the logic, I think I can understand the things written in the vernacular novels, where the spiritual medicine was left in the secret realm and not taken home, and then robbed by the protagonists. Fong Bai complained, then shook his head slightly, looked at the dragon blood fruit tree, and still thought about the original idea in his heart. After thinking for a while, Fong Bai made a decision. Since the environment has such a big impact, let's try another environment. He looked at the dragon blood fruit tree, without relevant knowledge, and didn't know how to cultivate and transplant spiritual medicine. But he had an entire inner space. Although this inner space is barren. Although this inner space is so barren that there is no land and not many elements. Although this inner space is only supported by a few solid structures. But it still has something that can be called a panacea. Space. Origin. Fong Bai said softly. The inner space is completely under his control. And so is the origin. With just a thought, a fist-sized ball of space origin appeared in front of Fong Bai. Without any hesitation, looking at the withered dragon blood fruit tree, the fist-sized gray origin instantly rushed towards the dragon blood fruit tree and directly sank into it. Buzz! In an instant, the downward trend of the dragon blood fruit tree's breath slowed down. Buzz! In an instant, the inner space was directly stained with the breath of the dragon blood fruit tree. And the dragon blood fruit tree was also directly stained with the breath of the inner space. The two moved closer to each other, and in just a moment, the two were completely unified in breath. And the condition of the dragon blood fruit tree also stabilized directly. Seeing this scene, Fong Bai heart beat violently. It worked. It actually worked. Fong Bai couldn't accept it for a moment. This surprise was too big. Level 4. Legendary Dragon Blood Fruit Tree. This means it carries legendary characteristics. It means that as long as it is cultivated properly, legendary dragon blood fruit can grow continuously. Fong Bai was slightly excited. And there was actually another thing that made him even more excited. That was the change in the inner space. Through the combination of the origin, the dragon blood fruit tree and the inner space are deeply integrated. The normal growth of the dragon blood fruit tree releases spiritual energy, not to mention the benefits of pure elemental power to the inner space. If nothing unexpected happens, the growth of the dragon blood fruit tree will definitely drive the growth of the inner space. And if the association is used in reverse, Fong Bai excited heart beat straight, and the next moment without hesitation, he immediately received a large piece of soil from the place where the vines grew into the inner space. Then he immediately went to the pool where the dream lotus grew and collected a lot of silt and pool water. After doing all this, Fong Bai did not delay anymore, and directly took out the teleportation jade card and crushed it. Crack! The jade token shattered, and white light emerged. A magic circle enveloped Fong Bai, and directly carried Fong Bai up into the sky, and instantly disappeared in the trial space. In the outside world, Fong Bai's departure instantly attracted the attention of a pair of eyes. Some people moved. In the wilderness mountains, in the Tiangong pavilion, Fong Bai appeared out of thin air. And the moment he appeared, a virtual panel belonging to the Mage Tower popped up in front of Fong Bai. And the content emerged. Ding! The tower owner was found to carry coordinates. Automatic detection. Ding! The coordinate detection was successful. The coordinates of the evil god plane. Do you want to start the transmission? The moment he saw the information, ecstasy spread in Fong Bai's heart, and the corners of his mouth were almost gritting to his ears. No matter who saw Fong Bai, they could sense his unparalleled excitement and joy. After a long time, Fong Bai's joy slowly subsided. The trial came to an end for the time being, when he realized that Fei Rui had also followed him out of the trial space. Fong Bai did not hesitate and walked out immediately. When he saw Fei Rui, he took out 2 fruits and handed them to him. Fei Rui didn't take them after seeing the fruits, but stared at Fong Bai with wide eyes. Fong Bai, what do you mean by this? How can you accept followers? For you. Fei Rui's second-year illness broke out, and Fong Bai used a spell to interrupt him. The immature Fei Rui scratched his head, and suddenly didn't know what to say for a moment. After thinking about it, he seemed to think that there was nothing wrong, and immediately gave the 2 dragon blood fruits to him. After Fei Rui took them, Fong Bai was too lazy to say anything, and turned around and left. I have something else to do, so I won't send you off. Fei Rui looked at the dragon blood fruit in his hand, then looked at Fong Bai, and immediately said a harsh word. Fong Bai, wait for me. I will definitely give you double. He. Fei Rui, who felt like he had won, but also felt like he had lost, left angrily. At the same time, in a corner outside the Longwei area, many red-robed mages saw Fong Bai and Fei Rui leave the trial space, and immediately retracted their gazes. I didn't expect Fong Bai to be so strong. He actually had the terrifying strength of a half-step legendary level at the master stage. Where did this monster come from? Deacon Alvin also nodded. Quite emotional. Compared to Fong Bai's current strength and potential, a mere broken ground film is not worth mentioning. This is simply a godlike investment. Fei Rui's vision. Absolute. Fortunately, I didn't stop Fei Rui before, and didn't take down the ground film fragments. Otherwise, Deacon Alvin was full of emotion. Even a little proud. Although he was a little hesitant at the time, he still abided by the principle. Fong Bai received such a large reward this time. I don't know if he will give Fei Rui some. What if Fong Bai intends to repay the favor directly? After all, our attitude before was not very good. And we even sent people to test him. Alvin's expression froze slightly. After all, it's not a complete ground film. A piece of broken ground film fragment can be easily repaid with a quasi-4th level dragon blood fruit. And dragon blood fruit is what we need now. Everyone was silent after hearing this. As proud as they are, they can't help but feel a little entangled at this moment. A powerful person, who has the potential to become a legend and is destined not to fall, deserves their high attention and friendship from the whole tower. If the elders and the tower master know that they caused the relationship between Fong Bai and Fong Bai to fade away, then Fei Rui, who was playing with 2 dragon blood fruits and looked unhappy, walked in. Alvin and others saw the dragon blood fruit in Fei Rui's hand at the first time and were stunned. Quasi-4th level spiritual fruit dragon blood fruit? Or 2? Alvin wanted to cry. Fong Bai gave it to me? Yes, Fei Rui said gloomily. And then he thought of something and looked up to add. Oh, it's not quasi-4th level. It's 4th level. Legendary. Pa! Chapter 367. Pa! Alvin, who was about to take the dragon blood fruit, stumbled and sat on the ground with his eyes wide open. What the hell? The 4th level legendary dragon blood fruit. The dragon blood fruit tree broke through the limit and was promoted. As soon as the voice fell, there was a commotion, not to mention the chaos and fear of enemies brought by the 4th level legendary dragon blood fruit. On the other side, in the bright church of Red Maple City, the white-robed priest who had just finished his retreat looked at Kaming, who reappeared under the white light, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his heart was completely relieved. Since Kaming had left the trial space, he could not see it, so he simply did not look at the trial space. Out of sight, out of mind, until now I saw Kaming come out, and the anxiety and worry before Kaming came out disappeared the moment Kaming appeared, leaving only a faint smile. Have you entered the ancient battlefield? How did you get? Kaming smacked his lips when he heard the words, thinking of Fong Bai, and said, It's okay. Barely. The white robe frowned slightly when he heard this. Based on his understanding of Kaming, if the harvest was good, his butt would have been lifted up to the sky. With this attitude now, did something unexpected happen? Yes. There are master-level undead everywhere in the ancient battlefield. And there are also half-stepped legendary undead. And I also met a group of cultists who sneaked in. The white robe's face did not change much in the first half. But when he heard the word cultists, his face changed slightly and suddenly became solemn. What's going on? Cultists? A group? Evil god ritual? Yes. I ran into their ritual at that time. And there was even a cultist among the people who presided over the ritual, who was watched by the evil god. But fortunately, the evil god's watchers ignored me. It was just a group of ordinary cultists chasing me, and using the characteristics of my bright fighting spirit to stimulate the undead to tempt me to take action. Who saved you? The white robe's face immediately changed, and he asked hurriedly. Fong Bai. The white robe's face eased slightly when he heard this, and he nodded. I will prepare a valuable gift later. You can come with me to thank them. After the words fell, a hint of coldness appeared in the white robe's eyes. I will report the matter of the cultists. Since they have appeared on the trial list, they can no longer hide. They dared to attack my apprentice. They are tired of living. Kai Ming was about to say something when the white robe interrupted him. Don't worry about it. I will deal with it. What about the evil god watching? Report to His Majesty the God of Light. Watching? I wonder if he dares to watch. As for you, you missed this step and haven't broken through yet? Yes. Without the foundation of the key step, you may follow my retreat in the future. The white robe was silent for a while, and then said, In this way, I have done some hard work. I heard that the court has a hunting god plan recently. The plan has been reported to His Majesty through the ceremony and approved. I will go to exchange for 1 quota. No. 2. You go and call Fong Bai. After the evil god falls, you can also have a baptism of heaven on the edge. You can also use this to build a perfect master foundation and complete a breakthrough. As he spoke, the white robe raised his hand, and a faint ball of light shone in his hand. The pale golden ball of light is the manifestation of the white robe's achievements. Although it is only pale golden, There is no second person in the whole Red Maple City who can show his achievements. This is quite exaggerated. Kai Ming's nose was slightly sour when he heard it. Master. The white robe was also slightly touched when he heard it. But he didn't show anything on the surface. It's okay, Kai Ming. This is the best that Master can get for you. Master. But I don't need it anymore, Kai Ming said with a tearful voice. And a golden ball of achievement appeared in his hand, which was bigger and brighter than the white robe. The evil god is dead. Fong Bai swept the highest level of baptism raindrops in a radius of 1 kilometer by himself. Although I didn't help much, I also got a little bit of merit and a little bit of baptism raindrops. The white robe frowned when he heard it, and compared the two light balls. The merit light ball in his hand suddenly dimmed. A little bit of merit? The smile on the white robe's face gradually disappeared, and he asked another question. A little bit of baptism raindrops? Well, a few dozen meters around the core area, which is equivalent to the edge position that you just mentioned. Hundreds or thousands. It's not that Fong Bai only gave me so much. It's mainly because it's too far for me to reach, and the rest can only drip on the ground. Kai Ming sobbed. The kind that the master said. Hundreds and thousands. Can't be reached. Can only drip on the ground. One sentence after another echoed in the white robe's ears, and the white robe fell silent completely. After a long time, he calmed down, recalling Kai Ming's hesitant way of speaking, and frowned. He immediately kicked Kai Ming on the butt, but Kai Ming straightened his waist right after the kick, and a platinum-colored shield shadow faintly appeared on his skin. Bang! With a muffled sound, the recoil force landed on his feet, and the white-robed man's face was distorted in pain. Kai Ming, who had just recovered from his emotions, had not yet realized that something was wrong, and said proudly, Hey, I have laid the most perfect extraordinary foundation with the baptism of the God-given raindrops, and successfully broke through to the master level. I am now a master level paladin, with a holy shield protecting my body. Master, you can't kick me down. Right. The white-robed man's face was distorted by pain, and his cheeks twitched when he heard the words. His hands behind his back silently pinched a light ball as big as a human head, and the air around the light ball was slightly distorted. After the light ball was formed, the white-robed man mercilessly smashed towards Kai Ming. Kai Ming felt something was wrong at this time, and dodged it with jealousy, saying subconsciously, Hey, you can't hit it. Halfway through his words, he saw the white-robed man's appearance and suddenly shrank his neck. He realized that something was wrong, and immediately ran away decisively, and in an instant he was far away. Ha ha ha. Master, you can't catch up with me. Right? Get lost. If you have the guts, don't come back. Then I go find Fong Bai. Find Fong Bai? If you dare to find Fong Bai with your bare hands, I break your hands. After the white robe finished speaking, he saw Kai Ming's figure disappear from his sight, paused slightly, suddenly laughed, and turned back to the prayer room. But the movement just now affected the injury on his foot, and he immediately grimaced in pain. Damn bastard. You don't even know how to put away the holy shield. As he spoke, the white robe laughed again. After healing the injury on his foot, he walked straight into the prayer room to set up the ceremony. After a while, the sacred ceremony was set up. The holy light descended, and a person's voice came from the ceremony. When the white robe saw that the communication was connected, he immediately cleared his throat. Ah? What's the matter? Oh, it's nothing. I just want to tell you that my apprentice has made a breakthrough. He is now a master-level paladin. Ah? How do you know that my apprentice made a breakthrough using the top-level extraordinary foundation forged by God's raindrops? Chapter 368. We just killed an evil god together with others. Yeah. 2 people enjoyed the entire gift of heaven. You don't know? My apprentice only used a few dozen meters of the gift of heaven, and the rest was out of reach and could only drip on the ground. It was all wasted. That prodigal, useless guy. Oh, by the way, have your apprentice's sons and daughters made a breakthrough? What level of foundation? And so on. When can we get together? Bring the younger generations of our apprentices, sons and daughters, and let them know our friendship. Don't worry. There will definitely be no competition among the younger generation at that time. Oh, too vulgar. Kai Ming, who turned around, heard what Bai Pao said, rubbed his but that had just been kicked, and grinned to his ears, and then entered Bai Pao's treasure room. He felt that what the master said made sense, and he must not go empty-handed. But looking at these things in the treasure house, Kai Ming was a little worried. Hey, what should I take? This one is more precious. But Fong Bai may be more useful for this one. And this one. This one. This one. Kai Ming was worried and scratched his head. After a moment, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. Got it. Take them all. Anyway, these are all from the master. Take them all. Kai Ming was immediately happy when he thought of the perfect solution. He proudly took out a snakeskin bag and started to pack things. This one may be useful. This one too. And this one. Well, take this one too. Take it away. Take it away. After a moment, Kai Ming was satisfied and left the treasure room carrying the snakeskin bag. The door of the treasure room behind him was open, and the breeze blew, and a leaf rolled and fell to the ground. In the prayer room, the white-robed man was concentrating on reminiscing with his longtime comrades for more than half an hour. And he was satisfied with the successful group, and immediately started another topic. Let's get back to the point. It's understandable that the young generation has no experience, but we can't miss it. Although the evil god is dead, the believers are still there, so we can prevent the evil god from resurrecting again. It can also prevent these rats in the gutter from jumping off the wall. We should also take action. After all, we are the regular army. When it comes to business, the tone of the people opposite the ceremony immediately became serious, and a murderous atmosphere gradually filled the air. Finally, the white robe spoke out. I have a replica of that thing in my treasure house. Although it is only a quasi-4th level extraordinary soldier, it is definitely enough for us. I will bring it back. You should be prepared and prepare in advance. I will take action when I lock the breath. After that, the ceremony ended, and the white robe let out a long breath and chuckled. Hunting the god is not just about killing the evil god. The followers of the evil god's church are also of great importance, and are no less important than the evil god. And even more important, this time, let me, as your master, take care of the beginning and the end for you. You little bastard. You still have a lot to learn. The white robe walked out of the prayer room happily. But just after coming out, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He frowned and came to the treasure room in a blink of an eye. Looking at the open door. Looking at the treasure room where mice would cry when they came in. And thieves would have to put at least 200 yuan when they came in. The breeze blew, and a leaf blew up on the ground, rolled up and slowly fell. Looking at a series of intact magic arrays and magic arts. All the magic arrays and magic arts were intact and running normally, and none of them were touched. The white robe pressed his hand on his left chest, and his heart ached slightly. In the Tiangong pavilion, Fong Bai closed his eyes, and his mind sank directly into the inner space. In the inner space, the only dragon blood fruit tree in the center was still sluggish, but its condition did not continue to deteriorate. Next to the dragon blood fruit tree, a pile of soil was piled together to form a small vegetable field with a few ridges of soil on it. Next to it, a pool of clear water was rippling slightly. On the other side, an altar was located, and a token was placed next to it. Looking at the altar and the token, Fong Bai suddenly had an idea, and the token floated up and landed on the altar. Buzz! The bottom of the altar took root instantly, as if it was directly connected to the ground in space. Everything was connected as a whole and became stable. Feeling the stable inner space, a sense of security arose from the depths of his heart. Sure enough, Fong Bai said in his heart, and then turned his head to look at the pool and vegetable field on the other side. First, take out a lotus root that he had obtained with Huan Ming Yilian. Fong Bai protected it very carefully, and the lotus root was not damaged. A group of space origin emerged, and a stream was separated and merged into it. As a 4th level legendary elixir, especially the Dream Lotus, which has a heaven-defying effect and is highly compatible with mages. Fong Bai was not stingy with these spatial origins. He sensed the weakness of the inner space, but with the suppression of the altar, the size of the inner space did not shrink at all, and the stability did not decrease at all. But Fong Bai knew in his heart that the origin of the inner space must not be used carelessly, because the origin of the inner space is also his own origin. Even if the inner space is suppressed by the altar, it will not shrink due to the lack of origin, and his own body cannot bear it. Plant this section of lotus root that still retains activity in the pond, with the origin of the inner space. This section of lotus root will not die. But whether it can continue to grow, or even grow another dream lotus, depends on Fong Bai cultivation. After planting the lotus root, Fong Bai swept his mental power and planted the spiritual medicines he obtained in the trial space one by one on the vegetable field. Or call it a medicine garden. Looking at the dark inner space without any light, Fong Bai took out an elemental metal the size of a finger cap, melted it, and then took out a piece of blood and chi metal. With the combination of the two, a hollow double-layer golden ball, as big as a human head, appeared in Fong Bai's hand. Blood and chi flowed into the hollow ball and stored it. After it was full, Fong Bai placed it in the inner space. The golden ball was activated and immediately flew up to the top of the inner space. Then it burst into soft sunlight and released a certain temperature. Looking at the little sun that was constantly releasing light and heat, Fong Bai glanced at the completely sealed inner space, 10 meters in radius. Fong Bai thought for a moment, and then added a temperature sensing array and a timing array to the little sun. After completing this step, feeling the few elemental forces in the inner space, his mind moved, and his mental power expanded. In an instant, the elemental forces within a radius of several kilometers were all engulfed and poured into the inner space continuously. It stopped until the elemental concentration reached the elemental concentration on the top of the mountain, where the dragon blood fruit tree was originally located. After a while, Fong Bai found a bunch of weeds with tenacious vitality and planted them. At the same time, Fong Bai began to search for relevant experimental records and literature on building an ecosystem in reality. Chapter 369. Balance, circulation, self-sustaining. Fong Bai didn't know how to cultivate the inner space, but Fong Bai knew what kind of inner space he wanted. In addition, after the lotus roots and dragon blood fruit trees of Huaming Yulian were planted, the inner space became stronger to a certain extent. Although after giving a part of the space origin, the inner space as a whole still became weaker. But this is because the space origin given is more than the natural growth. From this point of view, the spiritual medicine planted in the inner space can mostly enhance the inner space. While thinking, Fong Bai designed a small cycle of the inner space according to the literature in reality, and directly supported the operation of this cycle with the power of mental power, spells, and magic arrays. The cycle is very complicated, which requires Fong Bai to spend a lot of energy. But he can't find anyone to help. Fong Bai suddenly alerted. Maintain the cycle. Help the gods? Teach? After careful thinking, many things have been clued. While maintaining the cycle, teasing the ants, the pure black ants, the size of calves, were quite heroic. Their black shells were made of hard steel. When they saw Fong Bai, they all came over to him. This group of ants also feeds directly on steel, but they don't need to be fed. The worker ants will continuously mine iron ore and bring it back to the nest under the command of the queen ant. Under Fong Bai observation, they also develop spell-like abilities such as breaking the ground and solidifying. With the help of the power of elements, they can easily break the soil and rocks. With the help of a sticky liquid secreted, they can act as glue and cement, which can not only quickly reinforce the built nest, but also enable the nest to be nourished by the power of chi and blood. It has a magical and extraordinary effect, but it is not driven by a spell model like a spell. It can be easily released and cannot be copied. It can only be secreted and synthesized by the ants themselves. So this effect is called a quasi-spell effect. In fact, it was for this reason that Fong Bai decided to expand the scale and carry out large-scale breeding. Walking in all the way, teasing the ants on the road, Fong Bai came to the queen ant. The queen ant infected the surrounding ant eggs through a piece of chi and blood iron ingot. From time to time, ants broke out of their shells, surrendered to the queen ant, and looked at Fong Bai curiously, then swung their antennae to show affection to Fong Bai. Fong Bai no longer used chi and blood to infect ant eggs. This step was done by the queen ant, since they were completely infected by Fong Bai chi and blood before they were born. These ants traced their origins to Fong Bai, and naturally showed affection to Fong Bai. Standing among the ants, Fong Bai pondered slightly, and at this time Tang Wen came over and said, Fong Bai, Xiao Ling is here. Fong Bai nodded when he heard it, and didn't say anything, but immediately walked out. Before he left, he sensed the breath of the undead. After he walked in, he immediately sensed the ordinary skeletons clustered in the middle. Fong Bai. No. Maybe I should call you Pavilion Master in the future. Zhao Ling's soul fire was beating, emitting a spiritual wave. Although others paid attention to the trial space and knew something, they couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Ling, whose strength was still above the master level, actually joined their Tiangong pavilion. Fong Bai smiled when he heard it. Just call me Fong Bai. They all call me that. After all, we don't have a superior-subordinate relationship. It's more about helping each other and working together towards a goal. We are all completely equal. And no matter what I ask you to help do, you need to pay points. You should also understand our mechanism. Every point is created by relative knowledge. On this basis, there is internal circulation, which is used to exchange knowledge, request assistance, etc. Of course, because of my previous promise, I will teach you the 3 refinement forging technique. Because it is mine, not created by others in Tiangong Pavilion. You don't need to pay any points. This is my gift. As he spoke, Fong Bai also took Zhao Ling into the interior of Tiangong Pavilion. After walking through a narrow passage, the world in front of me suddenly became clear. A ball of light hung above the dome, and the road was full of plants, full of vitality, without any darkness, depression, or dullness, and the air was still fresh and active. There was no obstruction or restriction around. Mountains, cliffs, sea, and beaches. Zhao Ling could even feel the sea breeze and hear the ebb and flow of the tide. Looking back, the entrance had long disappeared, and there was a forest instead. It looked no different from the outside world, and there would be no depression even if you lived here for a long time. A little trick of projection. After all, our Tiangong Pavilion studies magic, and there are many occasions for using magic in life. We will also use various magic effects to make our lives more convenient and comfortable. The technical content is not high, but the artistic content is not low. There is a player who is a well-known garden designer in real life. After changing his job to a mage, his design ability has reached a new level. These are all designed by him. If you want to design something, you may find him if you want to do any decoration in real life. We are all from Tiangong Pavilion, and it is not expensive to ask him to draw a design. Fong Bai shrugged and said casually, what he said was indeed right. But there was one thing he didn't say. That is, this is also a preparation for their long-term living underground. In addition to removing the sense of oppression, underground 3-dimensional farms, vegetable gardens, breeding farms, etc. are built in imitation of the external environment. Tiangong Pavilion, which relies on colleges and universities to make a fortune, does not lack talents in related majors, nor does it lack ideas and capabilities to civilianize spells. The only limitation now is the magic array. That is, the spell model takes up too much space. There will be a lot of blank space when engraving a magic array, but it has to be left. A magic array on a piece of material may only have 1,000th or even less of the position engraved with a spell node or energy path. The rest, all of them are blank, which greatly increases the cost of civilianization. Overlapping magic arrays can indeed greatly increase the utilization rate, making the original 1/1000 utilization rate change to 4/1000, 5/1000, or even 7/1000, 8/1000. But every 1/1000 increase in utilization rate means a step-by-step increase in the technical threshold. Both high costs and high technical thresholds have greatly restricted the advancement of the civilianization of magic. However, it is not a big problem to just play in Tiangong Pavilion. After all, the guys in Tiangong Pavilion are all rich. But Fong Bai couldn't help frowning when he recalled the problem of low utilization rate of magic models. He had thought about this problem before, and it was not the first time he was restricted by this problem. Chapter 370. This is our forging area. All experimental items and equipment are forged here. Fong Bai took Zhao Ling to a furnace. The temperature in the hot furnace was guided and restrained on the forging table by the magic circle. 10 forgers were forging continuously in it. A group of apprentices surrounded each forger, helping and learning at the same time. Under Zhao Ling's gaze, several pieces of extraordinary equipment of different sizes were produced in the short time he watched. This speed is even more exaggerated than turning stone into gold. Extraordinary equipment is much more expensive than gold of the same weight. You will learn the most basic forging techniques here until you have mastered the 3 refinements. Each of them has mastered the mature 3 refinements. But because everyone's perception is different, everyone's 3 refinements are different. You can learn by watching. You can transform the magic array I developed into a tool for your job change to the undead. I don't think you have no learning ability at all. Fong Bai found his father, and said a few words. And then introduced Zhao Ling's situation, and returned to Zhao Ling. At this time, Zhao Ling looked at a group of players next to him. This group of players used arrays that he couldn't understand to aim at the forging tables. And there were many crystal cores suspended between these arrays. Noticing Zhao Ling's sight, Fong Bai spoke. Oh, that's the 3 Refinements project team. Their main research direction is to explore the secrets or rules of the 3 Refinements. They try to use arrays to scan materials, then automatically deduce the 3 Refinements forging method, and finally drive the arrays to complete the 3 Refinements automated forging. The arrays aimed at the forging table are perception arrays. The multipliers of these arrays can record every change on the forging table, including the first layer of the microscopic field. And these perception arrays are computing arrays, which you can think of as computers. It is used to receive and process data. There are simple programs they wrote themselves. And the effect is not bad, Fong Bai said casually. But Zhao Ling couldn't calm down for a long time. The Tiangong Pavilion, which usually doesn't show its mountains and waters, showed him a mysterious corner at this moment. Zhao Ling is looking forward to the interesting life after joining this group. This allows him to set a clear goal again after transforming into an undead and activating his talent. What can I do next? Zhao Ling said expectantly. Learn. Finish the basic courses of Tiangong Pavilion as quickly as possible, and reach the basic project threshold of Tiangong Pavilion. Only then will you be recognized by Tiangong Pavilion and join our Tiangong Pavilion. Only then can you join or form a project team that you are interested in. No problem. This is easy. Anyway, I am a dead soul. I don't need to sleep or rest. I can study 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. With my ability, it won't take long. Oh, right. The basics. Right. What do you need to learn? Fong Bai looked up and down at Zhao Ling's skeleton, and suddenly felt that the identity of the dead soul seemed to be quite useful. Maybe it would be more exciting to set up a dead soul Tiangong Pavilion? Fong Bai muttered in his heart. And when he heard Zhao Ling question, he handed Zhao Ling a thumb-thick book. That's it? This is too easy. You wait. I don't want to learn day after day. Zhao Ling looked at the words introduction index on the cover of the book, and then opened the contents to see the titles of books and thesis indexes. He paused in the middle of his words, and looked at Fong Bai in confusion. How long has your Tiangong Pavilion been established? Are you sure these are the basics? Fong Bai nodded as a matter of course. Of course. You will know later. For us, time is not a problem. You can regard everyone here as an old monster who has studied the path of magic for decades, or even hundreds of years. These are really the most basic in your hands. That is, mastering the domain theory, the most basic principles of magic array structure, the principles of gold element structure, elemental characteristics, magnetic related theories and their applications, magic array layout, magic array overlapping applications, and ritual field layout. Fong Bai said a series of words, and Zhao Ling subconsciously pressed his hand on the liver. Although the liver was gone after transforming the undead, he still felt a dull pain in that position. It was not until Fong Bai took him to the Mage Tower to try the effect of the fantasy space that he finally understood the meaning of Fong Bai's previous words. With this effect, time is indeed not a problem. And the sentence that it is equivalent to studying the old monster for decades or hundreds of years is not equivalent. It is a real study for such a long time. This is not abstract. This is really realistic. Zhao Ling was completely silent, and the original pride of having talent completely disappeared without a trace, and his mentality was completely stable. After walking around under Fong Bai's guidance, Zhao Ling looked at Fong Bai again. So is there anything I need to do now? Zhao Ling said aloud. I'm desperate to do something now. Otherwise it feels too unreal. And I feel like I'm useless. The gap is too big. Fong Bai suddenly felt that he had used too much force, as if he had made someone autistic. But if you think about it carefully, if you compare the research results of dozens or hundreds of geniuses of the same level, plus hundreds or thousands of high-level talents for decades with one person, I'm afraid anyone would be shocked to autism. These geniuses have really been studying for tens of thousands of years while communicating, cooperating, and learning from each other. Fong Bai smacked his lips and said aloud, Can't you transfer damage to the contracted undead? Then can you be considered as a whole? Can the soul fire be aggregated or wirelessly connected? A soul fire with a corresponding computing power structure is a computing power unit. It is also a computing power unit with self-sustaining ability. If you can integrate all the undead fires and turn them into computing power units. After connecting them, you are a supercomputing array that does not require external energy or only needs dead energy to support. This is an extremely valuable computing power resource for you and the entire Tiangong Pavilion. This is the most valuable part of you undead in my eyes. But now you don't have the qualifications and ability to establish a project team with this. So learn it first. The rest will be discussed later. Zhao Ling suddenly realized when he heard this. Hearing that he was useful, his mentality recovered a little. At this time, he suddenly reacted and realized it. Oh, I see. This index is actually prepared for me to have the ability to study the undead computing array. Right? Let me tell you. How can the basics be? This is indeed the basics. If you have any questions in your studies, you can ask any official member of the Tiangong Pavilion. They can all give you answers. Chapter 371. Zhao Ling went to study with doubts about his life. According to the catalog index, he could naturally find the corresponding literature in the library to study, or find the corresponding mage to ask for advice. The catalog he took was not specially made for him, but was sorted out from the Tiangong Pavilion as a whole. Everyone who joins the Tiangong Pavilion must master it. Only in this way can he become a formal member of the Tiangong Pavilion. Enjoy all the rights of formal members, and enjoy the ability to join the project team and establish a project team on his own. Before that, he can only exist as an apprentice or helper. Of course, there is a bigger difference between a real apprentice and a helper. At least, he doesn't have to do any chores, and it's easier to ask other members for advice. Generally speaking, those who can pass the first level will not have a bad learning ability. So there is no situation where they can't learn or master it. Although many of the contents here are pits in one step, and each step takes countless energy and sweat. But they are indeed the most basic things. And this catalog will not remain unchanged, but will continue to be enriched and added according to the development of the Tiangong Pavilion. Of course, when the span of each department increases in the future, this catalog will naturally begin to be divided into categories and majors. Seeing Zhao Ling quickly calm down and start studying, Fong Bai felt quite good about this calm state of mind, and the feeling of quickly entering the state. Clean, calm, pure. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly, and then returned to the Mage Tower to pick up another drawing. This is a design drawing that took the entire project team nearly 10 years to complete, and it almost incorporates most of the technology and theory of Tiangong Pavilion. Fong Bai's first feeling when he saw the design drawing was beauty. The beauty of coordination, the beauty of precision, the beauty of construction. He was not unfamiliar with this drawing, because the main frame was designed and finalized by Fong Bai himself. The main frame he designed was like a dragon bone, which supported the entire formation diagram and the entire design drawing. He opened the first general map and looked at the second one. The second one was a city gate tower, and 3 large characters were written on the city gate tower. Red Maple City. In addition to the house number, there are also large arrays on the gate tower. And turning back, there are large arrays clustered one after another, which makes people overwhelmed. The monitoring array that collects breath, the overall shield array, the warming array on the city wall, the heavy crossbow on the arrow tower, the solidification array on the ground, the spirit gathering array covering the entire city, etc. A large number of complex arrays finally converged into a dozen beautiful and spectacular drawings. In addition to these, this city also has a crucial function. Tangwen. You take the ant colony over, and the entire city construction project team will participate. You are responsible for overall coordination, and the specific construction work will be in charge of Ding Xiu, the leader of the city construction project team. I have communicated with Hao Wei, and the construction teams of major guilds will come to help. Okay, I understand. Tangwen nodded, picked up the drawings and turned to leave. After he left, Fong Bai looked at the application on the table. The city building group, the violent bear mecha group, the element structure group, the magnetic crystal engine group, etc. All the materials and resource applications of the project groups were submitted to Fong Bai. This needs Fong Bai approval. This includes, but is not limited to the use time of the fantasy space in the magic tower, the ratio of elemental metals, the input of spiritual medicine, the perfect growth and reproduction opportunity of the iron tree, The Willow Magic Plant's Willow Golden Core, which are non-renewable or have low production and extremely limited resources. All project groups are eager to ask for a high price. So Fong Bai has to cut all the requirements from the neck down when approving resources. But perhaps they also expected that Fong Bai would cut it from the neck down directly, and directly asked for a high price, giving Fong Bai room to bargain. In the fantasy space, while conducting their own research and learning, more than a dozen threads do not interfere with each other. Only a wisp of thought controls the body. Reviewing these resource applications, familiar bargaining, allocating various resources according to priority and urgency. The resources required by each project group are different, and Fong Bai allocates them bit by bit. Similarly, the demand for fantasy space is also divided. Although they all need it urgently, it is not difficult to divide the usage time after using it for such a long time. And what they want is also limited. However, there is an exception to one resource. Seeing that all project teams apply for it without limit, Fong Bai was silent for a moment, frowned slightly after a while, and gently rubbed his temples with both hands. Computing power. Fong Bai let out a faint sigh. All project teams need a lot of resources, with no upper limit. Computing power resources. In any scientific research field, computing power is an indispensable resource. The computing power resources of Tiangong Pavilion are even more precious, even hundreds or thousands of times more than the actual computing power resources. Because the computing power unit of Tiangong Pavilion is a crystal core with a constant computing power structure, and the transmission method is mental power transmission. This means that this computing power resource takes into account both numerical calculation and fuzzy calculation, and can directly rely on thinking input. It doesn't matter if it is fuzzy calculation. It can be fuzzy calculated at the same time, and then perfected through the calculation results. This is unimaginable in the real world using supercomputing. For scientific research, this kind of computing power resource that can take into account both fuzzy calculation and numerical calculation is equivalent to the Philosopher's Stone of the Alchemist, which belongs to the rocket propulsion and the field of Deep Blue Edition. Therefore, even if many project teams can call on the computing power resources of supercomputing in reality to assist in research, they will still apply for computing power resources in large quantities. Not to mention some project teams that cannot use supercomputing in reality. But all the computing power resources of Tiangong Pavilion are used to store the trial space array cluster and the operation of the Tiangong Pavilion internal forum and knowledge exchange website, without any surplus. Even so, Fong Bai had to give all members a daily task in the name of Tiangong Pavilion. Every day, a batch of mental power was delivered to the computing power array, which successfully stored the array cluster of the trial space and successfully maintained the operation of several websites. But this is already the limit for everyone. If more mental power is output, it will easily affect the status of the members, which is completely putting the cart before the horse. So from this point of view, Tiangong Pavilion has no computing power resources to allocate. It is not that there is no crystal core constant computing power structure, nor that there is no technology to manufacture computing power units and computing power arrays. It is just because they do not have enough mental power to supply the computing power unit to operate. However, this kind of computing power resource that can be fuzzy calculated is too important and too superior. Chapter 372. Faced with such a special and superior computing power resource, Fong Bai made a decision with full votes from all members. That is to regularly aggregate the spell slots of all members, and in series, forcibly build a computing power array with human computing power units. Each member of the computing power array is also the energy of the computing power array, so as to obtain huge computing power and calculate the projects prepared in advance. Since high-frequency and high-intensity calculations consume a lot of mental power, the human computing array cannot last long, and once overdrawn, it will seriously affect the status of members. So every time the computing power allocation of the human computing array is extremely popular and far from enough for the computing power gap of Tiangong Pavilion, it is like a drop in the bucket. So the huge demand for computing power directly forced Tiangong Pavilion to raise the acquisition of computing power resources to the highest priority. It even surpassed the priority of the Baoxiong Mecha project team, because the design and experiments of the Baoxiong Mecha were limited by the shortage of computing power resources. The research and development progress was greatly slowed down. Jiaoling Undead Array and the accelerated city building plan were actually driven by this situation. In fact, There is another way to obtain computing resources. That is to calculate through the fantasy space fantasy computing array. After all, the computing array is fake, but the results are real, and there will be no difference. This is indeed the case. Everyone who verified this at the beginning was ecstatic. Some people even directly announced that there would never be a shortage of computing resources, and everyone could use them freely. In fact, the madness did not exceed 1 day. In just less than half a day, the consumption far exceeded the standard and brought it back to its original form. The computing resources in the fantasy space will still produce great consumption. It's just that this consumption is no longer mental power, but the energy collected spontaneously by the Mage Tower. Originally, collection and consumption reached a perfect balance, which can ensure that the energy consumed by the fantasy space in 1 day is exactly the energy that the Mage Tower can obtain in 1 day. Once the balance is broken, the fantasy space cannot be used. The more computing resources are used, the greater the consumption, compared with the fantasy space with a longer time span. The cost-effectiveness of this computing resource is too low. Fong Bai tried it himself, and it worked, but it consumed Fong Bai will. The price was even higher. In desperation, he could only cut off the idea of fantasy computing power in the fantasy space. But this is also another way to obtain computing power resources. Increase the energy obtained by the Mage Tower every day. If there is enough energy, the fantasy space can be used unlimitedly. And if Fong Bai wants to increase the energy obtained by the Mage Tower every day, that is, element pool. Fong Bai murmured. The element pool is an extraordinary building for the Mage Tower to collect and store elemental power. The element pool can directly extract elemental power from the 4 elemental realms of earth, fire, foam and water to form the energy needed by the Mage Tower. If the element pool can be built, I'm afraid it can really declare unlimited computing power. Fong Bai frowned. But I don't remember where I saw it. But it seems to say that the element pool is connected to the element world and maintains the element path to gain affinity with the element world. The crystal core as part of the core of the element pool must be the crystal core left by the corresponding legendary element life. The 4 element worlds of earth, fire, wind and water. That means 4 legendary element life crystal cores are needed. In addition, I don't have a forging method for the element pool. Fong Bai felt a headache in an instant. 2 roads, 2 ways, neither of them is simple. Retracting his thoughts and shaking his head slightly, Fong Bai took a pen to revise the application form for computing power resources, and finally allocated this precious computing power resource bit by bit. Crystal cores of legendary element life of earth, fire, wind, and water. Fong Bai frowned, suppressed it for the time being, and focused on a new document. Chi Peng's emergency about the exhaustion of magnetic crystal resources, and no alternative resources found. Magnetic crystal. The absolute core element material of magnetic crystal engine. Without magnetic crystal, the engine cannot burst out such a terrifying driving force. It is like a mecha lacking a strong heart. No matter how good the equipment is, it will be useless without a strong enough heart. Unless Tiangong Pavilion completely abandons engine drive and fully adopts the supernatural array drive mode. This is also an important resource that cannot be avoided. It can even be said to be a strategic resource. Part of the magnetic crystal obtained at the beginning became Fong Bai drive belt, and the remaining part, except for some in the laboratory, was mostly used in some supernatural engineering vehicles, allowing Tiangong Pavilion City Construction Project Team to enter the era of automatic engineering to a certain extent. Fong Bai looked at the report, thinking and searching. I remember that there seemed to be a player selling a vein of supernatural ore, and also brought some ore out. Fong Bai searched for a while, and finally found the intelligence information. Someone mentioned it to him. There is a suspected magnetic crystal mine near Day City in the Wilderness Mountains. But the only clue is 2 pieces of ore. Tracing the source. These 2 pieces of ore were accidentally obtained by a player from an aboriginal. After finding out that they were elemental ores, they were sold to the public. And later, the aboriginal disappeared. This is the information obtained by the players of the outer pavilion of Tiangong Pavilion. Looking at the special mark on this intelligence, it is suspected that there are master-level aboriginals involved. Fong Bai pondered slightly, put this report aside for the time being, did not process it, and turned to open a page of the Mage Tower. The interdimensional teleportation array is charging, and the charging progress is 1 per 1,000. Looking at this number and the thousands behind it, Fong Bai turned to close the page. The energy accumulated by the Mage Tower every day is basically consumed by the fantasy space. This part of the energy cannot be saved. If it goes on like this, it will take a long time to open the teleportation. Fong Bai was somewhat helpless. His ultimate goal was to find the legendary elemental life crystal core. But the master level crystal cores were already high enough to be auctioned and would be snatched up. Not to mention the extremely rare legendary crystal cores. The auction house might not even have one for several years. Even if it appeared, it would be immediately bought by the major legendary families at a huge price. It is basically impossible to obtain legendary crystal cores through normal channels, unless you hunt legendary elemental life by yourself, or trade with people or forces above the legendary level. At this moment, Fong Bai thought of a place. First, he arranged for the outer cabinet players to look for news about legendary elemental life or legendary elemental life crystal cores, and then picked up the information about the magnetic crystal. He was going out for a trip. At this time, a voice came. Fong Bai. Kaming is here. Chapter 373. Kai Ming. Why are you here? Fong Bai looked at Kai Ming, who was carrying a bag of things, and was a little curious. What are you carrying? Good stuff. Kai Ming patted his chest and said confidently, This is the treasure trove of my master, a veteran master magician. It is definitely a good thing. When Fong Bai figured out the situation, he was a little amused. Are you not going back? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death by your master? You just took all my life savings at once. Hey, what are you talking about? Who am I? I am a master level paladin with a top foundation. Top foundation. Master level paladin. Do you know how valuable this is? Your master can't beat yours? Oh, that's not the case. My master is a veteran master from the Court of Inquisition. I don't even know how many times he has participated in the God War. He is basically the top-level master-level combat force below the legendary level. I definitely can't beat him. But as a master-level paladin with a top foundation, he definitely can't kill me. I bet he doesn't dare to kill me. Kai Ming patted his chest, full of confidence, and Fong Bai mouth twitched slightly, seeing Fong Bai unwillingness to accept it. Kai Ming spoke again. Oh, don't worry. If you are worried, come with me and warn my master. If he dares to hit me, you can beat him up. You can also beat him up in advance as a warning. I do plan to go to the church. Do you want to come with me? As for these things, I will take them back to your master. Hearing about going back to the church, Kaming subconsciously shrank his neck and then said, What are you going to do? To beat up my master? You don't have to return the things. Do you really think this is my master's life savings? Who would hide the treasures obtained by decent people in the treasury? Would you? Aren't they just waiting to be stolen by the bastards in the Thieves Guild? The reason why there is this treasury is that he can't use these things, and he can't sell them at a suitable price for a while. So he simply built a treasury to hide them. If there are really any popular good things, or good things that are urgently needed, he would have used them long ago, or sold them long ago, and exchanged them for equipment, elixirs, spell scrolls, magic circles, etc. You can rest assured to accept them. Fong Bai raised his eyebrows, and suddenly felt that what Kaming said made sense. Fong Bai then shook his head again, getting rid of the messy thoughts in his mind. Okay, I mainly want to ask you, in addition to exchanging knowledge for the merits of hunting cultists in the Library of Light, can other things be exchanged? For example, high-level crystal cores, elemental metals and the like? Of course, there is nothing wrong with that, as long as the merits are enough. Even the heaven-sent raindrop baptism opportunity that the evil god died before can be exchanged. We have this exchange system, but the prices are completely different for internal and external parties, and it cannot be exchanged on behalf of others. If an outsider exchanges, the premium will be very, very high. In addition, the exchange needs to be based on the level of the item, and the corresponding person needs to agree to recommend it, because high-level resources are limited and strictly controlled. What do you want to exchange? I see if I can afford it. If I can, I will. Legendary Elemental Life Crystal Core. Kai Ming shut up before he finished speaking. His eyes slightly widened, and he couldn't speak for a long time. And then, he said a little disappointedly, You can't afford it. I know that the one that you can ask for exchange is definitely not a master-level crystal core. It must be a legendary one. It's okay if it's a general legendary one, but it has to be an elemental life. Fong Bai saw Kaming was depressed. But he became excited. What he meant was that they couldn't afford to exchange it. Yes, almost all the elemental life crystal cores on the market have been collected by those mage towers. It is a natural staff for elemental mages, which greatly increases elemental spells. Whenever a legendary elemental life crystal core appears, they will buy it at all costs. They will even take the initiative to enter the elemental world to hunt elemental life. There is indeed a legendary earth element crystal core on our internal exchange list. It is basically one of the top exchange items. Not only is the price extremely high, but if you want to exchange it, you must obtain the permission of the Cardinal of our Yabong Royal Capital Cathedral before you can exchange it. That's why it has not been exchanged by those mage towers. If you need it, I ask my master to ask for you. Some of his former comrades in the Court of Inquisition are now in a very high position. If you want, he will definitely help. And maybe he can coordinate it in the middle. Listening to Kaming's words, Fawn by perspective suddenly broadened. It is difficult to get these 4 legendary crystal cores by relying on oneself. But with friends, news, and channels, it may not be impossible. At least, 2 channels have been identified so far. One is Kaming. The other is Fei Rui. Ha! Fei Rui, who was under heavy protection, yawned. Who is talking about me? The nervous Deacon Alvin next to him immediately cast a lot of detection spells, and was relieved when he confirmed that it was not a spell conspiracy, and then became nervous again. The elders will be here soon. Everyone cheer up. No one is allowed to go out without permission, and no one is allowed to use any communication spells. Fei Rui, who was protected in the middle, looked at the 2 dragon blood fruits and muttered softly. Only when you listen closely can you hear a little bit of sound. Humph. Fong Bai. You wait. I will give you a big treasure later. It must be better than what you gave me. And Zhao Ling and Bai Xiao. The 2 followers cannot be missed. Arrangements. Arrangements. All arrangements. Then, a figure fell silently from the sky, and Alvin was about to throw out the attack spell in his hand the moment he felt something was wrong. But he was relieved when he saw the person coming. Elder Huiyao. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and greeted the newcomer. Fei Rui also said in a friendly manner, Uncle Huiyu. Huiyao saw that Fei Rui was fine, nodded slightly at him, and then snorted coldly. Can anyone tell me what happened? Call me directly with Fei Rui's emergency distress signal? I tell you, if it's not extremely urgent, I will make you sit on the fireball one by one. Before Huiyu finished speaking, Fei Rui showed 2 dragon blood fruits at Alvin's signal. Dragon blood fruit. Quasi 4th level spiritual fruit? Huiyu glanced at it slightly. So you are ready. Huiyu suddenly felt something was wrong halfway through his words, and glanced again. Dizzy 2 or 3 times? Take another look. Huh? Wait. Not quasi 4th level. Real 4th level? Little Fei Rui. Where did you get it from? Fei Rui saw the shock on Huiyu's face, raised his chin slightly, and said proudly, My followers gave it to me. Chapter 374. This. After listening to Fei Rui's story, Huiyao was completely silent, thinking back to the time when they wanted to obtain a 4th level legendary elixir. They searched with great difficulty, fought desperately, and survived a near-death struggle, but still couldn't get it. There were very few 4th level legendary elixir in the entire tower, but now there are 2. Huiyao recalled the broken ground film in the treasure house before. Just that little broken thing in exchange? Huiyao's face was full of doubt. How could it be exchanged? This was given to me by my followers. Huiyao was silent, and then spoke. No one is allowed to release communication spells to the outside until we return to the tower. In addition, Huiyao glanced at the 4th level dragon blood fruit in Fei Rui's hand. Fei Rui, remember to remind your follower. After all, this is a completely open trial space. Although it is rare for the dragon blood fruit tree to break the limit and advance, it is inevitable that others will recognize it when there are too many people, and will find that the dragon blood fruit has completed its transformation, facing a 4th level legendary spiritual fruit, or a top-grade dragon blood fruit. Even a legend will still suffer. Oh, it's okay. My follower is very strong. Huiyao glanced at Fei Rui and finally shook his head slightly. Fei Rui is still too naive. Even if he has some strength, the master level is too fragile in front of the real top legend. Not to mention the real legend. Even he can suppress all the masters. And even he can only hold back and barely save his life when facing the real legend. Forget it. Forget it. I remind you for Fei Rui's sake. Hui Yao left a mark on everyone and flew away with Fei Rui. Tiangong Pavilion. Fong Bai pressed the snakeskin bag on Kaming again. Just take it. There must be something you can use in it. Fong Bai didn't even open it to look. He just held Kaming with one hand. And his attitude was very firm. After a stalemate, Kaming gave up when he found that he couldn't beat Fong Bai. Okay. I go back and ask about the crystal core for you. We talk about it later. Well, be careful on the road. Fong Bai nodded with satisfaction and sent Kaming out the door. If it was brought by Kaming, Fong Bai would accept it and would not refuse. But this was stolen from his master by Kaming. And Fong Bai upbringing did not allow Fong Bai to do such a thing. Watching Kaming leave, Fong Bai suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned his head and saw a man flying back with Fei Rui. Fei Rui waved excitedly at Fong Bai. And the mage next to him asked, "He is Fong Bai, right?" "Okay, young man. For Fei Rui's sake, I give you a reminder. Let you feel how strong a true legendary can be. Fei Rui, you should also watch carefully and see how big the gap is between the master level combat power and the legendary level combat power." When Fong Bai felt something strange, a strong momentum came from that person and then pressed on Fong Bai. Suppression on both the spirit and the body. But Fong Bai scratched his head and turned to look at Fei Rui. He was a little confused. "Fong Bai. This is Elder Hui Yao of our fire tower. And Uncle Hui Yao who watched me grow up." "Oh." Fong Bai nodded after hearing this, still a little unsure of Hui Yao's meaning. But Fei Rui did understand what he said. The Elder of the Fire Tower. A master-level mage? Legendary combat power? Hui Yao saw that Fong Bai had no reaction at all. And his face was immediately embarrassed. He made up his mind and unfolded countless spell models, gathering around to form a huge enclosed space. Fong Bai was slightly startled by this. Domain? No. That's not right. It's not a domain, but a closed space similar to a domain that the mage has constructed by using spell models through his understanding of spell models. It already has certain domain properties. A hint of surprise flashed in Fong Bai's eyes. This imitation domain structure was simply amazing. Hui Yao saw Fong Bai was stunned and thought he was shocked. But before he could be happy, he saw Fong Bai's eyes excited and his movements were not hindered at all. "Why didn't you react? Could it be that I opened a fake domain?" Hui Yao was also a little surprised and doubtful. When he sensed the doubtful look of Fei Rui next to him, Hui Yao's face suddenly changed. "Forget it. The momentum is not concrete enough after all. You still need to fight to see the true horror of the legendary level. How about this? Normal battle is too much for you. I am a mage. I will fight you in close combat." Hui Yao rubbed his fists and walked directly towards Fong Bai. As he walked, the spell model and spell nodes that constituted the domain of the law quickly flowed and combined, forming spells that strengthen the body, strengthen the melee ability, and strengthen the instinct of melee beasts. In the end, he summoned a set of armor and a heavy hammer for Hui Yao. Although he was a mage, he showed the tough temperament of a warrior. After the strengthening, Hui Yao confidently attacked. Fong Bai let Hui Yao's attack fall, grabbed Hui Yao's neck with one hand, lifted him up, and then threw him to the ground fiercely. Bang! Hui Yao, ? Master? Feeling the irresistible force. Hui Yao. I understand. I'm fake. Ah. I'm fake. After a moment, Hui Yao, with an embarrassed face, explained his purpose to Fong Bai. Fong Bai nodded and expressed his sincere gratitude to Hui Yao. Although this man is a little weak, he is kind-hearted. Next to him, Fei Rui looked at Hui Yao with pride. Uncle Hui Yao, you see, I told you that my followers are strong. Right? Hui Yao was silenced instantly, narrowed his eyes, and looked at Fei Rui dangerously. He suddenly felt that Fei Rui had not broken through to the master level after so many years, which was indeed a bit slow. It just so happened that if he wanted to use the dragon blood fruit, it would be best to improve his physical condition to the best. After silently formulating a devilish training plan for Fei Rui after returning, Hui Yao looked at Fong Bai. Hey, Fong Bai, are you really following Fei Rui? Fong Bai showed a trace of helplessness on his face. If he said so, then so. Recalling Fong Bai's strong defense and body, Hui Yao immediately envied him. A follower with invincible defense and melee. Just thinking about it makes him drool. He pressed Fei Rui's head with one hand and covered Fei Rui's mouth with the other hand, and said aloud, Hey, why don't you follow me? I'm much better than Fei Rui. Fong Bai looked at Hui Yao with a very surprised look. After a while, seeing Fong Bai didn't speak, Hui Yao immediately laughed awkwardly. Ha ha. Ha ha. I was just joking. Fei Rui is such a lucky boy. Oh, by the way, do you sell the remaining dragon blood fruit? We can buy it at a high price, Hui Yao said casually. Fong Bai was about to refuse, but he thought of something and said it immediately. Not for sale. But I'm interested in the 4 legendary elemental life crystal cores of Earth. Fire. Feng Shui. If you have any, I can exchange them. Ah? Hui Yao was embarrassed when he heard that. You want a legendary elemental crystal core? Chapter 375. Elemental life crystal cores are strategic resources for us. Legendary elemental crystal cores are even more important. Once they appear, they will be snapped up immediately. There will be no spare ones. Although we also need the 4th level legendary dragon blood fruit. Its priority is much lower. So this is impossible. What if there is a 4th level legendary dream lotus? Hui Yao turned his head and looked at Fong Bai. Then looked at Fei Rui. Why didn't you tell me there was a legendary dream lotus? You didn't ask. And why should I ask so much about my followers' things? Fei Rui curled his lips indifferently. My followers can get treasures of this level. That's my followers' ability. Am I the kind of person who stares at followers for benefits? Hui Yao was speechless for a while. Fong Bai thought about it, and took out 2 petals, and handed them to Fei Rui. Here, I give you 2 to taste. Fong Bai just finished speaking, and saw Fei Rui's eyes widened. And immediately said again, Offer. Offer. You don't want the followers' offerings. So you don't want me to follow you? Well, then I leave? Fei Rui took the petals with a humming sound. Still looking unhappy. Hui Yao was stunned at first, and then fell silent. Followers? This is clearly coaxing a child. But he felt that he could still be a child. Fong Bai. I want to rob you, Hui Yao said faintly. But before Fong Bai could answer, Fei Rui next to him curled his lips. You said it as if you can beat him. Although I am not his opponent in close combat. But, seeing that Hui Yao still wanted to argue, Fei Rui pointed to the clouds in the sky that seemed to be gathering and not gathering, and then pointed to the several terrifying elemental heavy crossbows that had been strung above the gate. Hui Yao couldn't help but feel creepy for a moment. Fong Bai smiled and said nothing. He trusted Fei Rui. But that didn't mean he trusted Hui Yao. He was not a fool. Hui Yao found that he really couldn't beat it, and immediately became dejected. The 4th level legendary fantasy dream lotus. Thousands of dreams. I haven't found the upper limit yet. Each thought is a completely independent dream. In the dream, I am quick-witted, free of distractions, focused, and have strong research and development capabilities. And there will be a huge difference in the speed of time flow compared to reality. Well, by the way, the thousands of dreams I mentioned are not exaggerated, not abstract, but a true description. Only more, not less. For melee professionals learning combat skills. It is absolutely a waste of resources to give it to melee barbarians. It should be used to study legendary spells and release forbidden spells. Hui Yao couldn't help shouting when he heard it. And Fong Bai raised his eyebrows when he heard it. Use it to study legendary spells? Use it to release forbidden spells? Okay. Got it. Fong Bai stopped talking. And Hui Yao became dejected. Alas, I can't grab it. And I can't grab it. Hui Yao became more and more frustrated. And then, he spoke out. Elemental crystal cores, especially legendary elemental crystal cores, are extremely important to us mages. They are not only a staff or some magic tools, but also have other functions. Fong Bai frowned slightly when he saw that he could not get it. The next moment, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. Domain. The imitation domain just now? Hui Yao subconsciously looked at Fei Rui, but remembered that Fei Rui did not know this either. So he looked at Fong Bai in surprise and nodded. The legendary elemental life crystal core controls the elements, and the characteristics of being naturally connected to the elemental world. In this way, the domain is constructed to obtain combat power that crushes the master level or even the legendary level. Hui Yao kept silent. And now it was Fong Bai's turn to have a headache. Now, it might be impossible to obtain 4 legendary elemental life crystal cores through trading. Mages are originally rich masters. Such a vital and life-threatening thing cannot be exchanged even for legendary spiritual medicine, let alone other things. Fong Bai was silent. And Hui Yao was also silent. Fong Bai wanted the legendary elemental life crystal core. And he also wanted the legendary dragon blood fruit. The Dream Lotus. If he could master a legendary spell through the Dream Lotus, he would dare to stand up and speak when the real legend came. But exchange was impossible. And the tower would never agree. And there were indeed no extra legendary elemental life crystal cores. And there were still many master level mages who had not grabbed them. Everyone was stuck in a deadlock and could not help but remain silent. Exchange was not possible. Exchange was not possible. And fighting was not possible. Suddenly, Hui Yao's spiritual light flashed. Exchange is impossible. But Fong Bai, several of our mage towers will regularly open the transmission channel to the elemental world. You can go with us. You are close combat and invincible in defense. We can form a hunting team together and cooperate in hunting. As long as we work together to hunt more legendary elemental life, then there will be no problem in cooperation. Although the cost of transmission is very high. But compared to direct trading of legendary elemental life crystal cores, I haven't got it yet. You just need to take out a part, and we can exchange it. Fong Bai's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. But before he could say anything, Fei Rui's eyes beside him also lit up. That's a good idea. Fong Bai. Ignore him. No need to exchange. No need for you to pay. I do it. I can't handle the legendary elemental life crystal core. Can't I handle a mere teleportation quota? No matter how high the cost of teleportation is, we have to open it anyway. And it won't be a problem to take you with us. Ah? Fong Bai didn't react at once. And Kaming immediately said vigilantly when he saw this. Don't refuse. This is my order, Fei Rui said proudly. Fong Bai suddenly didn't know what to say. He looked at Hui Yao with a complicated expression and shrugged slightly. Hui Yao. Fong Bai didn't know how Hui Yao felt when he took Fei Rui away. He didn't know what Fei Rui's fate would be after he returned. But it was foreseeable that it wouldn't be too wonderful. Fong Bai suddenly felt that he had given less dragon blood fruit and dream lotus. With Fei Rui's personality, these things might not be able to save his head. After all, Hui Yao couldn't hide his eyes when he wanted to stab him. He smacked his lips and stuffed the dragon blood fruit and the remaining dream lotus into the inner space. Inner space. In the room, the simple cycle driven by one's own strength maintains the small ecology here. After the dragon blood fruit tree and the dream lotus root were integrated into the inner space, their aura and grade were stabilized. There was no sudden drop in grade, and they were not on the verge of death. These two legendary spiritual medicines may have another chance to bear fruit in the future. Fong Bai smiled and walked towards the direction of Red Maple City, measuring the land with his footsteps again. There was no way. He really couldn't fly. If he could fly a little, he wouldn't have fallen to walking. But fortunately, he now has an inner space and doesn't need to be wrapped up so much. Chapter 376. Master, I'm back. Kai Ming first put on his heavy armor, added a series of defense and recovery skills, and then completed a prayer to the God of Light before walking in and shouting to the white robe. Kai Ming, you dare to come back. Where is my treasure house? Nothing is left? I must beat you to death. The voice came out before the white robe appeared, making Kai Ming shrink his neck subconsciously. But then he thought, he brought everything in the treasure house back. Why should he feel guilty? Kai Ming straightened his neck and shouted, who are you going to kill? Didn't I bring it back? I'm just taking a look. Stingy guy. Making a fuss. Kai Ming curled his lips. But the white robe, who came over, was stunned, looking at the things Kai Ming poured out, subconsciously counting them, and found that nothing was missing. All were there. Kai Ming said smugly at this. All are there. Quick. Apologize to me. The white robe did not answer this question, but asked instead, have you seen Fong Bai? Yes. Did he ask you to bring them all back? Yes. Did you really bring them all back? Kai Ming did not answer. But suddenly he felt something was wrong, and an ominous premonition came over him. Nothing is missing. Kai Ming did not dare to answer. Nothing is missing? Kai Ming was already sweating, and he was retreating quietly. The voice of the white robe sounded behind him. I told you to bring them all back, and you really dared to bring them back. Kai Ming wanted to say something, but was silenced by a silence. The next moment, Kai Ming finally saw the strength of the old master of the court, and finally understood why the flowers were so red. He beat the white robe and taught him a lesson at the same time. You are such a heartless person. I wouldn't be angry even if you didn't bring anything back. You actually brought everything back to me. If it gets out, people might say that my apprentice is uneducated and ignorant. I can't beat you to death. So as to avoid embarrassing yourself. After a while, the white robe snorted and stopped. Kaming, who was bruised and swollen, found that the wound on his face could not heal. And he cried out, Fong Bai asked me to come back. He needs your help with something. Huh? Fong Bai wants to help. Why didn't you say so earlier? The white robe glared at Kaming. Didn't you just ban me from speaking? You dare to quibble? The white robe raised his hand, and Kaming shrank his neck and spoke out quickly. When Kaming finished speaking, the white robe fell silent, and Kaming asked expectantly, Can it be done? I still have to reply to Fong Bai. The white robe just hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes. Okay. I go find Fong Bai and tell him. Kaming cheered and stood up to leave, but was stopped by the white robe. Kaming turned around and saw the white robe holding a few boxes for him. Kaming saw that the most expensive items in the treasury were among them. In addition, there were a few treasures that were not in the treasury but were no less valuable. Give it to Fong Bai. If you dare to bring it back again, don't come back. Oh, okay. Kaming went out with a bruised face. He wanted to treat it but found that it was solidified. He couldn't treat it before the white robe's power dissipated. He went out with a sad face. Later, when the white robe was alone, he frowned slightly. Legendary Earth Element Life Crystal Core. The white robe rubbed his eyebrows. Fong Bai gave him a difficult problem. If this crystal core is so easy to exchange, it will be exchanged by the High Tower Wizard. How could it still be here? It's not that they don't have the ability to hunt evil gods. If they really have to risk their lives to make a forbidden spell, the evil gods will have to go around. After all, most of the evil gods are just real demigods. But since Fong Bai has opened his mouth, he has to do it no matter how difficult it is. After thinking for a long time, the white robe immediately entered the prayer room to arrange the communication ceremony and began to contact some old friends. Fong Bai walked in the wilderness mountains. There were no monsters or groups that could threaten him outside this mountain range. On the way out, he killed a dozen white wolf kings to execute the harsh words he had said. If you say a harsh word, you have to execute it. If you say you want to kill the white wolf, you have to kill the white wolf. However, in a place where Fong Bai could not see, a chubby figure had his eyes almost narrowed into a slit. It was the fat man who had spent a great price to forcefully break free from the trial space 1 second before the baptism of heaven. Looking at Fong Bai approaching quickly, a golden brick appeared silently in the fat man's hand. The god-hitting brick is extremely hard and can hit the soul. It has constant vibration, sleep and other multiple spell models. It is a replica of the legendary item, and its level is as high as the quasi-4th level. As the saying goes, under the brick, all living beings are ordinary. If a brick hits the back of the head, the legendary will definitely faint. Fong Bai. A 4th order legendary elixir. Right? Mine. Mine. All mine. Wait till I knock you out, and I plunder you completely. The moment Fong Bai passed by, the fat man stood up silently and swung a brick fiercely. This was somewhat personal hatred, and the force was strong and heavy. Ding! Fong Bai staggered, feeling a little confused, and looked back, only to see a fat man holding a golden brick, looking at him with an awkward but polite smile. The sound is so crisp. It must be a good start. Thank you. You're welcome. Fong Bai reached back to grab it, but the fat man was as slippery as a loach, and after sliding away, he looked at the back of Fong Bai's head and the brick in his hand. Damn it. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether it was Fong Bai's brain or the brick that had a problem. In theory, this brick hits both the body and the soul. No matter how strong the body is, the soul will faint on the spot. Did I buy a fake? The fat man was a little skeptical about life, looking at Fong Bai, who rubbed the back of his head and had a blank expression. He immediately smiled. Fong Bai. Good morning. Just saying hello. Don't mind. Fong Bai looked up at the sky near dusk, and he recognized the fat man. It was the fat man who suddenly said a lot of words in the ancient battlefield, and then rushed out of the ancient battlefield a few seconds before the baptism from the sky, recalling the appearance of his sword energy that broke through the air at that time. Fong Bai gave up the idea of using the power of inner space, looking at the fat man quietly, looking at his hands full of rings, looking at his equipment. He suddenly smiled. Good morning. We meet again. The last time we met was in the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Right? It's a pity that you left in a hurry. After you left, the evil god died, and the baptism from the sky started. Raindrops. Heavy rain. And the density were very high. I couldn't absorb it. So I had to let my little brother Yikaikai who followed me absorb it. It's a pity that you actually left. Do you naturally dislike the baptism from the sky? Chapter 377. Ka. Ka. The fat man's teeth were clacking and his fists were clenched involuntarily. Fong Bai's words were like knives stabbing into his heart. And the fat man could only grit his teeth and say, "Yeah. I don't like baptisms from heaven." Oh. No wonder. It's a good thing you ran fast. A few seconds later, you would have been tainted by the raindrops of baptisms from heaven. You ran directly from the ancient battlefield at that time. The price must have been very high. Right? The fat man couldn't help but recall that sword energy. And his heart suddenly hurt. Spending a huge price to avoid an opportunity. The pain was super doubled. At the moment of heartache, Fong Bai kicked his feet hard. The earth shook. And Fong Bai instantly turned into a phantom and rushed towards the fat man. At the same time, the terrifying force rushed directly towards the fat man along the earth and exploded under the fat man's feet. From all directions, a steady stream of gold elements gathered. Cages, chains, and at this moment, it was like a net of heaven and earth. At the same time, countless gold elements spread out. Although the fat man looked heartbroken, his movements were not slow at all. Light flashed on his body, and the whole person retreated like a fallen leaf. No matter how Fong Bai chased him, he was always a little short. Fong Bai's face was ugly. He was just like this. Otherwise, how could he have kept talking nonsense with him for so long? And even tried every means to divert attention and create opportunities for sneak attacks. He felt that this fat man looked like he was laughing. But in fact, he was much more difficult to deal with than that Odysseus. Brother Fong Bai. I was just joking just now. Don't be so excited. I won't make such jokes next time. Let's make a deal. I use these 2 gold coins to exchange for a legendary dragon blood fruit. Fong Bai saw the fat man throwing 2 ancient gold coins over, and subconsciously prepared to take out the dragon blood fruit. But as soon as his hand moved, the inner space shook slightly, and his hand stopped. His mind raced, and he recalled what the fat man had just said, and grabbed 2 ancient gold coins. Not enough. Add more money. The fat man was delighted to see Fong Bai take the ancient gold coins, but frowned after hearing the voice, but still took out 2 ancient gold coins. Add 2 more, and a legendary equipment will be about the same price. Fong Bai felt that some force wanted to affect his consciousness, but was stopped by the inner space and the fantasy space. The inner space and the fantasy space suppressed his consciousness, like 2 ancient sacred mountains. Standing still, after Fong Bai took the 2 ancient gold coins, a trace of hesitation, a trace of struggle, and a trace of greed immediately appeared on his face. But he still restrained himself. No. 5. At this moment, the fat man was immediately alert, looking at Fong Bai vigilantly, and thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Lie to me? No. It's impossible. How can you stop it if you are not a legend? And this gold coin does have this value. Equivalent exchange and fair trade are impossible. Absolutely impossible. Okay. 5 coins. 1 hand for money, and the other for goods. Deal done. The fat man threw out another ancient gold coin. The moment the voice fell, a force spread. Fong Bai recalled the fat man's alertness just now. He sensed the power that suddenly appeared around him, which was the same as the power of the gold coin. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this sneer, the fat man had an ominous premonition in his heart. The next moment, Fong Bai threw out 5 ancient gold coins. I will buy your bricks with 5 gold coins. 1 hand for money, and the other for goods. Deal done. The fat man's eyes widened instantly, and his eyes were about to burst. But his hand had already caught 5 gold coins, and the other hand had already thrown the brick out. Under the auspices of the power in the void, the deal was done. Fong Bai sneered as he caught the brick. At the same time, the magic circle arranged by Jin Su in the sky took shape silently, and a repressive force was restrained on the fat man. The fat man's body movement was slightly delayed, and in just 1/10 of a second, the golden brick in Fong Bai's hand fell on the back of his head. Ding! The moment before the fat man lost consciousness, he only heard Fong Bai's voice behind him. Good head. Just a greeting. I hope you don't mind. The fat man fell to the ground with a snap, and the 5 ancient gold coins in his hand fell. At the same time, on the fat man's clothes, necklace, lining, belt, shoes, and watch, countless spells flashed. There were 5 or 6 shields alone. Awakening spells and healing spells were everywhere. But the fat man didn't wake up. Fong Bai looked down at the brick in his hand, quite surprised. Good stuff. In just a moment, Fong Bai found that the fat man had a spatial force overflowing, and immediately used his mental power to integrate the internal spatial force to interfere and block it. Buzz! Buzz! The fat man flashed twice and appeared in the same place again. Fong Bai was immediately happy. First, he picked up the 5 ancient gold coins on the ground, and then set his eyes on the fat man. The fat man had a lot of shields on his body, and the level was very high. Fong Bai even felt that a shield formed a power similar to a field. Legendary trigger shield. Tried to hammer a few times, and then found it pleasantly. Hey, hammering works? Fong Bai's eyes lit up instantly, and he swung his iron fist. Bang! 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 The hard shield kept shaking, as if it was connected to the earth, and all the forces it received would be dispersed into the earth. No one could shake the shield unless the earth was shattered together. Is this the legendary level? It connects to the earth at any time. The shield will not break unless the earth is shattered. But, Fong Bai smiled. As long as I hammer the earth together, it will be enough. Fong Bai half stood, twisted his waist, and sent a straight punch. The simplest and inferior trick could only exert a little more strength of the body. But in Fong Bai's hands, a simple straight punch was like a roaring cannonball. Unstoppable. Boom! The earth trembled. Fong Bai moved his body and felt refreshed. Great. When you have more strength, you always want to smash something. It can be a wooden door, an iron door, a security door, a small trick, a big tree, a stone wall. This is just like the grappling skills you just learned. You want to do it when you encounter something. I was waiting for a gangster all the way home. Fong Bai felt that he had waited for it. Boom! A circle of cannonballs smashed down. The shield vibrated at high speed, intact, but the surrounding ground was instantly cracked, and broken stones and wood chips flew everywhere. Boom! 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 Fong Bai felt more and more happy as he hammered. And the more he hammered, the more happy he felt. All the strength in his body was twisted into a stream, like a cannonball pouring onto the shield in front of him. The surrounding ground was shattered inch by inch. Dust and smoke were everywhere. And the flowers, plants and trees were like being bombed by cannonballs. Completely shattered. Fong Bai turned into a pile driver, punching one after another. Bang! 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 Ping! Inside the shield, under the continuous effect of the spell, the dazed and confused fat man gradually woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he found that the fist like a cannonball smashed the shield and quickly enlarged in front of his eyes. Chapter 378. Bang! Fong Bai grabbed the fat man's neck and slammed him to the ground. The ground, which had already reached its limit, shattered along with the shield, and Fong Bai fell into the pit with the fat man. Bang! Fong Bai's body pressed on one of the fat man's hands, and the hand was instantly shattered, leaving no bone residue as big as a finger. The fat man groaned, his face flushed in pain, and his eyes almost popped out. Oh! Sorry. I crushed you, Fong Bai said casually, stood up, and then casually crushed his other hand. And then he walked up, while holding the brick with the other hand and hitting the back of his head. The fat man's eyes widened instantly when he saw this, and the next moment Fong Bai's hand swiped away from the fat man. He seemed to have turned into nothingness, and neither Fong Bai's hand nor the brick could touch him. The fat man, who had been pinched by Fong Bai's neck, finally had the breath to speak, panting heavily, and raised his middle finger to Fong Bai. Your mother is cruel enough. I will. Fong Bai frowned, mobilized a wisp of space power in the inner space to wrap it in his hand, and then slashed towards the fat man's chest like a knife. The fat man didn't care at first and continued to insult Fong Bai. But suddenly, he widened his eyes in disbelief and turned around to dodge. Swish! A bloody arm fell out of the void, but the fat man disappeared without a trace. Can the trump card on the body be directly triggered without a death attack? Fong Bai frowned. He didn't dare to kill this fat man, because he was worried about triggering the life-saving trump card. Just like Odysseus, taking off his underwear before considering killing, avoiding a waste of effort. But unexpectedly he still let him run away. But it's not completely fruitless. Fongbai picked up the fat man's broken arm, then took off all the 5 rings on it, sensing the elemental fluctuations on it, and raised his eyebrows slightly. 2 space rings, 3 elemental equipment. What is the origin of this fat man? Fongbai frowned. This fat man is too mysterious. The stealth skill at the beginning, the brick that stuns with this slap, the gold coins for force trading, the legendary shield of the earth element, the triggered virtual teleportation, and the sword energy that took the fat man away from the ancient battlefield ruins. The fat man showed too many cards and too many means. It was so mysterious that Fongbai didn't even know what kind of extraordinary profession this fat man was. In the extraordinary world, mystery means trouble. It means crisis. Although as a player, Fongbai is not afraid of death. And things are placed in the inner space. And they are never afraid of losing them. Death basically has no cost. But Fongbai still doesn't like this feeling. It's not pleasant to be hit by a club. And it's even more unpleasant to let people run away. Fongbai mental power is fully spread out, capturing every clue. And at the same time, the spatial power of the inner space is also integrated into the mental power, sensing within a 10-meter range around him. With the development, Fongbai now feels that this inner space is more and more useful. Suddenly, the spiritual power that was integrated into the spatial power of the inner space suddenly sensed a trace of chaotic spatial power. Sensing spatial power is also an ability that spiritual power can only possess after integrating into the spatial power. Sensing the chaotic spatial power, it was exactly the place where the fat man disappeared. That fat man really relied on spatial means to escape. Fongbai eyes lit up, showing a trace of joy, and immediately followed the track. Fongbai never holds grudges, because holding grudges can easily affect his mentality, affect his mood, and distort his personality. More importantly, Fongbai was born with a big heart. First, he only remembers happy things, and will subconsciously ignore sad and hateful things. Second, it is easy to dilute the hatred in memory. Even if he thinks about it, he doesn't hate it so much. So it's easy to let it go. So in order to avoid this problem, Fongbai never holds grudges. Fongbai tracks the spatial fluctuations, and a sneer appears at the corner of his mouth. The hatred is still fresh. Fongbai. Wait. I won't dig up your ancestors' graves. Wait. Fongbai seems to be a player. The fat man was immediately frustrated. Damn it. I was hunting birds all day, and was finally blinded by birds. Immune to the effect of trading. Legend. Legend. This bastard is definitely a legend. He can't be knocked out by bricks. Can't be confused by trading. And can just use brute force to break the legendary shield. He is definitely a legend. But if he is a legend, how can I run away so easily? Thinking of the trump card he lost this time, the fat man covered his heart, and felt a pang of pain in his heart. Although he was heartbroken, the fat man understood that although the legend could run away, it was definitely not so easy to run away. After all, it was not the first or second time that he was chased and beaten by the legend. He had experience. Not a legend. But, suddenly, the fat man was shocked. Not a legend but has the characteristics comparable to legends. How is it possible? Could it be that the previous baptism of God gave him such a great help? The endless baptism of God's gift directly forged a legendary foundation for him during the master level breakthrough? As smart as I am, as powerful as I am, I escaped from the ancient battlefield at a lightning speed and at a huge cost before God's gift came. The fat man opened his mouth, unable to say anything, and could only sullenly hammer his chest with his mobile phone. Bang! 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 An arm was lost. 3 pieces of equipment and 2 space rings were lost. But nothing happened. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The fat man pounded his chest desperately, opened his mouth, and could not make any sound. After a long time, a sound like a mosquito wing came out. What a sin. What sin did I commit in my previous life? It would be fine if I didn't grab the legendary elixir. I actually offended a top genius with a legendary foundation and demigod potential. Ah. After a long time, the fat man sighed. His life was smooth and easy, but he didn't expect to run into obstacles everywhere after meeting Fongbai. Could it be that my fate was killed by Fongbai? Forget it. It's a good thing that I didn't fall into Fongbai hands today. I ran away. After returning, I will rest for a while and heal my injuries. The fat man turned his head and looked at his left arm that was cut off by Fong by hand knife. The left arm is a small matter. What really hurts him is the 2 space rings on his left arm. It's okay. It's okay. The space ring was locked by my hand. Forcing it open will only destroy the space inside, causing everything to be exiled to the space turbulence. And Fong Bai can't get my things. And there is my location. I can find a day to snatch it back or steal it back in the future. The fat man consoled him. But just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Find a day? It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. I think the weather is good today. So why not do it today? The moment he heard the voice, the fat man looked like he had seen a ghost. His breathing stagnated. Chapter 379. I'm a misunderstanding? Brother. It's a misunderstanding. I'm kidding. The fat man floated up, floating like a fallen leaf, and sometimes swam in the sky like a slippery loach. The fighting spirit on his body was like thick cowhide, shaking off the energy on his body bit by bit. Fong Bai attacks were always a little short of the mark, unable to cause any damage. After suffering a loss, the magic circle arranged by Jin Su was often defeated before it could take shape, or escape from the magic circle's effect range. And in the process of continuous rushing, the fat man suddenly found a problem. You can't fly? The fat man said with a strange look on his face. No. Ha ha. There are people who can't fly even at the master level? Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. I'm dying of laughter. The fat man laughed loudly, but a sudden palpitation made him shrink his neck. The next moment, Fong Bai took out an iron-framed longbow as thick as his arm, and put iron arrows on it that were bigger than his thumb. Draw the bow and put the arrow on it. Ah! The earth dragon roared, and the arrow shot over with the elements of heaven and earth, with great force and momentum. Like a galloping earth dragon, the fat man suddenly felt a warning in his heart and crossed a distance in an instant. Boom! The fat man's original position seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, and the air was smashed with a loud bang. The strong wind whistled, and the fat man widened his eyes. The next moment, he saw Fong Bai draw the bow and put the arrow on it again. Damn! The fat man suddenly soared into the sky. Boom! Boom! Arrow after arrow. But the fat man showed a sudden charge, a displacement method comparable to teleportation, and he dodged the arrows every time. But he was in a very embarrassing situation. Another displacement method. Another high-level combat skill. Fong Bai whispered. His hands did not stop moving at all. The bow that was a little difficult before the breakthrough master became much easier after the breakthrough. The muscle fibers that had been pressed into substance were like the toughest and most elastic substances in the world. And each muscle fiber burst out with terrifying power. The strands of metal muscles condensed together, like huge engines, bursting out terrifying horsepower, moving mountains and throwing elephants. No problem at all. But after a few shots, Fong Bai stopped, and the fat man's height had exceeded the range. In the sky, the fat man puffed out his chest, panting, and after relieving himself, he spoke loudly to the ground. Fong Bai, forget it. You can't fly and you can't kill me. Shall we retreat? Okay. Come down and we won't fight you. Fong Bai said with a smile, his hand never leaving the arrow. And a spell model in front of him twisted and changed rapidly. And every twist and every change was an iteration. In just a few tens of seconds, a spell model took shape, and an empty frame was formed on the left eye with gold element. The spell model was engraved on the helmet, and finally gathered on the frame. Buzz! A lens formed by a crystal ice cube appeared, clearly reflecting the figure of the fat man in the sky, as if it was right in front of him. Damn! In the sky, the fat man yelled and cursed, and he didn't see what he did. All kinds of spells fell directly, and followed by a series of spell scrolls, pouring down as if they were free. At the same time, the fat man kept increasing his altitude. But the higher he was, the thinner the elemental power became, and the fat man's flight became more and more difficult. Damn it! The fat man saw the spell fall, and it exploded next to Fong Bai, flying away at a high speed. But as soon as he moved, he saw Fong Bai crashing out of the explosion, without relying on any barrier, directly crashing out with his flesh, using the most brutal method. Only the clothes were damaged, but in the blink of an eye, they were repaired by the constant wriggling of the gold element. The terrifying defense instantly made the fat man give up, and he focused on increasing his altitude and running. The fat man's straight-line flight speed was very fast, and Fong Bai thought he could get rid of Fong Bai. But he found that Fong Bai did not fall at all, and locked him tightly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. The fat man finally despaired and regretted it. He tried everything in these 5 days, and said all the good and bad things. But Fong Bai still locked him tightly, and refused to get rid of him, and refused to leave no matter what. And it was as if he would never get tired and had unlimited physical strength, and he could never get rid of him. What sin have I committed? Why did I provoke him? I have never been hunted for so long in my life. Fong Bai. I admit defeat. I really admit defeat. You make the conditions. I will never say a word. Huh? Fong Bai, who was mostly immersed in the study of fantasy space, did not react to the words. He only left the most basic locking and tracking thoughts to his body, and most of the other thoughts were blocked. And seeing Fong Bai look, how could the fat man not understand? Fong Bai's main focus has been on doing things, and he did not waste a minute or a second chasing him. A feeling of powerlessness surged into the fat man's heart. He had originally thought of dragging Fong Bai out until he got impatient, but now it seems that Fong Bai will never get impatient. Fong Bai's main idea is definitely to do his own research outside through projection, just throwing a body outside to chase him. After all, he is a player, and is not afraid of death. This dead barbarian who can't fly is actually a mage, recalling the magic circle when the evil god fell. It is obvious that Fong Bai's attainments as a mage are not bad. Definitely not as bad as his physical body. Dead barbarian. Fong Bai pulled his thoughts out of the fantasy space and looked up at the fat man in the sky. The left eye lens, which has been improved countless times, uses the constant magic circle of the head armor to firmly lock the fat man with heat, waves, light, element fluctuations, domains, and space fluctuations. This was when Fong Bai was chasing the fat man, and he was free, so he changed it casually. Anyway, there is plenty of time in the fantasy space. After the improvement, the fat man used all kinds of martial arts to escape. There are so many ways for the fat man to escape that Fong Bai was shocked. The more he played, the more fun it was. The more he played, the more excited he became, looking at the fat man in the lens. He seemed to have a temper. Are you kidding me again? The thought flashed through his mind. And Fong Bai immersed himself in the research again, and his body continued to chase. It's so easy to split the mind. After chasing for so long, Fong Bai actually didn't have much anger. He couldn't kill him, and he couldn't catch up. But since the fat man had provoked him, he was already chasing him, so he was idle. Fong Bai's mind was immediately immersed in the research of the fantasy space again. Part of his mind was studying. Part of his mind was drawing mecha blueprints. Part of his mind was deducing the locking array and developing the tracking attack array based on the locking array. And part of his mind was maintaining the gas circulation in the inner space. 1 minute was spent as if it were several minutes, and nothing was wasted. The fat man kept talking, but seeing that Fong Bai had been ignoring him and had no reaction, he suddenly reacted and was stunned. Fong Bai? Fong Bai? Ah! Help! Chapter 380. Fong Bai? Fong Bai? The fat man was anxious, but Fong Bai didn't react at all. But if he ran, Fong Bai would be hanging on. Whether it was invisibility or short-distance space jump, or hiding, nothingness, all methods were used, but Fong Bai couldn't be shaken off. Another day and a half passed, and the fat man said weakly, Fong Bai, I surrender. I really surrender. Fong Bai didn't react at all, and the fat man's desperate power suddenly raised his eyelids. A moment later, under the fat man's ecstatic eyes, Fong Bai looked up at him. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and then spoke. A legendary water element life crystal core. You are robbing. Do you know what this means? Before the fat man finished speaking, he saw Fong Bai lower his head, and his consciousness was withdrawn. Deal. Deal. Fong Bai raised his head again and said lightly, Okay. Open the domain used for trading before. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the prototype of your domain. Right? Open. Fair trade. The fat man immediately clenched his teeth and landed next to Fong Bai. He was not afraid that Fong Bai would beat him to death. He was good at body movement, and Fong Bai couldn't kill him in a short time. The reason he ran away was entirely because Fong Bai was too rogue. Fong Bai could fail all the time. But he could only fail once. As the fat man fell, a strange feeling emerged in his heart again. Fong Bai felt this fluctuation, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It is indeed the prototype of the domain. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly, and he spoke directly after the prototype of the domain unfolded. On the condition that I will not hunt you down in 3 days. Oh, what's your name? Bard. Oh, on the premise that you are not attacked by Bard. And on the condition that I, Fong Bai, will not hunt you down in 3 days. I will trade you an intact legendary water element life crystal core. You, at least take one of my gold coins to buy it. Didn't you pick up a few of my gold coins? Not trading? Fong Bai tilted his head and looked at the fat man. The fat man paused and took a deep breath. Okay, but I don't have a legendary water element life crystal core now. Give me half a year. And no matter what method I use to transfer the goods, you will receive this crystal core. Half a month? Are you kidding me? Half a month. Half a month is impossible. Before the fat man finished speaking, Fong Bai's consciousness began to shift, which showed on the outside that he was not paying attention. 20 days. At least 20 days. Seeing this, the fat man gritted his teeth and said, knowing that Fong Bai was blackmailing him, this was just a trick. But he still had no way. This is robbery. No. This is faster than robbery. At least robbery can't get the 4th order legendary elemental life crystal core. Okay. 20 days. Deal? Fong Bai stared at the fat man after he finished speaking. The fat man's mouth moved slightly, and finally sighed. Deal. He was really made angry by Fong Bai. The main thing is that Fong Bai is still a player. He is immortal. Thinking of this, all the plans during the escape can be directly overturned. Really powerless. Fong Bai smiled. Deal. Happy cooperation. Come. Shake hands. Fong Bai's attitude suddenly became friendly. Although he was hit by a club for no reason. He had hit it back long ago. And he also took off an arm and took 5 rings. Fong Bai subconsciously glanced at the fat man's empty left arm. And the fat man found that his face suddenly turned black. Since we've cooperated, can you return my arm and ring to me? Ah? I burned my arm to ashes. And as for the ring? What ring? I didn't see it. Did it burn with my arm? Fong Bai said with clear eyes. And the fat man glared at him. Except for looking in the mirror. He has never seen such a shameless person in his life. Except for himself. How can anyone else be so thick-skinned? It's useless for you to take my ring. It's all locked. Messing around will only make the space messy. And everything inside will fall into the void. It's okay for you to take the 3 pieces of equipment. But it's really useless for you to take the space ring. Seeing Fong Bai's clear and stupid look, the fat man felt like he was looking in the mirror. And wanted to punch him. But he didn't dare. With this punch, Fong Bai would have no constraints again and could continue to chase him. It's absolutely impossible to break through without a legendary space. The fat man suddenly paused and stared at Fong Bai with wide eyes. Fong Bai's magic attainment seemed to be no worse than his physical body. He had used the magic circle to trigger the trial space and killed the evil god. Oh! As long as you have legendary space attainments, you can break it. Right? Fong Bai glanced at the fat man and suddenly felt that this was a bit wrong. So he immediately added again. Okay. If I pick it up by chance in the future, I will definitely return it to you. And I will definitely not break it myself. The fat man suddenly felt depressed. He had never suffered such a big loss in his life. He turned away in despair and waved his hand. 20 days later, I will send the 4th order legendary water element life crystal core to Tiangong Pavilion. When will you be there? It's okay. I can always come. I always have a projection. Fong Bai said casually. When the fat man heard the word projection, his heart suddenly felt numb. Sure enough, Fong Bai really had a projection. For him, it was really not a waste of time to chase for a few days and nights. Anyway, he was idle anyway. The fat man was afraid. He was not afraid of legends. But he was really afraid of such people who were idle anyway. Others may just say it. But they can really chase him for 7 days and 7 nights. The reason why it was 7 days and 7 nights was because he only persisted for 7 days and 7 nights. What bad luck. Damn Fong Bai. After I send the crystal core, if I say another word to you, I will be a dog. I can't afford to offend. Can't I hide? The fat man said fiercely, looking at the fat man's back as he left. Fong Bai was happy with his contact with this fat man during this period of time. He had no doubt that the fat man could get a legendary water element life crystal core. As for whether he would bring it as promised, it is not known for the time being how this field prototype will constrain others. But for the fat man himself, Fong Bai smacked his lips. Earth, fire, feng shui. Kaming has hope for the earth element. Fatty has hope for the water element. And Fairway has hope for the fire tower. If we go, we will go to the fire element realm. If we work hard, we will also have hope for the fire element. I thought that I couldn't get the 4 legendary element life crystal cores, but I didn't expect that 3 of them have shown signs of success. It's not that difficult. Well, or more friends. More ways? Fong Bai was happy. Looked around. And suddenly felt something was wrong. By the way, where am I now? Chapter 381. So deep? Fong Bai drew a line based on the angle and distance of each turn, and the location where he met Fatty Bad, and immediately had a very clear data. For Fong Bai, who has a fantasy space, everything he has experienced cannot be forgotten. There is a special area on the bookshelf for storing memories, which can be called up when needed. And according to the route at the moment, Fong Bai chased Fatty to the depths of the wilderness mountains. After slightly identifying the direction, Fong Bai immediately shot out, and some master-level monsters around trembled and dared not make any unusual movements. Dare not to move. Dare not move. Bang! The air explosion sounded. The wind whistled, and it was far away in an instant between taking off and falling. Although it can't fly, it's almost as fast as flying. Fong Bai silently comforted himself, but his eyes unconsciously glanced at a falcon flapping its wings in the sky. Slightly silent. Boom! A punch was thrown, and the mountain collapsed. Shoo! The master-level falcon in the sky felt his heart tighten and fell suddenly. After a moment, it seemed as if it had seen something terrifying. It flapped its wings in panic and changed its posture, and fled away. It's okay. I have a physical strength and power comparable to the legendary level. But I just can't fly. The fat man laughed. But he couldn't laugh halfway. Because although Fong Bai couldn't fly, he was still beaten by him. And he was beaten without any ability to fight back. Damn. Where did this pervert come from? He has just broken through to the master level. And he has a physical strength and power comparable to the legendary level. And he is also a mage? Bard couldn't connect these things together no matter how hard he tried. These are totally unrelated things. Right? Forget it. Stay away. I stay away after I give him the crystal core. Never deal with each other again. By the way, there is only one legendary elemental life crystal core. Water elemental life crystal core. Which should be in. Bade opened a small book and saw a lot of small words on it. After reading it carefully, 4th level dragon blood fruit tree. 5 fruits. Player. Master Mecha Master Fong Bai. Tiangong Pavilion. 4th level fantasy dream lotus. 1 lotus flower. 1 lotus root. Player. Master Mecha Master Fong Bai. Tiangong Pavilion. 4th level clear eyes vine. 1 drop of clear eye liquid. 1 vine. Player. Master Mecha Master Fong Bai. Tiangong Pavilion. Looking at these lines of small words, Bard sighed slightly and took out a pen to make changes on them. Master Mecha Master. Mage Fong Bai, quasi-legendary. Looking at these 3 lines of words reluctantly, Bard turned the page forward and stopped at the previous page. It clearly reads, Level 4 Water Element Crystal Core. Bartholomew Family Dragon Tomb. Losing deal. Net loss of a Level 4 Element Life Crystal Core. I lost everything. Bard turned around and flew towards the capital with a sad face. Damn, it can't fly. Damn, it can't fly. Bard kept mumbling, until he disappeared beyond the horizon, and only his voice could be vaguely heard. Hey, I seem to have forgotten something? Forget it. It shouldn't be a valuable thing. Forget it if you forget it. Fong Bai ran in the mountains, kicking a hill from time to time, making the master-level monsters along the way dare not speak. At his current speed, even if he ran from Tiangong Pavilion to Hongfeng City, it would only take 1 or 2 days. But he ran for more than 3 days before returning to the starting point. He also planned to go to the Qishu ant. I don't know how the nest of Qi and blood ants is developing. Go and get some more ant eggs. Otherwise, how long will it take for my iron ant colony to develop? Fong Bai muttered. He was very glad that he didn't clear out the nest of ants. This was clearly a living elemental material producer. A resource ant. The iron stone cast by the iron ant saliva mixed with mud and sand is simply a natural building material. It has good performance, can be obtained from anywhere, and has a large quantity. It can naturally be used to arrange a simple magic array. If it is combined with a warming magic array, it will not be worse than ordinary elemental mineral materials. This nest of chi and blood ants, and the chi and blood iron ore inside must also be moved to another location and hidden. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if discovered by other mages. But then again, this kind of chi and blood iron ore is a treasure for mages. But mages who dare to approach chi and blood ants will most likely be beaten and thrown out. Thinking all the way. A little bit of thought outside is enough to control the body to navigate automatically. This is the experience gained from hunting down fatty bad. And it is quite useful. Not only does it have the function of automatic navigation, it can also automatically collect information and automatically sense danger. And its intelligence is as high as a 3-story building. But during the period of caution, it is better to move the chi and blood ants to a new nest. I think they won't mind. Hey, does the inner space need some creatures? Fong Bai couldn't help but think about it, and then shook his head. The chi and blood ants are still too hasty. Let's throw some small insects. Small ants, mushrooms, grass seeds, etc. in to test the water. This group of chi and blood ants is still. Huh? Fong Bai returned part of his thoughts to his body, and looked down at the ground in surprise. Damn fat guy. Don't let me run away. Let me run away. I won't forgive you. Idissa? Fong Bai's surprised voice sounded, and after hearing what Idissa said, he immediately asked again. Are you talking about that fat guy Bard? Fong Bai? Idissa was startled when he saw the figure in front of him, and immediately found that the demon shadow in his body shrank back into the corner of the knot, and dared not move at all. Bard? Is it the fat guy with 10 rings on his hands and a mean smile? Fong Bai looked at Idissa, who was tied to the tree by vines, with a strange expression on his face, and nodded. Yes, his name is Bud, and I just separated from him. Fong Bai didn't mind spreading Bud's name, especially in front of people who obviously had a grudge against Bud. But when Fong Bai looked at Idissa, who was missing a series of items such as earrings, necklaces, bracelets, belts, braids, etc., he recalled the fat man that Idissa had just cursed. His face became more and more strange. This fat man is a repeat offender? Fong Bai couldn't help but touch the rings in his pocket. Could Idissa's things be in there? It felt subtle. Do you know that fat man? Idissa stared at Fong Bai with wide eyes, and the bump on the back of her head was still aching. I don't know him. Didn't you just say that you just separated from him? Fong Bai glanced at Idissa when he heard it. Oh! He wanted to knock me out. Idissa looked Fong Bai up and down, but found that Fong Bai had no signs of being robbed, and then heard Fong Bai say indifferently. Then I chased him for 7 days and 7 nights. Chapter 382. Idissa stared at Fong Bai with eyes wide open, unable to speak for a long time. After a moment, she asked expectantly, Is he dead? Not dead. Escaped? Not escaped. Fong Bai smacked his lips. This bastard is too slippery and can run fast. We couldn't catch him after 7 days and nights. In the end, he begged for mercy and apologized. So I just let it go. Fong Bai looked Idissa up and down, frowning slightly. Idissa felt numb all over when Fong Bai looked at her, and a sense of crisis surged in her heart, as if her life was hanging by a thread. Fong Bai wanted to kill her? Idissa's heart suddenly jumped to her throat. Can you put me down first? Fong Bai did not move, but continued to look at Idissa, frowning. I don't know why, but I always feel like killing you. I have a natural killing intent towards you, and it was like this in the trial space before. At that time, I thought it was because you wanted to compete with me for the elixir. When I saw you retreat, I ignored this feeling. But now, we don't have any competition or hatred. But why is the killing intent in my heart getting stronger and stronger? Fong Bai narrowed his eyes, and silently, the gold element spread along Idissa's body, seeping into the pores, and the elemental metal and body that were gathered together were not crazy at all, fixing the body, isolating the mental power, and isolating the elemental power. But in the blink of an eye, Idissa turned into a golden figurine. Idissa felt like falling into an ice cellar. Life was in Fong Bai thoughts, and Fong Bai murderous intent lingered in Idissa's heart, and she could feel it clearly. Fong Bai was not kidding. I believe in my feelings very much. When the gold element covered her face, Edissa thought she was going to die here. Suddenly, the gold element in his body disappeared without a trace. Edissa, who had completely recovered his freedom, gasped heavily, and beads of sweat fell to the ground. Edissa looked at Fong Bai in horror. At this moment, Fong Bai frowned. At this moment, his reason and murderous intent conflicted. However, the moment he realized this, the murderous intent was directly suppressed and disappeared without a trace. However, Fong Bai could still sense that this trace of murderous intent was still hidden deep in his consciousness. Recalling the time when he had murderous intent towards Edissa, Fong Bai understood what had affected him. The fantasy space vibrated. The inner space vibrated. And gradually, Fong Bai consciousness became purer and purer, until his consciousness was completely pure. He looked at Edissa again, and there was no murderous intent in his eyes. At this moment, Edissa breathed a sigh of relief and realized that he had survived today. Have you met the evil god? Is there anything that can affect your soul and your mind? Fong Bai glanced at Edissa and said calmly, It doesn't matter what I was affected by. The important question should be, how on earth could you be triggered to kill by an existence of that level? Edissa's face froze. And the next moment Fong Bai took out a crystal clear bead. The moment the bead appeared, ah! A high-pitched moo echoed in the depths of Edissa's soul. At this moment, Edissa instantly found that the demon rooted in the depths of her soul was shaking, and the wisps of demonic energy deeply rooted in the depths of her soul dissipated. It turned into the most fundamental power, instantly raising her soul level to a higher level. Edissa's eyes widened. She was shocked more times this day than in her entire life. There is something that can directly dissolve the demonic energy rooted in the soul. What frightened the succubus before was not Fong Bai, but this bead? It is indeed it. Fong Bai looked at the dragon ball in his hand, and then at the surprise that inadvertently appeared in Edissa's eyes, and then recalled the information about Edissa. Adventure. Devil's daughter? Fong Bai looked at the dragon ball that reacted violently, and he raised his vigilance again and put it away. Then he recalled the evil voice that was suppressed by the dragon shadow in the dragon's might field. A thing that makes the real dragon integrate into the instinct, and integrate into every dragon's energy to suppress and kill. Most likely it is not a good thing. I think you should have something to say about the devil. I don't have anything. Fong Bai turned and left, and Edissa behind him was stunned. Edissa found that Fong Bai really left, and she was still tied to the tree. Fong Bai did walk away. He was indeed curious about the devil, but he and Edissa had no grudges. If Edissa didn't want to say it, he would naturally not force her to ask. He asked. Edissa didn't say it, so he left. It was that simple. As for Edissa being tied up, respect the fate of others. Demon? Fong Bai muttered softly. He had watched countless movies, TV series, and novels, so he naturally knew the meaning of these two words. But what does it matter if he knows? This world has a regular army, so he doesn't need to worry about it. Moreover, he thought it was better for him to stay away from things that needed real dragons and real gods to suppress. He was not easy to mess with. He was not a person who liked to make trouble. He slipped away. Gone? Really gone? Put me down before you go. Ah! Bud. You bastard. What kind of drug did you give me? If you can give me drugs, come out. I'm coming. Edisha was terrified. She just called casually. Who told you my name is Bud? Edisha looked at this insidious fat man in horror, and then found that his left hand was broken at the root. Fong Bai. Fong Bai. Bud is here. Before Edisha finished speaking, Bud flew up into the sky like a frightened rabbit. Edisha struggled hurriedly, but her whole body was weak, and the fighting spirit in her body could not be circulated at all. And Fong Bai was nowhere to be seen. A deep despair enveloped her heart. After a moment, Bard landed with a curse. Did Fong Bai, that bastard, come here? It seems that he didn't save you either. Doesn't he have a good relationship with the Church of Light? Why didn't he save you? Hearing this, Edissa's eyes widened, and Bard laughed at this. Poochie. No way. He doesn't know your identity. And you don't know him? Poochie. Ha ha ha. You are going to make me laugh to death. But I am kind-hearted. I don't take lives. Otherwise you would have died here today. Poochie. It's so funny. I had forgotten about you just now. But if I hadn't remembered you, you would have to feed the wolves here alive. But then again, You are still hiding your identity. Right? Well, that's right. Idissa looked at the fat man in front of him stupidly. The fat man seemed to know his background very well. Damn. You guys from the Inquisition are all crazy. Chapter 383. Love to Death. Bard grabbed Idissa with a look of disgust on his face. And after a long journey, he came to a valley deep in the wilderness mountains. After throwing Idissa directly into the valley, Bard turned and left. And Idissa was shocked to find that the shadow of the devil in her body was also suppressed here. No, it was not just a simple suppression, but a combination of activeness and fear. In an instant, Idissa discovered the huge benefits of this place for her. And Bard's voice sounded, I don't know what's wrong with the brain nerves of the Church of Light. Choosing a fool like you as a carrier. If you hadn't met me, you wouldn't know how you died. Your saint selection is still as fucked as always. I hope you can still come out alive. Bard's voice completely disappeared. But Fongbai figure appeared silently on a hilltop. Bard? The Church of Light? The court? How could someone from the Church of Light be tainted with this devilish aura? And she's called the daughter of the devil? And she's hiding her identity? What the hell? The court? The selection of the saint? Fongbai muttered, and then turned his head to look at the valley again. This valley seemed plain and deserted, and inconspicuous. But after discovering that Bard didn't dare to enter the valley even after throwing people in, Fongbai observed carefully and found a clue. Chaos, collapse, and chaotic space power, as well as the faint swords and shadows, and demons standing in rows. The remains of the battlefield of the gods? Fongbai couldn't help but think of this. Looking at Bard who had left, he thought about it and turned away. At the same time, his voice rang in Bard's ears. Don't delay my crystal core. The sound that rang silently in his ears made Bard shudder, and he collapsed in an instant, and then rushed away at a very fast speed. Bard cursed after he had completely reached a height that Fongbai could not reach. So it was this monster. I thought that the naive Idissa was followed by an old monster from the court. But it is true. The place where the light shines is the domain of the God of Light. They don't need to follow. Bard cursed and left quickly, and at the same time activated extraordinary equipment for early warning and monitoring around his body. Fongbai had obviously used his mental power to pass on a message to him just now. But he was not alert at all except for a vague sense of peeping. It was a great shame. He was not prepared and careless just now. Now he is ready. If he's still... What are these? Toys? Stop struggling. I'm watching you all the time. Oh! All the time. All the time. Bard's hair exploded, and so did his whole body. He searched frantically, expanded the embryonic domain frantically, and activated the equipment frantically. But he could not sense anything, and could not find Fongbai mental power at all. Fongbai, who had long withdrawn his mental power, saw the fat man going crazy and smiled immediately. At the beginning, Fongbai mental power was hidden in the microscopic field, which was different from the first layer of the microscopic field. Now that Fongbai has touched the second layer of the microscopic field, he directly integrates his mental power into the basic particles of the microscopic field in a state of nothingness. In this case, how can Fongbai mental power be discovered by only perceiving the macroscopic field or the first layer of the microscopic field? Unless it can also go deep into the second layer of the microscopic field and perceive it with higher sensitivity. Otherwise, Fongbai mental power is invincible. As a mental power that specializes in the field of perception, it has been promoted all the way to the legendary field today. The extreme points have begun to show their prowess. The mental power of extreme perception is unmatched in the perception and hiding of the microscopic field. The extreme strength of the body is unparalleled in strength and defense. Although it can't fly. But those are just some insignificant flaws. At the beginning, the fat man couldn't find Fongbai mental power. And later Fongbai directly withdrew his mental power. That was even more impossible to find the fat man. So he could only keep going crazy. After a while, the fat man flew out of Fongbai perception range. Fongbai did not chase him, but just watched the fat man suddenly regain his composure, and then flew easily and freely, revealing a carefree flying posture. Fongbai paused. He was provoked. Boom! A small hill was instantly blown up by Fongbai, and Fongbai turned around and left with a stern face. Some master-level monsters beside him trembled. I can't afford to provoke. I can't afford to provoke. I really can't afford to provoke. The more I refine my body, the higher the density, and the heavier it becomes. Am I really unable to fly in this life? Fong Bai felt very clearly that his own body refining method was completely inseparable from density. As the density became higher and higher, the physical strength would naturally become higher and higher. And as the microscopic field that the mental power can perceive deepens, it can also capture the body's loopholes more clearly, and then use the gold element to fill it up bit by bit. However, during this process, Fong Bai could clearly sense that the domain belonging to his origin, or the life magnetic field, was also gradually changing with the increase of body density. The onion seemed to be there and not there, with no sense of existence, and it seemed to slowly gain some weight. However, it was still illusory, and it was estimated that it would be difficult to make substantial progress for a long time. Flying is completely useless, let alone master level flying. Even legendary flying would have to be considered. And the master level element lift can't do anything to me. At least individual level flying. Element lift has no effect on me. Fong Bai was silent for a moment, and then stepped on the ground. Bang! Boom! The ground cracked, and Fong Bai burst out. Fong Bai landed in a very far place, touched his toes on the ground, and rushed forward silently at a very fast speed. He was still constantly honing his control over his strength and exploring deeper, with the help of the fantasy space, coupled with a meticulous mental power to scan his own state and control his body. Fong Bai made great progress in power control every day. His body, like a solid gold nugget, fell on the grass. But even if he didn't bend a blade of grass or break a branch, he had borrowed power from the earth and rushed forward at a very fast speed. From borrowing power from the earth at the beginning to borrowing power from the water surface later, it gradually evolved into borrowing power from the grass and trees. The terrifying power could be completely dispersed even if it was applied to the fragile grass and trees, without damaging the grass and trees themselves. In fact, this was also an idea in Fong Bai's mind, when his power control was extremely subtle. Could he borrow power from the air? Walking on water is possible, but walking on air is not possible. Isn't walking on anything a step? Isn't air also a substance? And isn't walking on air also flying? Chapter 384. Who said that pure power can't fly? Fong Bai said softly. Strong power can make bricks fly. This is an eternal truth. In a trance, Fong Bai suddenly felt something and punched down. Puff! A leaf did not explode under the fist, and the extremely subtle power was dispersed and acted on every microscopic field and every basic particle of the entire leaf. Puff! The leaf collapsed and disappeared without a trace, without even leaving a trace of dust. Only in the microscopic field can it be found that the leaf collapsed from the connection of the microscopic field and disappeared without a trace. Although there is a huge gap between these microscopic particles and atoms, neutrons, etc. But Fong Bai still couldn't help but be stunned. In the game, in the fantasy space, he tried again and again, but he couldn't make that extremely subtle punch no matter what. At that time, it was like a real blessing in his mind, which could not be replicated. But Fong Bai was not discouraged. This disappearing leaf was like a signpost guiding him and his direction. The effect of this punch also reminded him of the name of the spell. Dissociation technique to defeat both the enemy and me. Fong Bai whispered softly. When I master this method in the future, won't it be equivalent to ordinary attack being dissociation technique? Dissociation technique in every move. Dissociation in every move? Dissociation equipment. Dissociation spell? Fong Bai couldn't help shuddering just thinking about it. This is simply too terrifying. However, if this is true, then wouldn't dissociation technique be equivalent to my spell-like ability? The ultimate spell-like ability born from the skill reaching the limit? Fong Bai whispered. He now likes to do something to the limit and to the extreme. This is much better than doing everything and spending energy on everything. It is also much more interesting. It is also easier to stand out from the players. Of course, this doesn't have much effect on Fong Bai now, but the way he has always been doing things has not changed. While trying and reproducing, Fong Bai also kept moving forward. This time, it didn't take long for him to reach the Qi and Blood Ant nest. Fong Bai didn't have to do anything now. These Qi and Blood Ants walked around Fong Bai and refused to attack him. There was no other way. The Qi and Blood Ants had come out in full force before. All of them condensed a Qi and blood cloud that stretched for dozens of miles to suppress Fong Bai. After successfully suppressing Fong Bai couldn't mobilize any elemental power. Fong Bai couldn't release any spells. He could only use pure physical strength. So the Qi and Blood Ants, which were like a tide, attacked Fong Bai and bit him. Fong Bai didn't have time to fight back. These Qi and Blood Ants had their claws broken by Fong Bai body. Later, the Qi and Blood Ants simply gave up struggling and became cowardly when they sensed Fong Bai breath. They all felt like a little natural enemy, entering the Qi and Blood Ant nest with familiarity. Now the Qi and Blood Ants have built more than a dozen nests, but only the original nest has the queen. Qi and Blood Ant nests do not seem to have the characteristics of splitting nests, and will only continue to grow. Going deeper, he came to the side of the Qi and Blood Ant queen. Looking at the powerful Qi and Blood Ant queen, Fong Bai looked at the dense Qi and Blood Ant eggs, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. As soon as the thought came to him, all the Qi and Blood Ant eggs that had not yet completed the Qi and Blood infection floated up, roughly occupying about 70% of all Qi and Blood Ant eggs. After so many Qi and Blood Ant eggs were taken away, the Qi and Blood Ant queen now didn't even look at Fong Bai. There was no intention of struggling at all. You can't beat her anyway, so you don't have to struggle and get beaten. I still listen to you. Forget it. I won't beat you. Fong Bai casually rubbed the Qi and Blood Ant queen's head, turned around and left, and a series of Qi and Blood Ant eggs floated out behind him, stirring up the Qi and Blood, and using his own Qi and Blood power to maintain its state and prevent its mass death. After leaving a few warning arrays, Fong Bai prepared to leave, but he just started to move when he exclaimed, "Hey, blood cloud?" Fong Bai frowned slightly, a little surprised that there was actually a blood cloud gathering under the ground. Due to the obstruction of the blood cloud, Fong Bai's mental power could not sense the ground below, and he could only feel the vibration under the ground. There is no threat on the ground, so it must be the underground monster attacking the ant nest. Fong Bai recalled the situation he found at the bottom of the ant nest before, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Fighting with underground monsters for a long time? At this moment, some things that he had not noticed before also came to mind. Looking around, there was nothing unusual around, whether it was plants or monsters. I didn't think about it before, and I didn't pay much attention to it, so I naturally thought there was no problem. But now, this is clearly the biggest abnormality. This nest of blood ants is so large, and the number is increasing day by day. While hunting monsters outside, it has not caused a devastating blow to the ecology, without breaking the food chain in the area. How can the output of this area support the survival of the entire Qishua ant colony, and continue to expand its scale based on the activity range of the Qishua ants? Fong Bai felt more and more that something was wrong. After a little calculation, he found that only a very small part of the consumption of the Qishua ant colony came from the ground. The vast majority came from underground, and it was not a 1 or 2 day supply, but a long-term supply. It can supply such a large ant colony for a long time to survive and reproduce. I thought it was just some monsters living underground. Earthworms, pangolins, and the like that were occupied by Qishua ants. So there was a battle. But now it seems impossible. There are not just a few scattered monsters under the ground, but a complete and huge biosphere. Underground world. Cave world? Fong Bai was immediately interested, but looking at the Qi and Blood Ant eggs behind him, he thought and put them into his inner space. Turned and left. He had a lot of things to do recently, so he didn't need to rush to explore the underground world. Fong Bai went straight to Hongfeng City. He pushed forward all the way to Hongfeng City. Nothing could break his defense, and nothing could withstand his simple and rough punch. At noon, there were few people at the gate of Hongfeng City, and it seemed a bit deserted. Even the soldiers at the gate were listless, in high spirits. But the moment Fong Bai entered Red Maple City and crossed the Red Maple City gate, Fong Bai sensed the revival of the lines inside the city wall and the flow of energy inside. As a city developed in the wilderness and a port near the ocean, the defense of Red Maple City is not simple. Then he looked up at the mage tower in the city and shook his head slightly. This is not a truly top-notch mage tower, but a replica of a mage who is not rich enough and capable enough to build a real mage tower. Useful, but still far from a real mage tower. Chapter 385. Then again, if there is no standard mage tower from the ancient mage civilization, how should mages of this era build their own mage towers? Use solidified magic arrays, amplified computing power, and connectable energy to strengthen the overall strength of the mage by infecting the surrounding elemental environment? Well, this is indeed not weak. A mage tower can be operated for a long time, and it is not difficult to kill mages of higher levels. and it is not difficult to kill other professionals of higher levels. However, if you want to operate a mage tower for a long time, arrange magic arrays with various functions, and provide various energy sources, mages without economic sources should not be able to build it. During the thinking process, perhaps sensing Fong Bai gaze, a gaze was cast over from the top of the mage tower. Unlike before, this gaze only glanced at Fong Bai and quickly retracted its gaze, not daring to look at Fong Bai. Fong Bai bowed slightly in the direction of the mage tower, and during the slight pause, a team of well-trained soldiers immediately emerged to clean the street, and then turned into a guard of honor and stood on both sides. An elite-level extraordinary person, wearing armor, walked quickly to Fong Bai and bowed humbly and politely. Respected Master Mecha Master, Master Magician, Third Committee Member of Hongfeng City, Winner of Hongfeng City Trial Field, and Master of Tiandong Pavilion, Lord Fong Bai, Luo Chuan, Captain of the Garrison of Hongfeng City, an elite knight of the Luofu family, greets you. Please forgive us for not being able to go out of the city to greet you. May I ask if you are going to your manor in Hongfeng City? Fong Bai glanced at Luo Chuan, and then looked at the soldiers on both sides. Among them, Fong Bai sensed the aura of many mecha masters. Obviously, mecha masters are also favored to a certain extent among the natives, and there are a certain number of job transfers. This is good news for Fong Bai, and it has gradually increased with the spread of the iron ingots for mecha masters to practice. No one will dislike cheap and beautiful things. Even nobles will not mind that their army will be stronger, and their tools will be more convenient. Fong Bai also knew a little about the manor mentioned by Luo Chuan. It was a manor that was purchased for Fong Bai by Red Maple City after the establishment of the Red Maple City Management Committee. Fong Bai had been notified before, but Fong Bai had never been there. No, I'm going to the Church of Light. Fong Bai walked straight forward. Follow your will. Luo Chuan made a slight gesture, and the soldiers immediately opened the way. Fong Bai didn't say anything when he saw this, and walked straight forward. The appearance of Red Maple City was no different from the last time he visited. It was even much quieter. Not only were there fewer players, but there were also fewer aborigines, and many shops were directly closed. However, Fong Bai was not surprised, although he had never participated in the management of Red Maple City. As the third seat of the management committee, any work of the management committee would naturally be reported to him. So although he could not say that he knew everything about the situation in Red Maple City, he was at least clear about it. After the establishment of the management committee, a series of changes were made to the mechanism of Red Maple City. However, considering the basic situation here, the changes are not very drastic. But with the introduction of a series of advanced productive forces such as water wheels, plows, windmills, and the superiority of assembly line work, players use spells and skills to transform advanced productive forces. Hongfeng City quickly opens up wasteland, grows cash crops on a large scale, and raises pigs, chickens, and ducks on a large scale, and then processes them in depth. In the caravan model, the market is opened up with the cultivation of iron ingots as a stepping stone, and then the market is opened up with low prices and excellent quality. When the scale increases, the profits of these things will become very exaggerated. With the help of geographical advantages, the economy of Hongfeng City once prospered, and everyone was busy. It's just that the busyness is for the player's new city, not this old city. This is the fundamental reason why it is a little deserted and unpopular here. While the economy is booming, the huge benefits generated instantly twist all the nobles of Hongfeng City on a rope. And because of the seizure of the markets of surrounding cities, and cities along the coast of the Arctic Ocean, the destruction of the local native market. Quietly, the relationship between the noble families of Hongfeng City and these noble families has become subtle. In order to promote the Chamber of Commerce among these cities, the families in Red Maple City also fully exerted their subjective initiative. Which families can be won over, and which families must be struck with thunder. Winning over a group and striking a group. This is how they gained a foothold in some cities. And under the subtle influence, or when everyone knows it, the families in Red Maple City gradually stand together with the players. In this case, as the third seat of the management committee that controls the allocation of a large amount of resources in Red Maple City. As the first appearance after the establishment of the management committee. As the winner of the trial field. And as a master, Fong Bai will naturally become a hot commodity in the eyes of everyone, including Luo Chuan in front of him. Even if it's not for the family, It's the same for himself. As the first sequence of Red Maple City, there are still a few masters in Red Maple City except Fong by Master. But as a master who can defeat the Master Dragon Knight Odysseus, he instantly became the first person in Red Maple City who deserves the name. Fong by preferences and thoughts can instantly make Red Maple City have one more rookie. At this time, in the attic of a manor, several natives were watching. Is this Fong Bai? He looks ordinary. You said ordinary. But he directly blew up Odysseus and beat him directly. Is this still ordinary? Everyone couldn't help looking at a corner of the manor when they heard it. By a pond there, a young man with a beard, haggard, and dirty body leaned against a willow tree and sat slumped by the pond, his eyes without a trace of spirit. After taking a look, everyone retracted their gazes, and one of them suddenly spoke out. Is he qualified to join us? This sentence made everyone's thoughts stagnate, and they all looked at this person in surprise. He is a player. So what if he is a player? You have also seen the situation in Red Maple City. We cannot completely reject players. We should make friends with some excellent players. This will also be of great help to us in entering the player field, operating industries, and controlling industries. Everyone couldn't help but think about it after hearing this. And this person continued. Players are people from another world. If you regard them as nobles from another world, will that make it easier for you to accept? Everyone was silent. But someone suddenly spoke up. I have no objection. But I must fight Fong Bai. I need to know Fong Bai background and true strength to see if he is qualified to join us. Noble? Even many nobles are not worthy of joining us. Chapter 386 Assessment. Indeed? Yes. I will send a letter of invitation to fight. If his strength can be recognized by me, I will send him an invitation. If his strength is strong enough, we can also intervene in the Red Maple City Management Committee through him. We can legitimately intervene, and even control the overall business system of Red Maple City. Everyone present was shocked and agreed. And the atmosphere between everyone became warm again. From the capital to Red Maple City. They are not stupid. They are even the best among the noble young masters. They have received the most complete education of this era. This naturally makes them understand the potential of the Red Maple City business system, which naturally makes them want to seize it. Fight Fong Bai once. Invite Fong Bai. Take down Fong Bai. And finally use Fong Bai to control the Red Maple City Management Committee. Carry the momentum of Red Maple City and penetrate into Red Maple City again. Everyone is very happy. Only Abbott, who just suggested to pull Fong Bai to join, is happy on the surface. But his heart is sinking. At the same time, he secretly decided to cut off ties with these people. While they were thinking about how to write the invitation letter, Abbott found a random reason and left the manor without looking back. His footsteps became faster and faster, as if he was escaping from some crisis. At this moment, Fong Bai had arrived outside the Church of Light in Hanfeng City. Many people from the Church of Light, who had already received the news, were outside to welcome him. And the one in the front was a white-robed priest in a white robe. When he saw the master-level white-robed priest, Luo Chuan's heart suddenly had a huge reaction. He was the one who delivered the news. And it was not surprising that the Church of Light came out to welcome him. But how could a master-level white-robed priest come here? How could he appear? Why would he greet him so humbly outside? In an instant, the question burst out in his mind. Luo Chuan took a deep breath and suddenly felt that he and his family were still too conservative. Fong Bai saw the acquaintance and walked in immediately. After a few simple greetings, the white-robed priest spoke directly. That bastard Kaming should be on his way to you. He asked him to thank you in person. And he had asked him to bring some things. I didn't expect him to bring everything back, which made me angry. I beat him up on the spot. Fong Bai laughed when he heard this. Kaming was happy to be beaten. The white robe continued. I know about your intention. Kaming told me. The reason why this legendary elemental life crystal core has not been exchanged by the group of mages is that the threshold is extremely high and the price is extremely high. The price is fine. If it can be exchanged only by merit, then those mages will wipe out the evil god believers in a minute. Even a group of master-level mages may join forces to kill the demigod-level evil god. Merely merit can't stop them from exchanging. This is not something that I, a mere master-level divine magician, can decide. Fong Bai nodded when he heard this. I understand. I understand. No matter what the final result is, whether I can exchange it or not, I am grateful for your help. There is no need to say thank you. Just like Kaming took such a big advantage of you. And I didn't even say a few words of thanks. Your help to Kaming will be remembered by both him and me. As for the exchange of merit for crystal cores, I will definitely do my best to facilitate it. Here, let me ask you a question first. The white robe paused here slightly, and then asked, "Are you interested in joining our church?" "Ah?" Fong Bai was slightly stunned. And the white robe said, "This treasure house is our internal treasure house for our own people. If you are one of us, as long as you can complete the initiation ceremony in front of the God of Light, then you can naturally exchange it. This only requires a simple cross-level exchange, which is easy for me. It can be facilitated 100%. The white robe looked at Fong Bai and saw Fong Bai shook his head slightly. The white robe was not surprised to see this, which was within his expectations. Based on his understanding of Fong Bai will not join the Church of Light. Not just him. Most mages are like this. Mages want to become gods and kill gods. But they don't have the idea of believing in gods. Although there are formal ways to become gods within the church, this is not among the mage's options. But as him, he must tell Fong Bai about this easiest way to obtain the crystal core. Whether Fong Bai chooses or not is Fong Bai business. It is his freedom. It doesn't matter if you don't plan to join. I will do my best to promote this matter. The white robe pondered for a moment, then said, "Regarding this matter, I contacted several old brothers who are already in high positions, and found some people to guarantee you. In this way, you have passed the first level of preliminary examination, and now you actually need to face the second level. There is only the second level. Have you heard of the court?" Fong Bai nodded after hearing this. "I've heard a little about it. You should be born in the Inquisition. Right? That bastard Kaming told you. Right? Yes. I used to be a divine magician in the Inquisition, but I quit because of some accidents." The white robe laughed and scolded. The Inquisition is an important department of the Church of Light to fight against evil gods. Almost every year, evil gods, or evil creatures from other planes fall under the hands of the Inquisition. The highest one once started a war against 4 evil gods at the same time, fighting on 4 fronts, and won the war. And 4 evil gods fell. There are even many legends among them. Of course, these are all off topic. The most important thing is that this crystal core is the spoils of the victory of the Inquisition in the God War. Have the right to dispose and decide. After the Cardinal of the Royal Capital Church allowed it, the matter was transferred to the Yabong branch of the Inquisition. They did not reject the request, but decided to send someone to assess you. After the assessment, after the completion, you will be given the identity of a divine war partner of the court. With this identity, you can use your merits to exchange in a certain treasury. Among them, this specially approved crystal core will appear in this treasury, and only you can exchange it. This identity does not require you to do anything, but only gives you an identity with exchange qualifications based on your previous merits. By the way, the merits you have obtained will also be included in the evaluation of the Yabong Court branch. This will not have any impact on you. Oh. Fong Bai nodded, and when he heard the 3 words court, he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. What is the main assessment? Combat capability? Or something else? Have the assessors arrived? Not sure. The assessment is determined by the court. Your case is also a special case, so it is not clear how it is carried out and what aspects are assessed. The assessors have not arrived yet. I heard that they may assign divine magicians from the nearby court to do the assessment. Don't worry. I will help you find out when the assessors are decided. I will definitely help you with this matter to the end. However, Fong Bai was even more worried when he heard this. Thinking back to his previous experience, he couldn't help but ask, I want to ask a question. Chapter 387 Provocation. You say, does the designated examiner have any identity, strength, and other requirements? Also, does your court have any saints or something like that? Fong Bai asked cautiously. Yes. Did you meet the saint of the court? How is the relationship? The white robe asked with concern. But with your personality, you shouldn't have any problems getting along with the people in our church. If you really meet our saint, the assessment will basically be conducted by the saint. How is the relationship? The relationship is okay. Fong Bai's face was a little strange, and he silently added in his heart, the relationship that almost killed him. But don't saints hide their identities? Will their identities be exposed because of this? Oh, I was wondering why I didn't receive any news. It turns out that they are still in the stage of hiding their identities. The white robe suddenly realized. The saints of the court are different from the saints of other departments. They have a unique selection ceremony. If you meet someone with a hidden identity, it should be just the saint preliminaries. The saint preliminaries will not participate in any activities, nor can they serve as examiners. So your examiner has to be someone else. Oh! Fong by heart was completely relieved. It's okay if she's not a saint. It's okay if she's not a saint. Then he asked curiously, Hey, what are the conditions for becoming a saint? Simple. Just become a master of breakthrough. Ah? Is it strange? The master of breakthrough means the formal completion of the ceremony. And naturally you will become a saint from a saint preliminaries. Fong Bai couldn't help but fall silent after hearing this. I was quite sure about the legendary crystal core of the Church of Light. But suddenly, I felt it was drifting further and further away. Don't worry. I will do my best to make this happen. I still have some channels and some face. There was one thing that Bai Pao didn't say. That is, when he promoted this matter, he also alarmed some people, thus alarming the Earth Tower. Just like the personal relationship between Kaming and Fong Bai. There are always some people in the church who have a good personal relationship with the Earth Tower. Previously, this personal relationship was not enough to promote the exchange of legendary elemental life crystal cores. But with someone pushing it, it is not a problem to go with the flow and add a few names to the candidate list. But after thinking about it, the white robe still spoke out. I thought about it. There is something I still need to tell you. I will push it, but you may have a better way, so as not to delay your business. The white robe immediately told Fong Bai about the two competitors. Hearing this, Fong Bai nodded lightly and covered his face with his hands. He suddenly had a very strong premonition. The Idisa he met was very likely to become his test this time. Even if she was only at the peak of the elite level. Even if she had not yet completed the breakthrough. This feeling was very strong. Now, Fong Bai patted his face. And the white robe suddenly realized something and asked out loud. Have you ever had a conflict with a preselected saint? Idisa. The white robed man suddenly realized what was going on. And recalled the scene when Fong Bai forced Idisa away in the trial space. And immediately patted his chest. It's okay. It's okay. I guarantee it won't affect you. To be a saint of the court, there are strict requirements for character and will. If there are problems in this aspect, you will be screened out in the pre-selection stage. And it is impossible to complete the promotion. I guarantee it. I met her again later. Because of some misunderstandings. I almost killed her and let her die without saving her. I am now very sure that she is not dead. And there is a high probability that she will be promoted. The white-robed man paused. And after a moment of silence, he squatted next to Fong Bai. Fong Bai. Yeah. Don't be discouraged even if you can't get this crystal core. There are always other ways. I will continue to find ways for you when the time comes. Don't be too discouraged. Fong Bai's forehead was suddenly full of black lines. At this time, a nun walked in. Sir, someone has sent you an invitation to a banquet. The nun gave a slight gesture to the white robe and handed 2 invitations to Fong Bai. Fong Bai immediately realized that they were invitations from the noble families in the top 2 seats of the Red Maple City Management Committee. Go and relax? No. I'm already annoyed. And getting involved in this kind of position and internal struggle is meaningless. Small-minded, Fong Bai said unhappily. The noble families in the top 2 seats of the Red Maple City Management Committee held a banquet at the same time and invited the same person. How could the most elegant and etiquette-conscious nobles make such a low-level mistake? A very obvious struggle of standing in line. The higher-ups still invite you to appreciate the treasure. The white robe pointed to the content of the invitation and said. Fong Bai rolled his eyes. If they are willing to give me a legendary elemental life crystal core, let alone the banquet, I can even stay at their house. You are such a joker. The white robe was also amused. Seeing the nun holding an invitation, he asked curiously. Hey, knowing that these 2 families were holding banquets, is there anyone else who dares to send an invitation? Is it for Fong Bai? Yes. After hearing what the nun said, the white robe took the invitation and handed it to Fong Bai. Fong Bai unfolded it and rolled his eyes, then handed it to the white robe. The white robe looked at it and raised his eyebrows. I thought it was the group of young masters from the capital. They do have the courage. And they have always looked down on the rural rich people in Hongfeng City. Are you going? No. I'm too annoyed, and don't have time to play house with the children. Fong Bai muttered. He still had to think about how to pass the test. An Earth Element Life Crystal Core was so close. He didn't want to fly because of these messy things. He recalled the breath in Idisa's body at that time. It should be the breath of the devil. How can a saint of the Church of Light have such a strong breath of the devil? Walking by the river often. Getting your shoes wet? No. After all, she is a saint preliminaries. If even this can't be solved, the cord would have been lifted up long ago. So it must not be passive, but active. In addition to the reaction to the dragon's energy at that time, the fat man's behavior behind was a ritual. Fong Bai had this thought in his mind. This must be an active ritual. And the devil's breath is also part of the ritual. It is likely that they are playing tricks of being untainted by mud, or using darkness to contrast light. In this case, Fong Bai had some clues in his mind. And just as he was about to ask for advice from Bai Bao, he was suddenly interrupted by a young voice. Are you scared? That's right. I got the first place in a small place like Hong Kong City by luck, becoming the so-called #1 master. Naturally, I dare not fight again. It's a pity that this so-called #1 in the world is worthless in front of a real genius. Chapter 388 got it. I don't have time to play house with you. But I can challenge you. A life and death game. If you dare, it doesn't matter if I die 10 or 20 times. As long as you don't die, I will continue to accompany you. As soon as Fong Bai finished speaking, everyone suddenly quieted down, and the corners of the white robe's mouth twitched slightly. At first, there was nothing wrong with this. But after reacting, it felt wrong. What do you mean it doesn't matter if you die 10 or 20 times? As long as they don't die, they will accompany you. Is this a threat? Tasting this, the face of the person who challenged him turned green. Although he was fully confident in himself, he couldn't stand Fong Bai's desperate fight as a player. Fong Bai could make mistakes all the time, but he couldn't. If the boat capsized, he would lose his life. With a green face, he spoke out. Then what exactly do you need to agree to fight? A legendary crystal core, elemental life, with unlimited attributes. Fong Bai didn't even think about it, and spoke out directly. Legendary elemental life crystal core? You want to steal it? Fong Bai raised his eyebrows. Where can I get it? Do you have it? Looking at Fong Bai, whose eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone knew what he was thinking. You? Fong Bai looked at them for a long time, and didn't think these people had legendary crystal cores. He sighed, and looked at the white robe weakly. The white robe immediately understood, and turned to look at them. Although these people had good backgrounds, there was no fear on his face, and he said lightly, Everyone, this is a private occasion. If you want to pray, you can go to the front hall. Please. You? Seeing that someone was dissatisfied, the whole church instantly emitted a very weak white light, and the white robe looked at the few people lightly, provoking in the Church of Light. Can I regard it as a provocation from your family? In an instant, the few people felt that they were locked, as if a ball of infinitely bright light slowly floated up, melting each of them here. Sir White Robe Priest. He did not mean to offend. Please forgive his negligence. We will leave now, one person said hurriedly, and the white-robed man raised his eyelids slightly. I will send a letter to your family through the relevant channels of the court to tell you everything that happened. The church belongs to the territory of the gods, and I hope you will not make such stupid moves in the future. As soon as the voice fell, several people's faces turned green, even greener than before. Everyone glared at the person who just spoke, but they did not dare to get angry inside the church, so they could only leave quickly. As soon as they left Fong Bai's sight, they heard them burst out. It's over. You killed us. Are you stupid? Fighting a master-level divine magician in the church? Why don't you ask your father to take care of it? He won't really report it to our family. Will he? If he really reports it, he will be whipped again, and all his pocket money this year will be deducted. Ah! And Abbott, who advocated winning over Fong Bai at the beginning, twitched wildly at the corners of his mouth and looked up at the sky speechlessly. He didn't want to come, but he couldn't resist being dragged and forced by others, and patted his chest and said he would handle it well. He wanted to take the opportunity to talk to Fong Bai, but he couldn't say anything just now. Unprovoked disaster. The voice gradually faded away, and no one in the group mentioned Fong Bai anymore. Everyone was worried about the letter that had not been sent out. Their families would not stand up for what they had caused, whether they were cheated or beaten. They might get beaten again if they told their family about it. Even if they didn't get beaten, as long as they didn't die, it would be the same when they went home. And no one would care. The elders didn't have the time to use the family resources to play house with them. They would not stand up for something that violated the dignity of their family. They, the younger generation, were not qualified to represent the family. Nor were they insulted as a family in some crucial public occasion. So it had nothing to do with them at all. For those who were more strict, their families would even restrict them from taking treasures beyond their own level to take revenge. Not to mention that the one provoked this time was the Church of Light. Fong Bai curled his lips as he listened to the figure going away. You are just a bunch of spoiled brats. Can you write a letter? Why not? I have nothing to do anyway. Let these brats have a taste of the dangers of the world. They really dare to challenge me in the church. Fong Bai couldn't help but recall the might of the white robe just now. The church also has power. By mobilizing the power of the church, the strength of the white robe is also greatly enhanced. It is obviously the home advantage. Similar to the wizard's tower. This should be caused by the special building of the church. A normal person's home court should not have such a big change in strength. However, for the extraordinary people of the same level, the home advantage is probably not to be underestimated. The longer the home court is operated, the more cautious it should be. Fong Bai recalled the dragon power domain's secret art that Odysseus had performed at the time, and confirmed his thoughts. Then he put it aside and thought with a sad face. Find a way to deal with this Idisa. But in addition to Idisa, there is also Fatty Bad in the assessment. Although Bad robbed Idisa of everything. If Idisa can use the relics of the battlefield of the gods brought by Fatty to break through the master and become a true saint, then I will really owe Fatty a favor. Once Fatty interferes. Fong Bai suddenly felt a little toothache. Don't know. Fatty, don't get this news. Otherwise I'm really finished. Don't. What? A legendary earth element crystal core has started the exchange assessment. It can actually allow outsiders to exchange. Who did it? So powerful. The earth tower was not pushed before. The fat man muttered. If those lumps of dirt know this, they will go crazy. Wait. This is also a legendary elemental life crystal core. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. Right? The fat man in the capital was a little suspicious and asked about it immediately. When he got a list and saw the two words Fong Bai on it, he recalled the principles of the judges of the Church of Light. In an instant, the fat man's face became weird. Fong Bai. You fell into my hands. Right? Preparatory saint? You are the saint. I said? Fong Bai. You wait. I will favor you after I get the crystal core. The fat man became excited in an instant, looking at the Bartholomew family land in front of him, and glanced at it inconspicuously. The pupils seemed to turn into small square holes, and as the gold coins in the storage ring evaporated, some hidden nodes were imprinted in the fat man's eyes. It's quite tight. The fat man muttered and continued to move forward without showing any abnormality. After walking away, he immediately found a hidden corner to start the projection, projecting all the content he had just seen. At the same time, he carefully took out a fragment of the picture, compared it with the one in the projection, and calculated. Chapter 389 Legendary Water Element Life Crystal Core. Ka. The fat man held a small precision metal ball in his hand. The ball was like a celestial sphere, with scales all over it. The smaller and more precise it was, the smaller it was. The brass ball, if you count carefully, has 5 layers all the way to the hollow center of the ball, and each layer is divided into 5 small areas. Amidst the constant crisp noises, the layers of the ball rotated rapidly, and each layer had a different rotation angle and direction. The fat man muttered while watching the projection of the residual image, matching them one by one. Legendary chain magic array cluster, no-fly zone, steel pointing ground, dimensional anchor, vine trap, dragon beast guard. Good guy. There is also the normal domain coverage of the old dragon of Bartholomew's family. Fortunately, it was me. If it were an ordinary person, even a legend would fall into it. After a while, accompanied by a slight sound, the brass balls with great mechanical beauty stopped layer by layer. When the last layer stagnated, the fat man silently interpreted the data, and then put it into the array formula for calculation. A moment later, a magic array appeared in front of the fat man. Silently, the ground sank, and the fat man sank into the ground. The land closed, dust rose and fell, and all the traces and breath left on the original place were dissipated, and the place returned to tranquility again. In the earth, the fat man who was moving forward soon encountered obstacles. The earth was like steel, and could not be shaken. However, the fat man was not surprised. After carefully clearing a small space, he took out some dark yellow powder and sprinkled it in front. At the same time, the fat man's eyes turned into small square holes, and in the dim golden light, fine lines interlaced horizontally and vertically emerged from the void. At the same time, one by one, light balls, fields, magic arrays, and traps were also imprinted in the fat man's eyes. The fat man held a 5-layer brass ball in one hand, and busy grabbing various spell materials with the other hand. One by one, a variety of items. A stream of light fell on the ground, the 4 walls, and the front. One by one, the tiny magic arrays took shape, connected to each other, and turned into a layer of nothingness. The corridor seemed to be stacked on the original magic array, but it always passed through the gap. Silently, the fat man came to the family land of the Bartholomew family. A branch bordering the Wilderness Mountain Range was forcibly cut out from the Wilderness Mountain Range by a magic array cluster and turned into a ground dragon garden. The area alone exceeded the entire coverage of Bag Town, and it was also full of magic arrays, from a barren mountain range to mature soil, full of magic arrays. And the magic arrays distinguished farms, plantations, medicine shops, lakes, ground dragon gardens, dragon tombs, etc. Even relying on this, a prosperous town was completely built, compared with the enclosure manor of the nobles of Red Maple City. This is the true accumulation and heritage of a legendary noble for hundreds of years. Silently walking underground, a layer of sweat gradually appeared on the fat man's forehead. His hand brushed across his forehead from time to wipe off the sweat, and the 5-layer brass ball in his other hand rotated faster and faster. Close to the dragon tomb, the fat man took a deep breath, looked at the magic circle in front of him, which was doubling in density, and paused slightly, but he didn't dare to stay for too long. He took out pieces of broken bones from the backpack behind him and plunged into it. The corridor continued to extend. Unlike before, every time he advanced a certain distance, there were broken bones attached to the wall and fell in the center of the magic circle. Behind the fat man, the dense energy channels and magic nodes flickered, like the galaxy in the void, which seemed to be illusory. Unconsciously, beads of sweat appeared on the fat man's forehead, and the 5-layer brass ball in his hand turned out after images, and sparks flew from time to time. Above, the fat man could clearly feel several powerful auras. The omen of death was jumping wildly, and he didn't dare to move at all. He took the initiative to control his body, closed all pores, and no breath leaked out. He didn't even dare to look around. In the darkness, he used his ears to the fullest. As his ears moved, he could vaguely hear a messy figure appear. Your brother lost, and the earth dragons were killed. A rather majestic voice sounded. Do you need me to catch that player? A younger voice responded. And no matter which voice it was, the fat man felt fatal. No, the one who lost will stand up from where he is. The player is waiting for him to avenge himself. I will give him resources and opportunities. If he can't even withstand this blow, he is not worthy of being the young master of my Bartholomew family. The young voice paused slightly, and then continued. The floating city started again, and killed a demigod with one arrow. The old voice pondered for a long time, making the fat man underground extremely anxious. Looking at the calculation results of the 5-layer brass ball, the flaw marked on the incomplete map will soon pass. Once this flaw is missed, it will take more than 100 hours to have another 10 minutes of gap. After a few days, once the inspection started, the passage that the fat man had opened could not be hidden at all. There was still more than 1 minute and 50 seconds. The fat man calculated and cursed inwardly, but stopped at the beginning, forcefully extinguished all his ill will towards the 2 people on the ground. What's wrong? Nothing. Shao Sen just wanted to bite me. Ah. A ground dragon growled at the 2. Oh. The majestic voice sounded again. What a powerful wizard civilization. The more you know, the more you can feel your own insignificance. That demiplane now. Silence. Change places. As they spoke, the breath of the 2 people was consumed along with the sound. There was 1 minute and 10 seconds left. The fat man took a long breath, but still did not move. standing in place. On the surface, the two people who left returned silently, floating in the air, without revealing any breath. An old man and a young man stood in the void, without any movement for dozens of seconds. And the young man shook his head and said aloud, "It's really an illusion." The two left. The fat man underground did not detect any breath. Watching the time pass by, sensing that the calculated flaw was really healing quickly. In the last 5 seconds, a palm-sized pale golden fang appeared in the fat man's hand. And at the last moment, it pierced into the calculated position. Buzz! Even under the silencer array. At this moment, there was still an extremely subtle buzzing sound. And the fat man's heart instantly jumped to his throat. After a while, he breathed a sigh of relief when there was no abnormality, and arrays fell one after another. Finally, with the dragon energy in the fang pouring out, and the breath of the dragon soul in the array in front of him connecting and merging, the array finally opened a small door to the fat man. Looking at the fine energy passage and the gap in the array, the fat man didn't care about excitement and walked into it quickly. Quickly and cautiously, he soon came to the core of the array cluster. A deep blue crystal core that autonomously triggered the gathering of water elements, with a legendary aura rippling. Chapter 390 Escape. Legendary Water Element Life Crystal Core. The fat man looked at the beautiful crystal core, sensing the warm but deep pool-like domain, which was beautiful. The fat man looked at the reflection of mountains of gold and silver in its eyes, and couldn't help but feel happy. Suddenly, he felt depressed again. Damn Fang Bai! The angry fat man looked at the crystal core suspended in the air in front of him. It seemed to exist independently, but the fat man's eyes with small holes reflected dense energy pathways. This crystal core was the core of the magic array cluster in the Dragon Tomb area, and its field affected the entire Dragon Tomb area. If the fat man dared to move, the seemingly harmless crystal core would instantly affect the magic array cluster, and as long as it moved here, the entire area would be instantly blocked by the magic array that rushed into the field. Then the garrison legend of the Bartholomew family. The garrison troops will react immediately. The fat man will not leave, even if he has wings. Maybe there is still a chance to run. The fat man muttered, and took out a master-level water element life crystal core. The water element ripples, but it looks extremely small against the legendary crystal core next to it. While the fat man muttered about Fang by being a beast, he arranged one magic circle after another, and at the same time, he reluctantly took out a bag embroidered with gold coins and poured from it. The bag that seemed to be as big as a fist poured out gold coins continuously. 10, 100, and 1,000 gold coins fell in an instant, melting under the fat man's power, wrapping the master-level crystal core. Another piece of gold coins in the bag turned into power and poured into the eyes, and the pupils turned into a small square hole, reflecting the image of the legendary crystal core, and then turned his head to look at the master-level crystal core. Invisible reflections were layered on the master crystal core, and the golden liquid liquefied from the gold coin rolled around the reflections. The fat man waved his hands, leaving after images in the air. One magic circle after another formed in the void, wrapping the master crystal core, and fine forces were injected into the golden liquid. The golden liquid rolled and shrank. The color faded, and finally turned into azure blue. And there were even field fluctuations around it. Anyone who saw it could see that it was a genuine legendary crystal core. After completing this step, the fat man looked at the crystal core at the core of the magic circle, and his heart beat violently. Bang, bang, bang. His heart beat straight to his throat. And silently, a small balance emerged, one end holding the legendary crystal core, and the other end holding the fake one. The emergence of this balance seemed to have consumed a lot of the fat man's strength, and his face turned pale in an instant. But it still supports a field. Equivalent. Exchange. No light shines. No wave spreads. The small balance disappears, and the weak fat man shows a hint of pride. I'm really awesome. Who else? The fat man growled in a suppressed voice, stretched out his hand to grab the legendary crystal core outside, and turned to leave. But he felt something was wrong when he turned back just now. With a glance, he suddenly found that there was a color difference on the animal tooth that pierced the core magic circle. Only the top fingernail-sized point remained light gold, and the palm-length part behind was completely faded. This magic circle is so powerful that the Earth Dragon Tooth can't withstand it. No, it won't be like this if it can't withstand it. The fat man left quickly while thinking, and suddenly a flash of inspiration burst out in his mind. This made him open his eyes instantly. And a thin man, with a sly smile appeared in his mind. That bastard actually sold me fakes? I was fooled and bought fakes with real money? The fat man ran for his life and cursed. He felt seriously insulted. Although the money he paid was also fake. But it was different. He actually bought fakes. You damn gravedigger. Wait for me. Don't let me survive. The fat man gritted his teeth and ran wildly. And the dragon teeth at the end of the corridor behind him broke. Bang! Like dominoes. The broken bones on the corridor broke one by one. And the corridor quickly changed from light to dark. The corridor, that originally existed independently of the earth, became closer to reality in the flickering. The fluctuation of the corridor also affected the core magic array of the dragon tomb. The crystal core that could hold on for a moment in a stable state was shaken by this slight fluctuation. Crack! It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Bang! The moment the first crack appeared, this master-level water element life crystal core was crushed to dust under the weight that it should not have borne. At the same time, ah! The deep roar of the earth dragon resounded through the earth. The old man and the young man, who had been nowhere to go, suddenly appeared in the dragon tomb area and locked onto the collapsed magic circle in an instant. Crystal core? Who is it? The young man growled. At this moment, he knew that it was not an illusion just now, but someone was squatting under his nose and stole the crystal core directly after they left. The old man's face was also full of gloom, and the domain was spreading all over the sky. At the same time, one magic circle after another soared into the sky, instantly blocking this place from the physical level and the spatial level, and completely turning it into a closed space. At the same time, an underground tunnel appeared in their perception. At the end of the tunnel, a thin figure was entering a space channel. As if sensing the gaze behind him, the thin man looked back and smiled. Die! Boom! The earth collapsed, and an illusory dragon shadow penetrated the earth and fell. Even if the thin man retreated to dodge and held up a shield, half of his body was still broken. Even the entire space channel was broken. Chase! Keep chasing! Soon a space mage arrived at the scene. Without any delay, he quickly arranged the ritual field, started positioning, and finally looked at the old man. Bang! With the blessing of the ritual field, the space became substantial. The old man punched out. The dragon roared. The space shattered, and a rough space channel was formed under the restraint of the ritual field. The old man, the space mage, did not hesitate and plunged into it directly, jumping again and again. The rare and expensive space consumables were consumed bag by bag. Finally, it stopped at a dim plain. The weather here is different from the outside world. No matter it is day or night, it always stays at dusk here. Dusk plain. As soon as I saw this plain, a feeling of twilight and powerlessness came to my mind, and white spots appeared on the old man's face. The old man's face changed, and he instantly grabbed the space mage and retreated. He went in. Can I go in? If he went in, I can do it. But the space inside is too messy, and there are too many interferences. I can't guarantee that I can come out. The old man stared at the front with a gloomy face, and a thought came to his mind. A thin man, with a sly smile appeared. Check. Check it for me. In the dust plane, the disguised image that did not dissipate even after being severely injured at the beginning finally dissipated. The fat man fell to the ground in embarrassment, gasping for breath, looking at the legendary water element life crystal core in his hand. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'm alive. This crystal core is mine. The smile gradually disappeared. JPG. Chapter 391 Semi-God Medicine. The fat man fell to the ground, looking hopeless. He sighed and prepared to heal his wounds, but he felt something was wrong after just a moment and collapsed immediately. A patch of dead grass grew silently on the ground. Looking at the dead grass, the fat man carefully collected some, and then moved away when it became angry. After leaving the angry dead grass area, the fat man suppressed his injuries and walked in it. The brass ball in his hand rotated quickly layer by layer, and the fat man carefully sensed the surrounding environment. Avoid the rotten corpses. Avoid the skeletons. Avoid some rotten weapons. And avoid some plants. After walking for more than half an hour, he stopped sweating and began to treat his injuries carefully. The fat man understood that the location and route he found were only temporarily safe. It would not take long for the nodes to change, and it would become dangerous again. In a place like the dust plain, Perhaps a small rotten corpse or a small skeleton could kill the master. Oh, maybe a legend can also be done. Some dusk corpses and dusk skeletons are special. The key is that there is nothing special about their appearance. Whoever encounters them will be unlucky. Not to mention when the dusk storm is set off. When the dusk storm sweeps, the storm itself can kill legends. And if you happen to summon the projection of an ancient god's attack, not to mention legends, even demigods will have to kneel down. This crisis is not random, but will be attracted. The stronger it is, the stronger the energy, the easier it is to make this already unstable area violent again. This is a real forbidden area, a place where gods avoid, and it cannot tolerate any carelessness. After a while, the fat man walked carefully. Suddenly, the fat man saw a green leaf swaying in a bush, and his eyes suddenly widened, quietly changing the direction. Looking from a distance, I saw a white and tender big radish arching under the green leaf, and from time to time, I could see a comfortable little face appearing under the soil. In that area, the elements of heaven and earth dripped like water drops. The light gathered, and the ground veins closed. This is a treasure land where even a weed can be transformed into a spiritual medicine. The chassis, which is half the size of a basketball court, is completely occupied by this big white radish. Ginseng doll? The fat man widened his eyes. His heart disdained the turbulent waves. Higher ginseng can prolong life, strengthen the foundation, and replenish energy. And the top-grade ginseng has absorbed the essence of the earth and the light of the sun, moon and stars for a long time, and has a slight chance to transform into a spirit, and turn into a ginseng doll with a little spiritual light. This kind of ginseng doll can naturally mobilize the earth's energy and cultivate spiritual medicine. It is the manager of the legendary divine medicine garden, and a drop of ginseng liquid from the ginseng doll itself is enough to prolong life, strengthen the origin, and heal the wound of the origin. If the whole plant is taken, it can prolong life by 2,000 years, strengthen the origin, transform the foundation, and forge a spiritual body. More importantly, the spirituality of the ginseng doll that has been condensed for thousands of years is integrated into the soul, which can completely guide the soul and consciousness to complete a transformation. Ginseng doll is the top magical medicine among spiritual medicines. Legendary spiritual medicine? It can only be regarded as a younger brother in front of the ginseng doll. No, it is not a ginseng doll, but it has generated a human form and a face. Even if it is not a ginseng doll, it is not a magical medicine, but it is a semi-magic medicine. Legend has it that there is a magical medicine in the dusk plane. There was a mortal who unconsciously entered the depths and saw grass absorbing the spiritual light of the sun and the moon, and the sea absorbed the spiritual energy of the earth. The dusk air had to retreat in front of it. I used to think it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect to see a semi-magic medicine today. The fat man's heart was thumping, and he immediately began to look at the way to go. At this moment, he was only a few hundred meters away from the place, which was almost within reach. He immediately took out a 5-layer brass ball and began to arrange a magic circle with his other hand to test it. One magic circle after another extended forward, and was constantly arranged and deduced, trying to deduce a way out. However, in front, a dead end. Left, a dead end. Right, a dead end. Opposite, a dead end. Above, a road of death upon death. Below, there is no need to bury. Dead ends in all directions. Absolutely forbidden area. The fat man calmed down and looked at the ginseng with envy. No matter how good the semi-god medicine was, it was a pity that he had no chance to get it. His heart twitched slightly, and he suddenly found a trace of light yellow mist beginning to spread. Dusk mist? The fat man stared at the ginseng treasure land wrapped in dusk mist, and the ginseng swaying in the mist. He gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, took off a string of gold bracelets from his hand, and threw them towards the area where the ginseng was. At the same time, as soon as he stepped on the ground, the magic array originally used for deduction changed rapidly. If Fong Bai was here, he would find that the fat man's attainments in magic arrays were not bad at all, or he had already gone a long way on the road of change. The already arranged magic array surprisingly caused the elemental pathway to shift through the position change of the magic node, and transformed into a spell structure and a magic array. The magic circle turned into a beam of light that enveloped the bracelet and flew forward. Whether it was pollen flying, or dead grass swaying, or corpses standing up and roaring, The magic circle exploded one after another. But the magic circle was completely destroyed within a distance of dozens of meters. The fat man, who was no longer able to do anything, looked at the bracelet. Bang! 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 The hollow golden balls on the bracelet exploded from time to time. And the fat man groaned every time one exploded. His already very bad face became even worse. And dark red blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. There were a total of 9 golden beads. And 5 of them exploded in a blink of an eye. At the same time, the leather rope that strung the golden beads decayed and weathered rapidly. When only 2 golden beads were left, the leather rope was completely turned into ashes. And the 2 golden beads scattered. One exploded the moment it landed, and the other fell into the treasure land. With a weak breath, the fat man's face was pale as gold paper at this moment. He looked at the rotten corpses and skeletons that had revived around him, and grinned at the dead grass that began to crawl. Run! Behind him, the ginseng doll was blocked by the thick yellow fog, and he couldn't see anything clearly. When the yellow fog dissipated, there was no ginseng doll in the original place. Red Maple City. Bright Church. I'm leaving. I have to go to the new city. Okay. You really don't want to go to these 2 banquets? If you think it's not good to stand in a line, you can go to both banquets. They invited you to go in the name of tasting treasures. You have to taste them at the banquet. You know, although they are not very strong, they have money. The white robe slightly emphasized the word tasting when he said it, and Fong Bai naturally understood what he meant. But he still shook his head. No matter how rich they are not as rich as me. No matter how good the things they can give me are, they are not much better. If you don't like it, then I won't go. Please write a letter for me, and make up a random excuse. It's okay as long as it looks okay. It doesn't matter if you are sick, or have something to do. Chapter 392 Soul Enriching Blue Gold. Well, I guess I'm not feeling well. The man in white robe looked up and down at Fong Bai, who was full of energy and had a rosy face, and said casually, Okay. Fong Bai nodded, causing Luo Chuan, who was waiting on the side, to twitch his lips slightly. The 2 really didn't know how to be shy, and really didn't try to hide it. Showing up like this. Feeling unwell? Fong Bai glanced at Luo Chuan next to him and smiled. Going where is a statement. So is this? As for whether there are nobles who are unhappy with him, that's none of his business. As long as his strength is strong enough. As long as his value is great enough. As long as these nobles want to cling to him, they will naturally find excuses for him. For example, she takes a bath from today to tomorrow. For example, she may be blind and can't see WeChat messages. Fong Bai thought happily, and after saying goodbye to the man in white robe, he turned around and was escorted by the city guards. He was still escorted 2 miles out of the city before reluctantly going back. It looks like how good his relationship with Fong Bai is. As Fong Bai walked, a thought came back to Tiangong Pavilion. Looking at Kaming, who rushed over. Kaming? You are here. I just left your master. Ah? Are you here to exchange things? No. I haven't even entered the Guangming Library. I'm afraid I accidentally exchanged something after entering. After all, I'm still planning to exchange crystal cores. What if after the exchange, the credit is just not enough for the exchange? That would be funny. Well, that's right. Kaming scratched his head and handed a bunch of things to Fong Bai. Here. These are for you. I got them from my master. It's a thank you gift for you. Well, it's not much. Just a token of my appreciation. Seeing this, Fong Bai didn't refuse. What he gave Kaming was far more precious than these external objects. And with this master around, Kaming didn't lack treasures. So he felt at ease to accept this. When I opened it, I saw several master-level crystal cores, 2 bottles of holy water, a small golden palm-sized shield, a crystal ball, and a piece of blue metal that was as big as a human head, but extremely light and cold to the touch. Holy water can be used to cleanse the body, dispel various negative states, remove hidden diseases, nourish the soul, and form a layer of light on the soul. It can defend against mental attacks. When facing some demons, undead, and other enemies, just smash them and pour them on them to extinguish their souls and cause real damage. I chose this crystal ball for you. Isn't this a cave? It can float in the sky by itself, just like the real sun. It is definitely real sunlight. No need to charge. It can always be used. Put it in your cave. There will be no difference between inside and outside. It will not affect anything. The golden shield is made of the metal of the divine emblem that has been worshipped under the statue of the church for more than 10 years. And it has a constant legendary divine art. Shelter of light. It can be automatically deployed in response to stress. Or it can be controlled by mental power. The defense power is among the top ones among the legendary shields. Kaming said lightly. But Fong Bai couldn't help looking at the small golden shield again after hearing it. Legendary trigger shield. This is something that can really save your life. Seeing Fong Bai's reaction, Kaming finally smiled and pointed to the last piece of metal. Spiritual blue iron. 4th level elemental metal. Spiritual attribute. Can contain and nourish the soul and spiritual power. If you can die? Kaming just finished speaking. And quickly reacted and added. For example, if your body dies and your soul is broken, as long as you still have a corner of your soul, you can use this metal carrier to nourish it. A small amount of soul-enriching blue iron can keep the soul immortal and stop it from collapsing. If this whole piece of soul-enriching blue iron is made into a carrier, it can not only keep the soul immortal, but also nourish the soul continuously. It promotes the recovery of the soul. For a lich, this is one of the best choices for making a life box. I think you are also a mage, and you may need it. But you better not let others know that you have such a piece. Otherwise, if some master level and legendary mages want to transform into liches, you may not be able to rest in peace. Fong Bai felt that he had to take back his previous words. The value of these things. I got more. And I didn't say I would give you back at the beginning. Didn't you give me a great opportunity anyway? In addition, I saved my life. Don't say it's just a small favor. It's just a small favor. It's just a small favor for you. But it's a life-saving favor for me. If I was caught and sacrificed to the evil god, I might not even have the chance to be resurrected in the kingdom of God. For others, the baptism of God may not be given to others even if it's free. The value of a life and a great opportunity is only higher than what I gave. Don't look down on me. In general, I still got the advantage. I made a profit. But these things can't buy a life and a baptism of God with complete freedom. Kaming's mouth was like a machine gun, and he didn't give Fong Bai a chance to interrupt. Fong Bai didn't say anything after hearing this. He patted Kaming's shoulder and pulled Kaming into the Tiandong pavilion. Kaming said so many good things, including 2 4th-level legendary items. If Kaming didn't bring something back, he would be embarrassed to hang around here and see Baipao in the future. He gave too much. And it just so happened that Su Shiping's technology had a certain breakthrough. Not only can the gold element be contained in the human body, but it can also be stored with the help of a certain array. With this mechanism, they tried to make several projectors with gold element. That is, belts. In front of Kaming, Fong Bai picked up a palm-long flat metal belt head and put it on his waist and pressed it. Click, click, click. A belt stretched out section by section, and finally contracted and fixed on Fong Bai's waist. The next moment, Fong Bai pinched a chip and pressed it into the belt. Ka. Armor fusion. Buzz. A set of light golden heavy-duty general armor appeared in front of Kaming. Master-level armor. Relying on computing power units. Draws on the cluster thinking of trial space arrays. Using thousands of dynamically changing spell nodes. The spell structure reaches the power of the master level. When using it, you can input master level power to amplify it. It has an auxiliary combat system built inside, which can use computing power units to calculate ballistics, attack range, etc., so as to carry out projection work such as dodge area and strike point, assist you in dodging, attacking, and shooting, and automatically identify spells or skills, reminding you of their effects and countermeasures. In addition, there is a constant recording technique. After the battle, you can view the recording by yourself for review. The experimental model may still have some problems. The system operation data is insufficient, and the error may be large. For you, it can only be regarded as a good armor. You can make do with it, and remember to come back regularly to upgrade. Fong Bai said casually. Don't be disgusted. The limit of the armor is almost like this. When our legendary mecha is developed, I will give you a big job. Kaming's eyes next to him were already extremely bright. Chapter 393 City Building. If you have any questions during use, please contact me as soon as possible. Fong Bai sent the excited Kaming away, smiled, and looked at the light crystal ball among these items. After hearing about this function, Fong Bai originally wanted to hang it in the sky of the inner space. Such a light crystal ball that simulates sunlight is definitely more realistic and more suitable than the spell effect he released. But on second thought, this light crystal ball is not a natural wonder, but a divine object made by the Church of Light using the power of the God of Light. As soon as he felt the breath of the light power in it, Fong Bai completely killed this idea. Just like he would not add things to his soul randomly. It is easy to add, but it is troublesome to strip it off. His inner space is materialized from fantasy, and is completely controlled by him. Its origin cannot be pure. Adding natural soil, water, or spiritual medicine, treasures is fine. This kind of thing that is obviously controlled by the gods dares to be put in. It has nothing to do with the object. But Fong Bai heart is not so big. Just hang it on the top of the cave. So I don't have to run the sunlight simulation all day. The plantation and greening inside are all arranged. The God of Light is always better than me at simulating light. After Fong Bai entered the inner cave, he threw the crystal ball into the air, and it floated autonomously. After closing the sunlight simulation array, the gentle sunlight shone on the earth, with the same intensity as the outside world. Well, I can also bask in the sun in the cave in the future. The master-level crystal core and holy water were casually put into the treasure house, and the golden holy shield was placed on the desk in the wizard tower. When the main body comes back, it will naturally be carried with it. Afterwards, Fong Bai looked at the piece of soul-enriching blue iron with a serious face, with a hint of excitement and expectation in his solemnity. The function described by Kaming is indeed correct. As a material existence, the soul-enriching blue iron can directly carry and nourish the soul. This is really a super gift for me. Outside Hongfeng City, Fong Bai's main body's heart couldn't help but beat violently. If this piece of soul-enriching blue iron is used well, the Lich Life box is nothing. This can even directly remove the last threshold of the mecha and make up for the last shortcoming. It can even directly allow the mecha that originally only existed in the laboratory to completely walk out of the laboratory. Resisting his excitement, Fong Bai controlled the projection to hold the soul-enriching blue iron and walk towards the project team laboratory. On the main body side, he controlled the body to walk towards the player's new city. Unlike the slightly deserted Red Maple City, adventurers and caravans here are constantly coming and going, and even villagers dare to walk together on the official road, and continue to open up wasteland under the new policy. As for the wild beasts that originally lived on the roadside and in the wilderness, the alien races have long been cleared by more and more players, and combed over and over again like a sieve. After the old players beat the newcomers, they come again, and there are players running the map all the time. They have completely conquered this wilderness, where the natives are powerless, turning it into a cultivated land with extremely high value that can be freely developed and planted. At least this is the case within the coverage area of the player's new city. So many serfs, who ran to the wilderness, took the initiative to open up wasteland and plant land. Everything looks prosperous. Fong Bai soon arrived at the area of the player's new city. As soon as he approached, he saw a group of people coming up to him, led by Hao Wei. He walked in front of Fong Bai with a smile on his face, and took out a dagger with a faint glow and stabbed Fong Bai. Zinai! Fong Bai! Die for me! Ding! 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 The extraordinary dagger stabbed Fong Bai's body with a ding-ding sound. It was coated with an extraordinary poison that killed the enemy instantly. But it didn't even scratch the skin. Hao Wei's hand stabbed Fong Bai and almost left an afterimage. But Fong Bai ignored it, raised his hand, and waved to the person behind Hao Wei with a smile on his face. Ah, Bai Xiao. When will you come over? I have prepared the herb garden for you. The magic circle is fully automated. It will definitely save you trouble and effort. I have packed all the herbs. I tell you, President Hao is very nice. He also asked people to help me dig the immature herbs, and asked people to help me maintain the vitality and transplant them. They will help me send them over when the time comes. Then I really have to thank our President Hao, Fong Bai said with a smile on his face. His tone was sincere, but it was as if he couldn't see Hao Wei, who was stabbing him crazily in front of him. And Hao Wei heard. Ah! Sign. The dagger with thousands of afterimages stabbed Fong Bai crazily, creating a series of sparks. And Fong Bai greeted the other presidents with a smile on his face. Suddenly, bang! The dagger broke, and the sharp tip of the knife burst towards Hao Wei. Sizzle! A line of blood gradually appeared on Hao Wei's arm. The scene was silent. Hao Wei lowered his head little by little. when he saw the blood on his hand. Ah! Bang! Hao Wei fell to the ground. His face was already a pale green. Fong Bai? Hao Wei. Hao Wei. President Hao? Fong Bai, standing in front of Hao Wei, shrugged helplessly. His clothes on the abdomen were pierced with holes, which formed a sharp contrast with the blood on Hao Wei's arm. I do it. I do it. The president asked me to mix this poison specifically for Fong Bai. I have the antidote. Fong Bai? Seeing Fong Bai looking at her, Bai Xiao's face turned red. After a lot of effort, Hao Wei, who was almost killed, finally saved his life, but his face was still pale. As soon as he woke up, Hao Wei pointed at Fong Bai tremblingly. You compensate me with an extraordinary dagger. Compensate. You compensate me with an extraordinary iron bow. Compensate. You compensate. Don't be shameless. That's enough. Hao Wei retracted his hand and stood up. Let's go. We heard you were coming, so we're all ready. Oh, by the way, Xiao Lu, remember to send the materials for the extraordinary dagger and the extraordinary iron bow to Fong Bai. I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of others for no reason. Also, keep this dagger and pick up the broken tip. It can be used later. Fong Bai was happy, seeing Hao Wei's unhurried look. He turned his head and looked at Bai Xiao. Hey, Bai Xiao, your father and grandfather are really not coming? The family is together. Hey, Hao Wei, why are you pulling me? Don't pull me. Don't pull me. I can walk by myself. Bai Xiao, think about it. If your father and grandfather are willing to come, I will drive a mecha to pick them up later. Fong Bai, you bastard. Do some good deeds. Hao Wei roared, really angry. Fong Bai laughed and played, and the group came directly to the seaside. A bustling super-large construction site is operating here. The construction site is half on land and half on the sea. The ice blocks the turbulent sea water, revealing the seabed with a huge drop, where a group of black metal ants are busy. Chapter 394 Crystal Core. Fong Bai, where did you get these ants? Can you give me a few? Hao Wei, who had recovered a little, said with a shameless face. Bai Xiao, why don't you ask your father and you? Stop. Stop. I don't want it. It's just a bunch of stinky ants. Who cares? Anyway, I don't care. Not at all. While Hao Wei was talking, his eyes were always on the busy ants on the construction site, and he didn't move away for a moment. Thousands of metal ants the size of goats also looked like a huge mass. The ants crawled on the seabed. There was a very large drop on the shore of this coast, and occasionally some high ground had been leveled by the ant colony. The average depth of more than 20 meters makes this place a deep water port. At present, all ships used by the indigenous people can be freely anchored and sailed here without any impact. The metal ants arched the ground, and the soil and rocks kept surging up, and finally turned into rocks with the texture of concrete under the stirring of the ants' saliva. At this moment, a super large pit has been dug at the construction site, which is 1 kilometer wide and long, making it look very spectacular. In the future, a new city will rise here, standing on the edge of the ocean. Of course, the current project is not all, but only the first phase. Send the chi and blood and eggs to the queen ant in the underground, so that it can complete the basic infection with chi and blood. After the infection is completed, Fong Bai will take it back to Tiangong Pavilion and artificially turn it into a steel body through a ceremony. After all, it is not a natural metal ant. If you want to take shortcuts to quickly increase the number of ant colonies, it will be much more troublesome. After completing the first step of infection, Fong Bai walked on the construction site with a blueprint in his hand, and his mental power scanned the conditions of the nearby land and ocean one by one, and sensed 1 vein in the ocean and 3 veins on the ground to determine their location. After completing these tasks, marking and projecting them, a sand table exactly like the actual situation appeared in front of Fong Bai. Then, Fong Bai immersed himself in the sand table and the magic array cluster. The magic array cluster designed for city building had a large margin. After Fong Bai had explored the actual situation of Hanfeng New City, he immediately made a targeted design. After some effort in the fantasy space, Fong Bai opened his eyes in reality not long after, and a complete design appeared in front of him. Partial design drawings of the magic array of the extraordinary Hanfeng City. The projection of Fong Bai, who was conducting a detailed test on the properties of the soul-enriching blue iron with others, suddenly frowned slightly and turned his head to look in the direction of the gate. Fong Bai. What happened? Su Shiping asked in confusion. An acquaintance is here. I go meet him. You continue. Fong Bai figure flashed while he was speaking, and the whole person disappeared directly on the spot, and then recondensed at the gate. This is originally a projection, not the real body. As long as it is within the range of mental power, Fong Bai can condense the projection anywhere. Looking at the seriously injured fat man in front of him, Fong Bai raised his eyelids, and the heavy crossbow behind him began to charge instantly. The extremely strong elemental fluctuation spread out, and at the same time the engine began to rotate, driving the gears to pull the crossbow string. The crossbow string that rang was terrifying. The fat man's eyebrows couldn't help but jump. At this moment, the fat man was in a mess, covered in blood, and his arm was twisted directly, obviously broken. Are you really not afraid that I will kill you? You dare to walk around in front of me with serious injuries. Fong Bai's eyes wandered over the fat man's hands. He had clearly cut off one hand before, but he didn't expect that this time he would grow back directly. The broken limbs were reborn. This hairstyle made Fong Bai sigh at the fat man's wealth, so that his eyes couldn't help but drift to the fat man's fingers. Those space rings were simply tempting. Really fat. I'm here to give you a crystal core. If you want to kill me for this, I've made a mistake, the fat man said casually. Fong Bai didn't react for a moment. After hearing it clearly, his eyes suddenly opened. Crystal core? Legendary water element life crystal core? The fat man didn't reply. He took out a crystal core from his pocket and threw it at Fong Bai. Fong Bai caught it and saw that it was covered by a simple barrier. With a thought, his mental power penetrated the shield directly. In an instant, the majestic water element, like the ocean, reverberated in Fong Bai's mind. The endless power of the water element overflowed and formed a field faintly. Water element. Legendary. After confirming it, a sense of joy arose spontaneously, and at the same time, a sense of surprise also enveloped his heart. You actually found a legendary water element life crystal core in such a short time. How did you do it? Otherwise, where do you think all these injuries on my body came from? The fat man pointed to the injuries on his body and said, although his tone was not good, he was also a little weak. Fong Bai looked him up and down and smacked his lips. Okay. For the sake of the crystal core, I let you knock me out. This is over. If you want to knock me out next time, just prepare the crystal core in advance. Knock me as you like. Knock me as you like. Don't be polite, Fong Bai said happily. He got a legendary crystal core in such a short time, which made him feel more comfortable with the fat man. Seeing Fong Bai in a good mood, the fat man was in a bad mood, especially when he saw the crystal core. He said unhappily, don't blame me for not reminding you. It's best to hide this crystal core tightly. If a little bit of wind leaks out, you will be razed to the ground in a few hours. Understood? Just give me the crystal core. I will take the crystal core, and any troubles in the future will be my own. Fong Bai didn't care, or he knew it clearly in his heart. This crystal core must have come from an unknown source. Otherwise, what regular channels could have caused this fat man to be seriously injured and on the verge of death? Fong Bai could clearly sense the injury, which was a real serious injury. Fong Bai even sensed a burst of incompatible aura emanating from the fat man's body. This was clearly the extraordinary power injected by the strong man when attacking the fat man. If these extraordinary powers were not removed, the fat man would not be able to heal his injuries, and his injuries would even continue to worsen. And this power was slightly familiar. Fong Bai fell into memories, and suddenly, this familiar feeling found its source. Odysseus's dragon fighting spirit. The characteristics of this fighting spirit are quite obvious, but the strength of Odysseus's dragon fighting spirit is far from that high. So, did you steal this crystal core from the Bartholomew family? What are you talking about? I picked it up when it was thrown on the ground. I didn't expect the people of the Bartholomew family to be so domineering. They threw away the unwanted things and didn't let me pick them up. You beat me up like this, the fat man said indignantly, and then suddenly smiled and looked at Fong Bai. I found you a priceless legendary crystal core. You let me get hurt like this, but you don't want to invite me in to sit down? I have another good news to share with you. Chapter 395. Fong Bai raised his eyebrows slightly. He always felt that the fat man was being mean today. Oh no. He was always being mean. That's fine. While thinking, Fong Bai subconsciously used his mental power to control the crossbow to aim at the fat man. Shaking it, and shaking it again. Don't shake it. I know your real body is not here. Your crossbow can only make me more injured. You can't kill me, the fat man said unhappily. Fong Bai fell silent after hearing this, and silently transferred the extraordinary army guarding the Tiandong pavilion. On the way to the army, Fong Bai asked, "What good news did you say?" "A relic of a god. The dust plane. I found a semi-god medicine in it. I know the location. Do you want to go or not? If you go, we will share the harvest 50-50. The fat man looked Fong Bai up and down, but he kept thinking in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was appropriate. The greater the energy fluctuation in the dust plane, the more likely it is to cause danger. Once a normal person encounters a dust corpse, the dust skeleton must fight back. Once you use spells and fighting spirit, defeating one will attract 10, and defeating 10 may cause a storm. The stronger the person, the faster he will die. In addition, the dusk aura will erode the life energy and blood of all the lives in it. Once they can't bear it, they will turn into a brand new dust corpse. Fong Bai, a strong body and brute force, will not cause a violent reaction in the dust plane, and can resist the erosion of the dusk aura with his powerful life source and blood. This is just too suitable. The fat man has never seen such a strong physique below the legend, and it is rare above the legend. With his experience and ability to enter and exit the dust plane, the two of them may really have a chance to pick that semi-god medicine. Recalling the previous ritual to locate the bracelet, it was found that its aura was getting weaker and weaker, but it can still play a positioning role now. This made the fat man look at Fong Bai with a little more heat. As long as you return my 5 rings to me, I will take you to play. Demigod medicine? Relics of the gods? Fong Bai heart moved when he heard this, but he looked up and down at the fat man and shook his head slightly. I'm not interested. If you want to go, go by yourself. Besides, there are no 5 rings. I haven't seen them. Okay. Since you have given me the crystal core, we are even. No need to see you off. Fong Bai was about to turn around and walk back. Seeing this, the fat man suddenly said, "Okay. If you are not interested, forget it. I will go to find Adissa. She just broke through to the master level and owes me a favor. I will go to invite her. She should still go." The moment the 3 words Adissa sounded, Fong Bai's footsteps paused slightly, and the fat man was immediately excited when he saw this, and he couldn't close his mouth. Fong Bai sighed in his heart, but his face did not show any expression. He turned around and looked at the fat man. The fat man had no intention of leaving, and he had no intention of leaving either. The two of them confronted each other. Seeing the fat man's fearless look, Fong Bai sighed. "What else do you know? I know you will definitely beg me later," the fat man said proudly. "Kneel down and beg you not to die? You dare to come to my base camp to make trouble when you are so injured?" Fong Bai said helplessly. "Your main body is not here. What can others do to me?" Silently, a layer of cloud enveloped Fong Bai collapsed out of thin air. And before the collapse, a crystal core was thrown into the hands of a player, and the elemental power on the scene fell into dead silence. The fat man's mouth twitched slightly when he saw this. It's just a method to ban magic. Even if I ban magic, no one can beat me. Armor fusion. Armor fusion. Armor fusion. Armor fusion. A series of armor fusion sounds rang out, and the sounds merged to form a reverberation, like a buzzing echo. While the fat man was stunned, armors walked out of the dark one by one. Elite Mecha Master. Full body power armor. Military talent. Please appreciate it. Even if one of my hands is broken, I can still do it with one hand. A group of armored warriors rushed up. Bang! 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 Ah! Oh! Son of a bitch. If you have the guts, don't hit my wound. Ah! Surrender! Surrender! I surrender! A moment later, the bruised and swollen fat man was tightly imprisoned by the cage made of gold, and Fong Bai projection reappeared out of thin air. "How is it? Can I do anything to you when I'm not here?" "Humph. If you have the guts, don't beg me. I tell you, if you can exchange for the crystal core of the Church of Light, you'd be awesome." The fat man was fixed in a large iron block in a human-shaped shape, with only his head exposed, but still arrogant. Fong Bai was silent for a moment, And the fat man continued. In this way, you don't have to go to dust playing with me. I will also give in. As long as you return my 5 rings to me, and then beg me, I will not interfere. And even say a few good words for you. How about it? Fong Bai was silent for a long time, then sighed and nodded. Okay. You open the domain, or I won't believe you. Okay. The fat man said with a smug smile. He immediately opened the domain and reached a deal under the witness of the domain. After completing it, the fat man looked at Fong Bai expectantly. Quick! 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 Beg me. I'm listening. Fong Bai nodded, without hesitation, stood next to the fat man's head, squatted, looked at the fat man, and said, Okay. I beg you. I beg you not to interfere with my assessment. I beg you to say a few good words for me. Fong Bai stopped after he finished speaking. Seeing this, the fat man was stunned, looked up at Fong Bai, and then looked down at himself. You. After the fat man found the feedback from the domain, he suddenly became incoherent. You call this begging me? Push me to the ground and beg me? Fong Bai smiled. Is there anything wrong? Fuck me. Feeling the changes in the domain, the fat man's emotions collapsed instantly. Not long after, the fat man left cursing, looking at the fat man's back. Fong Bai smiled, but he couldn't laugh anymore. It was true that Adissa had been promoted to a master. The fat man's performance made Fong Bai more certain that Adissa might really be his examiner. Although the fat man would not say bad things to interfere, it did not mean that Fong Bai had a sure win. His relationship with Adissa was not good to begin with, and he almost wrongly accused her and killed her. Fortunately, I didn't kill her at that time. Fong Bai suddenly felt fortunate. Very fortunate. It was not because Adissa was the saint of the Inquisition of the Church of Light, let alone the Inquisition. Even the saint of the Church of Light was no different from an ordinary person in essence to Fong Bai. What really made him fortunate was that he restrained himself and was not affected by his feelings, emotions, and even more so, his power. He did not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Chapter 396. If I really killed Adissa at that time, then maybe I would regret it for a long time when I woke up from a nightmare many years later? Fong Bai said softly, with a slight smile on his face. This is the happiest thing for him recently. After the fat man walked away cursing, he suddenly laughed again. This Fong Bai is so shameless. I am unlucky to meet such a person. But he is a good person, the fat man muttered. Although he was beaten up, it did not affect his perception of Fong Bai. It was as if he was not a good person, but he also liked to stay with good people. I can get in touch with this Fong Bai in the future. Maybe there will be a chance for cooperation, the fat man thought. Although he was beaten up twice by Fong Bai, it did not affect the fat man's desire to cooperate with Fong Bai. On the contrary, this prompted the fat man to be inclined to cooperate. You know you can't win, but you've been beaten twice in a row. Doesn't this prove a problem? Will you continue to hold on until you're beaten to death? Since you can't win, shouldn't you make contact and seek opportunities for cooperation? The fat man muttered as he walked away, while baring his teeth and cursing Fong Bai. Similarly, all the above conclusions did not affect the fat man's continued scolding of Fong Bai. Almost. You can build it like this. There will be no problem. Just remember, the main part of the city must be completed by these ants. Not a bit less. Fong Bai pointed to the construction site and emphasized. In addition, I will bring people to arrange the magic array in the later stage, so you don't have to worry. How Wei? According to our previous plan, the dock part will be completed first. If you have any plans, you can start preparing. In addition, you also have to prepare to gather people. Without enough players, and not enough indigenous people to settle down, even if the extraordinary city is built, it will be greatly discounted. Hao Wei nodded after hearing this. Don't worry. These are completely within our plan. There will be no problem. Okay. Fong Bai didn't stay here for too long, and turned directly to Hongfeng City and found Bai Pao. Before he spoke, Bai Pao took the initiative to say, Fong Bai. There is a saint who has been selected and promoted in this area, and successfully promoted to a saint. The relevant news has spread, and the person is the Adissa you mentioned before. As soon as Bai Pao finished speaking, Fong Bai's face turned black, and the last bit of luck in his heart disappeared completely without a trace. The white robe looked at Fong Bai with some pause and scratched his head. The examiner has been decided, and it is Adissa. and Edissa's scoring authority is quite high. Once she gives you a high score, then your crystal core is basically in your hands. On the contrary, a low score means that you really can't get the crystal core. Fong Bai smiled bitterly, and the white robe kept saying that he would do his best to help promote it. But Fong Bai also knew that this kind of thing is really not that simple. And it is not something that can be done just by having acquaintances. Thank you. I will go back first. Okay. You're welcome. Fong Bai turned and left the church, left Hanfeng City, and left the territory where this group of nobles gathered. Just a moment ago, those nobles? Like sharks smelling fishy smells. Invitations swarmed in, which was annoying. When I thought about how Wei dealing with such a group of people every day, attending their public banquets and private banquets every day, remembering their emblems, and toasting, suddenly I admired them a little. It's not easy either. The spell is simple, and the power is straightforward. It will not flatter, will not look down on others, will not discriminate, and all beings are equal. You can't do it. Fong Bai suddenly laughed again and turned to leave. In the depths of the wilderness mountains, Edissa felt the boiling succubus projection in her body, and her expression did not change at all. The desire that hid her spiritual platform, like a tide, did not change her at all. Her consciousness was like a pine tree rooted in the rock, and all the impacts were like a breeze on her face. Before becoming a master, she had to worry about the impact of the succubus desire that would distort her personality, and worry that her body would be invaded by the devil's power and turned into a devil. And she had to resist it completely. She had to use this power, and at the same time resist the invasion and change with her will. That was the most difficult thing. Now, after breaking through the master, the succubus projection in her body has no threat at all. The tide of desire that hit her consciousness can only refine her soul and consciousness to make it more brilliant, and gradually bloom with light. The demonic power that invaded the body could only melt like white snow under the sunlight, and completely merge into Edissa's body, forging Edissa's origin foundation that was comparable to the devil, but extremely bright. Soon after, the succubus projection in the body was completely digested from consciousness to power, and the breath of charm and desire swept away Edissa's body and turned into holiness. Edissa slowly opened her eyes and looked at everything in front of her. There was a surging power of light here, and at the same time, there was filthy demonic power intertwined in it. The light and the devil entangled and collided with each other, constantly destroying the fragile space here. Every relic of the gods is a weak point in the main material world, like a scar that is not yet healed. But it is also one of the most dangerous places in the main material world. In front of the divine power, all beings are basically equal, and there is no difference. With a thought, a message that was previously transmitted through divine arts emerged in his mind. First, the court sent a formal appointment notice to become a saint, and the corresponding authority was granted. Then it was, assess a player, and the assessment will determine whether he can exchange for the legendary earth element crystal core that is not in the treasure house. Fong Bai? In Idish's mind, Fong Bai, who was invincible in the trial space, emerged, and the scene of being almost killed by Fong Bai before emerged. And he felt quite strange for a while. Let's go out first, and then consider the assessment after going out. But Idisha has already gone deep into this relic at this moment. Although his strength is more consistent with a light divine power in it, it is still very difficult to get out. There is even a great possibility of life-threatening. How can you enter and exit the ruins of the gods at will? But before Idisha could think about it, she turned around and came to the moment when the magic models connected together quickly emerged. And in a blink of an eye, an invisible road appeared. A magic circle road leading directly to the outside world. Bard? Idisha felt more and more strange. The bard who knocked her out and robbed her treasure, and the bard who helped her comprehend seemed to have a strong sense of separation. But looking at the magic circle road in front of her, she stepped on it and felt the extremely dangerous atmosphere on both sides of the road. A feeling of emotion arose in her heart. In the magic circle, a force flowed in her body, and her whole body was warm. I may have misunderstood him. Chapter 397. Bard? Maybe I really misunderstood him. Edissa felt the warm power of the magic circle running in her body and thought to herself, I originally wanted to catch the fat man and beat him up after breaking through the master level. Let him understand what a saint is. There is a world of difference between a saint and a saint. Edissa was full of confidence. After completing the transformation, the qualitative change of her soul and body was huge. She knew very well that the fundamental reason why she had been defeated by Fong Bai before was that the fat man had not broken through the master level. Breaking through the master level means the end of the foundation stage. The strength of this stage is the strongest and the biggest. Now that she has broken through the master level, she is not weaker than anyone in the same level. No. She is a saint who was promoted by ancient methods. She is qualified to compete for the saint of the church. Every stage of her is the most perfect. After she breaks through to the master level, she will definitely crush the fat man. Only Fong Bai, who chased the fat man for 7 days and 7 nights, can arouse her interest. But she is invincible. Stop. Stop. Don't go forward. Suddenly, the fat man rushed out and shouted. Idissa looked at him in confusion. Without any pause, took a step forward, walked the last step of the path, and stepped out of the ruins of the gods. Ong! A magic circle appeared out of thin air, binding Idissa inside. Idissa was about to struggle, and the energy in her body that made her extremely comfortable instantly turned into a net that completely sealed her internal energy and muscles. Immediately afterwards, the chain magic circle started, and a gust of wind carried some powder. Idissa instantly smelled the fragrance, and then felt the accumulation of fighting spirit all over her body, the numbness of her muscles, the exhaustion of her soul, and she fell into a deep sleep. A rope appeared under her feet, tied her feet, and hung her upside down. The fat man couldn't bear to look at the scene. Looking at the means of arrangement with evil taste before, he was willing to help this candidate saint. But it didn't mean he was a good person. Is this candidate for the saint really not on guard at all? Not struggling at all? She has some strength. But the fat man hesitated to speak. He didn't expect that the trap he casually set up would be so effective. Now he really didn't know what to do. He really wanted to make friends with Fong Bai and come to help Fong Bai say a few good words to sell a favor. In his opinion, favors in Idissa's hands are definitely not as valuable as in Fong Bai hands. Now he recognizes this even more. But he is in a dilemma. Not long after, in Tiandong Pavilion, Fong Bai looked down at Idissa who was sleeping, and looked up at the fat man, repeating himself, hesitating to speak. After a while, Fong Bai asked cautiously, "Did you say good things for me?" "No. I haven't had time to say it yet." Fong Bai immediately let out a long breath and relaxed. "It's okay. It's okay. There's still hope." The fat man couldn't speak, and Fong Bai asked curiously at this time, "But how did you catch her? Didn't she break through to the master level? Elite level has the combat power of master level, and she should be stronger after breaking through to the master level. Right? Although she may not be your opponent, she is not without the ability to resist. Right? Why did you fight again? Wait. You are not going to fight and then fulfill your promise to help me speak well. Right?" Fong Bai looked at the fat man with full vigilance. If so, the fat man would be considered to have fulfilled his promise and tricked him. The fat man was very helpless. And then, he was a little angry because he was wronged. How is it possible? It's fine if I didn't agree. If I agreed, I wouldn't play these tricks. Am I that kind of person? Suddenly, Fong Bai felt a sense of using something to cover up the embarrassment. Well, the fat man must be that kind of person. But this time, it seems that something really happened. I just left a few magic traps before I left. This time, she didn't do anything when she came to my house. I even wanted to stop her, but I couldn't. She's so strong. She doesn't have any defense at all. She's so weak. Idissa woke up vaguely, and when she opened her eyes, she saw 2 blurry figures standing beside her arguing and quarreling. What happened to her? At this time, the words of one of the figures echoed in her ears. Weak as hell bang. Fong Bai hit Idissa's neck with a vertical knife, knocking her unconscious. Seeing that she didn't wake up, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. If Idissa woke up at this juncture, there would be nothing to explain. After Idissa's interruption, the fat man didn't want to say anything and started to play bad. You don't want me to continue to say nice things now, right? No need. Okay. The deal is cancelled. As soon as the voice fell, Fong Bai sensed a trace of domain fluctuations on the fat man. Apparently, the deal was cancelled right after he said it was confirmed. Now that Idissa is yours, you can do whatever you want. I won't get involved. But I still remind you that Edie Shaw is a saint after all. Don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have. This is not a storybook novel. The meaning of the saint is not something you can bear. It's fine if it's voluntary. But if you dare to force it, God's punishment will fall on you in a minute. Fong Bai didn't react for a while, and his face suddenly turned black after hearing the rest. Get lost? You think I'm you? Get lost? The fat man curled his lips in disdain and turned away, looking at the fat man's back. Fong Bai recalled the prototype of his domain. All masters with the prototype of the domain have no obstacles in front of the legendary barrier, and are basically regarded as future legends. At the same time, their combat effectiveness is also the top batch among the masters. And there is a possibility of escape in front of the real legend. Which force does the fat man come from? It is completely impossible to tell from the means. The means are complicated, not systematic at all, and not bound by means. It is completely like a wild origin. Really a wild man? A genius who surpassed all the forces and became a wild legend? Fong Bai murmured, looking at the fat man. He felt a little more favorable in his heart. If that's true, then he is indeed a legend of a generation. Idissa at his feet groaned again, as if he was about to wake up. Fong Bai made a hand knife, and Idissa was silent again. After knocking, Fong Bai suddenly reacted. Wait, the fat man is gone. Why should I knock? My hand is smooth. Forget it. I've knocked, and I think about what to do next. How to explain it? Fong Bai couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This damn fat man did a shitty thing. I knocked my own examiner unconscious and captured him. What should I do? Urgent. Waiting online. Maybe. Wake up in a safe environment, with familiar people around. This will make Idissa feel more at ease. Fong Bai couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 398. Where am I? Idissa opened her eyes hazily, and saw the light shining under the white dome. A strange priest in white robes stood beside Fong Bai. What happened to me? Fatty. I actually thought you were a good person. My neck hurts so much. Idissa groaned as soon as she moved. Her neck seemed to be broken and it hurt when touched. Fong Bai, who was standing next to her, looked at his nose and his heart, and silently hid his right hand behind his back. After a while, Idissa finally understood the situation. You mean? You brought me here from the wilderness mountain range? Yes. Fong Bai nodded. You mean the fat guy attacked me? Yeah. That's right. Idissa looked at Fong Bai suspiciously. Then why does my neck hurt so much? I don't know. Maybe it was the fat man who hit me. The puzzled Idissa cast one magic spell after another on him, healing the injury on his neck and restoring his physical condition. While Fong Bai spoke with confidence, without any guilt, Idissa half believed and half doubted, then felt the surging fighting spirit and strength that had been restored in his body. Looked at Fong Bai in front of him, recalled the embarrassment of fleeing in front of Fong Bai before, and a sense of confidence surged in his heart. Forget him. Fong Bai. We are all masters now. Let's have a competition. Ah? Fong Bai was stunned. Now? Here? Yes. Don't worry. If you are worried that I will borrow the power of faith from the church, you can ask him to supervise me. As long as I call on the power of faith from the church, I will lose. Idissa pointed at the white robe and said. At this moment, the white robe didn't react at all, not knowing what Idissa was up to. At this moment, Idissa was a little impatient and kept urging. But Fong Bai was still hesitating. Seeing Fong Bai was hesitating, Idissa finally had no choice but to speak out. Don't you want to exchange for the qualification of the crystal core? Fight with me. Defeat me. If you win, I will give you the qualification. And it doesn't matter if you lose. Idissa looked at Fong Bai, and she gritted her teeth when she recalled the fat man. She also remembered that Fong Bai had chased the fat man for 7 days and 7 nights. And she couldn't help but look at Fong Bai more favorably. After thinking about it, she said again, As long as you sure? Fong Bai was even more confused, and his words interrupted Idissa directly. Very sure. And as long as you. Before Idissa finished speaking, Fong Bai appeared in front of her in an instant. A hand covered her with a momentum that covered the sky. Idissa was stunned, and the next moment she found a hand appeared on her neck. At the same time, countless gold elements flowed through her skin and pores, and completely penetrated into Idissa's body. In just a moment, Idissa felt unable to move, as if her body had turned into elemental metal, or an elemental metal with a master. Her body, fighting spirit, and mental power were completely blocked, and she couldn't move at all. Idissa couldn't speak, and could only stare with her eyes. Fong Bai reacted for a long time, and quickly cut open the golden element blockade on Edissa's head. Edissa's face turned red. This, no. Come again. Another round. Then, Your Highness, what was the agreement just now? I give you the qualification. But we still fight again. No matter who wins or loses. Okay. Fongbai shrugged, with a smile on his face. After a while, Edissa sat aside with some doubts about life. It wasn't because of the Crystal Core exchange qualification given out. In fact, Fongbai had been investigated by the court a long time ago, and the assessment would be handed over to her only after it was confirmed that there was no problem. And when delivering the information, it was also very clear, relying on her senses. If the senses are good, then give it. If the senses are not good, then don't give it. This assessment, this qualification is based on Fongbai's simple background as a player and good character, so that she can recruit and make friends with Fongbai. So Edisha gave it away in just one sentence. Otherwise, who can let her, a saint, take the assessment? What really made her unacceptable was that no matter what method, no matter what restrictions, she didn't last 10 moves in front of Fongbai. Well, Fongbai let him. When he didn't let her, it was a complete instant kill. Even if she flew, it was the same. Although Fongbai couldn't fly, he jumped high and shot accurately, so he could still kill instantly when flying. And it was even more dangerous. This reminded her of the time when she was captured by Fongbai again. Was she so weak? Master clearly told me that this method of stealing demon projections was passed down from ancient times. It is extremely difficult to practice and has a high mortality rate, but as long as you can succeed, your soul will be as bright as a diamond, and your body will be as big as a dragon. It is impeccable and has no weaknesses. But why can't I beat anyone? Edissa was stupid. Her eyes were red. She suddenly remembered the time when she woke up from a coma. It seemed that she heard someone say that she was weak. Was it the fat man Fongbai? Edissa was stunned. Fongbai. The man in white robe stood aside, and the man in white robe nudged Fongbai. Did you beat our saint girl to tears? She insisted on beating me. You can't let her. The crystal core is already in your hands. I let her. Otherwise she wouldn't have lasted 10 moves. Do you have to win? The man in white robe supported his head with his hands and suddenly asked. Are you married? Are you engaged? No. The man in white robe patted Fongbai's shoulder, and Edissa also stared at Fongbai with red eyes. And Fongbai shrugged at the two of them. If you want to exchange the crystal core, just ask him to do it for you. All of us in the referee will send the crystal core over. Edissa pointed at the white robe and said, then looked at Fongbai. For some reason, the scene of Fongbai not being able to fly and jumping around all the time appeared in her mind. And she shouted directly, you can't fly. Just wait for me. And that fat guy. Sooner or later, I will beat you two up. Edissa left. And left in a hurry. She said she was going to receive special training at the referee. And then left directly. Fongbai shrugged helplessly at the white robe. And the white robe smiled. It seems that our saint lady has a good impression of you. Otherwise, she wouldn't give it to you so easily. I just didn't expect you to beat her up so much. Well, is it possible that she gave it to me because I could beat her up so much? Fongbai laughed after he finished speaking, and then said, so this is a gesture of kindness from the court? Thank you. I remember this favor. If you need any help, just ask. With you in the court, I think I can still do something. Fongbai looked at the white robe and said with a smile, don't refuse. Don't say you're helping Kaming repay the favor. Let Kaming repay it himself. If you refuse, you're not recognizing me as your friend. Okay. The white robe suddenly smiled and said, so, you can't fly? The smile on Fongbai's face suddenly disappeared. Chapter 399. Your saint is no match for me. You can't fly. You are no match for me. You can't fly. Legends have physical strengths that are not as strong as mine. You can't fly. I can beat you to death now. You are very powerful. Neither I nor the saint is your opponent. Even the legends can't beat you in physical strength. The white robe forced a little smile and patted Fongbai's arm that was holding his shoulder. Hearing this, Fongbai smiled and let go. Hiss. The white robe ran away slightly, grinning in pain from his shoulder. After a few jokes, the white robe took Fongbai into a prayer room. When they entered, the white robe suddenly said, although the saint can't exchange the crystal core for you by herself, She can definitely make you unable to exchange it by herself. Fong Bai nodded when he heard this. Understood. The white robe didn't say anything. He arranged the divine ritual first, and then asked Fong Bai to show his merit points. Buzz! The light, like a high-wattage incandescent lamp, instantly enveloped the entire room, and the white robe was secretly shocked. There were too many merits that directly led to the fall of an evil god. But after a moment, the entire light ball completely dimmed. Fong Bai felt it slightly, and found that 99% of the merit points had been deducted. Then the ritual field flashed, and a message was transmitted. The white robe recorded it on a piece of ancient parchment, and the parchment directly turned into a secret scroll. It will be delivered within 15 days. When you receive it, you can use the secret scroll. This is your receipt. Fong Bai took the secret scroll after hearing the words, and carefully put it away. The white robe continued. Come here to receive it when the time comes. Okay. Fong Bai nodded, and then took out a metal belt, and threw it to the white robe. I give it to you. What is this? The armor is very cool, and can give you the most basic master-level melee ability. Your body is too fragile. You can't even beat a warrior of the same level. How can you survive outside? I give it to you. Take it and play with it. Otherwise, don't say you are my brother when you go out. Fong Bai walked out while muttering. Before he walked out of the church, he heard the sound of armor merging from inside, accompanied by a low roar. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly. Sure enough, no one can refuse the armor warrior. But Fong Bai was a little depressed. I can't fly. His weight is still absorbing gold elements and getting heavier. This means that it is more difficult for him to fly every day than the day before. He is a tonnage that sinks to the bottom of the water and sinks to the ground when he comes ashore. Alas! Fong Bai sighed faintly. Forget it. My defense is invincible. This is probably the price I need to pay. After all, there is no perfect profession or perfect person in the world. My physical strength is completely exchanged for weight. Fong Bai shook his head slightly, and his mind was completely focused on the research of mecha. The engine power on the armor is too small, and the energy block is too small. It is impossible to support Fong Bai to fly. Fong Bai has already despaired of this. Now Fong Bai is counting on the large mecha to carry the large magnetocrystalline engine and the large flight module to take him flying. Heavy, then strong and powerful. In addition, Fong Bai actually has another idea. An idea of relying on himself to have enough food and clothing. No matter what level Fong Bai is, he no longer counts on simple flying skills. Fong Bai plans to use other methods. With the increase of body weight, energy density, and energy level, the field he emits is becoming more and more powerful, and has gradually changed from invisible to material. Now this layer of field can passively weaken the energy attacks of others, and can deter others to a certain extent. However, all this is passive, and Fong Bai cannot mobilize this power for the time being. But this domain is the same as the domain of external objects, and can be sensed by Fong Bai. My domain touches the domain of the outside world, and a series of reactions will occur when it collides. All objects have domains, and they will also collide and cut. In this process, even a weak spell effect will be formed. If I can actively control my own domain, and then plan to collide with the domains of other objects, even directly pry the entire field of this continent, the power contained in the field of the entire continent, or even the entire world. Hiss. Fong Bai couldn't help it. It doesn't need to be too much. As long as it can be pried a little, it will be enough to exert the power of destroying the world. Even if it can't be pried, then use it as an anchor point to pry my own field in the opposite direction. Countless inspirations burst out in Fong Bai's mind, and these inspirations were verified and calculated one by one in the fantasy space. With the time multiples of the fantasy space, Fong Bai has enough time to study, using mental power to sense the changes in his own field. The changes have only recently begun, and only today has a little substance emerged from nothingness. The changes are still continuing, and Fong Bai is also full of novelty to sense the magic of the field, sensing the magic effects of the collision between his own field and the element field, the soil field, the earth field, the field of others, and the breeze field. It is like an electric current, crackling, but fleeting. However, this is not an electric current, but a variety of different spell effects that are not spells, which are fleeting before they can take effect. Fong Bai mental power directly penetrates into the microscopic field, sensing and recording these various magical spell effects. and sensing the power contained in the field. While sensing and walking, every step can rub against different fields and burst out different effects. Fong Bai has a feeling that he seems to be peeping into the essence of magic. As he walked, Fong Bai suddenly remembered something and turned back to walk into the church. As soon as Fong Bai entered the field, he felt a shock. Or the moment the field entered, Fong Bai felt that he had entered a huge field. This was something he had never noticed before. This church is a unified, complete field? Is this the meaning of extraordinary architecture? Is this the essence of the church giving the white robes extra combat power? Fong Bai felt the field and found that the fields of all the buildings, objects, and elements inside the church were unified and transformed into a whole, embedded in the field of the earth, dependent on the earth, and connected to the light above. A special field. A field of light. Looking further down, in a trance, Fong Bai seemed to see a grand back shrouded in golden light. The moment he saw it, a thought came to his mind. For no reason, but very sure, the god of light. Fong Bai didn't dare to look anymore, and continued to move forward, but his heart beat violently. Chapter 400. Huh? Fong Bai. Why are you back again? The white robe, who was playing armor hero, saw Fong Bai come in, put away the transformation device without changing his expression, and asked casually. Fong Bai pointed at the transformation device. How is this thing? It's okay. Just okay. It's okay. If it's okay, then give it back to me first. I go back and improve it. Fong Bai pretended to take it, but he couldn't move the white robe's hand. It seemed that there was still a magical effect on it. Although his hand was tightly grasped, his face still had a casual expression. It's okay. I don't mind. I don't need to take it back if I give it away. Impolite. The white robe put the transformation device in his pocket without leaving a trace, and then looked at Fong Bai. Tell me, why did you come back? You came back just after leaving. Fong Bai saw that the white robe also liked armor hero, and his face was happy. I didn't dare to use my merits to exchange for crystal cores before, but now the crystal cores have been exchanged. I need to look up something and use the library of light. Oh, go ahead. The man in white pointed and asked Fong Bai to go in, while he took out a book and sat down to read quietly. Fong Bai saw this and went in on his own. After entering, he went to the spiritual medicine field to start looking, and soon found what he wanted. Eye Clearing Vine. A quasi 4th level elixir. Rare and uncommon. Contains a drop of eye clearing liquid. How to use. Use a water elemental mage to separate the internal liquid, and the eye clearing liquid will automatically gather in form. Drop it into the eyes to obtain a spell-like solidification effect, which can solidify the elemental vision. It is extremely helpful for arranging magic arrays, making equipment, and treasure hunting. It is said that it can give a certain spatial perception ability, but the specific effect is ominous. In addition, the vines can be woven into binding vine ropes after drying naturally. It has its own elemental and soul binding effects, and has its own soul and mental whipping effects. It can be controlled by mental power or eyes with eye clearing liquid, which is equivalent to a 3rd level peak mental weapon. This item is rare in the world. Fong Bai looked at the detailed text introduction, and there was also a hand-painted picture of the real object on it. This picture is exactly the same as the vines Fong Bai collected in the trial space before. Eye clearing vine? The 3rd level has these effects. What about the 4th level? Fong Bai muttered, and he became interested. He entered the library again, and this time, he went directly to the spell area. I found one spell from the 1st to the 7th ring, and the merit points were just used up. All 7 spells are magnetic field spells. Relatively speaking, the characteristics of magnetic field and domain should be relatively close. The knowledge of magnetic field and reality combined with the extraordinary magnetic field spell should be able to pry open the door of the domain for me, Fong Bai said softly. But the figure he saw when he entered the church appeared in his mind. He began to learn magnetic field spells in the fantasy space, said hello to the white robe and left. This time he really left. As soon as Fong Bai left, the white robe took a look and saw that there was no one around. He put the book down and took out the transformation device. In a blink of an eye, the sound of armor merging echoed in the yard again. Not long after, Kaming rushed into the backyard with an excited look on his face. Master! Master! Look what I have! Kaming grabbed the belt with excitement and was about to transform. The next moment, a sound came from the white robe. Click! Armor fusion. In an instant, A set of platinum armor was formed. Just when the voice was heard, the armor looked back. He was even more handsome than him. And Kaming was silent instantly. A voice came from the armor. "What are you looking at?" When the voice sounded, the platinum armor finger turned the wheel. And in an instant a pair of white metal wings formed behind him. Flapping slowly, Kaming only felt the dazzling light falling, making him speechless. "Well, okay. I know." Fong Bai received a call in reality. The matter that had been investigated before finally had some clues. "You have contacted." "Right. Okay. I go there right away." Fong Bai hung up the phone, opened the map and took a look, muttering, "Thunder Valley? If it is really a magnetic crystal mine, it is normal for the abnormal magnetic field to cause high thunder. Maybe it is." He looked at a valley area next to the wilderness mountain range, and finally looked at the nearest town, Lei Shizhen. Without hesitation, Fong Bai ran straight away, and the whole person moved forward at a high speed in the whistling wind. Although he was not flying, he was not slower than flying at all. During the running process, his mind was mainly immersed in the fantasy space, and he began to study and research in a long time. At the same time, a red dragon blood fruit appeared in Fong Bai's hand. There seemed to be a dragon shadow swimming in the red dragon blood fruit the size of a ping-pong ball, and a strong wave emanated, like the aura of a giant dragon. However, Fong Bai, who had been in contact with dragon energy for a long time, knew very well that this seemed like dragon energy, but it was just the gathering of spiritual energy, which was displayed in the shape of a giant dragon under the influence of specific rules. Essentially, this has nothing to do with dragon blood. This is why Fong Bai has not taken it for a long time. He is not sure about this. With a previous experience in the dragon power area, Fong Bai dare not eat anything with dragon blood. It is said that the dragon blood fruit will strengthen my body while solidifying the spell-like effect on me. The power of the dragon. I don't know how effective it is. Fong Bai underestimated it while opening his mouth to eat the dragon blood fruit. The taste of the dragon blood fruit is very soft, but it has a very spicy feeling when it enters the mouth. Boom! Like an explosion. Like a volcanic eruption. The terrifying medicinal power gushed out from it, and instantly sank into Fong Bai's body. The surging medicinal power rolled in the body like a giant dragon. But every structure, every muscle, and every cell in Fong Bai's body was covered by a layer of faint golden light. Although this power is strong, after entering Fong Bai's body, it is still like a flood entering a canal, and is bound by strange things, surging within a controllable range. The surging medicinal power in Fong Bai's body gradually separated along the veins of the body, and penetrated into every corner of the body, like a flood, nourishing every corner. One cell after another absorbed the surging medicinal power, and one cell after another grew and divided, just like taking hormones, dividing and growing rapidly. At this moment, the domain that originally felt only a prototype and just had substance was completely formed. Buzz! A strong sense of confidence surged from the body, and a strong sense of security enveloped the body and mind. The cells continued to grow and proliferate. Countless cells squeezed each other, gathered together, and the boundaries between cells became more and more blurred. What followed was a surge in weight. Before, Fong Bai weighed about 12 tons. The weight of a human body of only 0.06 cubic meters reached a terrifying 12 tons. You know, in terms of the density of steel, 0.06 cubic meters is only half a ton. The solid body of iron is only half a ton. And Fong Bai's body, minus the hollow part, has a density of more than 20 or even 30 times that of steel. It's skyrocketing again at this moment. Chapter 401 The Power of the Dragon. 13 tons. 14 tons. 18 tons. 19 tons. 27 tons. The dragon blood fruit is as hot as a small sun, releasing energy continuously in the body. Under the guidance of the body, the cells are continuously strengthened and new cells are generated, which makes Fong Bai's body density increase again and again. As the cells grow continuously, the field belonging to the dragon blood fruit is integrated into Fong Bai's body. In the process of interweaving and merging with Fong Bai's own field, it gradually leaves a mark on Fong Bai's body. The mark cannot be viewed, but Fong Bai's mental power can perceive the charm. Like a dragon. Ayo! The high dragon roar echoed in Fong Bai's mind, and Fong Bai subconsciously activated it. In an instant, the surging power broke out in every cell inside the body. 1 times. 2 times. 3 times. 10 times. Boom. 10 times of physical strength burst out in an instant. Fong Bai punched down. The ground exploded. Terrifying power poured out. And the ground in front collapsed instantly. The power was released and then retracted. And this effect shocked Fong Bai. Is this the solidification of the spell-like effect given by the dragon blood fruit? It does not involve energy. And the physical strength is directly increased tenfold. Fong Bai's throat moved slightly. What can withstand this punch? A dragon blood fruit directly made me grow to 28 tons and weigh 15 tons. The body density increased by more than double. And it also gave me a spell-like ability. It is worthy of being a 4th-level legendary spiritual fruit. Fong Bai couldn't help but exclaimed. But Fong Bai also discovered something. That is, the effects and abilities of these spiritual fruits are not fixed. Or they have different effects on different people. Just like giving it to mice. Mice will not grow into rabbits. And giving it to rabbits will not grow into cats. This medicinal power is more about stimulating the body, integrating into the origin, and then growing spontaneously by the body. This is why he will directly increase the density of his body. If others take it, it may have another effect. The same is true for the spell-like ability he finally obtained. It is the result of the interweaving of the dragon blood fruit field and his field. Fong Bai can sense that there are many possibilities. If others eat it, it may be another spell-like ability. But no matter what other abilities there are, Fong Bai is extremely satisfied with his dragon power. Without any hesitation, he ate another dragon blood fruit. The same surging power burst out. But this time Fong Bai also noticed more details. The field of the dragon blood fruit seemed to be connected to the field of heaven and earth with inspiration, nourishing Fong Bai with the power of heaven and earth. After a while, Fong Bai's body weight reached 33 tons. And this dragon blood fruit did not form a new spell-like ability, but it strengthened the dragon power again on the original basis. The dragon power increased the physical strength by 12 times. Only the second one weakened it so much? Fong Bai was not very satisfied. His body weight only increased by 6 tons, and his strength increased by only 2 times. Fong Bai, who had planned to eat all the dragon blood fruits in one go, immediately gave up the idea. The third one would definitely weaken it more. Standing in place, the ground around Fong Bai broke into pieces, and the whole person sank bit by bit. The sudden increase of more than 20 tons of weight and the surge of strength made Fong Bai a little uncomfortable. Only the 2 soles of the feet bear the weight of 33 tons. Which makes the pressure reach the extreme. Originally, the power of muscle tremors was dispersed to lightly hit the ground to get the rebound support to stand and walk. Now the power and weight surge made Fong Bai like a large pile driver, constantly tamping and advancing into the ground. As a last resort, Fong Bai in the fantasy space stopped studying and researching, and began to exercise his strength. When he broke through the master, the soul merged into the flesh, and the inner space was born. The time lapse in the fantasy space had exceeded 1,000 times. 1 minute in the outside world is equivalent to more than 10 hours in the fantasy space. After standing there for about half an hour, the sound of Fong Bai's footsteps gradually became denser, and the coverage area quietly spread to dozens of meters in radius. The weight and force that several square meters could not bear. Naturally, dozens of meters in radius could not bear it. No longer stopping, continued to move forward. With every step taken, the area of dozens of meters centered on Fong Bai trembled slightly, and then sank. The sinking amplitude was very low, but if someone checked, they would find that the sinking area was like being hit by a sledgehammer and compacted. During the walking process, the compacted area also expanded by a few centimeters and deepened by a few centimeters. Not long after, there was no trace of compaction on the ground. After several months of adaptation and training in the fantasy space, Fong Bai has once again fully mastered all his changes. At this moment, even if Fong Bai does not use any fighting spirit, the blood amplification bursts, and the dragon power bursts. The pure physical boxing power alone has reached a terrifying 100 tons, about 3 times its own weight. If Do Chi is added, Fong Bai will be happy about the increase in dragon power. Unfortunately, Do Chi is about addition, not multiplication. Do Chi can increase power as much as it originally can, and it will not change because of my own changes. Moreover, my Do Chi is made of a solid structure, and the increase in power is negligible. All the attribute points are also on defense and strength. So just calculate the multiplication area of the dragon power. Fong Bai's thoughts moved, and with the sound of dragon roar, 1,200 tons of power poured out from his small fist. And the terrifying power was controlled by Fong Bai within a basketball-sized range. Boom! The air exploded, and the range was directly hit into a vacuum by Fong Bai. However, the space itself did not have any distortion or rupture. TSK. What a pity. The pile driver only has a few dozen tons of power. My 1,200-ton punch is equivalent to dozens of pile drivers. I thought I could break the void. I didn't expect the space to not give me any face. Fong Bai was happy. But an idea popped up in his mind. And he tried it immediately. As soon as the thought came, the space power of the inner space surged out. But this time it was not integrated into the mental power to gain space perception, but all integrated into the fist. The fist seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and was hindered. Every inch of Fong Bai movement led to the consumption of space power. When Fong Bai dragged a sluggish feeling and punched out, Fong Bai felt that his fist was like in a non-Newtonian fluid. At first it was just sluggish, but in the moment of accelerating the punch, the space instantly turned into a rigid body, and the space power on the fist was instantly drained. Boom! Fong Bai blasted the air in front of him with a punch, turning it into a vacuum. But under the perception of space, Fong Bai clearly found that the space was slightly distorted. Chapter 402 Brain Crash. First, the power is not enough. Second, the space power of the inner space is not enough. Fong Bai's heart was pounding. The ingenious idea he had actually worked. He actually touched the space. The fist that was infused with the power of space was like a non-Newtonian fluid. Where ordinary fluids accelerate rigid bodies, non-Newtonian fluids will still break in the face of absolute power. And the space was already distorted under his fist. Fong Bai couldn't help but curl up his lips and continue to move forward. At the same time, he took out another crystal vine. The changes brought to him by the 4th level legendary dragon blood fruit were earth-shattering. Obviously, the legendary spiritual medicine was of great help to him as a master. This made him look forward to the Qingmu vine, which was also at the 4th level. According to the knowledge in the medicine book, Fong Bai condensed the Qingmu night bit by bit. But the liquid the size of a little fingernail was crystal clear, and there was no impurity or magic. It was like an ordinary drop of water. Fong Bai didn't hesitate and dripped it into his right eye. Tick! The icy feeling. The water droplets melted into the eyes the moment they touched them. And the body and soul felt a coolness at the same time. This is not written in the medicine book. Fong Bai suddenly realized that he was different from ordinary people. He had already merged his soul and body, and the two were closely connected and inseparable. The eye-clearing liquid dripped on the eyes of the body, which was also equivalent to dripping into the soul. Under the icy feeling, Fong Bai once again felt the feeling of connecting the world, feeling the vastness of the world, feeling the gathering of power and charm. Gradually, a transparent and complicated pattern slowly took shape in the eyes. When Fong Bai opened his eyes again, Fong Bai suddenly saw a colorful world. Wind, sunlight, dust, wind element, fire element, water element, earth element, mountains, land, weeds, trees. In an instant, everything came into Fong Bai's eyes. Even the elemental power that could only be perceived by spiritual power. Fong Bai could see it clearly, including various plants. The elemental power contained in the earth was clearly exposed in front of him. Along with it came elements, plants, various fields of the earth, and the ripples caused by the fields interweaving and rubbing against each other. In addition, there were the spiritual hearts of mountains, rivers and trees, the souls of insects, fish, birds and beasts, and the layers of folds in space, and even the layers of space hidden behind the folds. Buzz! Boom! Fong Bai, who was rushing forward, lost consciousness and stumbled to the ground. He smashed half of the hill and was buried in the gravel and dust. The breeze blew slowly, and the dust gradually dissipated. The frightened little beast poked its head out and moved carefully again. The wilderness was quiet again. Fong Bai never thought that he didn't fall when facing the evil god. The legend, the dragon blood fruit, or the eye-clearing solution. But he fell when he used a spell-like solidification ability for the first time. A few hours later, Fong Bai, whose brain had crashed, gradually regained consciousness. He didn't dare to open his eyes with his eyes closed, because he realized that if he opened them, he would be dizzy for a few more seconds, pressed to the ground by the gravel as big as a car. Fong Bai had no intention of getting up. He just lay there, digesting the information that his eyes had just conveyed to his brain bit by bit. He just looked at it twice more with his eyes. And the amount of information was too much, which directly crashed his brain. It took several hours to recover and regain consciousness. Now Fong Bai is a little confused. Physical attacks can't hurt him, because the soul and the body are fused. So soul attacks can't hurt him either. But he was knocked down by the information shock in an instant. Even if he knew and was prepared, there was nothing he could do. If it happens again, he will fall down again. And he can't resist for another minute. It's not that he was injured. Fong Bai's head is also a hard lump. It can't be hurt. But he couldn't wake up until he processed this information. Fong Bai felt very troubled. Isn't it just elemental vision? Why can't I see everything? Soul, field, space? Fong Bai was puzzled. Is the soul vision due to the deep fusion of my soul and body? What about the space vision? Is it because of the new changes brought about by the promotion to the legendary spiritual medicine? Fong Bai realized very deeply that sometimes it is not a good thing to have too good an effect. I'm really awesome, Fong Bai murmured. He found that his eyelids could not actually block the soul vision, elemental vision, space vision, and so on of his right eye. However, the action of closing his eyes contained the instinct of not looking, which triggered the closure of the spell-like ability. After a little groping, after paying the price of 2 brain crashes, Fong Bai finally closed this spell-like ability, and his right eye could open normally, looking inward at the dense and complicated lines on his eyes. Fong Bai shook his head helplessly. The longer you look at this spell-like ability, the more you will focus. Elemental vision, soul vision, and then field vision, spatial vision. The longer you look, the more details and changes there are, and the amount of information will increase. If you open and close it immediately, it is barely acceptable. At most, you can open it for about 0.5 seconds. If you look for more, you can't look at it, and your brain will crash. Unless I carry a large computing power array with me in the future, I can't use it normally. My own computing power is too insignificant in the face of such a huge amount of information. I feel dizzy in an instant. However, if I can equip a large computing power array and equip it with corresponding algorithms, then the various visions brought by this spell-like ability will definitely bring me great changes. What the mental power can perceive and cannot perceive, I can see with my own eyes. This helps me even more than the dragon blood fruit and the power of the dragon. Fong Bai got up excitedly, smashed the stone pressing on him, and got up again to hurry on. During the journey, he blinked from time to activate the spell-like ability to check the elemental vision, soul vision, field vision, and spatial vision. And he had a lot of fun. Each blink required a long time interval to digest. After a while, Fong Bai, who felt a little tired in his brain, stopped playing this way and turned to look at the remaining greenwood vine. The greenwood vine was only the thickness of a thumb and a few meters long. Fong Bai used his mental power to pull out its strip fibers bit by bit, turning them into vine filaments as thin as dragon whiskers. These filaments did not require the hand of magic. Fong Bai's mental power could be directly controlled by integrating it. After a pause, Fong Bai began to try to use his fighting spirit, gold element, and mental power to temper the filaments, trying to temper the solid structure into them. Chapter 403, Difficult to Grow Inner Space. No, it can't be integrated. Fong Bai paused slightly. His method of forging extraordinary equipment is mainly divided into 3 processes. First, purify or shape the material first. Second, design the corresponding array structure according to the material situation, and solidify it when the material is half melted or resonates. Third, encapsulation. Relatively speaking, this set of techniques is invincible in forging extraordinary equipment made of metal. But it hit a wall in front of this legendary vine material. It requires a higher temperature and a larger energy level to change the current state of the vine. Only by breaking the current state can the structure be constant or the array be arranged. And flames and high temperatures will definitely not work. And wooden materials are easily damaged. So it can only work on the resonance field. Fong Bai groaned slightly. This is also a big challenge for him. But as long as it succeeds, it will also be a pretty good cross-domain breakthrough. Buzz. Buzz. Ong. Fong Bai tried to use his own field to interfere with the field of the vine filaments and try to resonate. Occasionally, he activated the spell-like pupil technique to take a look, and then adjusted it slightly according to the situation of the field he saw. After a while, Fong Bai stopped his behavior. It's hard for me to do it alone. It's better to build a furnace ritual field and use the fields in some natural environments to expand and interfere with the field of vine filaments. In addition, I need some medium for the structure and constancy of the magic array. It needs to have soul attributes. It's best to use metal soul enriching blue iron. Fong Bai thought moved, and the projection in the Tiandong pavilion immediately began some preliminary preparations for materials. As for the specific field required for the arrangement of the ritual field, Fong Bai observed the fields in the natural environment and found that the fields formed in different environments are different. Forests, gobi, lakes, mountains, valleys, etc. Different terrains, different plants, and different environments form huge and strange fields. After trying to interfere with these fields, Fong Bai understood some of their properties. From this, relevant speculations can naturally be made. But how can I find a domain for resonance with this high-frequency vibration? Wait, can I create one myself? The naturally formed domain is hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands times larger than my own domain. But if I directly change the terrain, with mountains, valleys, rivers, etc., and then supplemented with various elemental materials, can I use the power of nature on this basis to form such a huge domain on the earth? Form such a ritual field? Fong Bai did not hesitate too much, and directly controlled the projection to try. The main body first retracted the vine filaments, temporarily weaved them into a thin rope of more than 10 meters long, and put it aside. This is actually a natural legendary spiritual equipment. The Qingmu vine itself is so magical. But as a forger, Fong Bai will naturally not be satisfied with this, and take it slowly. In fact, Fong Bai has another discovery while watching the field during this period. That is, the large field is also composed of a combination of small fields. The fields of soil, weeds, trees, rich earth elements, gold elements, water elements, etc., are intertwined with each other, and finally form a huge mountain field. Rocks, gravel, monsters, rich earth elements, fire elements, etc. All kinds of fields interweave to form the Gobi field. No field is exactly the same. Mountains, valleys, Gobi, rivers, lakes, one field after another, even Fong Bai's own field, are all intertwined, extremely harmonious and coordinated, and finally form a vast earth field. In the sky, rain cloud field, thunder field, atmosphere field, and various fields interweave to form the sky field. The earth field and the sky field intertwine, transition, and merge with each other, and then turn into a vast and boundless field of heaven and earth with no visible boundaries or ends. Great sound is silent, and great elephants are invisible. Although Fong Bai can't see clearly and can't see the end, he can feel the power contained in heaven and earth. At this time, when he opened his eyes to look at the inner space again, Fong Bai only saw one after another independent and extremely abrupt small fields. Soil, rocks, water, and spiritual medicine all have their own fields. Although they are not diametrically opposed, they are incompatible with each other. Under Fong Bai's painstaking guidance and circulation, the fields seem to be more harmonious, but they are still far from forming a large field as a whole. Fong Bai understood a lot, imitated, referred to, and adjusted. After a while, the entire inner space looked more coordinated and harmonious. However, it is still a long way to form a whole ritual field. That requires time for precipitation and running in, or strong integration and control. Fong Bai's knowledge of large ritual fields is still too weak. It has only been a few days since he came into contact with the field and learned about the ritual field. It has only been 10 or 20 years since he was in the fantasy space, excluding the time spent researching other projects. He has only been studying the ritual field and field for a few years. This only gave Fong Bai a rough understanding of the field and the ritual field. And it is not so easy to integrate these small fields and merge them into a large field based on the inner space. However, perhaps, Fong Bai recalled the magic field he felt when he came into contact with the elder Hui Yao of the Fire Tower before. That is clearly a large field formed by integrating the magic model field. It's just that without the participation of a large number of material fields, it seems not stable enough and not heavy enough. In this research, the Fire Tower is obviously ahead. I wonder if there will be a chance to communicate next time I go to see Fei Rui. If there is a chance to communicate, Even if I have to pay a certain amount of dream lotus petals or a dragon blood fruit, I can accept it. Fongbai tried his best to adjust the inner space field, adding some stones and plants from time to time, adjusting the concentration of the middle elements, adding a few elemental metals, adding some streams, etc. Tried to make the small fields inside more harmonious, and continue to maintain the internal circulation with mental power. This is indeed of great benefit to the formation of a unified field. In fact, Fongbai still has a shortcut, which is to completely overwhelm the balance of the inner space with pure gold elements or fire elements, or other elements of soul, plants, spiritual medicine, and elemental power. This may be the fastest way to integrate the field and form a unified large field. But Fongbai gave up after just a moment of hesitation. Fongbai doesn't like this overly monotonous inner space, and he also feels that under the condition of balance and coordination, the potential will be much greater. After the adjustment, Fongbai took another look and found that it was much more pleasing to the eye. However, the road is long and difficult. Exiting the fantasy space, Fongbai suddenly fell silent as he looked at the ocean in front of him. Where am I? Chapter 404 Stormy Sea. Sudden enlightenment. Where am I? Fongbai looked at the endless ocean in front of him. The wind was howling. The huge waves tens of meters high were hitting. The dark sky was dark, and there seemed to be a waterspout in the distance. The ocean here was particularly violent, like a doomsday scene, like a tsunami. And Fongbai also sensed the rich and violent elemental power in it. The sea, elements, tornadoes, thunder, from the perspective of the pupil technique, formed a huge field, which contained violent power. Anything swept into it would probably be smashed to pieces. I don't know about the legend, but if the master level goes deep, he will definitely die. This is the first time I have seen such a strong offensive field. Fongbai was slightly surprised. Although the large field seen along the way can feel the endless energy, they are stable and precipitated, just like a towering mountain, majestic and handsome, always standing on the earth. Unless it turns into a landslide, the power will always accumulate in the mountain. But it's different here. The huge waves, storms, and thunder are constantly venting terrifying energy, extremely manic and unstable. Fongbai took out a map, looked at it carefully, and finally looked at the top. Sea of Storms? He looked up at the violent ocean again. Indeed, the sea is as its name suggests. So, how did I get here? It's a long way off. Right? Fongbai looked at the location of Leisure Town. It's not the opposite, but it's almost half the map. After a little recollection, he found that his route and direction were correct. Finally, Fongbai could only look at the map and immediately understand where the problem was. This is not a satellite map in reality. It was hand-drawn by a player. The standard is not very good. If you walk along the official road, you won't go wrong. But I have always walked in a straight line, crossing the wilderness. I was immersed in research and didn't pay much attention to the distance. Fongbai was silent for a moment, turned around and left immediately, muttering as he walked. I heard that the Pathfinder Guild has begun to place magic beacons in various places and make magic maps for automatic navigation. I have to get a copy no matter how expensive it is. Otherwise, I will die if the map is inaccurate every time I cross the wilderness. Wait. This Pathfinder Guild seems to have invested in the technology of my Tiangong Pavilion. I remember that there was a small project team that was researching magic signal transceivers. I will ask them for a test version directly. Fongbai muttered and suddenly looked back. Huh? What was just now? What element fluctuations? Such high concentration of element fluctuations, and this kind of spiritual power. Can spiritual medicine be formed in such a violent field? And the level seems to be not low. In Fongbai impression, the formation of spiritual medicine requires a relatively stable special environment, because the special environment can provide the basis for the birth of spiritual medicine, and the stable environment can provide a long time for the growth of spiritual medicine. This violent environment is theoretically not enough to give birth to spiritual medicine. Maybe it's another treasure? It's probably not low in level. Fongbai paused for a moment, but finally didn't go over and chose to leave. Now is not the time to explore. It's not a matter of strength. His defense is definitely at the legendary level. There is no doubt about that. The main thing is that he is completely a solid iron lump. And it is the kind with super high density. It's fine if it's a calm water surface, but he can still walk on the water. This level of sea surface also forms a very aggressive ritual field. To resist the attack while walking on the sea surface, Fong Bai is afraid that he will sink to the bottom of the water and become an iron lump after walking a few meters. He turned around and left without looking back, and began to look for the official road on the map. Now that he was concentrating, Fong Bai found that there were many monsters nearby, and there were several master-level Beast Kings, and he passed by the nest of a master-level Beast King, and the Beast King ran far away, and he didn't say a word. Why do I feel a bit overbearing? It makes me look like a bully, Fong Bai muttered, and casually grabbed a kitten next to him that was suppressed by the momentum and couldn't run away, and rubbed it hard a few times. Well, although the kitten is small, it is also an elite-level magic beast. Hey, it's pretty cute. Fong Bai looked at the kitten timidly showing its white belly, and rubbed it hard a few times, and was very satisfied with the kitten's tact. With a thought, he suddenly condensed a trace of blood and energy, and left a trace of seed in the kitten's heart. Then his fingers danced one after another, and in an instant he helped the kitten complete a tempering, and then left one magic circle after another on it. The more Fong Bai played, the more excited he became, and he simply showed off his skills. One magic circle after another, layered, one magic circle after another, connected to each other. Fong Bai hand speed became faster and faster. Gradually, Fong Bai even took out a series of spiritual medicines and elemental materials from the inner space. The hand left after images in the air, and the wizard's hand quickly processed various materials. An idea flashed through Fong Bai's mind, making him not care about many things and immerse himself in me. At the last moment, with the last thought, he took out 2 petals of the dream lotus from the inner space and swallowed them. Countless knowledge learned, in reality, in the game, developed by himself, and learned after others developed, as well as daily thinking, accumulated inspiration, and field information seen again and again with pupil skills, pupil skill patterns in the body, and information about dragon power patterns. All of this emerged clearly in his mind, accumulated and intertwined. Everything was reflected in Fong Bai's hands. If the white robe was present, he would understand that Fong Bai was in a state of deep enlightenment that many people have been pursuing for a lifetime but cannot enter. Under Fong Bai's hands, at first, there was a spell model composed of spell nodes, then a magic array, which was connected to each other and superimposed on the magic array cluster, and then a solid structure, and finally the trajectory drawn by the hand faintly brought out the outline of the field. Layer by layer, layer by layer, layer by layer, layer by layer. The trajectory of Fong Bai's hand sliding down actually gave rise to a hint of charm. It seemed that wind, water, weeds and trees, mountains, and rivers appeared under Fong Bai's hand. Fong Bai seemed to be interpreting the world with the trajectory, but it was still a long way off, evolving step by step, from complex to simple, from simple to complex. The world that was originally to be interpreted became an inner space of only 10 meters in radius. It was awkward, crude, and abrupt, but Fong Bai's mouth unconsciously outlined the most satisfied smile. A seemingly ambiguous trajectory fell, and a complex and crude pattern emerged. Fong Bai was in a good mood. A drop of the origin of the inner space, a flame of nothingness, and finally carried this pattern into the core of the magic array cluster on the kitten. It touched the kitten's eyebrows. Buzz! A pattern emerged at the kitten's eyebrows. Chapter 405 Rune. Meow! The elite cat-shaped monster was like a real kitten at this moment, rubbing against Fong Bai's feet affectionately. Fong Bai rubbed the cat's head twice with a smile, and got up and left. The kitten followed Fong Bai until they walked several miles, before stopping and meowing on a stone. Fong Bai stretched out his hand and waved it backwards, and left straight away. At this moment, he was still savoring the afterglow of enlightenment. With the ability of the Dream Lotus, Fong Bai made full use of the effect of this enlightenment. It also integrated what Fong Bai had learned to produce a fruit. With his eyes closed, Fong Bai looked inward at a line that was floating up and down in the origin. This line was very complex, but it gave people a simple feeling. This was just a semi-finished product. But even so, Fong Bai thought it should have another name. Rune! Fong Bai felt the charm and power of this rune. No need for a magic circle or a ritual field. The rune itself has power. This power is similar to the lines of dragon power and the lines of pupil technique. These are not magic circles, but the direct manifestation of the power of heaven and earth. Runes are formed by imitating heaven and earth. And this semi-finished rune located in Fong by origin has no other meaning. It only represents the inner space. That is, Fong Bai. Or, it is a signpost, pointing to the only Fong Bai. Perhaps, another name may be closer to the definition of this rune. True name. Fong Bai said softly, connecting to the origin, pointing to me only. And the stronger I am, the stronger the power of this rune will be. Because this itself is me. And others who engrave this rune can also obtain the blessing of extraordinary power. It's not enough now. And the true name rune has not yet been fully formed. Fong Bai carefully comprehended this rune. And all his power foundations are contained in these lines. While comprehending, he gestured with his hands. With the afterglow of enlightenment, Fong Bai took another petal of the dream lotus without hesitation. After entering the dream, complex solid structures appeared in the dream. Then, the solid effect arrays were called out one by one. Then, the real name rune was enlarged and analyzed bit by bit. After a long time, Fong Bai slowly woke up. And between the strokes of his fingers, a rune fell towards a boulder. Solid. Buzz. Accompanied by the response of the elements of heaven and earth. The boulder in front of him instantly collapsed. Ordinary stones can't bear the runes and collapse directly. But this time it also means that the rune just now has power. Fong Bai was happy from the bottom of his heart. Because if a solid rune occupies a space of 1, then a solid effect array needs to occupy a space of 100 or 1000. This means an epoch-making generation gap. This is a crushing effect. If the runes are really mature and do not show other serious drawbacks, then the runes can even replace the spell model and become the mainstream of the real magician. However, runes must be drawn at the master level. Otherwise, the runes cannot connect the heaven and earth. And even if they are drawn, they will have no power. And this step must be done at the master level. In addition, runes are not completely separated from the magic circle. Runes are just derived from the magic circle and belong to the sublimation and summary of the magic circle. If you want to learn and draw runes, you must have an essential understanding and a thorough proficiency in the preceding spell model. Only when these two requirements are met can the runes be drawn. Fong Bai thought about it. And as soon as he thought about it, the gold element surged out and turned into a round shield. Unlike before, the space of the original constant magic circle has been replaced by runes. One by one, the solid runes fell, and the nearby gold elements were directly emptied and infused into the runes. The rune solid effect covers, although it is only a superposition of quantity rather than a qualitative change of effect. But its defense is still several times the original. Simply stacking a rune has an effect, but the benefit is definitely not the highest. For runes, the biggest benefit should be to combine and stack runes with different effects. The large array cluster that originally needed to be constant within a radius of dozens of meters is concentrated on a mere shield and a mere armor. This is what triggers the biggest qualitative change. But Fong Bai can't do it now. He now only has half a real name rune and a solid rune. There are too few runes, and it is meaningless to talk about combination and rune formation. But Fong Bai believes that the power of the rune formation can definitely crush the power of the formation. Carefully sense the rune, and observe it from time to time with the pupil technique. Looking at its field. The field of the rune is very complex, but also very powerful, containing extremely high concentration and high level of elemental power. Fields also have their own unique properties. Putting incompatible fields together will look awkward. If you force the fields to merge, rejection will occur. The energy concentration contained in the runes is so high, and the energy level is so high that the reaction of forcibly merging the fields will probably be very intense. Fong Bai suddenly realized that the era when failure in setting up a magic array had no consequences might be over. If the rune array fails to be set up, it might be an energy storm or a big explosion. Rune combination. Rune array should start from the compatibility of the field. Fong Bai found that the field course accounted for an increasing proportion in the research after the master's breakthrough. It even reached the point where other projects could not be started and studied without breakthroughs and research in field theory. Silently set field theory as a compulsory course after the master's breakthrough, and immediately controlled the projection in Tiandong Pavilion to send field theory knowledge to all formal members, and suggested that they should study it first. At the same time, he also began to personally teach Su Shiping, Qi Peng and others field and rune knowledge, and also took them to find and set up resonance fields. In addition, He began to guide the establishment of field projects and rune projects. There are thousands of magic arrays. And the same is true for runes. Fong Bai naturally would not try to study them all by himself. In this case, even if the fantasy space is accelerated 10,000 times, it will be useless. The true meaning of research is to mobilize the power of the group. No matter what kind of civilization, scientific research system, or technology system, it cannot be established by one or two people. This must be attributed to the joint efforts of countless generations of researchers. As for the profound and exclusive knowledge such as runes and fields that were passed on in this process, Fong Bai did not care. He even disdained to hide and be fussy. In Fong Bai's eyes, this knowledge is the seeds he planted, and sooner or later it will take root and sprout, and grow sweet fruits hanging on the branches. He hopes that more people will understand and study it. Let him learn and absorb directly, and thus break through to a higher peak. Chapter 406 Leisure Town. This is Fong Bai pattern. So Fong Bai only hates that there are still too few people in Tiangong Pavilion. There are too few real formal members. With just such a small number of people, how can they research so many projects? There will never be enough manpower. This kind of high-end talent will never be enough. Even if Fong Bai uses invitations to invite top personnel in reality to join every month, the manpower is still very tight. After all, research talents are treasures no matter where they are. There is no such thing as wandering outside. Basically, all researchers are controlled by major forces and guilds. Hao Wei and his team definitely have many researchers. Really, I proposed to Hao Wei to hold an exchange meeting before, but he didn't agree. How can research be done behind closed doors? We should strengthen exchanges and communication. Two forces. Strengthening communication. Isn't this more conducive to research? It's okay if they don't agree to exchange. But they don't let me visit. And they specifically told the gatekeeper to remember my face. They told me not to let me in. I die if I take a look. Fong Bai muttered dissatisfiedly, and then sighed. Where should I go to recruit more people? Fong Bai muttered quietly. It would be great if I had 800,000 or 100,000 research talents. After sitting in the dream for a while, Fong Bai shook his head slightly. Don't say 800,000 or 10,000. Even 10,000 is still a long way to go. There are definitely more than 10,000 people in Tiangong Pavilion. But there are only 2,000 formal members who are recognized by Fong Bai and can conduct independent research. This is the result of Fong Bai recruiting in reality and poaching in the game. However, the consequences are also serious. Just like when he went to Hanfeng City before. When he passed the player's new city, Hao Wei and other guild leaders would rather go out of the city to welcome him than let Fong Bai in. There were more than a dozen guild leaders at that time, but not half of them invited Fong Bai to sit with them. Not even half. It's like guarding against thieves. Fong Bai said dissatisfiedly. Just wait for me. Don't let me find a chance. Time passed by minute, and it took 2 days. With the correct position, Fong Bai had already arrived at a pipeline. The official road with simple compacted soil is actually a dirt road. Leisure Town is quite remote, and there are no large numbers of players passing by. Naturally, no one will repave the road with stones and debris. So the official road here still maintains its most primitive posture. Bumpy. After finding the official road and identifying the direction, Fong Bai walked along the official road. While walking, he studied and tried to turn the fireball spell model into runes. Fong Bai felt that if the fireball spell was turned into runes, there might be a transformation. For low-level spells, rune culture itself is also a kind of transformation and upgrade. However, before the research results were obtained, Fong Bai had already arrived at the edge of a small town. There is a thin stone wall about 4 or 5 meters high around the town. Looking at the height and thickness of the stone wall, Fong Bai found it hard to believe that it has the ability to defend against monsters. Behind the stone wall are several watchtowers, and soldiers can be vaguely seen standing on them. At the gate of the town, scattered farmers come in and out, and there is no popularity. Fong Bai didn't even see many players. This area was too remote. According to previous information, Leisure Town was the farthest town from Hanfeng City. Except for the players who ran around the map at the beginning. There were basically no active players. Not only the players, but also the communication between the aborigines was quite rare. Although the area near the official road was regarded as the territory of humans, the monsters would avoid it. But the lack of maintenance of the official road did not work very well. If a professional level extraordinary person traveled a long distance on the official road, He might even encounter danger alone. In addition, after the specialty Glacier mine was completely exhausted, even the caravans rarely came here. Only the worst caravans would sell some daily necessities here, and then buy some unique sea fish and animal skins to leave. This place is basically an isolated town. Fong Bai approached, and the arrival of the new face attracted the attention of the guards and some aborigines. But they did not stop and question them. People who dared to come alone from other towns were not people they could provoke. Who knows what his temper is like? If he dies in vain, it will be in vain. Fong Bai walked into Glacier Town. It was called a town, but it looked like a village. There were only a few shops on the only street. He walked towards the only hotel in Glacier Town, looked at the people in the hotel who were holding weapons and wearing armor, and walked forward. Black Rhino Mercenary Group? Several people looked over when they heard the words, and one of the strong men with a beard stood up. Yes, we are the Black Rhino Mercenary Group. Are you Fong Bai, the employer of this trip? We have been waiting for you for a long time. Sorry, I took the wrong road before and wasted some time. After Fong Bai finished speaking, the strong man looked at Fong Bai twice. Seeing that Fong Bai was wearing a tight suit, empty-handed, without any weapons, and alone, he immediately felt awe in his heart. He immediately understood that the strength of this employer was definitely not weak. It's okay. As long as you pay the commission. We can wait as long as we want. But, shall we set off now? Fong Bai groaned slightly. He asked Zheng Bin to help investigate. The group of players who searched for the dungeon where players were imprisoned in Hongfeng City had gone further and further on the road of intelligence, information collection, and judgment, while preventing nobles or other natives from continuing to imprison players. They also worked part-time as detectives and information dealers to maintain the normal operation of the organizational structure, forming a special high-cohesion loose alliance organization. Fong Bai asked Zheng Bin to help investigate the magnetic crystal ore. When Zheng Bin investigated the Thunder Valley, he also found the only mercenary group that had entered the Thunder Valley and was not lost, and hired them for Fong Bai. That is, the Black Rhino mercenary group in front of them. They mainly acted as guides in the Thunder Valley, which is huge but has complex terrain. Of course, they were hired to escort Fong Bai into the depths of the Thunder Valley and come out safely. In fact, Fong Bai did not intend to hire a mercenary group. But considering Zheng Bin's statement that the terrain of Thunder Valley is complex, and the frequent thunder also forms strange supernatural phenomena, even supernatural people are extremely easy to get lost in it. So Fong Bai still hired this mercenary group. I heard that the situation in Thunder Valley is complicated. Is it suitable to go in now? We are still a long way from Thunder Valley. I suggest leaving as soon as possible. And I feel. What do you feel? The bearded man shook his head. My feeling has been urging me to leave before. As if there is some danger. This omen is getting stronger and stronger. So we originally planned that if you don't come today, we will wait for you on the road tomorrow. But for some reason, this warning sign disappeared after you arrived. Disappeared? Fong Bai was slightly stunned. And the bearded man in front of him continued. But I still suggest that we leave as soon as possible. Chapter 407 Crisis Sense. Are you sure they've left? Yes. They left after seeing the mercenary group. Without stopping, a few whispers came from the castle in the center of Glacier Town. The inside and outside of the castle seemed to be divided into two worlds. The sun was shining outside, but the inside of the castle was shrouded in shadows. In the dim hall, the internal organs, blood, and limbs were distributed, forming a series of strange patterns. This place seemed to have become a slaughterhouse, and there were faint ghosts in the air. But everything was isolated inside the castle, and nothing leaked out. If the Pope hadn't been bitten by the Inquisition, why would we need to worry about such a player? Humph! When my god revives, he will pay the price. The whispers gradually disappeared, and a group of people in luxurious clothes were tied up in a corner of the castle. They struggled hard, with despair in their eyes. My name is Man Xiong, the leader of the Black Rhino mercenary group. These guys are all reliable brothers. Next, we will escort you into the depths of Thunder Valley. As long as you cooperate, we will do our best to protect your safety and complete the hired mission. If you insist on causing trouble, Man Xiong wanted to say something harsh. But when the words were already on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly felt uncomfortable in his heart and suddenly woke up. Then we would rather refund all the commissions, pay double the liquidated damages, and give up the hired mission. Man Xiong's tone was very harsh. But it didn't match the words he said. Fong Bai nodded. Don't worry. I will cooperate. Okay. I have prepared everything I need for this journey. We will talk about precautions while walking. First of all, you can't carry any metal. Man Xiong paused and looked Fong Bai up and down. There was no metal or weapon from top to bottom. If you don't have any, you don't have to think about it. Then, as Man Xiong was talking, Fong Bai noticed that they had all been equipped with leather armor, hardwood knives, hardwood guns, and stone guns. There was really no metal. They were obviously well prepared. This made Fong Bai feel an ominous premonition. He did not have any metal on him. But, what if I had metal? Fong Bai suddenly asked. Man Xiong was stunned and scratched his head. You will be struck by lightning. If you don't have any metal, you don't have to think so much. Oh, so what's the power of lightning? The series of questions made Man Xiong's temper explode. But the uneasy premonition in his mind still calmed him down. A calm mind makes people happy. But wait, you are not a mecha master, right? Man Xiong thought of a rumor he had heard before and asked hurriedly. When he saw Fong Bai nod, his face suddenly turned green. And then he gritted his teeth. No. Either change someone or I won't go. A mecha master going to Thunder Valley. Isn't that just a joke? For a moment, the atmosphere froze. And Man Xiong and others refused to go no matter what. Even if they were paid more, they would not go. After a long discussion, they finally reached a new employment agreement. That is, Man Xiong and others would send Fong Bai to the entrance of Thunder Valley. And then, the mission would be completed. But even after the discussion, Man Xiong was still trying to persuade Fong Bai. But seeing that persuasion did not work, he directly returned most of the commission under the astonished eyes of his teammates. We get paid according to how much work we do. The main danger of this trip is after entering Thunder Valley. Since we are not going in, we will collect the money for leading the way, Man Xiong said righteously, which made Fong Bai stunned. Fong Bai thought for a long time before thinking of a possibility, and looked at Man Xiong curiously. Feeling? Premonition? Is his sixth sense so strong? Fong Bai couldn't help but mutter. He was sure that the elite wild bear couldn't see through his breath. And from the performance just now, this wild bear didn't know him. Thinking back to the premonition of the crisis at the beginning, Fong Bai was surprised. You know, he didn't have such a strong premonition. Avoid danger? So magical? While thinking, Fong Bai turned his head and looked in the direction of Leisure Town. As a town where humans live, it will also form a field. But Fong Bai didn't know the use of this field. But at this moment, Fong Bai looked at this field. Why does it feel a little weird? A little weird? Fong Bai frowned slightly. But it looked normal no matter how he looked at it. Recalling the sense of crisis of the wild bear before, Fong Bai was very sure that this was not his illusion. This town that is almost isolated from the world must be hiding some problems. But Fong Bai didn't want to check it out. Research has occupied all his curiosity. And he doesn't want to meddle in other people's business. He turned around and prepared to leave. But soon a little boy caught up with him. The little boy had fair skin and slender fingers that were not rough at all. He looked like a child from an aristocratic family. But he looked so miserable, dirty, and without any followers. Oh no! Fong Bai understood what he was facing. Seeing the little boy blocking him, Fong Bai said directly without waiting for him to speak. I don't like to meddle in other people's business. No need. Before Fong Bai finished speaking, the little boy picked up a box and opened it. Sir, this is a master-level crystal core for you. As soon as the little boy's voice fell, the surrounding Man Xiong and others suddenly widened their eyes, and couldn't help breathing slightly faster. Master-level crystal cores can not only make various extraordinary equipment, arrange ritual venues and magic arrays, but also be used to assist professionals to break through. It has a wide range of uses, and can be regarded as the hard currency of the extraordinary world. With extremely high value, a master-level crystal core can buy many of them for a mercenary group of their level. Fong Bai glanced at the crystal core. His eyes did not fluctuate at all. Although the master-level crystal core is useful to him, it is not valuable, and he can get it easily. I told you. I don't like to meddle in other people's business. In the stunned expressions of Man Xiong and others, the little boy was silent for a moment. And before Fong Bai finished speaking, he took out a magic map and a token. Sir, there are more than just crystal cores. This is the map of the elemental veins in Thunder Valley, and the key to the magic array. This is also for you. Elemental veins? Magnetic crystal ore? Fong Bai, who was speaking, paused slightly. He didn't know if it was. He didn't know what exactly caused this vein to be sealed with a magic array. But he knew that he should be more polite to this little boy. After all, he was just a kid. Why was he so rude? This is a mine. Fong Bai immediately became friendly. I don't like to meddle in other people's business. But I still have some time now. I can listen to a story. The little boy fell silent after hearing this. My father, mother, brother, sister, butler grandfather, night uncle, are dead. All dead? When he spoke, the sadness and hatred in the little boy overflowed like water. Chapter 408 Apprentice. All dead? Fong Bai roughly understood what happened. The matter was actually very simple. Fong Bai had done it before. Or not so extreme. It was just the drama of the Lord of Leisure Town being killed and his property being confiscated. Do you want me to help you get revenge? Fong Bai looked at the magic map and weighed it in his heart. But the next moment, the little boy's words surprised him a little. No. No. I hope to be your disciple. These are my gifts to you as a teacher. Fong Bai raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Huh? Why? The little boy said after a slight silence. They want me to live. The farther the better. This sentence made Fong Bai slightly startled. And he didn't say anything. But the man Xiong and others beside him were anxious for Fong Bai. There was even an archer who asked the little boy to worship him as his teacher, which made the man Xiong's soul run wild. He quickly grabbed him and beat him up, and then apologized to Fong Bai. As an elite professional and the leader of a mercenary group, he was respectful and humble in front of Fong Bai. It must be said that this perception made Fong Bai a little curious. It was really awesome. But Fong Bai didn't say much, and looked up and down at the little boy. The little boy left a good impression on Fong Bai. After a little perception, Fong Bai found that his mental power was also outstanding among ordinary people, and even vaguely had the level of innate extraordinary. Little genius? Fong Bai looked at the magic map and token again, and said after a moment of silence, It's impossible for a disciple, but I'm short of an apprentice. If you want, you can try it. If you don't want to, you can leave. Or you can hire a wild bear to escort you away. Before Fong Bai finished speaking, the little boy knelt on the ground and said, Joel, pay your respects to the teacher. While speaking, he also directly presented the map, token, and master-level crystal core to Fong Bai, which made the mercenary's eyes red. And some of them looked at Fong Bai unkindly. But as he was looking, he suddenly found a big hand flashing towards him. Snap! 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 The wild bear used his own way to wake up his stupid teammates. It was the first time he felt so tired. And the first time he felt how difficult it was to live. Damn it. Isn't it good to be alive? You always want to drag me to die with you. The wild bear sighed. And Fong Bai looked at it from the side and laughed. It was quite an interesting mercenary. Looking at the little boy kneeling on the ground again. Or Joel, take the map, token and crystal core. First look at the map, which is a typical spell map, with the function of marking its own position and target position in real time. Fong Bai looked at the approximate location, and the destination was indeed in the depths of a huge valley. But the way in was changing in real time. After taking a few glances, Fong Bai put it away. Looking at the dirty Joel, Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and turned around to walk towards Leisure Town. What are you still standing there for? Let's go! Seeing that Joel and Man Xiong did not move, Fong Bai urged them immediately. Teacher, you don't have to. I'm not going to help you get revenge. But since I want to take you as an apprentice, that must be agreed by your guardian. Otherwise it will not have legal effect. Fong Bai said calmly. Although Joel didn't understand what he said very well, he was still moved. And Man Xiong next to him didn't hesitate at all and followed it the first time. He was simply the person who believed in Fong Bai the most here. He firmly believed that his feeling was not wrong. The sense of crisis that was originally a fatal crisis to him was naturally resolved when Fong Bai arrived. He believed it from that moment on. Moreover, he has lived for so long and been to so many places in his life. But he has never felt safer than being with Fong Bai. The longer he stays with Fong Bai, the deeper he feels. Now, he doesn't want to stay anywhere except with Fong Bai. He is even starting to consider whether to follow Fong Bai into the Thunder Valley and lead the way for Fong Bai. Well, it's not impossible. Damn sense of security. Fong Bai looked at Joel, Man Xiong and others who followed him, and continued to move forward. If it is really a mineral vein, then this is too much. Right? In silence, the group came to the gate of Leisure Town again, and Joel grabbed Fong Bai before getting close. Teacher, should we disguise ourselves first? I know a secret passage to get in, and we can go in directly through the secret passage. Fong Bai smiled and waved his hand, saying, It's okay. Your teacher's strength is okay. After Fong Bai finished speaking, he pulled Joel forward, and the mercenary group who were preparing were stunned. They were all prepared for a fierce battle, and they definitely had no lack of courage. But at this moment they hesitated. Not lacking courage does not mean going to die. Fong Bai actually revealed the situation of the low-key and the dark-hearted, which made people very angry. However, Man Xiong was still full of confidence in Fong Bai, and hurriedly called his teammates to follow, because he suddenly found that the closer he was to Fong Bai, the stronger his sense of security was. Even if he brought Joel into Leisure Town openly, the sense of security did not change at all. What does this mean? This means winning by doing nothing. However, as soon as Fong Bai, Joel and others entered, the atmosphere of Leisure Town changed. It was like a dark cloud pressing down on the top of the head, and the air seemed to solidify. Do you know that you can't hide it anymore? Fong Bai was still smiling, but Joel's little face next to him was tense. Without any concealment, Fong Bai walked straight forward to the castle in the center of the town. Nothing happened along the way, and they went deep into the town unimpeded. When they arrived near the castle, a blood-red light column shot up into the sky, and a filthy and twisted breath filled the air. Not only that, blood-colored light pillars shot up from the edge of the town, and spread out directly, turning into a blood-colored phantom covering the town. The barbarian bear's face suddenly changed when he saw the blood-colored phantom. Evil God altar? Fong Bai. It's bad. Someone is planning to use the entire population of the town to sacrifice the evil god. The few extraordinary people who died before were just materials for setting up the sacrificial ceremony. Damn. Where is the church in Leisure Town? Why is there no church in Leisure Town? The anxious barbarian bear turned his head and saw a small abandoned church not far away. Abandoned? Damn it! At this moment, Fong Bai's face was not very good, and he smelled a familiar smell. The cultists who arranged this sacrificial ceremony were the same group as the cultists in the trial space, and they all believed in the dead evil god. But the evil god was dead. So why were the cultists still there? Fong Bai turned his head and looked at the barbarian bear. He knew the ritual side of a cult, which was not common. However, although he was surprised at his erudition, he still asked aloud, "What is the effect of this sacrificial ceremony?" Using the ritual site as an anchor, summon the power of the evil god to descend and start a feast of the evil god. The barbarian bear's tone was extremely low, but Fong Bai heard it. Chapter 409 Ritual Field. Fong Bai was stunned and could not help but cross his arms across his chest. He was no longer anxious. Evil god? The evil god is dead. What ghost can he summon? Summon the power of the evil god? Yes, I know this ritual field. I have seen it in ancient books. The ritual field itself is just an anchor point, used to receive the power of the evil god. After all, relying on only a few professional level and elite level corpses is not enough to operate this ritual field. It's just a start at most, Man Xiong said. He was very sure that he remembered correctly. There was a case recorded in the ancient book, and this ritual field was used. In the case, the evil god's power was locked as soon as he descended, and then he was captured and sold at a high price. These words flowed in Man Xiong's mind, but the solemnity on his face and the depression in his chest did not disappear at all. The ancient books recorded his ancestors, not him. The evil gods in ancient books were humbly begging for survival. But the evil gods in reality can really kill people. Even just looking at them may distort your mind. What if the evil god dies? This question silenced Man Xiong. What do you mean by what if the evil god dies? Man Xiong suddenly thought of something and spoke out. If the evil god dies, the ritual site will lose its directionality and become ineffective. Or by chance, other evil gods will find this vacant window and come over to have a meal. Then they will be caught. Man Xiong didn't say the last sentence, and then he saw Fong Bai folding his hands in front of his chest, ready to watch the fun. This scene reminded Man Xiong of something, and he couldn't help but feel horrified, and then shook his head violently. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. And Fong Bai next to him couldn't help looking at Man Xiong, thinking in his heart, this Man Xiong has a beard and a body of tendons. He looks quite rough, but he knows a lot. It would have been fine if I had known this ritual site at first. Let's just call it a coincidence. But I didn't expect that I even knew the little-known facts about how this ritual site would react, and what the consequences might be after the death of the evil god. This mercenary is a bit intriguing. At this moment, another cavalry came on the road outside Leisure Town. The priest in the lead, wearing chain mail, holding a book in one hand and a flail in the other, looked at the ritual site, and his face suddenly changed. It's too late. No. Lao Wu. You immediately arrange the location of the ritual site, trace the direction of the sacrifice ceremony, and block the passage. The others, come in with me and destroy the ceremony. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, the slightly thin knight in the middle turned over and dismounted, took out a series of materials from the box behind him, and immediately began to arrange it. The other four also immediately put the boxes they helped carry next to him, put them all down, squeezed the horse's belly, and rushed into the bloody ritual site without hesitation. At the same time, along with the priest's prayer, the light turned into a cloak swaying in the wind, and the holy emblem on his body shone, supporting a piece of light in the blood. Inside the ritual venue, the blood color became more and more intense. Suddenly, Fong Bai sensed a strange spatial fluctuation. Anchor point fluctuation? Fong Bai thought moved. And the mental power that always covered the castle, and the pupil technique that opened from time to time finally locked the core of the entire ritual venue. Although he likes to watch fun, it doesn't mean he is willing to be fun. Even if this evil god is dead, if he summons other evil gods, he will really become a big fun. There is no trial space here to kill the evil god. Fong Bai walked forward, and the wild bear followed closely behind him. The other mercenaries shrank back. The wild bear looked at them with regret, ignored them, and followed behind Fong Bai. Fong Bai glanced at the wild bear with his peripheral vision and was quite surprised. But what surprised him even more was that Joel also followed with gritted teeth. Joel gritted his teeth and said when he found Fong Bai's surprised eyes, "Teacher, you are avenging me. How can I stay behind?" Fong Bai smiled when he heard this, and without saying anything, he reached out to push the closed door. The door was made of ironclad wood, extremely heavy, and could withstand even the attacks of extraordinary people. It was very heavy. Man Xiong rolled up his sleeves and wanted to help, but he saw Fong Bai lightly pressing his hand on it. Bang! Squeak after the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. The castle door made a harsh sound and slowly opened. Behind the door was a twisted steel bolt. Man Xiong looked at Fong Bai, who was quite delicate, looked at the white and clean little hand, and then looked at the twisted bolt. His mouth slightly open, but the next moment, Man Xiong's face changed. The moment he stepped into the castle, a strong smell of blood rushed into his nose. Inside the castle, the thick blood mist obscured his vision, and a blood-red tentacle fell instantly. Master! After the wild bear discovered it, it had no time to be afraid, and saw Fong Bai grab the tentacle with one hand, and pulled it hard, pulling out a cultist with a face full of fear. Fong Bai grabbed the tentacle with one hand, and turned his head to say to Joel, "As a mage apprentice, we need wisdom. But sometimes, the best solution given by wisdom is strength. So we must also have considerable strength. In addition, during the experiment, we often encounter various situations, such as holding down the experimental subject, capturing the experimental subject, etc. So if you want to be my apprentice, you still have to strengthen your training." Joel watched Fong Bai easily grasp the terrifying tentacle, and nodded in confusion. What the teacher said makes sense. But at this time, the wild bear next to him caught the point. "Mage? Yes. Is there any problem? I am a minor in magic." Fong Bai grabbed the tentacle, but the cultist was directly controlled. While Fong Bai was talking, the whole person and the tentacle were directly torn apart by Fong Bai, without any ability to fight back. Gurgle. The wild bear swallowed his throat. He thought he had overestimated Fong Bai's strength enough, but he didn't expect Fong Bai to surprise him again and again. Not only was he scared, but also the priest and others who hurried over. When they rushed to help, they watched a master cultist being torn apart by hand, and even his mouth was blocked by something. In extreme pain, he didn't even make a sound. Taking a deep breath, Fong Bai threw a flame, and then the flame burned directly on the blood mist. and continued to sweep forward as the few people moved forward. Fong Bai said as he walked, "Different enemies can be dealt with in different ways. Whether it is a mage or a mecha master, the diversity of methods is our most distinctive feature. We can use targeted spells, or build targeted weapons in advance, such as anti-cult armor, to fight the enemy. In theory, as long as we are well prepared, we can be the natural enemy of any profession and any creature. Of course, sometimes absolute power can easily do this." Chapter 410 Revenge. While speaking, Fong Bai looked at the closed castle that had been infected by the blood-colored energy and turned into a red color. Obviously, this was the core of the entire ritual field, and it had been completely closed by the well-prepared cultists. The defense was extremely high, and even the flames that had just swept through were blocked out, and one could only feel the increasingly strong ritual fluctuations inside. This wall gathers the power that the ritual field has condensed these days, and it has been integrated with the entire ritual field. It is unbreakable, and we have a special ritual field here. The priest shouted loudly and ran over quickly. But before he finished speaking, Fong Bai slowly raised his leg and kicked out. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the castle that was solidified by the ritual field exploded in a millisecond, turning into countless dust and rubble. The breeze blew slowly, revealing a castle living room floor covered with blood and flesh patterns. Intact, there was a cultist inside, a wild bear beside him, a priest and several knights behind him, and everyone was stunned. Fong Bai first spoke to the priest behind him. "Thank you, but no thanks." After saying that, he turned around and said to Joel beside him, "Look, absolute power is quite useful, isn't it?" Joel didn't say anything. Fong Bai turned his head and looked at the wild bear beside him. "Does it work?" The wild bear looked at the ruins on the ground. His body trembled, and he nodded quickly. "It works. It works. It works very well. So, sometimes you need to be more direct. You don't need to suppress yourself so much. Your enemy is in front of you. The enemy who has destroyed your family. Go. Be more direct. And kill your enemy with your own hands." Wild bear. The priest was about to say that this cultist was also a master. How could he play with it? When Fong Bai's hand suddenly appeared a metal belt head and a chip. Ka. Armor fusion. Wang. As the voice fell, the momentum comparable to that of a master spread out. This armor is loaded with our beta version of combat assistance system. Follow the instructions in your ear and go to fight. Go and tear your enemies to pieces. You are so young. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Joel was stunned and looked up at Fong Bai through the armor. Go. Fong Bai encouraged. Joel was stunned. And suddenly, he cried and roared with extreme suppression. And he completely collapsed. He rushed forward in a collapse. On the ground. On the wall. On the altar. All were his father, mother, brothers and sisters, looking at the little Joel fighting with the cultists. Facing the cultists among the masters, the little Joel relied on a set of armor to fight equally. At this moment, Barbarian Bear and the priest had question marks on their heads. Fong Bai shrugged his shoulders at this. Didn't I just say that as a mecha master and a mage? We can find the right means and methods no matter what situation we face. No way. You don't think I'm just a warrior who can only use brute force and has muscles in his head? Warrior Barbarian Bear, question mark. So, a piece of armor can make a child directly become a master? The master-level priest of the Inquisition next to him suddenly felt that the master level was very cheap. Isn't this too simple? Fong Bai smiled when he heard it and shook his head slightly. He is now comparable to a master not because of the armor, but because of me. I gave him the armor. At this moment, Fong Bai's confidence was almost overflowing. It was as if he said that he gave the child a health company with a valuation of over 100 million. And the child directly became a billionaire. It's that simple. The priest was stunned at first. And then he suddenly realized. And Fong Bai also smiled slightly. Watching the battle. Joel's revenge by his own hands. This is the reward that matches a mineral vein in Fong Bai's view. While thinking, Fong Bai looked at the performance of the intelligent assistance system and Joel's performance. Although Joel's battle was chaotic, Fong Bai obviously found that he was getting calmer. Keeping calm in the battle, coupled with a strong innate mental power, Fong Bai suddenly felt that Joel might really be trained in the direction of a mage and a mecha master. Finally, with Fong Bai's secret hand, this master died at Joel's hands. When he died, His face was full of reluctance, as if he couldn't believe that he died at the hands of an ordinary person. He actually died at the hands of a mortal who usually looked down on him like a pig or a dog. After killing his enemy, Joel stood there panting heavily, slowed down a little, walked to Fong Bai, and reached out to take off his belt. Kaka! The armor on his body turned into gold and poured into the belt. Fong Bai reached out to take the belt, and the belt disappeared in the air when he flipped his hand. He didn't say anything to Joel, letting him collect the bones of his parents, letting him vent his emotions and sort out his emotions. Fong Bai and his companions came to the core of the ceremony venue, where some power had apparently descended. But the transmission of power was blocked just as it began, blocked by the clergyman, who was outside and didn't come in. Fong Bai had discovered this before, so he was not in a hurry after coming in. However, feeling this power, Fong Bai couldn't help but frown and turned to look at the priest. Isn't this evil god dead? How can it still have the power to respond to the ceremony? This is clearly not another evil god that has come in. The power is exactly the same, obviously under the same system. The barbarian bear felt that he had heard some big news again, but he was numb after being surprised all day. The priest looked at Fong Bai in surprise. He didn't expect Fong Bai to know this news. He pondered for a moment and then said, "This evil god is indeed dead. Deader than dead. But the church is still there, and the believers are still there." The priest pondered for a moment, and hadn't thought about what to say. When he hesitated, the barbarian bear next to him couldn't help but speak out. So part of the main body of the evil god can be considered to still be there. Are they preparing to raise another evil god? And have they achieved initial results? But this requires at least a legendary one? What idiot would quit being a legend and run to be a chaotic evil god who is obviously insane? Ah, that's probably it. The pastor opened his mouth and looked at the elite warrior next to him in surprise. He is clearly just a warrior. He actually knows so many secrets of the evil cult. Fong Bai couldn't help but look at the wild bear with more and more strange eyes. This warrior mercenary knows too much. Too much is simply abnormal. The pastor couldn't help but take a few more glances, and then continued. So currently our church is conducting an all-round siege against this evil cult, and 3 chief judges have been dispatched to hunt down their pope. But it is not clear yet which innocent, which legendary is ready to accept this twisted godhood. Chapter 411. The source of the mage. The fantasy space of the great sage? Great enemy. Fong Bai finally understood the pastor's attitude towards this evil cult. But it was true. The original evil gods were dead, and all the believers went into a violent state and stopped lurking. Therefore, they directly attracted the full force of the Inquisition of the Church of Light. And the chief judge, who could be called adults by the master pastor, was mostly a legend. So there were 3 legends who joined forces to hunt and kill, joining the cult to replace the evil god at this time. Is he planning to turn the tide, or is he worried that the merit of the Inquisition is not enough? So he has to give him a merit of killing gods. No wonder this pastor is so happy. For a church that can kill genuine evil gods, this temporary replacement is just pure merit. Watching Joel bury all his parents and relatives, he followed Fong Bai away. Before Fong Bai left, the pastor suddenly thought of something and asked, "It's top secret that this evil god is dead. How did you know?" "Oh, I did it." Fong Bai's indifferent voice came from a distance. The pastor was stunned at first, and then he shuddered and trembled slightly. After a moment, he turned his head to look at the 2 corpses on the ground, his eyes full of pity. Why not provoke someone else? Provoking such a big guy, isn't that courting death? Of course, the cultist was dead at this time. If he was still alive, he would definitely shout that he was wronged. The pastor led people to purify the distorted breath at the scene and use the sunlight to smooth the spatial fluctuations caused by the ritual field. Otherwise, this place will become a weak point in the space connecting the outer planes. And from time to time, evil spirits, evil eyes, and other outer plane creatures will jump over. In the process, the little man who was arranging the ritual field outside to block the little man who was tracking ran in and said when he saw the pastor, "Let him run away. He is very alert and ran away as soon as he sensed danger. But I captured some of his aura and made it into a beacon. We can use it to track him." Well done. The priest was overjoyed. After leaving Leisure Town, Fong Bai, led by the barbarian bear, began to head towards the Thunder Valley. The mercenaries who had stayed outside and did not enter Leisure Town also came over again, posing a very professional escort posture. But even the barbarian bear treated him coldly. The barbarian bear walked beside Fong Bai. And at this time Fong Bai finally couldn't help asking curiously, "Manqiong, you know a lot. Even such unpopular knowledge. Hey, Lord Fong Bai may not know that my family is very famous. My family originated from my distant ancestor, who was said to be a thug in a gang. Later, he met a noble man, grew up step by step, and even directly formed a team to serve the noble man. By the way, this noble man is the legendary Great Sage, the most original magician, who can grant gods at will. At that time, my distant ancestor's daily work was to capture evil gods and provide experimental materials for the great magician. This information was naturally passed down," Manqiong said proudly. This background was simply terrifying. But after seeing the operation of taking myths as history, Fong Bai was not interested in this kind of propaganda of his ancestors. Even if he provided a family tree, this thing is not reliable. You said your ancestors gave the source of mages, and the great sages captured evil gods. So how come you are still a warrior and a mercenary? Such an ancestor should have been a super noble for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Right? Fong Bai didn't believe it at all. But thinking back to the experience of the barbarian bear just now, he understood that the barbarian bear's ancestors probably had strong men, and left many records. But now they have fallen. The barbarian bear was still bragging about the heroic deeds of his ancestors beside Fong Bai, punching titans, kicking gods, and controlling floating cities to conquer planes, which made the mercenary teammates beside him have calluses. And Fong Bai was thinking about the legendary source of mages, the legendary Great Sage. There is no clear historical record of this existence, and no one has found any written records. Only in the process of excavating the ruins of ancient mage civilization, there is rare information showing his existence. It seems that such a person really exists. Out of nothing, the mage profession was developed. The mage tower was built. The floating city was raised. The titans were slaughtered. The gods were canonized. The ancient mage civilization was established. And the worlds were conquered. It is said that the main material world was once the absolute center of the entire multiverse. The strongest people and gods of countless worlds came to the main material world to pay homage. There are floating cities floating in the main material world, and any one of them can suppress a universe. However, there is no historical record of these, and there is no evidence to prove these. The main material world is still a closed world, without any difference. These are like the delusions of the ancient mage civilization. Some vernacular novels, the origin of the mage, the deeds of the great sage, are also interpreted as a symbol. The history and great achievements of an era are gathered together on a specific name to be passed down. This name is not necessarily a real person, perhaps just a symbol of an era. Or maybe this is the title of the ruler of the ancient mage civilization, which is passed down from generation to generation. In Manqiong's words, he attached the origin of his family to a symbol. This is something that the nobles dare not do, and it is naturally funny for others to hear. However, Fong Bai quality determines that he will not laugh out loud. Although he doesn't take it seriously, he also responds, just as a chat, talking all the way. Seeing that Fong Bai is willing to chat, Manqiong immediately becomes more excited. When Fong Bai occasionally responds, he immediately feels great respect and satisfaction. The curiosity and affirmation from the superior during the chat is simply a killer. This is true both in the workplace and in the love field. At this moment, Manqiong wanted to tell Fong Bai everything he knew. Somehow, his feelings also prompted him to do so. The result was that Fong Bai was really shocked. Manqiong told too much knowledge and even secrets about the gods. Fong Bai couldn't even tell the truth from the false. Suddenly, Manqiong's words made Fong Bai shudder. What did you just say? Ah, I said that my ancestor once entered the headquarters of the Mage Association, the highest ruling organization of the ancient mage civilization. The rivers there all flowed down from the sky. Not this sentence. The one after that. Manqiong recalled a little after hearing this, and immediately said, well, the various buildings of the Mage Association are surrounded on both sides of the river, and the bottom is an endless ocean island. This headquarters is composed of a separate half-plane, almost equivalent to a small world. But the original origin is just the source of the mage. The fantasy space of the Great Sage? Chapter 412 Thunder Valley. Fantasy space. These 4 words exploded like thunder in Fong Bai's ears. This is the name of his talent. These 4 words only appear on the game panel. As for the fantasy space, Fong Bai actually searched for a lot of classics in the game, wanting to see if he could find relevant records or descriptions, and see if he could find other people's development models. Fong Bai searched for a long time, but he had never seen these 4 words and related records in any book. Fong Bai had already given up hope, thinking that his talent was unique and given by the game system, and had given up the search for clues. But he didn't expect to hear these 4 words from a warrior today. The source of the mage? The great sage? Is he a legendary figure who really existed in history? Is the mythical story realistic? Fong Bai suddenly remembered the mecha master profession he developed, and his heart began to beat. Could it be that the legendary great sage also has the talent of fantasy space, and created the profession of mage with this talent? Does he have the same talent as the great sage? Does he create a new profession like the great sage who created the ancient mage civilization? Fong Bai's heart beat violently, as if it jumped to his throat, because of the appearance of these 4 words. Fong Bai couldn't help but re-examine all the words that Man Xiong had said before. At this moment, Fong Bai really began to doubt the truth of these words. What is fantasy space? How can it evolve into a world? Fong Bai looked at his inner space and asked this question curiously. Man Xiong didn't think so. He was also so curious about this before, and said casually, "The fantasy space seems to be imagined out of thin air. I don't know why it can evolve into a world. It's clearly just a fantasy." Man Xiong continued. "I only know that at that time, it seemed that every mage had a fantasy space. But it should be fake. I have never heard of such a fantasy space. Everyone has it. Yes, it seems to be a very common thing. But now I have never seen it. I even suspect that my grandfather made up a story to fool me," Man Xiong said suspiciously. "I am not lying to you," Fong Bai said silently in his heart. Man Xiong's words just now made Fong Bai sober up. It turns out that the fantasy space is not a talent. It is a professional ability of the mage. A professional ability that can turn the virtual into the real, and can be cultivated into a half-plane and a small world. And Fong Bai, for some unknown reason, directly awakened this professional ability. Adjust the speed of thinking, fantasize at will, and finally turn the virtual into the real, and directly cultivate a half-plane and a small world that belongs entirely to him. Fong Bai couldn't help but sigh at the high development of the ancient mage civilization and the power of the ancient mage profession. Just by listening to these few words, just by looking at the tip of the iceberg, Fong Bai couldn't help but see an invincible, a magnificent beauty. This is the mage. To be precise, it should be the ancient mage. What kind of rookies are the mages now? Fong Bai couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Man Xiong, did you hear all this from your elders at home? Yes, I heard it from my father and grandfather when I was a child. Then can I go visit them? I'm quite interested in these. No chance then. Fong Bai was slightly stunned by Man Xiong's words. And then he saw Man Xiong speak. They are all gone. Then your parents are gone too. Sorry, Fong Bai said apologetically, watching the expression on Man Xiong's face gradually restrained, and the expression between his eyebrows. Fong Bai knew that there might be some ups and downs in this. I wanted to ask about the ancient books, but after asking about my family just now, it was not convenient to open my mouth. Asking at this juncture would make one look very uncultured. But before Fong Bai could speak, Man Xiong spoke directly, as if he knew what he was going to ask. The person is gone, and all the ancient books are gone. Well, it's just the little guy's kind of thing. Man Xiong pointed at Joel and said, "It's not uncommon. Really, the little guy is quite lucky." Yes. Do you know the Bartholomew family? The Dragon Knight family. It's hidden in their family's library. Although Man Xiong smiled, there was no warmth on his face. You're not the first one who is interested. Although they don't take it seriously, they just need to show a little curiosity. That's enough. Suddenly, Man Xiong laughed. It's just a joke. Fong Bai, you don't really believe it, do you? My grandfather raised me since I was a child, and he told me all these things. My grandfather passed away a few years ago. But if you are curious, I can tell you everything I know, Man Xiong said with a big laugh. He suddenly realized that he had said so much and talked so deeply under the influence of his feelings. It was already considered as talking too much, and it was already considered a dangerous move. He laughed immediately and didn't continue. Okay. Fong Bai nodded, and the group climbed over a hillside and came to a hill. They had heard thunder from afar before, but they could only hear the sound but not see the shape. When they came to the mouth of the valley, Fong Bai suddenly saw a huge hilly area, with lightning falling like raindrops, rumbling, and in the place where there was no end in sight. The majestic mountains that towered into the sky were endless, covering this hilly area. Standing in front of the undulating hills, Fong Bai felt his skin slightly numb. Thunder Valley? Here we are. Barbarian Bear pointed to the front and said, but his voice had long been drowned in the endless thunder. Looking at the charred hilly land, Fong Bai did not see any plants or any creatures. There was only the rich and violent thunder element, and the continuous and endless thunder. Boom! The tree branch like lightning struck the ground fiercely, leaving a trace of reflection in everyone's eyes. Everyone's eyes were filled with awe. This is the power of nature. Even Fong Bai felt the same way, because he found that the chaotic magnetic field, the rich thunder element, the continuous lightning and thunder, the charred land, all of these formed a violent thunder ritual field. The energy intensity, aggressiveness, and danger level were probably only one level weaker than that of the storm sea. Fong Bai unfolded the magic map and saw that the end point was there, and his previous doubts were completely swept away. He finally understood why there was still only a vein of, or even though there was a specific location that had not been developed. It's not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. After the family fell, without sufficient strength, he didn't even have the qualifications to mine. Chapter 413. Fong Bai stood in front of the Thunder Valley and didn't rush in, but watched quietly. If you just watch with your naked eyes, you can't see anything strange, only the continuous thunder and rumbling. But when Fong Bai opened his pupil technique and used it to observe, he could see the huge field and feel the tremendous power accumulated in it. Mountains, rivers, lakes, plains. This kind of field is very common everywhere. Fong Bai has seen many and collected a lot of data. But special fields like the Thunder Valley are not common. At this moment, Fong Bai was not in a hurry to go in, but stood outside and watched quietly, opening his pupil technique from time to time to take a look and silently collecting data. Although the wild bear was puzzled why Fong Bai didn't go in, he was happy to do so. It was too dangerous inside, and being struck by lightning would really kill you. The Thunder Valley was huge, and Fong Bai could only see a corner of the field standing in front of it, and couldn't see it comprehensively. As he watched and studied, he could not help but walk around, trying to see the Thunder Valley from different angles. Time passed by, and Fong Bai was always obsessed with it. The Thunder Valley was so vibrant and beautiful. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, and Fong Bai, who had seen enough, gathered his thoughts and prepared to enter the Thunder Valley. Joel, it's too dangerous inside. You just wait for me outside. Yes, teacher, Joel replied. Fong Bai did not say anything else, and directly took out a belt head and clipped it around Joel's waist. Click, click, click. The belt head instantly extended a belt around Joel's waist, and a mechanical sound sounded at the same time. Beep. Enter the combat readiness state. Beep. Start the emergency armor program. After completing this step, Fong Bai looked at Man Xiong. Man Xiong? Joel, please take care of him. Man Xiong glanced at the belt around Joel's waist, and a question mark popped up in his head. Take care of? Who will take care of whom? This master can beat him now. Master? No. I go in with you. Joel has my old brothers. An idea suddenly popped up in Man Xiong's mind, and he asked immediately, seeing Fong Bai was about to refuse. He said immediately, don't rush to refuse. I've been here before, and I know a little bit of the way. Don't think you can find the place just because you have a map. Maybe the map will ask you to go down the cliff or cross the river. I can take you to a relatively safe way. Fong Bai was slightly moved when he heard this. But then he had some concerns. Your safety. You should worry about yourself. Mecha Master Taiguda. If I didn't see that you are really strong, I would definitely stop you if you wanted to go in, Man Xiong said. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, then nodded, turning his head to look at the other mercenaries. They didn't say a word about going in together. But this is normal. Barbarian Bear is abnormal, just like his teammates. They have been wondering whether Barbarian Bear has gone insane all the way. Okay. Fong Bai looked at the other mercenaries. Joel, I trouble you. No trouble. No trouble. We will definitely do your job well after receiving your money, a mercenary said. Fong Bai nodded, and without hesitation, He strode towards the Thunder Valley, followed by Barbarian Bear. "Teacher, be careful," Joel said from behind. Fong Bai did not look back, but waved. Stalking forward, Fong Bai soon walked in front of the thunder field. Boom! A thumb-thick thunder fell under Fong Bai's feet, scorching the ground. Fong Bai looked at the interweaving interference between his own field and the Thunder Valley field, and suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. "Wild Bear, I have a bad feeling. Stay away from me later." Fong Bai suddenly found that the wild bear was already hundreds of meters away from him, and he didn't get close at all. Obviously, the wild bear had known about it. Fong Bai prepared himself a little, and then stepped into it. Boom! The moment he stepped into the field, a thumb-thick thunder fell. Fong Bai felt a slight numbness all over his body, and an electric current ran through his body inside and outside. This feeling? Fong Bai raised his eyebrows. It doesn't hurt at all. It feels numb and tingling, and it's quite comfortable. Fong Bai just had this thought, and the next moment, boom, 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 thunder fell one after another, and his body felt numb and tingling continuously. Fong Bai felt it a little, and found that it felt okay. So he walked forward immediately. The wild bear on the side couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this scene. Thunder struck continuously, but Fong Bai was not injured at all, and even his hair was not in the slightest bit abnormal. Gurgle. The barbarian bear's throat moved slightly. Is this the fate of the iron lump coming in? The barbarian bear was completely stunned. But then, he felt something was wrong. No. There was someone wearing full body armor coming in before. That idiot thought that the full body armor had strong defense, and could withstand the thunder bombardment. In the end, he was struck by lightning and turned into slag. But no matter how slag, it was only after entering the deep that there was such density. The barbarian bear stared at Fong Bai with wide eyes, and found that he was very safe, and there was no threat. He didn't have to worry about being struck by random lightning. All the lightning in this area fell accurately on Fong Bai's head, without any omission. It was simply too dense. Fong Bai didn't know the doubts in the barbarian bear's heart. If he knew, he would tell him. No matter how many times a pure iron lump came in, there would not be such dense thunder. He is special. While walking, Fong Bai felt the disturbance of his own field to the thunder field. The already extremely active thunder field was like a powder keg, and Fong Bai field disturbing it was like throwing a spark into the powder keg. It exploded instantly. At the same time, Fong Bai, whose body metal density was too outrageous, also had a strong magnetic field. This magnetic field might not be noticeable at ordinary times, but when it was under thunder, it was like a magnet, attracting thunder continuously. The combination of the two directly caused Fong Bai to sweep away all the thunder. Thunder struck Fong Bai's head every moment, without even a second of free time. So when Fong Bai took out the magic map, he had to be careful to protect it. He was afraid that he would be struck by thunder if he was not careful. Just like this, carrying the continuous thunder forward, Fong Bai and Man Xiong continued to go deeper, and gradually disappeared from the thrilling vision of Joel and others. They could only see thunder falling one after another from a distance. Chapter 414 Magnetic Field Oscillation. Boom! Boom! Fong Bai came down from a barren hill. As he went deeper, the thunder on his head, which was as thick as a thumb, gradually turned into the thickness of his wrist. The thunder power contained in it has increased many times. Fortunately, Fong Bai's body is strong, and he walked all the way in without getting his skin scratched. It was just a little itchy. Fong Bai scratched his itch and continued to walk in. He didn't have to stick to the map to keep approaching, nor did he have to stick to the guidance of the wild bear, but followed his eyes and his feelings. Fong Bai was constantly walking towards the field nodes and places with rich fields. Being in the thunder field, Fong Bai could appreciate some of the wonders in it, so much so that it attracted Fong Bai to keep pursuing. The result was that the thunder on Fong Bai's head became thicker and stronger. Although it didn't break his skin, Fong Bai was too lazy to look at it. As for the wild bear on the side, it was completely numb, watching the thunder that could kill him instantly. The barbarian bear was calm. He was quite nervous at first, but later he got used to it and ignored it. Hey, this should be a critical node. Fong Bai compared the field conditions he had spied on from the outside world before, combined with his perception inside, and immediately locked onto a small valley. The 5 towering hills around it vaguely wrapped this area. These 5 hills were like 5 high towers. guiding the thunder in the sky down, and finally landing on the open space in the central valley. The open space in the central valley had been blasted into a charred black, and Fong Bai even faintly saw some traces of crystallization. Without hesitation, he walked directly into it, feeling the rich power of thunder and the wonderful power of the field. However, the moment he entered, thunders continuously fell on 5 towering hills. The 5 hills burst out thunders at the same time and merged in the sky above the center of the valley. The next moment, it turned into a thunder column. Boom! The thunder exploded, and Fong Bai was instantly submerged by the thunder. The wild bears beside him stood up suddenly, and they were worried. This is thunder that can kill 100 of him. Fong Bai will not. Before the thought fell, the thunder dissipated. Fong Bai still stood there, closed his eyes, and felt it slightly. He could not see any injuries on his body, and even his hair was not messed up. The numb wild bears could not help but be stunned again. Is Fong Bai immune to the legendary thunder element? Or is Fong Bai immune to all elemental attacks? Immune to all spell attacks? The wild bear felt that his brain was exhausted, and he couldn't figure it out. Even if the master was struck like that, he would be disabled if not dead. Right? The wild bear was puzzled. Fong Bai in the center of the valley raised his eyebrows immediately after being struck. He was just experiencing the interference of his own field on the thunder field. But he didn't expect that the thunder at this critical node would be so powerful. Although his oily skin hadn't been scratched yet, he had already felt it a little bit. This was really amazing. But what really attracted Fong Bai's attention was not this. But, boom! Another lightning column fell, and Fong Bai suddenly felt his own field. The magnetic field was shaking slightly, especially the magnetic field, which fluctuated violently under the bombardment of thunder. This was not before. Or it may have happened before. But because the thunder was too weak, it was so weak that it couldn't shake Fong Bai's body, and couldn't cause the magnetic field to react at all. Or the reaction caused was very small. Just now, it was like a quantitative change causing a qualitative change, which completely shook Fong Bai's magnetic field. The magnetic field is highly similar to the field, and highly overlaps. The fluctuation of the magnetic field also directly caused the fluctuation of the field. However, the fluctuation of the field was not strong, just a slight oscillation. Fong Bai glanced at it, and didn't pay attention to it. What really attracted Fong Bai was the magnetic field. At this moment, Fong Bai carefully sensed and tested it many times, and he found that there were faint sparks in the magnetic field. After careful investigation, he found that it was not only the magnetic field, but also his body. However, these are secondary. What really caught Fong Bai's attention was that under the pouring of thunder, his magnetic field became faintly stronger. The magnetic field became stronger, which he had not expected before. But just a simple thought. Fong Bai understood that this was an absolutely good thing, because the magnetic field itself also belongs to Fong Bai power. More importantly, the magnetic field and the field are highly overlapped, and the two are extremely similar. And under the pouring of the lightning column, Fong Bai clearly noticed a trace of the fusion of the field and the magnetic field. Not moving, Fong Bai was completely motionless, standing in place, waiting for the pouring of lightning columns one after another. Boom! 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 Again and again. Under the continuous thunder, Fong Bai's body felt numb, and the electric sparks resonating between the cells in his body became more and more dense and more intense. The magnetic field became more violent and powerful, with thunder and lightning echoing. Even by chance, a bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere in Fong Bai's own magnetic field. Boom! The hair-thin bolt of lightning fell to the ground without leaving any trace. Fong Bai pondered carefully, and continued to stand still. The lightning pillars fell one after another, and Fong Bai felt them silently, but did not move, as if he was waiting for something. The barbarian bear sat beside him boredly, counting the lightning one by one. 1, 2, 3, 5, 15, 16. When the 16th lightning struck, Fong Bai's whole body was flowing with electricity. Suddenly, Fong Bai opened his eyes suddenly, and a flash of lightning burst out of his eyes. For refinings? A hint of doubt and surprise flashed in Fong Bai's eyes. Fong Bai even began to feel uneasy, fearing that what he had just done was just an illusion. Boom! The moment the lightning pillar fell again, Fong Bai's eyes were full of surprise. His body is made of high-density elemental metal, and is also a product of perfect 3 refining. It is equivalent to high-density elemental metal being forged into extraordinary equipment by the most peak and perfect 3-refining forging method. At the same time, a solid structure is engraved with the extraordinary forging method, high-density elemental metal, 3-refining forging method, and extraordinary structure of extraordinary forging method. These three constitute Fong Bai indestructible golden body, giving Fong Bai body legendary strength and defense. While possessing extreme strength and defense, Fong Bai body, like all 3-refining products, has extreme stability. It is so stable that even the forger himself cannot shake it except by forcible destruction by external force. This also directly leads to the fact that the 3-refining is the end point of forging, and the 4-refining envisioned in the dense forging method is just an illusory legend. But at this moment, the extremely stable golden body was shaken. Chapter 415 Level 3 Thunder Crystal. 4 refinements, Fong Bai murmured, and he suddenly remembered a sentence. And the heaven and earth are the furnace. The creation is the work. The yin and yang are the charcoal. And all things are copper. At this moment, the thunder seemed to turn into a heavy hammer, falling again and again, forging Fong Bai body. Although Fong Bai didn't know what the real 4 refinements in history were, and how magnificent they were. But Fong Bai understood that this road must also point to the 4 refinements. Different paths lead to the same destination. Nothing more than this. Fong Bai quietly waited for the thunder to fall continuously. Faster, 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 stronger, stronger. Fong Bai kept muttering, making the wild bear, who heard it next to him, blush. However, this thunder seemed to have reached its limit, and neither the frequency nor the intensity increased. And this level of thunder fell on Fong Bai, although he felt it a little, but it was still a level lower. Scratching the itch made Fong Bai even more uncomfortable. After trying, Fong Bai finally shook his head, looking disappointed, and prepared to leave. But before leaving, looking at the ground that had already been crystallized, and the small and thick pieces of azure crystals on it, he immediately dug them all out. These crystals are regular in shape, and the scattered ones are probably only the size of a wash basin. Inside them, Fong Bai sensed extremely rich and active thunder power. The rich thunder power gathered in the reason. Some of these crystals are stable, while others are extremely active, as if they will explode with a little stimulation. Fong Bai threw out an azure crystal, and the crystal hit the ground without any sound. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and threw out a few small crystal fragments. Finally, after throwing out a pile of crystals, an azure crystal hit the ground. Boom! The thunder exploded, and lightning burst out in a radial manner, with the crystal as the center. With considerable power. With a thought, he received the crystal core that had just been thrown out, and his mental power probed into it, directly and forcibly disturbing the thunder element power in it. In just a moment, the thunder element rioted. Boom! Thunder exploded between Fong Bai's fingers, and scattered thunder exploded on his body. It's quite powerful. The bigger it is, the more thunder elements there are in it, and the more powerful it is when it explodes. But if it's just used as explosives, it's not impossible. With the help of the magic circle, forging can create a batch of disposable thunder element attack magic circles. It's powerful. There's no threshold. It's convenient and easy to use. It's perfect. This part of the violent crystals is used to make disposable extraordinary equipment. But if these stable crystals are only used as disposable bombs, it's inevitable that it's a bit of a waste of resources. Fong Bai looked at these azure crystals, or thunder crystals, with a gleam in his eyes. As a player from the modern era, Fong Bai was born with a high sensitivity to electricity. After all, the technological system of modern civilization is largely based on electricity. Thunder is also electricity, and it's electricity with a large reserve. To use modern words, it's a high energy density. This is a natural high energy battery. Only such a high intensity, high density place that is struck by thunder can form such a thing by chance. As for the grade, Fong Bai looked at the irregular thunder crystals. Although the overall shape was irregular, the crystals themselves were regular. With a sweep of his mental power, the number of these thunder crystals, which were only the size of a little finger, became clear. Among the unstable thunder crystals, there are 272 first level, 97 second level, and 2 third level. Among the stable thunder crystals, there are 498 first level, 231 second level, and 7 third level. After counting, Fong Bai grinned. The third level means master level. which means that the thunder power in the thunder crystal has reached the master level standard in terms of level. In other words, Fong Bai has 2 thunder crystal bombs that can hurt master level. And that's it. In addition, there are 7 master level energy cores, which contain master level power. This means at least 7 extraordinary weapons with no cultivation threshold, or 1 or 2 ordinary master level armors. Good stuff. Good stuff. Make a fortune in one go. But it's a pity that there is no 4th level thunder crystal. Fong Bai thought a little greedily, but he also understood that the place where the 4th level thunder crystal can be born must also have high density and high frequency legendary thunder. Legendary thunder is not as easy to deal with as the master level peak thunder here. Fong Bai looked at the depths of the Thunder Valley from afar and said softly, "Legendary thunder may really break the skin." "Right? What?" The wild bear on the side rubbed his ears. He suspected that the thunder was too loud and he had hallucinations. So much so that he heard something legendary and something about breaking the skin. "I must have heard it wrong." The wild bear shook his head repeatedly. Fong Bai put all the thunder crystals into the inner space, separated the stable and unstable ones, and then arranged a simple magic circle to stabilize the thunder situation inside the thunder crystal. Finally, he took a look at the valley formed by 5 small hills, referred to as the 5 Thunder Valley. Fong Bai marked this place on the map. Under the high-frequency and high-intensity bombardment of lightning pillars, thunder crystals will continue to be produced in the future. With these 5 small hills at the right time, this valley can stably output 1 to 3 levels of thunder crystals. Ding! 3-level thunder crystal support point +1. A certain number of 1 to 3 levels of thunder crystals can be generated every week. Fong Bai dubbed it himself and laughed. But the laughter was directly drowned out by the continuous thunder. The continuous thunder struck, and each thunder struck Fong Bai with a little joy, and the discomfort at the beginning disappeared. Although it was not in the special terrain of the 5 Thunder Valley at this moment, the thunder that struck was gradually 2 or 3 thumbs thick, much stronger than before. So much so that when the barbarian bear saw it at the beginning, his heart skipped a beat every time he saw a thunder, and he even counted silently in his heart. Die once. Die twice. Die 3 times. Counting them one by one, he gradually became numb. Anyway, he just followed Fong Bai, but didn't get close to him. Nor did he lead the way, because Fong Bai suddenly stopped looking for the vein and started looking for special terrain on his own. He couldn't really help. So the barbarian bear went straight into the state of watching the fun. In this situation, the two of them kept going deeper and deeper. But unfortunately, the special terrain formed naturally in the 5 Thunder Valley was not common, and was even very rare. So Fong Bai carried the thunder all the way, from a few thumbs to the thickness of his wrist. But he didn't find any special terrain, let alone any thunder crystals. This made Fong Bai frown slightly, looking up at the heavy thunderclouds. The thunderclouds were black, as if they were close at hand and could be touched with a hand. Chapter 4:16 Thunder Pond. The thunderclouds were pressing down, and the entire Thunder Valley was filled with a depressing atmosphere. The light was dim. Fong Bai stood in place, ignoring the thunders that fell on him, closed his eyes and thought. Recalling the scene, he watched from outside. Yes, there must be. Such a large field must have higher level thunder. But where is it? Fong Bai looked around. Although the Thunder Valley was huge, he had already gone very deep. Here Fong Bai could feel the very violent thunder element, and with the pupil technique, he could also perceive the unique and active field of the Thunder Valley. But Fong Bai could not find its true core, the real high-level thunder. It is impossible that there is no such thing. After a glance, Fong Bai suddenly looked at the peaks around the Thunder Valley. These mountains surround the Thunder Valley, and the towering peaks directly penetrate the thunderclouds, and the thunder is densely covered on them. On the mountain? Fong Bai groaned slightly, and without much hesitation, he rushed directly to the nearest high mountain, and the distance from the mineral vein was getting farther and farther. Fong Bai had already taken the time to look at the mineral vein, and made some disguises, but it was not difficult to find it with positioning. In the mine, Fong Bai did sense the abnormally strong magnetic field, and the breath of magnetic crystal. This is indeed a magnetic crystal mineral vein, and there is no mistake. Fong Bai took a look, confirmed that it was correct, and left. The reason for coming here in advance is that I am worried that the mineral vein is the core of the entire field, the deepest part of the entire Thunder Valley. If it is, then it would be a waste of time to search outside. But unfortunately, it is not. This is just an elemental mineral vein. And it is only because of the abnormal magnetic field that the lightning strikes are more dense. There is nothing special about it. Standing in front of a towering mountain, looking at the thunder flowing down from the thundercloud like a waterfall, Fong Bai was slightly startled. With just one glance, Fong Bai could tell that the intensity of the thunder here was beyond the thunder in the previous location. This thunder valley was really unconventional. Normally, the deeper this area is, the higher its energy level is, because energy often spreads in all directions, up and down, left and right at the same time, which means that the farther the distance, the lower the energy density, and the closer the distance, the higher the energy density. Fong Bai always thought that the Thunder Valley was like this. And in fact it was like this at the beginning. The deeper you go, the higher the concentration of thunder elements you come into contact with, and the thicker and more powerful the thunder that strikes down is. These are all visible changes. And naturally Fong Bai thinks that the center is the strongest position, the most core position. Although the high mountains on the edge are eye-catching, the preconceived concept has always made him ignore them. So he only found the place now. For the time being, the barbarian bear was sent out of the Thunder Valley. The barbarian bear took a look at the thunder on the mountain, and was no longer polite or forced. If he continued to force it, Fong Bai might miss a thunderbolt, and he might not even have ashes left. In contrast, being self-aware, and knowing when to retreat would still leave a good impression on Fong Bai. After sending the wild bear away, Fong Bai let out a long breath, and stood alone in the Thunder Valley. Between heaven and earth, there was only himself. Suddenly, standing between heaven and earth, Fong Bai felt a great sense of freedom and ease in his chest. Begin, Fong Bai muttered to himself, and then stepped into the thunder waterfall in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder was like a real waterfall, falling from the sky with high density, and finally hitting Fong Bai, making a loud rumbling sound. It was a pity that Fong Bai did not feel the powerful force of the water falling from the sky. There was only the explosion of thunder. This thunder was still just thunder. Even if it looked like a waterfall, it was just some thunder. Although these thunderbolts were slightly stronger than those in other places, they still could not pose any pressure to Fong Bai. After checking and confirming that no thunder crystals were born here, he left immediately. With light steps, Fong Bai quickly soared upwards. Although he could not fly, he could still jump very high, even higher than some people. So I can fly, right? Fong Bai muttered, carrying the thunderbolts and rushing upwards continuously. There were thunderbolts all along the way, which were constantly shattered into tiny flashes of lightning under Fong Bai impact. The mountain peaks were very high, rising directly into the sky. But at Fong Bai's speed, they soon arrived below the clouds. The clouds were not as clearly defined as imagined. Standing below the clouds, he looked at the thick fog around him, and the electric sparks that kept flashing on it. Fong Bai pondered slightly, feeling the slight threat brought to him by the thunderclouds, and his mouth curled up slightly. Without any hesitation, he plunged directly into the clouds. Crackle! The black thundercloud was full of tiny lightning bolts. Entering it was like walking on firecrackers. With crackle and crackle, in the thundercloud, it was difficult to expand the mental power, and Fong Bai was completely trapped in the darkness. This feeling of being invisible to the naked eye and unable to explore with mental power was very bad. Fong Bai had not been in this situation for a long time. Although the pupil technique could penetrate the thundercloud and see the situation within a certain range, due to the limitation of computing power, Fong Bai did not dare to expand the pupil technique and could only take a glimpse of the shortcomings occasionally. With no choice, Fong Bai could only use the fantasy space to reflect the surrounding environment as when he just entered the game, and then move in reality, moving step by step. Suddenly, ding! Fong Bai's forehead was numb, and he touched it. Was I attacked just now? Fong Bai was slightly stunned. There was no skin on his forehead, and it was also a thunder attribute, which made Fong Bai a little unsure. Is there life in this thundercloud? Fong Bai stood there for a moment, and seeing no response, he continued to move forward, but silently increased the frequency of the fantasy space projection. Once a second. The projection is just a picture, but if it is 1,000 times a second, what Fong Bai projects is an ultra-high-definition real-time video. Suddenly, a lightning flashed, and the moment the attack hit Fong Bai's vest, a recoil force shook out from the muscles of the vest, causing the lightning to stagnate. Fong Bai reached out and grabbed it. In reality, it is impossible to see things. And in the fantasy space, a small fish made purely of lightning elements appeared in Fong by hand. However, the small fish, which is as long as a palm, is made of rich lightning elements, and its interior is densely packed with fine lightning. And there is a small blue lightning crystal in the core of its body. Professional level lightning elemental life? No, it's not. It shouldn't be considered life. It's just a lightning crystal at the core. And there's no spirit. It's just an appendage formed in this thundercloud under special conditions. But Fong by pupil technique was released and then retracted. And he took a look at the thundercloud. It may not be there in the depths. Chapter 417 Legend. This thunder crystal has already given birth to a trace of spirituality. Although the spirituality is so weak that it can be completely ignored. Spirituality is spirituality. If it continues to grow, it may form a real soul. With a soul, it will naturally become a thunder element life. Fong Bai suddenly thought of something and muttered. But the end of spirituality may not necessarily be the soul. And this spiritual thunder crystal may not necessarily form a thunder element life. If the spirituality continues to grow, it may become a thunder attribute spiritual medicine. Fong Bai muttered, feeling the rich thunder element and thunder around him. And he only hated that his mental power could not be expanded under the suppression of thunder. Otherwise, with a sweep of mental power, he would definitely be able to harvest a lot of thunder element spiritual medicine. Forget it. Spiritual medicine or not. It doesn't matter. The existence of this thunder field is the most important. Fong Bai saw clearly at this moment that his projection in Tiangong Pavilion and other people in Tiangong Pavilion did not find a suitable forging field. But he encountered it. This is the thunder field. Here, he will forge himself again and complete the key to breakthrough. The higher he goes, the stronger the thunder becomes. Fong Bai went straight up without any hesitation, undergoing the endless baptism of thunder and bearing the attack of the dark thunder crystal. Fong Bai was powerless against the thunder crystal that attacked from a distance. He did not have the ability and energy to chase it. But as long as the thunder crystal dared to attack Fong Bai at close range and entered his perception range, it would surely become a stable thunder crystal stored by Fong Bai again. Time passed by. Fong Bai had climbed up several hundred meters, but still had no intention of reaching the top. And the thunder power at his location naturally reached the peak level of the master level. The power of each thunder strike was comparable to the attack of Fatty Bad. But this was not enough for Fong Bai. It was just enough to tickle him, without stopping for too long. Fong Bai continued to climb up, climbing another 200 meters. At this moment, the thunder had reached the level comparable to that of a half-stepped legend. There was a faint fluctuation of the domain in the thunder. And at the same time, the thunder could hurt the domain. The thunder fell one after another, causing Fong Bai to feel a little pain. As the thunder continued to fall, the microscopic vibration of his body became stronger. But it was still not enough. Fong Bai continued to move upwards. And the thundercloud seemed endless, and he could never get out. The mountain that he thought had pierced the sky before. Now it seems that the mountain is still in the thundercloud. Because Fong Bai knew that he was about to reach the top. Continuing to move upwards, the power of the thunder became stronger and stronger. And a faint golden light appeared inside and outside Fong Bai body, resisting the thunder. Golden body. After walking more than 100 meters, the thunder here has gradually become sparse, and only a thunder falls from time to time. But the power is almost legendary. This kind of thunder hit Fong Bai, so that the golden light on Fong Bai body had to shine slightly before he could completely resist it without breaking the defense. After the thunder exploded, it was broken into thousands and merged into the thundercloud. Going up, after a slope, Fong Bai found that the mountain peak finally became narrow, like a needle, and the huge mountain peak shrank and gathered at the tip of the needle. No thunder fell, and even the dark clouds revealed a huge hole here. However, the area of dozens of meters square was flat, with a small pit in the center. The pit was surrounded by fine thunder crystals. In the center of the thunder crystal, there was a blue liquid. Fong Bai's heart was pounding, and what he had just thought of turned out to be a prophecy. Unparalleled spirituality. Incomparably pure thunder element. The power of thunder that destroys everything. The vitality that nourishes life. All of these gathered in the thunder crystal pool that was only the size of a palm. Or call it a thunder pool. I didn't see the thunder element life, but I didn't expect to see the thunder element elixir first. Fong Bai's heart was pounding. Thunder spiritual liquid. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the extremely powerful thunder born under continuous attacks. Destruction and vitality are also nurtured. Looking at the level, it is definitely a legend. This is the 4th level legendary thunder spirit liquid. Although Fong Bai was excited, he did not move forward rashly. He made sufficient preparations and took a deep breath before stepping onto the top of the mountain. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Silently, Fong Bai felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. He looked up and saw lavender thunder falling. The thunder first fell on Fong Bai, and then the thunder sounded. Boom! The thunder shook the soul, and Fong Bai's soul that had merged into his body trembled slightly. It was just a thunder, but Fong Bai sensed a complete thunder field inside the thunder. This thunder field appeared and was destroyed in just a moment. But the destructive power of the thunder field was all poured on Fong Bai. Boom! Fong Bai's body was shining with golden light. This was a battle between fields. This was a confrontation between fields. Solid domain, thunder domain. This is a contest between shield and spear. In his perception, Fong Bai felt as if a long time had passed. But in reality, it was only a moment. The moment the thunder sounded, golden light burst out from Fong Bai's body, and the golden light shattered at the most brilliant moment, and the remaining thunder power poured all over Fong Bai's body. The power of the thunder field fell on Fong Bai's right palm. Boom! Fong Bai's palm cracked, and a big hole was opened, from which mercury-like blood gushed out, and the blood seemed to be glowing with a faint golden light. The remaining thunder field power spread throughout the body, deeply moving Fong Bai's golden body. Fong Bai's palm was painful. Looking at the scar that spanned half of his palm. Is being injured a legend? Fong Bai's tone was full of amazement and sigh. His indestructible golden body was broken after all. And he was injured after all. It's still not strong enough. If it's stronger, it should be stronger, Fong Bai thought. At this moment, he had completely forgotten that he was just a master mecha master. He had completely forgotten that the attack power of the thunder field force was already the best among all the attributes. Of course, he might not have forgotten it, because this was not important to Fong Bai. He only needed to know that the defense was broken. But it was not strong enough. He needed to be stronger. That was enough. He was determined and focused on defense and stacking defense. From the master who had never changed his job to the master he is now. Fong Bai's ideas had never changed. What he wanted was that others would never break his defense when they hit him. What he wanted was invincible defense. As for whether he could hit others or not, it was not important. Because as long as the defense was not broken, even if he was hit by the enemy 10,000 times, he only hit the enemy once, which was worthwhile. Therefore, in Fong Bai's eyes, there was only the injury in his mind. As soon as the thought came to mind, Jin Su swarmed over and quickly repaired the wound. In the thundercloud, thunder gathered, and a purple thunder fell again. Fong Bai raised his other hand and punched out. Boom! Chapter 418 Forging. Boom! The purple thunder exploded, and then flowed into the body from the wound on the body, spreading throughout the body under the characteristics of electric current. Boom! 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 Punch after punch. Punch after punch. The purple thunder broke one after another, and the endless purple thunder raged in the body, under the residual damage of the power of the thunder field. Jin Su had difficulty repairing the wound. The flesh of Fong Bai's hands had been broken, revealing the pale golden hand bones. If Fong Bai's soul had not been fused with the body, he would not even feel the pain, because the power of the thunder field raging in the body had cut off the transmission of nerves. That is, the soul and the body are completely fused. Fong Bai can directly control every inch of muscle and skin with his soul, without passing through the brain and then through the nerves. Otherwise, Fong Bai would have lost control of his body long ago. The paralysis effect of thunder was fully demonstrated. Feeling the violent thunder field power filling his body, he even began to feel a tearing pain in his body and soul. Fong Bai knew that this tearing pain was really the soul and body being torn apart. He did not dare to be careless and stepped back from the top of the mountain. After he stepped back, the legendary purple thunder fell into the thunder pool again. And then the half-stepped legendary thunder struck Fong Bai. However, although there is only a fine line between the half-stepped legend and the legend, they are still very different in essence. Fong Bai did not care at all even if he was seriously injured. A tank that was scarred by a bomb could not be penetrated by a rifle. He found a flat ground and sat cross-legged, enduring the tearing of his body and soul, and covering his body with a solid field. Before, it was to resist the power of thunder. But now it has become to prevent the leakage of the power of thunder. The powerful legendary thunder power reverberated in Fong Bai's body, shaking every corner of his body. Fong Bai could clearly feel the resonance and vibration of his body. Standing in the third refining field and looking at the fourth refining, Fong Bai watched coldly as the legendary thunder power destroyed his body. When the thunder power in his body was exhausted, Fong Bai walked into the mountaintop area again and attracted the legendary thunder power again. Again and again. Over and over again. Under wanton indulgence, Fong Bai's body, which had been tempered for a long time, was completely riddled with holes soon. At the same time, a large amount of legendary thunder power remained in his body, like a maggot attached to the bone, hindering the healing of the injury. At this moment, Fong Bai's body had already become active. Fong Bai knew that this was the best opportunity. With a thought, the whole person disappeared from the spot and appeared in the inner space. After leaving the thundercloud, Fong Bai's mental power could finally be released, which brought a sense of relief. However, Fong Bai did not delay too much. Just a moment later, several ritual sites had already started to operate. The flame of nothingness enveloped the body, directly penetrating inside and outside, burning the body, soul and thunder power at the same time. However, all three remained motionless. Fong Bai was not surprised by this result, and immediately put his blood, fighting spirit, and mental power into it to help with the combustion. In just a moment, whoosh, whoosh, the flame surged and rang. But Fong Bai immediately compressed it within the range of his body. Time passed by minute, and Fong Bai's body and soul showed signs of softening. Only the thunder power remained intact. After all, it was a legendary thunder power, containing the power of the domain. Fong Bai knew in his heart that it would be difficult for his flame to melt the thunder power. If you want to melt this thunder power, you may have to find a legendary flame, preferably a strange terrain like the Thunder Valley, a strange field. It's just that it's not realistic to find it now. Fong Bai temporarily suppressed this point, and focused his attention on the body again, preparing for the fourth refining. The first refining is shaping. The second refining is improving strength. And the third refining is sorting out the internal stress structure. Basically, it can be said that the physical properties of the material itself have been brought to the extreme after the third refining is completed. It is so extreme that the same material can hardly continue to improve its strength. In other words, there is no basis for the fourth refining on the pure material. And normal forging cannot shake the structure of the third refining at all. It can be destroyed by force. But it is absolutely impossible to make it active again and forgeable again. So, the fourth refining requires external force to join. In the inner space, Fong Bai's eyes flashed. It can be thunder, fire, or water. Use high-level external forces to break the stable state in the body. Then retain these forces through forging and integrate them into the forged items. Break the physical limit of the material with external forces, and integrate the power of heaven and earth with the tools. This is the meaning of the fourth refining. As Fong Bai thought, all the forces that were originally released outward turned inward. The highly concentrated force in an instant made Fong Bai's whole body tremble. High temperature, thunder, shock. Use brute force to break them all up and promote their mutual fusion. In Fong Bai's mind, the power of subtle control turned into hammers, forging again and again in his body with thunder and flesh as materials. Feeling the rebound of the material, adjusting the hammering method, breaking the power of thunder bit by bit, and integrating it into the body structure. Then break the body structure, and promote the integration of thunder power into it during the recovery process. This step is particularly difficult. Whether it is breaking or fusion, it is almost impossible to move forward. If you can control the thunder outside, use the controllable thunder as a forging hammer, and forge it in a targeted manner under your control. Then this step will be much easier. Fong Bai thought slightly, and couldn't help but divide a little mind to start thinking about the magic circle and ritual field required for this forging method. Whether he can complete it. The other main mind is to continue to grind the thunder with the flesh and absorb it. After the thunder power in the body was completely absorbed, the gold element circulated, the blood surged, and the injuries in the body healed at a very fast speed. After recovery, Fong Bai left the inner space and entered the mountaintop area again. Legendary thunder struck down. Fong Bai punched out. The thunder shattered, and was absorbed by Fong Bai with a whale-like momentum. 1, 2, 3, 4. While absorbing thunder, he moved forward. When he reached the limit, he thought and disappeared on the spot. In the inner space, the wounded Fong Bai repeated the previous action again, absorbing the legendary thunder power in his body bit by bit with his flesh. Bit by bit. After absorbing it all, Fong Bai appeared in the outside world again and continued to walk towards the thunder pool. Thunder struck down. Boom, boom, boom. Enter the inner space. Start absorbing. And appear in the outside world again after absorbing it. In the heavy thundercloud. No one knows what happened here. The dark clouds rolled, and it seemed that the heaviest and violent breath was brewing in them. Chapter 419 Anti-Armor. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. Fong Bai stood at the edge of the thunder pool, and in the blink of an eye, electric sparks flashed. At this moment, every corner, every organ, and every cell of his body was integrated with the broken thunder power, and the whole person was like an oversized battery. Under these legendary thunder powers, Fong Bai's magnetic field and field have been unprecedentedly enhanced. These thunders must be controlled, at least guided, and targeted. Only in this way can these thunders be completely broken and integrated into the body to complete the real 4 refinements, instead of the semi-finished products of today. If you want to guide these thunders, the ritual field will not work. The artificially arranged ritual field will break in front of the legendary thunder. You must arrange the formation, and at least it must be a pure elemental metal arrangement. Otherwise, it will not be able to withstand it. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and then without hesitation, he directly transmitted the formation back to Tiandong Pavilion through projection, allowing Tiandong Pavilion's dedicated players to extract elemental metals from the treasure house for forging. Fong Bai had already deduced this array in the fantasy space, so he could naturally use it. After preparing in the Tiandong Pavilion, Fong Bai looked down at the thunder pool at his feet and looked at the thunder liquid inside. This is the essence of thunder, which contains pure vitality, but also contains extreme destruction. Only by withstanding destruction can vitality be brewed. Fong Bai only took a look and realized that he couldn't bear it, let alone drinking this thing. It would probably hurt if he touched it. The ultimate essence of the legendary thunder power. This is not a joke. Fong Bai turned around and left without hesitation after just one look. After the 4th refining, he just needed energy to replenish his origin. It was difficult to go up the mountain, but it was extremely easy to go down the mountain. He walked straight down and soon walked out of the cloud layer. Then he didn't continue to go down, but stopped there, looked at the other mountains, and counted them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Although there are countless peaks surrounding the valley, Fong Bai can easily distinguish 5 mountain ranges with his careful identification. The mountain under his feet is the main peak of a mountain range. 5. This number is just right. So good that Fong Bai doesn't think it is a coincidence. Fong Bai located the 5 peaks, and then located them according to the small valley before, and determined the location where the thunder gathered and fell according to the law of proportion. This couldn't be better calculated. Soon the location emerged in Fong Bai's mind. Looking at that location, the magnetic crystal mine is indeed. My previous guess was correct. The magnetic crystal mine is indeed the location I am looking for. But I don't know why. I have been circling that location for so long, and I didn't find any abnormalities. Even the thunder that struck me was not abnormal. Could it be? Fong Bai looked up at the heavy thundercloud. Could it be that the ground is correct, but the height is in the air? Fong Bai frowned immediately. He can't fly. It would be troublesome if it was in the sky. Thinking, Fong Bai's brows relaxed. It is impossible for him not to feel anything when such a powerful thunder fell. After all, he stayed in that area for so long. As a mage, he could not ignore such fluctuations. If it is not in the sky, it should not be underground either. It is probably a self-contained space. Fong Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Although the self-contained space is also very troublesome. As long as he is not asked to fly, he will feel much better. There is nothing special. He just doesn't like flying. The layout materials and lightning-proof mining tools required for the 4th refining are already being made. They will all be transported here after they are done. I don't need to wait here. I have been delayed here for a while this time. The legendary Earth Element Life Crystal Core should have arrived. It's time to get it, Fong Bai thought, then retracted his thoughts, and felt the changes in his body while going down the mountain. Although he did not successfully complete the fourth link this time, his body structure has gone through many solidification and active processes, and a large amount of legendary thunder power has been integrated during this period. After the body structure solidified, these thunder powers were directly locked in Fong Bai cells. Although they were not completely fused, they were also integrated with Fong Bai body to a certain extent. Now, Fong Bai every move was accompanied by thunder, and electric sparks flashed on his body. With a slight thought, he hugged his hands in front of his chest, and gradually waves of thunder power surged out and gathered in front of Fong Bai. Not long after, the purple thunder power formed a purple thunder ball in front of Fong Bai, which contained amazing power. With his hands clasped together, the thunder ball turned into thunder power and merged into his body again. At this time, a basketball-sized gravel rolled down the mountain, just above Fong Bai. Fong Bai did not dodge, and the gravel hit Fong Bai directly. Fong Bai was not shaken, and his steps down the mountain were not affected at all. Only the gravel hit him, and when the power on it was transmitted to his body, the thunder power in the vibrated body structure converged and surged out. Boom! The gravel that just hit Fong Bai was shattered by thunder. Pieces of gravel flew out, and some fell on Fong Bai again. But as soon as it hit Fong Bai, thunder appeared directly and smashed him into pieces. And according to the different impact forces and the range of influence, the thunder power caused by the body vibration is also different and proportional. From beginning to end, Fong Bai did not use any means or methods to control his body and thunder power. Everything was the body's instinctive reaction, such as heartbeat, breathing, etc., without the participation of subjective consciousness. Looking at this excellent effect, looking at the legendary thunder power that burst out, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. His road to invincible meat shield is getting further and further. Anti-armor, Fong Bai said softly. His excitement at the moment is simply indescribable. Heaven and earth can witness that he thought about anti-armor and designed anti-armor, but all of them were rejected because the effect was not satisfactory. In the end, he wholeheartedly took the meat shield route, giving priority to defense, and counterattacks will be discussed later. Today, he really just wanted to use the power of the legendary thunder to complete the fourth refinement, so that his already extreme defense could be taken to the next level. But he didn't expect that planting trees intentionally would not work, but planting willows unintentionally would grow into a shade. He actually relied on the vibration of the body being attacked to integrate the legendary thunder power into every cell to form a special anti-armor effect. And the power of the counterattack was unusual. It was the legendary thunder power. Perfect. Fong Bai joy in his heart took a long time to slowly calm down, and he continued to go down the mountain. During the process of going down the mountain, he couldn't help but look back, looking at the thunderclouds covering the mountain. The looming thunder in it was like a real dragon, with no head or tail, but from time to time showing a thick corner to the outside world. Wait a minute. I'll be back soon. Outside the Thunder Valley, Joel and a group of mercenaries stood there waiting. Suddenly, a dripping sound came to Joel's ears. Chapter 420 Attack. Ding. 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 Please pay attention. A large element fluctuation is found, suspected to be a spell effect. The mechanical prompt sound kept ringing in his ears, and Joel asked but received no response. This is just a mechanical prompt of the magic circle sensing the fluctuation of a specific element. It has no intelligence, and is even less likely to respond. Joel only asked once, then turned his head to look in the direction of the projection in the armor, and said at the same time, "Be careful. Someone is casting a spell over there." Joel turned and ran after he said that. The power given to him by the armor made him burst out instantly. Although he didn't know whether the warning was accurate. Although he didn't know whether the target of the spell was him. Although he didn't know what the situation was. But Joel understood that there would be no problem running first. At the same time, Joel also became very curious about this armor. An armor could actually give him a master-level power. And it could actually have such a magical effect. And it could also automatically detect attacks. How was it made? Is this the legendary spell? Joel's heart was agitated, but his brain was cold and extremely clear. In a flash, he came to a boulder and fell behind it. The group of mercenaries started running almost the moment they heard Joel's warning, although they didn't know whether it was true or not. And although they didn't know what happened, their alertness was still quite high. For them, even if it was a prank, it didn't matter. Alertness, Overalertness is not a joke for mercenaries wandering in the wilderness. This is fate. But it was too late. An old voice sounded. Death Swamp. The moment the voice sounded, a gray light appeared out of thin air and landed on the ground under their feet. Then, in the direction of the voice, an old figure, wearing a gray robe and holding a long-handled round-headed staff appeared in front of everyone. And the moment the gray light landed under their feet, a bright light swept across the ground, and the ground instantly turned gray, and all the weeds and shrubs in the range lost their vitality. At the same time, the land quickly became soft. Streams of water gushed out, and their feet turned into a swamp in the blink of an eye. In the middle of the swamp, a few bubbles popped up from time to time, and the bubbles exploded, and wisps of death rose up. Although Joel reminded them, the spell was too fast, and more than half of the mercenaries still fell into the swamp. They struggled violently in the swamp, but the more they struggled, the deeper they sank. In the process, wisps of death from the swamp merged into their bodies, and the skeleton arms covered with mud grabbed them and pulled them down. But in the blink of an eye, all the mercenaries who fell into the death swamp died. Without exception, after they fell in, only the gray swamp was left, and a bubble rose from time to time. The few people who escaped by chance suddenly widened their eyes, and unprecedented fear surged in their hearts. Looking at the gray-robed old man, the sweat on their foreheads dripped down, and they dared not move at all. They felt that they had completely lost their locks. Once they dared to move, they would be struck by thunder immediately. Finally found you. The old voice sounded in everyone's ears, and the sound like nails hanging on a blackboard made everyone shudder. The gray-robed old man opened his cloudy eyes and scanned the area, looking at the group of ants, then frowned slightly. Where is the wild bear? The old man saw that he didn't see the wild bear, and a hint of anger appeared in his tone, and the elemental forces around him became irritable because of his emotions. Obviously, this is a master. Everyone's scalp began to numb. A master-level professional. Still a master-level professional of the magic system. Even if the general magic system profession is not as good as the mage who can directly jump a level to fight. Among the same level, the magic system profession is still extremely powerful and extremely difficult. Everyone couldn't help but despair. And at this moment, a man in armor holding a long sword rushed towards the gray-robed old man in an instant. Interesting stuff. Waiting for you. The gray-robed old man smiled, and his wrinkled face smiled extremely ugly. But this did not affect his rapid casting at all. The magic circle flickered, and gray-white light shot out one after another. One fell in front of the armor and turned into a vine. The vine spread quickly and turned into a huge twisted vine in the blink of an eye, wrapping around the armor. One shot directly at the armor, and the last one turned into a gray shield covering the gray-robed old man. Ding! Master-level attack spell found. Open the shield. Ding! Master-level control spell found. Evacuation route marked. Breakthrough route marked. Joel looked ahead. In the armor projection field of view that only he could see, arrows marked 2 routes, and the attack route of the long sword in his hand. Joel did not hesitate, took a deep breath, and jumped directly. The dragon wings behind him condensed into shape, and in a flash, he jumped dozens of meters. At the same time, a voice sounded from inside the armor. Automatic escape mode has been activated. Please relax your body and hand over control. The armor that was just so aggressive fled in an instant, releasing man-eating vines one after another. And the gray-robed old man, who was protecting the shield, was stunned. His turbid eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. And in a moment of distraction, the armor ran away a long way, and the escape speed was far faster than his flying speed. Not only him, but also the remaining mercenaries were dumbfounded. Just now, they had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. But Joel didn't care what others thought, and he had no expression in the armor. He now had only one thought. Be good. Don't take revenge. Live. This was the last request from his dead parents and relatives. Live. The armor completely moved away with a whistling sound, and the gray-robed old man looked at the Thunder Valley in front of him, and a sharp voice sounded. Have you entered? Wild bear. You can't run away. Never. Ever. The faint voice echoed, like a curse, and like a terrifying fate. Beside the gray-robed old man, the remaining 3 people were already scarred and half dead, and even death was gradually born in their bodies. The old man looked at them with turbid eyes, and the next moment a strange and low spell sounded from his mouth. and an evil spirit flowed from the staff to the three people and the death swamp. Not long after, all the mercenaries appeared in the same place again. They looked ahead woodenly. Their eyes were dull, and a unique stench of rotting corpses was faintly emitted from their seemingly rosy skin. Not long after, the mercenaries gradually returned to normal. Their eyes focused, and they began to speak. But the words they said were irrelevant. Everyone said their own things, and they started to loop every once in a while, just like playing a recording. But from a distance, there was no problem here. The gray-robed old man looked at these mercenaries with turbid eyes, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. Then, he, the vines, and the death swamp all disappeared without a trace. Chapter 421 Wolf Marks. Have you eaten? I killed him. Well, hello. A group of mercenaries stood outside the Thunder Valley and chatted. But the content was irrelevant and seemed a bit weird. Time passed by, and a tall figure walked out of the Thunder Valley carefully. This person was the Barbarian Bear. It took several times longer to get out than to get in. There was no other way. When he went in, the Barbarian Bear had no obstacles, and no thunder would strike him halfway. But when he came out, it was not long, and there was no Fong Bai, the human lightning rod, to attract the thunder. The way out was full of dangers. It was not easy, but Fong Bai took him on a route he was not familiar with. As a result, he was not clear about the surrounding situation, and even a little lost in it. So the Barbarian Bear had to try and move little by little, at a very slow speed. Little by little, when he stepped out of the Thunder Valley safely, the Barbarian Bear breathed a sigh of relief. But when he saw the mercenaries chatting, the wild bear suddenly felt creepy. Whatever they said, or what their expressions were, the wild bear could not hear or see. But when he saw their figures, a creepy feeling naturally emerged in his heart. The power of the evil god. There was one thing that the wild bear did not tell Fong Bai. That is, he was extremely sensitive to the power of the evil god. Believers and altars. Basically, as long as they appeared in his perception range or nearby, he would be detected and locked. In addition, he had a natural suppressive effect on the power of the evil god. He was like a natural evil god hunter. Suddenly, a warning sign emerged in his heart, and the hair on his back stood up. The wild bear did not look back, but rolled forward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several blood-red roots silently pierced the ground. If the wild bear was still in the same place, it would be riddled with holes in an instant. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, the gray vines on the ground suddenly surged and twisted towards the wild bear. At the same time, the gray-robed old man slowly appeared, casting one evil spell after another. And the moment the wild bear saw him, his face changed slightly. And then he shouted, "Evil magician? The tribunal of the Church of Light just left. Aren't you afraid of death?" When the gray-robed evil magician heard the word tribunal, the wrinkled expression on his face changed slightly. And then a harsh voice sounded. "Tribunal? You should die first." The gray-robed evil magician glared at the wild bear fiercely, casting one evil spell after another. And in an instant, he would attack the wild bear, with murderous intent. However, the master-level evil spells look powerful, but they often cannot have the desired effect on the wild bear. Relying on the special suppression effect, the wild bear held on in the defense, and even approached the evil magician little by little. However, the evil magician was not surprised. While using evil spells to consume, he kept a distance and constantly attacked the ground where the wild bear was, affecting the wild bear through gravel and terrain. Although the wild bear can suppress the effect of the evil magic, it can only suppress it when the evil magic attacks him. If the evil magic attacks the ground, he will be powerless. The sorcerer attacks skillfully, and his sharp voice rings out at the same time. Your strength is far inferior to your parents, and the degree of development of your inheritance is also far inferior, especially your father. The suppression range has spread from himself to a radius of dozens of meters. It can directly suppress or even offset the effect of the evil spell. For this reason, when we surrounded and killed him, we had to use the semi-artifact given by the gods. Do you know? Your father's body and soul are still nailed to this semi-artifact. We exposed him to the sun, whipped him with whips, and tortured him. He wanted to die immediately and his soul collapsed. But the semi-artifact kept him awake and alive. No sacrifice can be more favored and pleasing to the gods than his execution. The screams are simply too addictive. The sorcerer's wrinkled face showed an intoxicated expression. and then looking at the wild bear with red eyes. The sorcerer's mouth corners slightly raised. Do you know? Your father kept repeating your name every day when he was tortured. You should be the only motivation for him to persevere. After all, your grandfather died. Your grandmother died. Your mother died. And your brothers and sisters died. You are the only one left. When he was tortured to the point where he could not bear it and almost lost consciousness, your name was unconsciously repeated. What is your name? What generation of wild bear are you? Ah! The wild bear let out a suppressed roar like a wounded beast. His eyes almost turned red, and he wanted to rush to the sorcerer and kill him immediately. But this sorcerer was obviously experienced. Although he used various sorcery to entangle the wild bear, he did not ignore the distance at all. Always kept a certain distance from the wild bear. I guess you don't know how many generations of wild bear you are. After all, you have already lost the complete inheritance. Yes. Have you activated the wolf mark? Are you eager to activate the wolf mark immediately and kill me? Well, your thoughts are exactly the same as your parents. The barbarian bear's teeth were clacking, but he still suppressed his anger, resisting the sorcerer's sorcery bit by bit, and looking for opportunities. Looking for opportunities to counterattack. Mistakes. As long as the sorcerer makes a mistake. The barbarian bear stared at the sorcerer, with murderous intent in his eyes. And seeing that the barbarian bear had not lost his composure and remained calm, the sorcerer showed a hint of gloom in his eyes. He participated in more than a dozen huntings, big and small, and no one knew better than him how much damage a calm barbarian bear could bring to their sorcerers. Natural restraint. Often elite barbarian bears can fight against master-level sorcerers. If the barbarian bear is gifted and awakens the wolf pattern, it can even forcibly kill the master-level sorcerer in an outburst. Extremely domineering. No reason at all. Seeing that verbal attacks were useless, the sorcerer had an idea. And in a backhand, a bloody female head appeared in his hand. And then he threw it to the ground. And a shrill voice sounded at the same time. Come! This generation of barbarian bears. Let your mother take a good look at you. Hearing this, the barbarian bear subconsciously looked at the head on the ground. When he saw the bloody face clearly, his brain went blank in an instant. The next moment, endless anger burned his reason and instantly broke it down. The next moment, black lines full of murderous aura spread rapidly, and in a blink of an eye they crawled onto his face, turning into a wolf head. The wolf pattern moved on the barbarian bear's face like a living thing, and in an instant all the evil spells of the people around him collapsed and lost their activity. The wolf pattern opened its mouth on the barbarian bear's face and swallowed it fiercely. After swallowing all the scattered evil spells, it jumped out and turned into a black wolf pattern, and instantly pounced on the sorcerer. Chapter 422. Ah! The wolf howl echoed in the soul level, and the sorcerer's brain stagnated in an instant, and the evil spirits all dissipated wherever the wolf pattern passed. After the wolf pattern, the wild bear full of murderous aura also increased its speed and followed closely. Looking at the wolf pattern that seemed like a natural enemy, the sorcerer grinned. Is there really a wolf pattern? You can awaken the wolf pattern at the elite level. And you are definitely a genius who is not inferior to your father. You will be the best sacrifice loved by the gods at the great sacrifice. It's worth it that I put down the great sacrifice to find you. He. The sorcerer grinned, and a silver crystal core on the top of the magic circle flashed. The whole person seemed to disappear in an instant and appeared more than 100 meters away. Without stopping at all, he flew directly in the air, and one evil spell after another fell. At this moment, the sorcerer was more than twice the distance he had maintained before. He didn't get close at all, and consumed it from a distance, so that the surging power in the wild bear's body was completely useless at this moment, and he couldn't touch the sorcerer at all, no matter how the wild bear showed its flaws or how it seduced. The sorcerer doe did not change at all and hung far away. The sorcerer was more cautious than expected until the wolf pattern collapsed, until the wild bear's body was exhausted and supported by weapons to prevent it from falling to the ground. At this moment, a smile appeared on the sorcerer's wrinkled face. Bang! An explosive sorcery fell on the wild bear, directly blowing the wild bear more than 10 meters away. Even with the suppression and weakening effect, the whole right shoulder of the wild bear was still shattered and fell to the ground completely. No matter how hard he climbed, he couldn't get up. He could only support himself diagonally and stared at the sorcerer. I will definitely kill you. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. You don't have a chance to become a ghost. The sorcerer looked at the wild bear falling to the ground, and his heart was unprecedentedly excited. He didn't get close, and without any hesitation, he directly used the sorcery from a distance to break all the limbs of the wild bear, so that the wild bear could only lie on the ground and groan in pain. The sorcerer then approached step by step. When he reached the side of the wild bear, the power in the wild bear's body burned and his eyes widened. A wolf pattern spread on his face at an unprecedented speed, emerged, and then jumped out from the center of his eyebrows and instantly pounced on the sorcerer. Go to hell! The wild bear gnashed his teeth and roared. At a very close distance, the invisible and intangible wolf pattern instantly crossed the distance between him and the sorcerer and jumped towards the center of the sorcerer's eyebrows. However, the sorcerer's face did not show the slightest horror, but a hint of pride. He blocked the sorcerer's eyebrows with the staff in his hand. The sorcerer's prepared sorcery was activated, and a bone fragment hidden in the center of his eyebrows emerged. Awooh! The wolf pattern penetrated the sorcery and stopped when it hit the bone fragment. It dissipated after an angry wolf howl. Your methods are exactly the same as your father's. The life-threatening methods are exactly the same. Now, you finally fall into my hands. The sorcerer smiled on his wrinkled face, and his smile became more and more wanton and excited. However, for some reason, the sorcerer did not see pain or despair in the wild bear's eyes, but only calmness. The previous anger, hatred, and killing intent seemed to be illusions, disappearing without a trace. But it was this calmness that made the sorcerer very unhappy, even angry, because it was like looking at a dying person. This look suddenly made the sorcerer angry, and the staff directly poked the wild bear's wound, twisting it bit by bit. You will be reunited with your parents soon. But the wild bear's eyes did not change even though his expression was distorted with pain. It was still calm as looking at a dead person. And there was even some expectation in the calm. But the sorcerer still saw the hidden anger and hatred behind it. This look suddenly made the sorcerer feel uneasy. At this moment, thunder suddenly sounded in his ears. He looked up and saw a figure walking out of the Thunder Valley. Thick and fine thunder continuously fell on him. Is he your reliance? The sorcerer was still a little uneasy, but he burst into laughter after sensing the breath. Master? Ha ha ha. He is your friend. Right? The physical strength is good. But don't you know that these are the biggest jokes for us? Ridiculous. I thought it was something else. But it turned out to be just a master-level professional. The sorcerer finally put all his worries aside and said cruelly, Since he is your friend, I will let you watch your friend, who came to help you, die in front of you, being tortured to death. Fong Bai stepped out of the Thunder Valley and looked directly at the only sorcerer standing. Behind him, Joel appeared and handed the armor-transforming belt to Fong Bai. Fong Bai did not take it and walked straight to the seriously injured wild bear. Man Xiong, what's going on? Fong Bai looked at the sorcerer coldly and asked. My family's sworn enemy, the evil god believer. The sorcerer. Be careful. These evil spells are very strange. They can corrode the body and attack the soul, Man Xiong said weakly. And as soon as he finished speaking, the sorcerer's voice sounded. It's too late to say it now. As soon as the voice fell, a rotten human head shot directly towards Fong Bai. Be careful. Get out of the way. This head ignores physical damage and can devour the soul. Fong Bai stood in place, looking at the sorcerer coldly, without any action. Bang! The human head wanted to crash into Fong Bai's body, but it didn't expect to crash directly into Fong Bai. With a bang, a subtle thunder burst out. Pop! The human head exploded, leaving no residue. Sorcerer, ? Fong Bai continued to move forward, and the sorcerer immediately cast a spell. Corrupted flames that were as sticky as glue. Arrows made of bones. Fishing nets woven from hair. Evil weapons made from hearts. Death swamps. Entangled vines. Life deprivation. And so on. Various evil spells and evil weapons fell on Fong Bai. But Fong Bai did not make any move. The power of thunder inspired by instinct alone destroyed them all. Fong Bai was not injured at all. The defensive effect made Fong Bai very satisfied. The only thing he was not satisfied with was that these anti-armor thunders could only fight in close combat and resist spells. This sorcerer had been casting spells on him for so long, but no lightning struck him. When Fong Bai was dissatisfied, the sorcerer was full of souls, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He could not understand at all that all the spells were useless. This? How is this possible? Fong Bai continued to move forward. The attack just now was like an illusion, leaving no trace. Suddenly, the sorcerer reacted and turned around and ran without any hesitation. Fong Bai, who was looking at the injury of the wild bear, raised his eyelids and took a look. The next moment, he clenched his right fist and put it at his waist, briefly gathering strength. And dense purple lightning wrapped around the surface of his fist, as if forming a small fist. He punched out. Chapter 423 Flash Spell. Boom! A ball of lightning seal shot out, and the sorcerer instantly felt a death lock. Fear was revealed in his turbid eyes, and shields gathered in front of him one after another, and the lightning seal exploded in front of the first shield. It's a range blasting spell, not armor breaking. The sorcerer just had this thought in his mind, and just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he felt an irresistible force coming from the lightning seal, like a force that shook the mountain, destroying everything behind it. Bang! The sorcerer's body was blown to pieces, and his terrified soul emerged, ready to escape. But the thunder was everywhere, and the soul disappeared directly. Fong Bai glanced at it lightly, and with a thought, a broken staff and a broken belt appeared in front of him. A silver crystal core was inlaid on the top of the staff, and many magic arrays were also engraved. The staff seemed to be made of bone. Fong Bai was a little disgusted. He squeezed it hard and crushed it. He took out the silver crystal core from the top and put it away. The breath of the crystal core made Fong Bai very familiar. He mobilized the spatial power of the inner space and integrated it into the mental perception, and found that it was indeed a master-level crystal core with spatial attributes. Recalling the displacement of the sorcerer just now, Fong Bai's eyes lit up. A spatial crystal core with the inner flash technique? Fong Bai felt a little surprised. Although the sorcerer is not very powerful, he still has good things. Fong Bai couldn't help but say it out loud. He immediately put away the crystal core and picked up the broken belt. The belt is an extraordinary equipment of the space system. There is a small space in the waist bag next to the belt, which is about the size of 2 buckets of water. There are some crystal cores scattered inside, a few spell scrolls, some strange materials, and a token. Only a master level 1? Forget it. Put it away. Witchcraft spell scroll? I don't know what level it is. Forget it. Maybe it will be useful. What tentacles? It seems to be of a high level. Put it away. Eyeballs? Feathers? Claws? Seeds? Fong Bai looked at the pile of strange materials inside, took out the ones on the person and threw them away, burned them, and packed all the others together, intending to throw them directly into the treasure house after returning to Tiangong Pavilion. He couldn't use it, and was too lazy to keep it. Maybe someone else could use it. What is this? Fong Bai finally picked up a black token. The token was made of wood and heavy. There were many magic arrays on it. There was something inlaid in the center of the array, which was a bit weird. And on the back of the token was carved a goat head with red eyes. He pondered for a while, and put it away. Finally, Fong Bai even put the space waist bag in it. Although the belt was broken and tattered, the main waist bag was not damaged, so it was still a very valuable space equipment. The value of all the things inside was not worth the precious space equipment. After doing all this, Fong Bai looked down at the lying barbarian bear again, and saw him staring stupidly at the bloody female head. The eyebrows and eyes of this head were roughly similar to those of the barbarian bear. Fong Bai immediately understood why the barbarian bear had lost his composure just now. However, this also made Fong Bai more curious about the barbarian bear. Lost his composure? Explosion? Ordinary people can't explode wolf patterns. And ordinary elite explosions can't kill master-level sorcerers. Although he didn't kill him, he was completely killed. Moreover, what family could be targeted by the sorcerer and hunted down? Awakening wolf pattern? What is the title of wild bear? How could he hold out for so long under the master-level sorcerer? And even almost kill him? From what he saw before, he was clearly just an ordinary elite-level warrior with average strength, but with more experience. Did he make a mistake? Fong Bai recalled what he saw and heard on the way here. He had actually discovered it a long time ago. And he also ran all the way here. But he slowed down before arriving and walked out of the valley slowly. After burying the head and other mercenaries, Joel carried the wild bear and followed Fong Bai. The wild bear's limbs were all broken, and Fong Bai just treated it simply. There was no way Fong Bai had never learned healing spells from beginning to end. The treatment of his body was not so much a treatment as it was welding another leg on when the leg was broken. That was the pattern. It's just that his body was originally made of gold. And the supplement was still gold. In the later stage, when the blood and qi gradually flow through, they are given blood and vitality again. And then, they become flesh and blood tissue again, which can be considered as recovery from injuries. In Fong Bai words, I don't know how to heal injuries. But for me, I can help you heal and recover from injuries. Maybe it would be easier for me to help you install a set of mechanical limbs after amputation. Fong Bai suddenly became interested when he said this, and raised his eyebrows. Hey, are you interested? If you are interested, I will help you for free. It will not charge you any money. And it is definitely better than your original product. You can install any weapon you want. You can engrave any magic circle you want. The barbarian bear smiled politely when he heard this. Seeing that he did not want to joke or talk, Fong Bai did not say anything. Different people have different ways of digesting sadness. Since he wanted to digest it quietly by himself, Fong Bai would not do such an uneducated thing. So, several people quieted down. Joel was wearing armor, and there was a metal backrest behind him to fix the barbarian bear directly. At the same time, there was a metal structure to fix his limbs, fixing it behind Joel without causing secondary damage. Originally, there was no such structure behind the armor, and Joel did not know how to start or how to carry it. Fong Bai rubbed a projection chip for him on the spot, which was directly condensed with gold. When Joel was rubbing the chip, the admiration in his eyes could be overflowing. Even now, Joel touched the armor from time to time, and still cast an admiring look at Fong Bai. This also made Fong Bai quite comfortable. Walking on the road happily, Fong Bai's body exuded an extremely strong magnetic field and domain, and the sensitive monsters ran away without waiting for Fong Bai to get close. Although they have never read books, they are not stupid at all. All the idiots are dead. Without the interference of the monsters, it is not difficult for them to walk together. After all, even Joel has been given master-level strength by the armor. However, the wild bear Fong Bai mental power swept across the wild bear's body, and looking at the injuries of all the limbs being shattered, he couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. I don't know if Kaming's master can treat it. Such a serious injury. If the white robe can't treat it, Fong Bai's tone was sad, and his eyes lit up. Then just amputate the mechanical limbs. It doesn't matter if I suffer a little loss. The main thing is to let the wild bear have a healthy limb. Chapter 424. After all, mechanical limbs are powerful, easy to repair, and various functional modules can be easily replaced. It can achieve a variety of functions such as attack, defense, displacement, etc. I can even directly arrange master-level arms and legs. Fong Bai's eyes lit up, and when he was thinking, the gold element in his legs surged, faintly turning into a pair of mechanical combat legs. But it only evolved into a shape and then stopped, and then returned to its original state. Although his body has turned into a metal body, it is essentially a flesh and blood life with blood circulation. While enjoying the benefits of blood circulation, it is also restricted. One of them is that it is not possible to directly analyze the entire body into gold elements, and then randomly combine them to form other shapes. Of course, Fong Bai can already directly convert all the body except the head into gold elements, completely abandon the flesh, and become a liquid robot-like existence. And the flesh and blood body will no longer be a limitation for him. He no longer needs armor, and he himself is the best armor. But this also means abandoning the flesh and blood body, abandoning the natural growth of the body, growth potential, blood, fighting spirit, and a series of other problems. At the same time, Fong Bai lost a series of hormones to maintain his body, and lost the control of genes. Although he was anchored in the fantasy space, he was still not sure whether he could maintain his humanity completely. Instead of gradually turning into a robot without emotions, love, hatred, and desire. In Fong Bai's view, this is no different from death, and he cannot accept it. He shook his head slightly, cleared up these thoughts, and thought of another question. I don't know what the principle of the healing technique of the Church of Light is, and I don't know what the difference is with Bai Xiao's. You can let Bai Xiao go over and take a look. If you can help, you can help. If you can't help, you can learn and refer to it. For scientific research, different routes in the same direction can inspire inspiration the most. After Fong Bai thought for a while, the projection in Tiangong Pavilion directly found Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao has been immersed in the fantasy space of the Mage Tower for some time. The feeling of tasting hundreds of herbs without dying is simply amazing. Unlimited herbs are also amazing when testing the medicinal properties. Bai Xiao is simply addicted to it. She didn't want to go out at first, but when she heard that she was going to see the Church of Light for treatment, she immediately became interested and agreed to go out. This girl. Fong Bai smiled. She is really focused on studying the medicinal properties. But in fact, Fong Bai also knew that Bai Xiao's research did not just stop at curing diseases and worrying about injuries. She has great ambitions. Fong Bai smiled and shook his head slightly. Then, Fong Bai, who felt that the efficiency of rushing was a bit low, directly signaled Joel to take off. Looking at Joel, who spread his dragon wings, changed from flapping to fixed, and then flew at high speed, Fong Bai said silently, "It's okay. It's okay. I may not be slower than flying when I run. Bend your knees slightly." And the whole person bursts out instantly. Bang! The sound barrier cloud exploded beside Fong Bai's ears. And Fong Bai caught up with Joel in a few steps and moved forward at a high speed. One can fly. The other can ignore the terrain. Fong Bai took Joel across the wilderness, moving forward all the way, wading through mountains and rivers at a very fast speed. The wild bear, who had never experienced flying, was running at lightning speed with all his limbs broken. It was very exciting. Half a month later, Fong Bai, who was exhausted, arrived outside Hanfeng City. As soon as he arrived at the city gate, Fong Bai heard a voice. "Respected Master Mecha Master, Master Magician, third committee member of Hanfeng City, winner of Hanfeng City Trial Field, and Pavilion Master of Tiangong Pavilion. Hello. Luo Chuan, the captain of the Hanfeng City Garrison, greets you." Luo Chuan, who had met last time, came to Fong Bai again as soon as possible. His address was exactly the same as last time, but he directly omitted his family name when introducing himself. Fong Bai glanced at him and nodded. "No need to be polite. I can just go by myself." "No. You are so distinguished. How can you go out without someone to lead the way? How rude is that? You need..." Fong Bai frowned slightly, and Luo Chuan changed the subject. "Please call me whenever you need me. I am always here." Fong Bai didn't say anything more, and walked straight towards the Church of Light. He only felt that things that others might like were noisy. Luo Chuan behind him recorded silently. Fong Bai doesn't like cumbersome etiquette. He is simple and straightforward, and won't get angry because of lack of etiquette, and needs to change the way. After writing it down, Luo Chuan glanced at the armored warrior and the wild bear behind Fong Bai and remembered it. Fong Bai ignored these and walked straight into Hanfeng City. Hanfeng City now feels much more depressed than the last time he came, and there are fewer people on the road. However, there were more people guarding the city gate. Fong Bai attracted a lot of attention as soon as he came in. And elite level? What force is so outrageous that it directly sent elites to guard the gate? There is also mental power in the sight. Fong Bai senses the sight and can roughly distinguish the strength behind the eyes based on the trace mental power in it. Although it cannot be said to be 100% accurate, it is almost right. His entry into the city immediately caused a group of spies to jump around. Sensing the little mouse behind him, Fong Bai was speechless. It's not good to be too famous. People will stare at you wherever you go. Alas. Fong Bai sighed slightly, and seeing that there was no pedestrian around, he turned his head to look at Joel and Manxiong. "Close your eyes." The two were puzzled, but still did it. The next moment, a ball of light with hundreds of thousands of lumens bloomed instantly, and there was also a blazing flame of nothingness. In an instant, everyone who looked at Fong Bai felt like they saw the sun, and the two people who dared to skin Fong Bai with mental power instantly fell to the ground and wailed. There was a lot of jumping behind him, and Fong Bai sneered and walked forward. Now no one dared to stare at Fong Bai, and no one dared to skin Fong Bai with mental power. "Do you really think I'm a warrior? You're looking for death. Warrior barbarian bear, ? Fong Bai, feeling much calmer, walked straight to the Church of Light. As soon as he entered, he felt something was wrong. It was clearly daytime, but the surface of the Church of Light even had a faint white light. When Fong Bai opened his pupil technique, he found that the field of the entire building had become stronger, as if a heavy tank had raised its gun barrel and entered combat mode. "What's going on?" Could it be that someone is so bold as to attack the Church of Light? In doubt, Fong Bai stepped directly into the church. And the moment he entered, the white robe, who was controlling the church ceremony field, was stunned and opened his eyes in surprise. So strong. Is Fong Bai really here? The white robe appeared in the front yard with doubts. And a holy light fell directly when he saw Fong Bai. Buzz. Under the holy light, Fong Bai did not change at all, but just looked at the white robe in doubt. Thank God. You are finally here. Chapter 425 Earth Element Crystal Core. Thank God. You are finally here. The man in white robe finally breathed a sigh of relief. And looking at his appearance, Fong Bai was a little puzzled. But then he thought of the two people who dared to use their mental power to scan him when he entered the city before. The locals dare not be so rude. So, what happened? Hearing Fong Bai's words, the man in white robe led Fong Bai into the backyard, counting as he walked. The legendary Earth Element Life Crystal Core has arrived. You know this? Right? I know. I came here specifically to get the Crystal Core. Fong Bai recalled the momentum of the church he felt when he just entered the church, and reacted immediately. Because of this Crystal Core? Someone dares to attack the church to steal the Crystal Core? Are they going to die? No one has the guts to attack the church. But before entering the church, the transport team encountered countless waves of ambushes. In the end, it was a referee who happened to be accompanying them who intervened, and the situation became a little quieter. After entering the church, I don't know how many thieves came in, day after day, and there was never any peace. I don't know how many I throw out every day, the man in white robe said with a headache. Although no one dared to attack the church with the statue of God, the church could easily suppress ordinary thieves under his leadership. But it was too frequent and disgusting, which made him very annoyed. Fong Bai couldn't help but be silent. He didn't expect that a crystal core would attract so much attention. But he also understood that this must be due to the special nature of the elemental life crystal core. Although the general legendary monster crystal core is tempting, it can never reach this level and affect the hearts of so many people. Is the chief judge still here? Oh, no. I heard that someone in Leisure Town successfully held a ceremony to summon the evil god. Although it was blocked, the breath of the new evil god was also leaked. He planned to follow the breath to see if he could get through. This kind of legendary new evil god is the most sought after. He has no strength, no background, and no subordinates. He is very, very sought after. By the way, this matter has something to do with you, right? I seem to have heard that you showed up there, and you also contributed to interrupting the ceremony. The white robe remembered the expression of the priest in the court when he asked him for confirmation, and a smile appeared on his face. Fong Bai also smiled and nodded when he heard it. The two exchanged a few words, and the white robe pulled Fong Bai into a prayer room at the back. In the prayer room, 4 priests sat around a paladin. The paladin carried an exquisite wooden box on his back. The white robe pointed at them and introduced them. They are the escort team escorting the crystal core. The crystal core will be handed to you by them personally. After speaking, the white robe pointed at Fong Bai and said, "He is Fong Bai, the exchanger of the legendary Earth Element Life Crystal Core. You can start the handover. I will be a witness." After the white robe finished speaking, he stood aside and turned on the audio and video recording consciousness. Fong Bai looked at the heavy armored paladin surrounded by 4 priests and silently felt the breath. Heavy! As heavy as a mountain. Fong Bai knew that his defense was definitely very strong just by sensing this momentum. Plus 4 priests. TSK. 4 nurses and 1 tank. This concept. People of the same path. And the heavy armored paladin also looked at Fong Bai. Then carefully took the wooden box from his back and tapped the holy emblem on it. A holy light shone on Fong Bai. And Fong Bai mental power slightly connected with it, feeling the effects of breaking the law. True vision. Verification. Etc. Duh. The wooden box made a light sound and bounced open. At this time, Fong Bai clearly realized that the power of the entire church was gradually condensing in the entire prayer room. And the 4 priests and a heavy armored paladin also became solemn. Seeing Fong Bai was a little confused, the white robe spoke up. It is suspected that a legendary thief with a shadow path has come to Hongfeng City, but no one can find any trace. Fong Bai understood immediately after hearing this, and immediately became more vigilant, and even opened his pupil technique and scanned. Except for the holy light that could overflow from the building, Fong Bai did not see anything. Huh? Fatty, what are you doing here? Fong Bai looked down at the ground, at a vague hole in the ground, and at the fat man in it, and glared at him. Huh? The white robe was stunned when he heard this, and was a little confused. He immediately gathered the power of the church and pressed down. Although he didn't know where the fat man was, he still put great pressure on the fat man. Hee hee. Good morning. I mainly came to remind you. The legendary thief Night Crow has set his sights on you. You must not be robbed. Don't worry. I help you guard it down there. You can absolutely go down there without worry. Fong Bai's forehead was full of black lines. Rest assured, underground? When you are here, the thing you cannot rest assured about the most is the underground. Fong Bai stomped his foot lightly, and the underground cave that was originally supported by the white robe collapsed suddenly. Fuck. Ruthless. The fat man's face changed, and he ran away quickly. Fong Bai's face was dark. He didn't dare to use the pupil technique for too long. He immediately put it away and lost the fat man's sight. But Fong Bai knew that the fat man would not die and would not be injured. Humph. It would be best if he died. It would be a contribution to rid the world of a scourge. The white robe didn't look very good at the moment and said to Fong Bai, "Do you know him?" "Well, a bitch with a lot of tricks." "But don't you know him?" Fong Bai suddenly asked curiously. "According to my understanding, he seems to be familiar with your church, at least with the Inquisition, and has a good relationship with him." "Right. He saved Edissa, and Edissa's breakthrough also had his help. He even recognized Edissa's identity as a saint before Edissa broke through." "Well?" The white robe was slightly puzzled. "What's his name?" "Bade." The white robe thought for a while, then shook his head and said with certainty, "I don't know him." Fong Bai didn't ask any more questions after hearing that. Instead, he and the white-robed man conducted a thorough inspection of the surroundings. After confirming that there was no abnormality, he nodded slightly to the heavy-armored paladin. Then he saw the heavy-armored paladin put the wooden box he had just opened aside, and then opened a secret compartment on his armor, took out a small silver cube from it, and handed it to Fong Bai. Fong Bai was slightly stunned by the white-robed man, who was focusing on the wooden box. A dull voice came from the armor of the heavy-armored paladin. "The escorted items are too valuable, so the transportation method is relatively special." Fong Bai suddenly realized, reached out to take the small cube, touched the metal texture, and could not sense any fluctuations with his mental power, as if it was just an ordinary piece of metal. With a backhand, he directly put it into the inner space, and directly peeled off the metal outside in the inner space. A brown-yellow diamond crystal core appeared in front of Fong Bai, and the vast earth element inside it seemed endless. Infinite elements. This is the best feature to distinguish the legendary elemental life crystal core. Only the legendary elemental life crystal core that is faintly connected to the elemental world has this feature of infinite elements. No problem. It's a legendary earth elemental life crystal core. Chapter 426 Wrestling. Okay. The goods have been delivered. The heavy armored paladin's dull voice came, and it could be heard that he was relieved. Obviously, holding this legendary earth element life crystal core put too much pressure on him. I don't know how many eyes there are, how many forces are staring at this small crystal core, and there are even legendary ones among them. How can he, a half-stepped legend, not have pressure? Even if he is equipped with 4 master-level peak priests, he is still under great pressure. Don't expect the name of the Church of Light to keep them. For them, if the things are placed in the treasury of the Inquisition, no one dares to think about it. That is the place where the evil gods had to lie down and become the new collection of the treasury. But if they leave the treasury, it really depends on their strength and ability. I can't afford to provoke your Church of Light, and I dare not rob openly. So I can't rob in a mask. Can I not steal? But fortunately, this hot potato has been officially handed over and thrown into Fong Bai's hands. Thinking of this, the heavy armored paladin smiled slightly on his face hidden in the heavy armor helmet, then looked at Fong Bai in front of him, sensing his momentum, and suddenly spoke. "Fong Bai, you should also be a melee professional. Right? I feel that you are very strong. Are you interested in sparring?" "Sparring?" Fong Bai was slightly stunned, but he didn't mind it very much. After all, he thought that the strength of this heavy armored paladin was also very strong. He just thought it might be a bit bullying. "Yes. Let's stop here." The heavy armored paladin saw that Fong Bai might have some concerns, and immediately said with a smile, "How about this? We wrestle with the method of wrestling?" After all, we are all melee professionals, and we all rely on strength to make a living. Fong Bai looked at the figure of the heavy armored paladin. It was obvious that he was quite confident in his strength. But for some reason, Fong Bai felt a hint of impure purpose in his words. A hint of malice? The malice was not strong. Similar to pitting brothers. Similar to the malice of giving brothers 1,000 years of death. Prank? Fong Bai was a little slow to react. Did he offend him? At this time, the white robe next to him spoke. Oh, are you in a hurry to leave now? I always heard you say you were in a hurry to leave before. So I didn't treat you well. Now that you are not in a hurry, I will make some arrangements. Fong Bai suddenly realized that he came too late. But this item must be signed by the person himself. So these people waited here for so long that they had some malice towards him. It's not to hurt him. But Fong Bai himself didn't think it was too much to take advantage of the opportunity of sparring and wrestling to throw Fong Bai twice. After all, Fong Bai didn't know that someone was waiting for him. Otherwise he would definitely come earlier. After all, he said he would come in about 15 days. And he was indeed delayed because of something. After thinking about this, Fong Bai nodded slightly. Okay. The group then came to an outdoor martial arts arena. Neither side held any weapons. And the heavy armor of the heavy armored paladin was also removed. This is a tall man who looks dull. After taking off the heavy armor, he looked at Fong Bai with a slightly malicious look. Come on! Fong Bai patted his chest and said with a smile. Before he finished speaking, the two people's hands were directly crossed together. When the white robe shouted to start, the muscles of the two people instantly tensed. Fong Bai instantly felt a huge force coming from the arms of the heavy armored paladin. Except for the muscles that pretended to bulge. His other muscles did not react at all. But on the surface, his arm shook. His teeth clenched immediately. And his face gradually turned red, and his eyes gradually enlarged as he exerted force. After a short stalemate, you have good strength. But it's still a little worse than mine. Ah! Fall for me! Bang! Fong Bai fell to the ground in response, panting heavily, and did not forget to give a thumbs up to the heavy armored paladin. So strong. How can you have such a strong body? Hey, you're not bad either. The heavy armored paladin's dull face couldn't help but relax a lot. But it was obvious that he looked dull. But his personality was not completely like that. Well, come on. Let me teach you a little bit. Your force generating technique is problematic. It's impossible for me to knock me down with my guidance. And you will definitely be able to fight as many masters as you can when you reach other master levels. Looking at the enthusiastic heavy armored paladin, Fong Bai accompanied him for a while to compete. He was thrown down several times again. But the heavy armored paladin was really generous and taught all the practical stuff. It took a long time to finish talking. After talking, the heavy armored paladin patted Fong Bai on the shoulder and said earnestly, You are already very strong. Although a little worse than me. But according to what I just told you, if you practice more, you will definitely be stronger in the future. I may have already broken through. And then we can have a good competition. Fong Bai, who was covered with a lot of dust, nodded with a smile and responded. Yes. 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 After Fong Bai finished speaking, the heavy armor paladin and his group left. They had not lied before. They were indeed in a hurry. That was why they were a little dissatisfied with Fong Bai. After all, they had waited for a long time. They left. And Fong Bai also knew the name of the heavy armor paladin. Miles. A half-step legend. A person who has really reached the edge of legend. With extremely strong strength. In the court, he is called the strongest shield under the legend. And the probability of breaking through the legendary level is not low. It is not shameful to lose to him. The white robe comforted him. And Fong Bai nodded after hearing it, and stretched out his hand to wipe off the dust on his body. Fong Bai, who had not used more than one layer of force from beginning to end in the wrestling, nodded slightly. Yeah. Fong Bai nodded lightly, and the white robe was a little surprised. Wrestling with the half-stepped legendary heavy armor paladin with the strength of a master and even stalemate for a moment. This is definitely extremely dazzling wherever it is placed. Lose? Isn't it normal to lose? Only Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly. Although he was thrown several times just now, he didn't make a fuss at all. Instead, he was in a relaxed and happy mood. Li and Yang, one surprised and the other relaxed, walked forward and headed for a prayer room. On the bed in the middle of the prayer room, The wild bear with all its limbs broken was lying on it. Bai Xiao was watching over it, and simply combed the injuries on its limbs, and applied some ointments made from various spiritual medicines. When Bai Pao and Fong Bai arrived together, Bai Pao frowned slightly at the injuries of the wild bear. Elite level strength? Yes. Fortunately, it's only elite level. Bai Pao breathed a sigh of relief and scanned the injuries carefully. It's quite troublesome. But there is a way. Fong Bai breathed a sigh of relief. For him, he still hoped that the wild bear would be rescued. He was quite curious about the wild bear. Chapter 427. Congratulations. The operation was successful. Holy healing. Accompanied by the prayer of the white robe. A ball of holy light gradually condensed in front of the divine emblem, and then slowly fell towards the wild bear. At this moment, every bone, every muscle fiber, and every nerve in the wild bear's body was calibrated by Fong Bai mental power. In Bai Xiao's words, it is definitely no problem for a person to heal after being injured. But healing does not mean complete recovery. Just like a broken hand needs to be connected to the nerves. Just like someone will become a cripple after a broken leg heals. The bottom line is that muscles, bones, and even nerves are misplaced. Once they grow and heal under misplacement, at the least, they will leave a hidden disease and become a weak point and a loophole in the body. At the worst, they will become disabled. However, this situation is rare, and there is no technology in reality that can accomplish this step. Although there are extraordinary people in the game, not many can do this step. Bai Xiao looked at Fong Bai with a gleam in his eyes. Fong Bai actually did it. Feeling Bai Xiao's eyes, Fong Bai smiled at him. Don't forget, I'm a mage. Isn't it normal for mages to have stronger mental power and stronger control? Yeah. Bai Xiao nodded repeatedly, and the white robe next to him. The magic fluctuated slightly, and Bai Xiao quickly gathered his mind, eliminated distracting thoughts, and concentrated on controlling the magic, controlling it to slowly fall towards the wild bear. It was originally falling like this, but seeing Fong Bai operation, Bai Xiao couldn't help but think, and the light ball representing the magic slowly unfolded, and when it fell in front of the wild bear, it had turned into a human figure exactly like the wild bear, and finally sank into its body as a whole. At this moment, Fong Bai felt that there was no longer any shadow in the wild bear's body, and the whole person was immersed in the light. In a very short time, the activity of the wild bear's body was stimulated to the extreme, and it grew and healed quickly, while Bai Xiao next to him inserted a thin golden needle into the wild bear's body, and a stream of mixed pure medicinal power flowed into the wild bear's body along the golden needle, circulated in its body, and nourished the cells all over the body. During this process, Fong Bai actually found that the essence of the wild bear not only stopped declining, but also slowly recovered, because the wild bear's injuries were too severe, and he wanted to restore his elite warrior body as intact as possible. So it was relatively slow. After one round of treatment, another round of treatment was started, and the wild bear's limbs gradually became intact from comminuted fractures. Although some healing parts are inevitably a little fragile, they no longer hinder movement. Fong Bai and Bai Pao stopped one after another, leaving only Bai Xiao to continue acupuncture. And then he also prepared medicine for the wild bear. At this time, the wild bear woke up and slowly opened his eyes, and saw Fong Bai, Bai Pao, and Bai Xiao standing on both sides of him looking down at him. Seeing him wake up, Fong Bai opened his mouth and said, "Wild bear, the operation was successful. You already have a set of very strong steel limbs." The wild bear who had just woken up was a little confused, and it took a while to understand. In an instant, he jumped off the bed with a start. "Ah? Eh?" The barbarian bear looked at his hands and feet belatedly, and pressed them from time to time. "Don't look at them. We used artificial skin technology, and made them with pig monster skin. There is absolutely no difference from normal hands and feet in appearance." Seeing that the barbarian bear was at a loss, Bai Xiao also covered her mouth and laughed. "Okay, Pavilion Master, don't tease me." After saying that, Bai Xiao looked at the barbarian bear and gave him a prescription. "Your injuries have not healed completely. Your body and bones are still very fragile. You need to rest and temper your fighting spirit. This is a prescription. You take it according to the prescription. Don't fight or do strenuous exercise during the medication. Don't think that you have recovered. If you don't rest for a while, you may really hurt your origin. That will be troublesome." The barbarian bear nodded repeatedly. Although Bai Xiao was not tall and his momentum was not strong, he looked at him with respect. As a barbarian bear of this generation, he has seen high places. As a mercenary after his family was wiped out, he had seen the lows. He was already in despair after his limbs were shattered. He knew very well the price he had to pay to treat this level of injury. Now not only has his injury healed, but even the loss of the source from overdrawing the wolf pattern has been healed. Source. This is not something that the healing technique of the Church of Light can do at all. It is all because of this little girl. It can actually heal the wound of the source. Thank you. The rough barbarian bear took the prescription with both hands full of respect at this moment, and then looked at Fong Bai. Thank you too. In the name of barbarian bear, I will repay you. You should heal your wounds first. Fong Bai smiled when he heard the word barbarian bear, and then turned his head to look at the white robe. Barbarian bear has just recovered, and he is indeed in danger now. He can't be resurrected. Let him recuperate here first. In addition, Joel and Bai Xiao are hiding here. No problem. The man in white robe nodded and agreed casually. But when he looked at Fong Bai, his face was a little serious. And he said, "So you are going out now? Back to Tiangong Pavilion? The outside is being watched closely now. Why don't you stay here for a while? What are you hiding for?" Fong Bai curled his lips in disdain. Night Crow. The man in white robe reminded that when he learned that Night Crow had also come to Hongfeng City, he immediately felt that even the church was not safe. And he didn't even dare to guarantee that he could survive in the church. Although Hongfeng City is the bishopric of the Church of Light, the scale of Hongfeng City Church is not large among the many bishopric churches. Therefore, the level of the ritual field is also average, and it is difficult to resist the existence of the legendary level. Of course, ordinary legends dare not break in without permission. And the stronger the strength, the more taboo it is. It's okay for a small shrimp to break into the church. At most, he will face the clergy of the church. Once you reach the legendary level and dare to enter the church, you may face a ray of the God of Light descending to the statue. Although the chance that the God of Light happens to pay attention to this church is relatively small, it is not completely impossible. Or if the host of the church ceremony is desperate to attract the attention of the gods, he deserves it. The church is not so easy to break into. Of course, if it really comes to this, the church is probably dead. And the white robe is definitely dead. So no one dares to go this far. And no one wants to go this far. Legend. For people like the white robe in the church system, it also means a very high deterrence. But Fong Bai smiled when he heard it. And he smiled very happily under the gaze of the white robe, which made the white robe a little puzzled. Forget it. Think about it yourself. Anyway, you can't die. If you need it, you can give me the crystal core. I will keep it for you for a while. It's okay. I have other things to do. I don't have time to waste with them. Fong Bai didn't stay after speaking, and walked straight out of the church. One step out. Chapter 428. The attention of all. Take a step. When Fong Bai left the church, nothing happened. The surroundings were unusually quiet. But Fong Bai could sense the sights and the prying mental power, which were several times, 10 times more than before. Feeling the sights and the mental power, Fong Bai smiled, silently prepared the spell, and then released it in an instant. In an instant, the bright light shone again, and the flame of nothingness that merged into the light ball also surged instantly. At this moment, everyone who stared at Fong Bai felt that they were blind, and some even felt that their heads were split. Fuck. My eyes? Again? Fong Bai. You accidentally hurt me. Don't throw the flash bomb. I'm going to kill you. Fong Bai listened to the angry voices around him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He had indeed played this trick once just now, but the trick doesn't have to be old. As long as it works. Fong Bai continued to walk out of the city. He had expected that he would be attacked as soon as he stepped out of the church, but he didn't expect it to be so quiet. Even though this group of people knew that Fong Bai had discovered them, and even though this group of people were already furious, no one took action. Listening to the faint sound of fighting in his ears, Fong Bai guessed that some people who wanted to take action were stopped by others. Are they afraid that I will run back to the church? Or are they afraid of causing large-scale casualties in Hongfeng City? Fong Bai muttered. Now he is no longer a newbie who knows nothing about the extraordinary world. Now his strength has reached a higher level, and the secrets and common sense he has mastered are the same. It is not that extraordinary people cannot kill people, nor that they cannot kill people on a large scale. For extraordinary people themselves, As long as they don't distort their minds by killing themselves, there will be no other impact on massacres. But what really affects is their reputation. To be more precise, this kind of reputation should perhaps be called faction bias. Once the faction is distorted due to the wanton and unreasonable massacre, it is very easy to be rewarded by major forces, especially the inquisitions of major churches. They are very keen on hunting down the massacre criminals with distorted factions. They even have artifacts, or semi-artifacts, or are on the bounty list of the gods. Once they are on the bounty list of the church, it is basically equivalent to a constant stream of inquisitions and bounty hunters chasing them. It is difficult for anyone to survive, and all legends must die. And those who have been active on the bounty list for a long time are all giants among legends. Among them, high-ranking legends are not rare. So in the densely populated area of Red Maple City, they dare not take action at all. Otherwise, after a fight, everyone may be on the bounty wanted list. This can make bounty hunters laugh their teeth off. Thinking of this, Fong Bai immediately became more unscrupulous. No one dares to take action at all. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly. He made a lip gesture towards the area where the inner people were most densely sensed. Stupid. Come and hit me if you can. No sound was made. But it exploded instantly. Everyone who saw it exploded. Even if they didn't make any sound, they could clearly sense it from the violent momentum that surged into the sky at that moment. This made Fong Bai's mouth curl up slightly, and he came to the door of the floor directly under the attention of everyone, and saw Luochuan waiting there. Luochuan bowed slightly to Fong Bai and said softly, "Sir, it is not suitable to leave the city at this time. It will be safer if you stay in the city." Fong Bai looked at Luochuan in surprise when he heard this. He didn't expect that Luochuan would dare to stand up and remind him. Fong Bai thought he didn't dare, which made Fong Bai pat him on the shoulder. "If I listened to you and stayed in the city, you would be miserable." Before Fong Bai finished speaking, Luochuan felt the deadly murderous intent, which made him tense instantly. "You seem to have done something stupid," Fong Bai said kindly, and Luochuan's stiff body gradually relaxed under Fong Bai's gaze. "But maybe not?" Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly, and he strode out of the city gate. The air became hot in an instant. After sending a few messages offline again, Fong Bai walked directly towards the city construction site. Not only was he not in a hurry to return to Tiangong Pavilion, he also planned to walk around and inspect it. And when he stepped out of Hanfeng City, the air became hot in an instant. Fong Bai stepped forward step by step, but it seemed like he was stepping on their hearts, and every step made their hearts beat violently. The atmosphere became solidified. When Fong Bai walked a few miles and was completely out of the village and behind the shop, several dogs barked, and the next moment a group of monsters emerged from the wilderness. Professional level, elite level, and even a master level beast king led the team, directly in the form of a small beast tide, with murderous aura soaring to the sky. At the same time, dense chanting sounded, low and heavy, like the echo of the earth. But in an instant, Fong Bai felt a huge force pressing on him, pressing on his body, pressing on his internal organs. Fong Bai's eyes rolled around, and he thought for a while. Humph, he groaned, and his body slightly bent. But the next moment, he forced himself to straighten up. The movement was extremely subtle and inconspicuous. But who on the scene was not a smart person? Everyone saw it clearly, and was overjoyed, and immediately attacked. The fat man hiding in a cave widened his eyes, and saw it clearly. A thin, tall man next to him looked at the fat man with confusion. "Is this what you said? A strong man? He must be the one? This level of magic is hard to sink. It is indeed very strong. But it is not necessary to have him. Right? I can still find a lot of this level." The fat man glanced at the thin, tall man and smiled. "If you think so, then why don't you make a move? This is a legendary Earth Element Life Crystal Core. Aren't you tempted? I can tell you. He has a lot of good stuff on him. Go ahead. I will never stop you. And I will never trick you." The fat man kept encouraging him. But the tall and thin man looked at him suspiciously, thinking that there was something fishy going on. But looking at Fong Bai, he became more and more excited. A shocking treasure. Even if the crystal core is not on him, he still has top quality good stuff on him. It's definitely not as bad as the crystal core. Although he was wary of the fat man's dirty tricks, he was not afraid. It's not like he had never tricked the fat man before. The more dirty tricks he had, the more excited he was. He was fully confident that he could compete with the fat man. Take this stuff away. And throw the blame away. But, looking at Fong Bai, who was struggling to persist under the siege of many professional players in Warcraft, he was keenly a little uneasy. He always felt that the result would be very bad if he made a move. Feeling? Not really. Could it be an illusion created by the fat man? When did you learn prophecy spells? The fat man smiled but said nothing. Chapter 429 Black Wolf Society. Boom! Fong Bai grabbed a long snake and shook his wrist. Bang! The snake hit a masked knight's face. And the snake and the masked knight exploded at the same time. A blood knife chopped down from behind. And Fong Bai grabbed it and pulled it forward, stabbing the sharp knife into a lizard in front. Seizing an opportunity, Fong Bai took out a belt and put it around his waist. Ka. Armor fusion. Buzz. Draped in blood-red heavy dragon scales. Fong Bai momentum soared in an instant, and his hands turned around his waist. Buzz. A card condensed in front of him. And Fong Bai reached into it with both hands and grabbed the flat pumpkin hammer arm shield. Kill! Fong Bai shouted, and thrusters appeared on his back. And the light body spells on the armor took effect. And at the same time he lightly stepped on his feet. Swoosh! Fully armed, Fong Bai, who was more than 30 centimeters taller, crashed into the crowd like a heavy tank, as he swung the pumpkin hammer in his hand. The solid iron hammer with dragon pattern, which was bigger than his fist, broke bones and tendons with a single touch, and his body turned directly into a paste. As for the attacks of others, he dodged and blocked them if he could, but he didn't dodge or avoid them if he couldn't block or avoid them. Ding! The sharp blade of the extraordinary weapon fell on the surface of the dragon scale armor, leaving only a shallow scratch. Bang! Fong Bai turned around and hit it. The heavy armor that was more than 2 meters high rushed into it with Fong Bai's strength, breaking the weapon in an instant and smashing the man to pieces. Instantly, there was a bloody storm. Seeing this scene, everyone shuddered suddenly. Even though only some elite teams were on the field at this moment, they still felt a wave of shock. In the cave, the tall and thin man looked at the armor on Fong Bai's body, which was slightly glowing. There is actually a set of this kind of super armor that is easy to carry and has extremely strong defense. This armor must be at least level 3. Right? In terms of value, it is probably not lower than the general quasi-legendary weapons, and even comparable to some legendary super equipment. It really seems like cough. The thin tall man restrained himself and then said approvingly, "Is this more like it? It's almost there." But he found that the fat man next to him was stunned. It's okay. The fat man shook his head, but he couldn't get rid of the doubts in his heart. This armor. The defense is stronger than his body? What's the point of wearing this armor? Compared to his own body, this armor is as brittle as paper. Right? Using armor to limit his flexibility and limit his strength? Is he sick? No. This bastard is acting. As for what he is acting, the fat man knows it very well. While he was shocked by Fong Bai's audacity, his heart couldn't help but beat. His face flushed slightly, and a bold idea came to the fat man's mind. Just thinking about it made him feel incomparably excited. In the outside world, Fong Bai only rushed a few waves to completely defeat all the monsters and mercenaries. In the face of death, even the magic to boost morale and the control of suggestion all collapsed. The gathered monsters fled in all directions, and the mercenaries were afraid to move forward. At this time, a group of wolves walked out of the wilderness silently, and on the backs of several meters long giant wolves sat professionals wearing leather armor. The leather armor on their bodies was varied, and the weapons were messy, with everything, as if they were randomly pieced together. But the murderous aura emanating from their bodies was terrifying. When they saw them, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. Black Wolf bandits? Why are they here too? Someone exclaimed, and those who didn't know couldn't help asking. Black Wolf bandits? What's their background? The Black Wolf bandits, also known as the Black Wolf Society, are not from the area of Red Maple City. They are active in our Yabon Kingdom, Desai Federation, and the border of the extremely cold land. The boss is a legend, the Black Wolf legend, and he rides a Black Wolf King. He has trained a team of Black Wolf riders, who are invincible in that no man's land, plundering everywhere, even the caravans of the nobles. And his methods are extremely cruel, killing people for fun, and even killing people to feed the wolf pack. It is said that his mind has been completely distorted by his skills. He has a total of 5 half-step legends, commanding 5 divisions respectively. Each division is a complete army. When the army is together, it is invincible under the legend. The Black Wolf Riders actually dared to go deep into the kingdom. Are those nobles eating shit? Or? The man gradually fell silent, just looking at the gradually armored Black Wolf Riders with fear. There was blood on their bodies, as if they had just experienced a battle. Many Black Wolf Riders laughed among themselves, and there were many ears hanging next to their Wolf Riders. The leader had a pale face and a slightly red mouth. He was holding a woman in his hand. The woman's clothes were messy, and there was a bloody wound on her throat. The woman was panting and making strange wheezing sounds in her throat. Soon she completely lost her breath. He licked his lips and threw the woman in front of the sitting wolf. The wolf gritted its teeth, bit off a piece of the woman fiercely, and chewed it. The 5th Division. The Canner Wolf Division. The leader Canner, someone said faintly, and saw this scene with a slight chill in his heart. Looking at the simple linen clothes on the woman, everyone could guess what they had just done, and they were obviously going for Fong Bai. Someone let them in. Looking at the Canner Wolf Division, looking at Fong Bai. Suddenly, the spell that was chanting in the air all the time disappeared. Suddenly, Fong Bai felt that the gravity pressing on him disappeared. In the dark, one after another, the gazes also moved away and looked at the Wolf Rider faintly. The moment the Wolf Rider appeared, the atmosphere on the scene was completely wrong. And Canner, the leader of the Wolf Rider, felt all these changes. His eyes were indifferent, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, the terrifying momentum of a half-step legend rose to the sky. Hill! 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 2 master-level generals followed closely behind, with full momentum and cruel expressions. With Canner as the spearhead, more than 300 Wolf Riders turned into a black torrent and swept over. At this moment, the breath of all Wolf Riders gathered towards Canner. The terrifying breath rose, and all the elements of heaven and earth and the environment were controlled by it, and a vague black wolf afterimage covered it. Almost legendary. The terrifying momentum almost made people breathless. On one side was a group of 300 extraordinary armies led by a half-step legend. On the other side was a master-level professional who was alone. The extremely disparate contrast. Canner even gave up the usual style of wandering and Linky-style charging, and attacked directly from the front. Cruel eyes stared at the lonely Fong Bai. Canner showed a hint of a grim smile, and the scimitar in his hand seemed to have smelled the smell of blood and flesh, and trembled slightly. The distance of several hundred meters was reached in an instant, and at the moment when the scimitar with almost legendary power fell, a dagger quietly emerged from the void and fell silently towards Fong Bai vest. Chapter 430. Night Crow? Everyone stared at the dagger that emerged from the void with wide eyes. The special texture on the surface of the dagger made it look like a layer of crow feathers, and the scarlet gem near the handle was like a crow's eye. Charming and soul-stirring. Night Crow Blade. A true 4th-level legendary extraordinary equipment. It has harvested countless lives in the hands of the legendary thief Night Crow, and it is said that it has even assassinated a legend. The Night Crow Blade can only be held by the legendary thief Night Crow. A legendary thief Night Crow actually took a sneak attack to kill a mere master player, and it was a sneak attack at such a critical moment, which was simply chilling. And at this moment, in front of him was the overall charge of the Black Wolf Riders, and even the legends had to avoid the sharp edge. Behind him was the Black Crow Blade in the hands of the legendary thief, and the legends would die here if they were not careful. The ending was already doomed, and the only suspense was who would get the crystal core. In the cave, the tall and thin man looked at the fat man. I must be crazy to agree with your outrageous idea. Look, it's over. Before the tall and thin man finished speaking, he suddenly looked at the battlefield, his eyes wide open as if they were about to pop out. Not only him, but everyone stared at the battlefield with wide eyes in disbelief. In the battlefield, in the fantasy world, Fong Bai looked at the outside world as if it were a still picture. With a thinking speed of more than 1,000 times, Fong Bai accurately controlled his body, ignoring the Black Wolf Rider in front of him. He turned back directly, but compared to his turning back, Canlang's scimitar and Night Crow's dagger were faster. Canlang looked at Fong Bai cruelly, condensed the Black Wolf Rider, and slashed Fong Bai's neck with the ultimate knife, ready to chop it diagonally and cut Fong Bai in half. Canlang felt this ultimate knife that was comparable to a legendary blow, and smiled more and more fiercely. But when it fell, ding! After breaking through the heavy dragon scale armor, Qianlang did not feel the pleasure of cutting Ji's flesh and blood, but it was like cutting on some extremely hard metal, making a crisp sound. The scimitar was raised high, and the sharp scimitar blade had already broken. The terrifying recoil force made half of his body numb, and the next moment, purple light flashed, and a thunderbolt instantly penetrated. Boom! Behind him, Night Crow looked at the scratches left on Fong by armor by the second-level extraordinary equipment, and his mouth corners slightly raised. Unexpectedly, the Night Crow's blade broke into it smoothly like a hot knife cutting butter, and went straight to the vest. But after breaking through the armor, there was a clear sound when it touched the body. Ding! Under the recoil, the Night Crow's blade trembled at a high speed, and a purple light instantly passed up along the dagger. Boom! How is it possible? Fong Bai finally turned around, and his right eye was staring at the pale figure in the shadow of nothingness. Can he see me? The shocked Night Crow did not hesitate, and was about to leave. The next moment, Fong Bai smiled at him. I got you. As soon as the words fell, Fong Bai armor turned into thousands of golden lights and dissipated. The next moment, a terrifying thunder burst out without any direction, directly covering a large area. The crippled wolf behind him, who was already injured by the thunder, was instantly blown away, and his originally pale face became even whiter than gold paper. Although Night Crow was shocked, he did not have any fluctuations. Not only can his strong invisibility attack in the invisible state, but he could also hide in the shadow plane, and he is not afraid of any attack below the legendary level. But as soon as the thought came up, Night Crow in the shadow plane was directly blasted out by the thunder with the power of the domain. Boom! The Night Crow appeared in front of everyone under the thunder with surprise in his eyes, followed by anger. The Night Crow said faintly with a gloomy face, You angered me. I have memorized your breath. I will kill you 10 times. 100 times. Kill you. Yi appeared beside Fong Bai before he finished speaking, and slashed at his throat again. Ding! A faint scratch appeared, but Fong Bai seemed not to notice it and punched out. Boom! The fist wind fell on the ground, and the earth collapsed. The terrifying power made everyone's eyes widen and their scalps numb. Damn it! Yi, who failed to break the defense, looked even gloomier. He stared at Fong Bai. His figure kept flashing, and he slashed one after another in disbelief. After dozens of slashes, Yi was panting slightly when he stopped again, and his hands were shaking under the recoil. The whole body was charred black, with sparks flashing, and even a trace of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. And Fong Bai only had dozens of scratches on his body. At this moment, everyone was silent. Is this Night Crow? Of course it is. The Night Crow blade is here, and this kind of stealth can only be done by a legendary thief. Then why can't he break through the defense? Isn't that a 4th-level legendary supernatural weapon? Isn't that a legendary thief? After the words fell, everyone was silent, and the look they gave Fong Bai became increasingly outrageous. Is this physical strength? Then why did he start wearing armor? To play with us? With such a strong defense, we can't even hit him if he stands there and lets us hit him. Right? He can also bounce back lightning. One person said faintly. The lightning the Night Crow has to take. At this moment, everyone was silent, and Night Crow was silent too. Then his scalp went numb. Behind him, the Wolf Riders, who had not yet reacted, attacked Fong Bai frantically. Fong Bai didn't even look at them, and thunder fell one after another, without making a sound. And Fong Bai's eyes were always fixed on Night Crow in front of him. Seeing Night Crow staring at him gloomily after being injured, Fong Bai pondered for a moment and asked in confusion, Legendary thief. That's it? After the words fell, the scene became silent. Hearing this, everyone's brows jumped, and they couldn't help but look at Night Crow. You really are Night Crow? I don't know Night Crow. Are you a fake? Or is your legendary strength actually fake? You made it up? Or are you the legendary one who barely broke through the legend level and no longer has any potential, belonging to the bottom of the legend? One sentence after another. Every sentence makes people's brows jump and their hearts beat violently. And a trace of anger appeared on Night Crow's sickly pale face, and his body retreated, and his hoarse voice sounded from all directions. Although I don't know what tricks you played, you succeeded in angering me. All are ants below the legend. I will let you see why the legend is called a legend. Accompanying the sound of Night Crow was darkness. The darkness that emerged from nowhere seemed to be able to swallow the light. In just a blink of an eye, the extremely dense darkness had completely enveloped the battlefield. Domain! Fong Bai realized this and felt a palpitation in the darkness. But he finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Night Crow had not left. What he feared most was that Night Crow ran away directly. Since he didn't run away, then, duh! Fong Bai snapped his fingers, and his voice echoed on the battlefield. Clouds. Rise. Silently, clouds filled the sky. Chapter 431. This is science. Clouds. Rise. In the sky, layers of clouds rose from all directions, spreading and expanding rapidly. At this moment, everyone noticed the movement of the elements of heaven and earth, including the night crows in the darkness. But the darkness did not show any sign of convergence, and it continued to roll. The fat man watching in the cave could not help but feel a little worried. Domain. Fong Bai. Whether you can keep this night crow depends on whether you can hold on. The power of the domain. Unless he really reveals his trump card, even he dare not touch it. At this moment, in the darkness, Fong Bai could not see anything with his eyes. All the light had been swallowed. Everything seemed to have become nothingness, and did not exist. In the darkness, Fong Bai was alarmed, as if there was great danger in all directions, and his keen perception kept warning. But because of this, Fong Bai completely confused his perception of the crisis. Caw! Suddenly, a crow's cry echoed in the darkness, and Fong Bai only felt his soul slightly shaken. If it had not been completely integrated with the physical body, the soul would have disintegrated in the cry with the physical body as its support. Crow, also known as the bird of death. Silently, a dagger appeared on Fong Bai's vest and fell. Squeak, 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 as if the sound of nails scratching a blackboard was heard. Fong Bai's back was suddenly cut. The thunder burst down. But the thunder that had never missed struck the void for the first time. Broken defense? The anti-armor missed? Fong Bai was shocked. Another 10 or so knives. I'm afraid they will really hurt me. Sneaking in the darkness. The darkness damage doubled. The backstab damage doubled. And the domain power doubled. The damage after the three areas were superimposed on each other actually only left a small cut? Night Crow was silent. Could it be that I am really a fake legend? Night Crow was stunned. After becoming a legend, in addition to the surge in strength, in addition to the most basic domain, he clearly mastered the two major domains of darkness and backstab. It stands to reason that there is a huge gap between him and the master level. But why? Moreover, it is fine that Fong Bai has a layer of metal defense on his body surface. But why is there also a layer of metal defense inside his body? Could it be that he is a solid iron lump? There is also a soul. Why can't he be hurt? Why does he have the right? At this moment, Night Crow has only one thought in his mind. Run! Night Crow did not hesitate at all. And in a flash, he came to the edge of darkness and was about to escape. It's a long story. But in fact, only a few moments have passed, and the heavy clouds in the sky have gathered together. In just a moment, the elements between heaven and earth are included in the clouds, and all the remaining ones seem to have turned into a solid state, and no one can shake it at all. Under the clouds, the extraordinary is cut off, and only blood remains. The mages and mercenaries, who were originally casting spells and hiding, appeared one after another. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 50, 70. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of people appeared in scattered figures. All of them were professionals. But at this moment, they opened their eyes wide and cursed. Fuck. Which bastard put up the forbidden magic circle? How is it possible? Where did such a large forbidden magic circle come from? Under the cloud? Everyone was in a mess. And then, they discovered an even more shocking fact. Under the cloud? The darkness in the center of the battlefield kept rolling and resisting. But under the increasingly dense and heavy cloud, the darkness finally collapsed and gradually dissipated, revealing Fong Bai standing with his hands behind his back, unharmed. And the Night Crow, who was in the strong invisible state, had just run out of the dark area and was forced out of the invisible state. And before he could react, he found that a hole appeared in front of him, and a fat man and a tall and thin man were also forced out directly. The only difference was that the two of them had already prepared weapons in their hands. Cloud, I knew it would be like this again. The fat man was angry when he saw the cloud. And roared, smashing the golden brick in his hand. The night crow subconsciously wanted to hide, but failed to force the shadow. His body stiffened, and the brick fell firmly on the back of his head. Bang! Yiya felt dizzy instantly. The golden brick lost its magic under the clouds. But even if it lost its magic, it was still a brick. Ah! I remember you. Yiya growled and staggered out. Although he didn't have any magic, as a legend, he still had a physical fitness far beyond the ordinary. But just after he ran, he was hit hard. Bang! The sonic boom came late, without any extraordinary. Fong Bai, whose strength was completely based on physical strength, looked at Yiya with a slight smile on his face. Now, enter the second round. Bang! As soon as the words fell, Yiya was instantly smashed out, and the terrifying force exploded in his body. He immediately felt a turmoil in his body. Yiya stared at Fong Bai. Die! I want you dead. Fong Bai smiled slightly, and a long stick as tall as his eyebrows continued to grow in his hand. Without the power of the extraordinary and the spiritual power, he could only combine the simple and crude long stick by weaving and growing the gold element in his body. But this still made the fat man on the side widen his eyes. Wait! Wait! Isn't it forbidden to be extraordinary? What the hell is this? Fong Bai grinned slightly. It's the extraordinary that is forbidden. What does it have to do with my material? Before he finished speaking, with a sonic boom, the long stick was directly slammed towards Night Crow. Night Crow, with a gloomy face, suppressed his anger. He has a legendary body and legendary resistance. Although he looks embarrassed, he is not seriously injured. But this kind of experience is unprecedented. Suppressing his anger, staring at Fong Bai, the Night Crow blade in his hand quietly reversed, facing the long stick instead of retreating. Okay. Okay. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Let me see. Let me see how much defense you have left after the magic is banned. Yiya's steps were staggered, and the dagger and the long stick jingled. When he got serious, his legendary speed, reaction, and dodge ability instantly suppressed Fong Bai, and the dagger in his hand fell one after another. Ding 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 ding. Dozens of knives in 1 second. But Fong Bai's body was only left with scratches. But it directly triggered more than a dozen thunders to strike down, instantly scorching the body of Yiya. The fat man who was about to help suddenly widened his eyes. Is this also material? Dog. This is science, Fong Bai said disdainfully. The long stick could not be used in the closed state, so he threw it down directly, and a pair of 30-centimeter wolf claws grew out of his hands and fought with Black Crow. Although all the thunders struck Yiya, the thunders that were also banned from the power of the domain did not have a strong power. Even the paralysis effect of thunder itself was mostly offset by Black Crow's legendary resistance, and the paralysis effect was negligible. Fong Bai could only attack Night Crow frantically, who was still doubting his life. Night Crow looked at the scratches left on Fong Bai's body. Why? Why did he do that? Chapter 432. Precision Strike. Why? Why does he do that? I'm a legend. I'm the legend. Night Crow's defense was completely broken. Although he had legendary armor and legendary resistance, he had a strong reduction effect on all damage below legendary level, which made it difficult for Fong Bai to hurt him. His physical injuries were minimal, but psychologically, he felt that he had suffered an unprecedented blow. Staring at Fong Bai, Night Crow clenched his teeth. No. I don't believe it. I don't believe that there are no flaws in you. Night Crow, who was gradually familiar with the forbidden magic environment, left a trail of afterimages on his body, and instantly slid in front of Fong Bai and attacked Fong Bai. He had legendary armor and legendary resistance. Although he was within the forbidden magic range, he was the best thief and could leave the battlefield at any time with his strength. But he didn't believe it. Fong Bai and Night Crow instantly fought in a group. The fat man and the tall and thin man followed closely and joined the battle. Night Crow attacked Fong Bai like crazy. The fat man and the tall and thin man were overjoyed and joined in. Each of them was more sinister than the other, using various methods such as quicklime, lubricating oil, poison mist, and hidden weapons. However, Night Crow was indeed a legendary thief. Although most of his methods had been suppressed by Yunqi, he still danced among the three people, and the Night Crow blade in his hand fell on Fong Bai continuously, from beginning to end, except for thunder. Night Crow was not attacked even once. Although he looked a little embarrassed. The only injury on his body was the injury caused by thunder before Yunchi at the beginning. Ding 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 ding. The crisp sound continued. From the beginning, he attacked the whole body. Now Night Crow simply used his skills and flexibility to attack the same position crazily. Throat. One knife after another. One knife after another. That vicious look seemed to want to wear through Fong Bai defense and cut off Fong Bai head. After dozens of attacks, a deep gap appeared on Fong Bai neck. Since Night Crow adapted, he has not been attacked even once. The dodge is too strong, and it can't be hit at all. Suddenly, Fong Bai spoke. Fatty, you guys retreat? Before he finished speaking, Fong Bai Rei's right foot fell. Boom! The earth shattered. The shock dissipated, and when Night Crow jumped up, Fong Bai grinned slightly. Do you think I can't kill you if I don't hit you accurately enough? Fong Bai fist suddenly blasted out. Boom! In an instant, the air in front of Fong Bai seemed to turn into substance, with layers of ripples overlapping and spreading, directly covering the entire area. Just as he was about to chop Fong Bai, Night Crow's body shook. I can't calibrate. I can't aim for a centimeter, a millimeter, but I can cover a 10-meter radius with my fists. Fong Bai's hands fell down. Take my precise attack. Boom! The terrifying air shock echoed, and Night Crow flew out. Fong Bai followed closely behind, and his palms fell down. Boom! The force was no longer condensed, and the spreading force smashed the earth. Night Crow rolled to avoid it, but before he could dodge, he was blocked by the fat man and the tall and thin man with shining eyes. Puff! The rusty butcher knife in the fat man's hand left a bloody mark on Night Crow's body, breaking the defense of the legendary armor for the first time in the battle. And a slender needle followed closely and fell directly on Night Crow. Seeing this, the tall and thin man next to the fat man narrowed his eyes. A sense of crisis lingered in Night Crow's heart. He dodged the attacks of the fat man and the tall and thin man. But before he could recover, Fong Bai approached him instantly. His powerful range damage continued to compress Night Crow's activity space, creating attack opportunities for the fat man and the tall and thin man again and again. The fat man no longer asked why Fong Bai still had range attacks under the magic ban. In order to avoid being despised again, he held his mouth and cooperated with Fong Bai to launch attacks continuously. The four of them fought again, but the situation at this moment was tilted towards Fong Bai. Even when Night Crow wanted to escape, he was repeatedly interrupted by Fong Bai. So the fat man and the tall and thin man hurriedly entangled with him. In this situation, it was simply jaw-dropping for the people around him. Night Crow, a legendary thief, was actually suppressed by 4 masters, even in the range of the magic ban. It was equally incredible. Legend is a complete transformation, from the body to the resistance, from the extraordinary power to the field. Everything is different, just like a different dimension. No matter how strong a 2-dimensional creature is, it cannot hurt a 3-dimensional creature. No matter how strong the master's attack is, facing the legendary armor and legendary resistance, the effect it can exert is only 1/10 of that. Add to that the power, reaction ability, etc. of the legendary level, and no matter how many masters there are, they can never be the opponent of the legend. But at this moment, they actually saw that a dignified legend was suppressed by 3 masters. Not only was the legend passively beaten, but he was also injured. Who are these 3 people? And just as they were in a state of turmoil and could not calm down for a long time, they suddenly heard a series of dull footsteps behind them. Everyone looked back and saw groups of players wearing heavy armor and holding spears rushing forward. In front of all the players, there were huge metal heavy shields like a city wall. And above the city wall was a forest of spears, with the tips of the metal spears flashing with cold light. The endless array of players pressed forward. They wanted to laugh a few words, but the next moment, they suddenly realized that this was a forbidden magic area. The military formation, which was useless under normal circumstances, could only be said to be an iron coffin. But at this moment, they widened their eyes. The heavy shield was at least 10 centimeters thick. After losing the extraordinary power of the heavy plate armor that was 3, 4, or even 5 centimeters thick, they weighed their own strength. Looking at the long swords, spears, and even hammers in their hands, a chilling result emerged in their hearts. No break. Everyone's back suddenly felt cold, and the first thought that came to their mind was to break through. But just as the thought came to their mind, da-da-da, da-da-da, the brisk sound of horse hooves rang out, and teams of cavalry cruised around the heavy infantry. The war horses they sat on were tall and majestic, and the hooves as big as bowls stepped on the ground like thunder. The knights on horseback held long lances in their hands, and the lances also flashed cold light. Heavy infantry approached step by step from all directions, and cavalry cruised in the gaps that had not yet closed, blocking them. And when the professionals with high terrain looked over, they suddenly found that behind the heavy infantry battle formation, a square formation of archers drew their bows and arrows, ready to go. The pure steel four-sided arrowhead flashed cold light. The number of people was no more than 10,000, and there were more than 10,000 camps. The huge army that was overwhelming and pressing down was more than 10,000. The forbidden magic area was surrounded by a large army, one ring after another, and these professionals felt chilled to the heart, turning their heads to look at Fong Bai, who was entangled with Night Crow. How could they not understand? Download. Many professionals looked at each other, and finally sighed helplessly, starting with a group of mercenaries, silently put down their weapons, and raised their hands. Chapter 433, A Talent, Stable Posture. Failed. A group of masters and elite professionals looked at each other, their eyes full of bitterness. They themselves did not expect that one day they would be disarmed by a group of players, and their lives would not be in their own hands. However, some people did not believe in evil, and some of them forced their way into the formation, but were directly clamped by heavy shields and then stabbed into seas with spears. The defensive power of the heavy shield was far beyond their imagination, and the extraordinary equipment only left a dent. Some people relied on their speed to run out of the gap, but they were pierced into a gourd by the group's sprinting cavalry in a few minutes. They could stop 1 cavalry, 2 cavalry, but they could never stop 100 or 200 cavalry. Of course, there were still very few people who could not see the situation clearly, and more were disarmed and shackled one by one, being sandwiched in the middle by a group of heavy shield players. The cold light flashed between the gaps of the heavy shields, and they suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling in their hearts. Under the forbidden magic circle, who can stop such tens of thousands of troops? Can a master stop them? No. Can a legend stop them? Suddenly, a chill came over my heart. If there is such a forbidden magic circle, what forces and what people can stop the army's conquest? Suddenly, everyone was stunned. What are you thinking? How precious are the materials of the forbidden magic circle? How rare are they? The value of the materials consumed in setting up such a large area of forbidden magic circle is probably not much lower than that legendary crystal core. This Fong Bai probably has been eyeing this Night Crow for a long time, and is ready to hunt it. Only legends are worth such a lot of trouble. We are not worthy. It is not worth it. Everyone shook his head slightly. And if there is no forbidden magic circle, these tens of thousands of people? There is no need for legends. A few elite spellcasters, or a few teams of master-level warriors can easily slaughter them, and they can come and go freely on the battlefield. Everyone did not take this to heart immediately, and then began to think about what price they should pay to buy their lives later. Since he was not killed and since he accepted the surrender, it means that we can talk. In this case, some carefree people even continued to look at the central battlefield and the Night Crow with a bit of pity in their eyes. But when they looked at Fong Bai, they were still horrified. Even under the forbidden magic circle, the legend is still not something that the master can touch. Legend is legend. But the master among the players not only successfully calculated a legend, but also did not lose in the frontal battle. Horror! On the battlefield, the Night Crow had also noticed the changes in the periphery, and immediately became anxious and turned around to run. But Fong Bai, who had already found the rhythm, did not give him this opportunity at all. Although the terrifying power could hardly hurt the Night Crow with legendary armor, it could control the power. With the cooperation of the fat man and the tall and thin man, Fong Bai stopped the Night Crow from escaping again and again. Finally, thousands of heavy armor players surrounded Night Crow. Layer upon layer of heavy shields were as airtight as a tortoise shell. Sharp spears were pointed forward diagonally, forming a forest of spears. At this moment, the beauty of heavy armor was fully displayed here. If Night Crow was a legend like a warrior, he might still be able to struggle a few times. Unfortunately, Night Crow was a thief. He was a thief legend whose dagger was not as long as the thick shield. Under the forbidden magic circle, when surrounded by thousands of heavy armored infantry, the result was already determined. In other words, under the heavy clouds, any professional surrounded by thousands of fearless troops who could fight to the last man would surely die. Even if there were only a few hundred regular troops among these troops. Even if these regular troops had just become talents. It would be the same. Before Night Crow, who looked extremely ugly, noticed Fong Bai, the fat man, and the tall and thin man quietly hid behind the heavy shield, shuttled among the densely packed heavy armored players. The fat man and the tall and thin man looked at each other, trembling, and followed closely beside Fong Bai, not daring to fall behind. If they were regarded as enemies, they would definitely die. After walking a long way behind Fong Bai, the fat man looked back at the tightly wrapped Night Crow, and couldn't help showing a bit of pity in his eyes. After a while, they finally left the army, and came to a high slope. On the slope, a flag bearer waved a flag and transmitted new numbers one after another with the horn. Under the cloud of forbidden magic, any mental connection is useless. And using the voice software in reality to control has the problem of going online and offline. Not everyone can do two things at the same time like Fong Bai, who can talk in the game while dividing a part of his mind to control his body in reality to talk and make phone calls. So the most primitive horn is still used. And the flag is simple and crude. Fong Bai walked to Hao Wei, looked back at the center of the battlefield, nodded silently, and then said in surprise, 310 talents. Okay. The progress is so fast. Fong Bai knew that these guilds had exchanged the manuals for the training of spearmen, and that they had already started to train regular troops. But he didn't expect the progress to be so fast. Training is easy, but it is not easy to give birth to a talent. This requires the entire army to be united, with a high degree of willpower, and then sublimate when the consciousness fluctuates to the peak, penetrating the elements of heaven and earth. Only in this way can a talent be formed. Otherwise, even if the elements of heaven and earth are fused with the blood and chi cloud, it will only form clouds, and it will not be able to form a talent blessing. Hey, it's not bad. I was sent to the wilderness to kill a few times, and wiped out a few alien strongholds. And then I was lucky enough to condense it. Then you don't agree with the talent? The posture is stable, Hao Wei said directly without any concealment. This was originally trained by so many guilds. And it was also a signal that the alliance was more closely integrated. So the talent of this army is not a secret. Heavy infantry. Steady posture. Well, good talent. Whether holding a shield or a spear, a steady posture can prevent unbalance and fall, and prevent being rushed. Fong Bai looked at the Night Crow, who was still trying to struggle. Looked at the heavy infantry, who were closely connected like a copper wall. Looked at their chassis, and then nodded slightly. This talent can also be very useful if you practice it deeply, and it is very compatible with heavy infantry. After all, as long as the heavy infantry does not fall, it means invincibility. Hao Wei smiled but did not say anything when he heard this. Obviously, he was very satisfied with this heavy infantry, and even their talents. And Fong Bai looked at the Night Crow, who was exhausted and clamped by heavy shields and spears. Looked at the 310 talents surrounded. Looked at the thousands of heavy infantry surrounded. Looked at the tens of thousands of infantry, and thousands of cavalry. Finally, he looked up at the extremely thick white clouds in the sky. The legendary domain of tens of thousands of troops also disappeared under the clouds. It's enough to suppress the legend, Fong Bai murmured, thinking back to the noble small-scale extraordinary army. The extraordinary army with combined extraordinary power. And then shook his head slightly. My lord, times have changed. Chapter 434 Suppressing Legends. What? Hao Wei turned his head to look at Fong Bai. Fong Bai's voice was too low just now, so he didn't hear it clearly. Nothing, I said. This heavy infantry is very good and strong. Hao Wei laughed when he heard it. I think so too. Looking at the legend that had been suppressed, Hao Wei couldn't help but feel excited and suddenly said, Hey, Fong Bai, why did you pull Zhang Zhong and the others back before? It would be great if they were here, and they could give some pointers. After all, they are the first real extraordinary army. When can they be pulled out for a drill? It's just right to give these brothers some pointers. Fong Bai raised his eyebrows when he heard it, and looked at Hao Wei, who was grinning. And he was also happy. Good. Hao Wei, you are so proud. Right? Okay. They are all changing clothes now. I will take them out in a while, and we will have a drill together. Oh, that's great. Then how many people? What's the number of people? Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly. All of you. Come on. If Zhang Zhong loses, I ask her to write her name upside down. Yo. Hao Wei was immediately inspired. Okay. Come on. Looking at the high-spirited Hao Wei, Fong Bai thought for a moment and decided not to discourage him. Nowadays, with the expansion of the scale of Tiandong Pavilion and the increase in business, the number of troops has also risen to 200 people. And all of them have been born with talents, belonging to the regular army with one talent. And according to their different joining time, qualifications, and willpower, they have different ways of developing their talents. The 150 people who joined later were fine. But the first 50 people who were specially trained in the Longwei area by Fong Bai only had one talent power blessing, which basically increased their strength by 1 time. That is, the original 1 + 1 times of strength. The talents of these 50 people have at least been developed to increase their strength by more than 3 times. That is, the original 1 + 3 times of strength. And the most outrageous Zhang Zhong has reached a 5-fold increase in strength. Even Zhang Zhong dared not go all out, fearing that his body would break. This is a power that can be used completely under the clouds. I don't know if the master was killed during the process of the talent, or if it is the first talent in history with a higher strength, or if they are just lucky. Fong Bai now feels that this talent is a bit beyond the scope. Of course, it may also be that they have developed it well in the Longwei area, and the body of the elemental alloy mecha master is strong enough. Otherwise, ordinary people cannot use this talent for a long time even if they are born, let alone increasing it 5 times. Even if the power is doubled, it may not be used for a long time to avoid physical injury, unlike Zhang Zhong and others, who use it all day long. And this is only in terms of talent development and equipment. After finding the raw material magnetic crystal of the engine, the problem of limiting the mass production of armor has been solved, and the problem of gold elements spreading clothing under the clouds has also been overcome. Fong Bai is working on equipping Zhang Zhong and others with master-level armor warriors. In addition, the electromagnetic crossbows, electric shock devices, high-frequency heavy hammers and other weapons attached to the armor, as well as auxiliary equipment such as gliders and helicopter wings. If a fight really breaks out, Fong Bai looks at the confident Hao Wei, and his mouth curls up slightly. To be honest, the heavy tank with the magnetocrystalline engine as the core still has some technical problems that have not been solved. Otherwise a few tanks will let him know what cruelty is. This kind of tank may be rubbish when it comes to killing legendary strongmen, but it is a magic weapon on the front battlefield. By the way, are there not enough experts and professors in the military industry? Should we allocate more to this major when distributing invitation letters? After all, the fantasy space is very tempting. Fong Bai muttered. Anyway, as long as the project produces results, he doesn't care about the remaining fantasy space usage time. Use it however you want. This has greatly stimulated their work enthusiasm. Fong Bai has known more than once or twice that someone in reality uses a lot of professional talents and supercomputers to study the results in the game, and then uses the fantasy space usage time to do research in reality. To be honest, Fong Bai doesn't know how many big guys and gods are hidden in his own weapons projects. Anyway, as long as they have a clean background and are capable, he will accept them. Anyway, as long as they can produce results continuously and produce good results, he will grant them fantasy space, no matter what they are used for. Anyway, he bows his head and asks for advice and learns when he enters. Of course, everyone is also polite to him, kind-hearted, and answers all questions. Respect is mutual after all. His thoughts extended, and then Fong Bai shook his head slightly, restrained his thoughts, walked into the army, and looked at the unwilling Night Crow, reaching out and grabbing Night Crow's hand. The gold element extended, turning into a shackle to fix it firmly. Night Crow stared at Fong Bai intently, and Fong Bai keenly sensed the murderous intent hidden deep inside. Fong Bai, you are very strong. I lost. I am willing to pay the price to redeem myself. Yi showed a look of submission and said somewhat dejectedly, my treasure house is hidden by me. It is not on me. You will not get anything if you kill me. I can redeem my life with legendary materials and secret books. I can also explain the secrets of the legendary level to you. Help you break through the legend. Yi's eyes widened before he finished speaking, staring at the Night Crow blade that was completely immersed in his chest. Just now, Fong Bai took the Night Crow blade and stabbed it in. Even Hao Wei next to him was stunned. Only the fat man gave a thumbs up. Decisive. Fong Bai grabbed the night crow blade and turned it slightly, completely crushing its heart. Yi Ya's eyes widened and stared at Fong Bai. The humiliation and murderous intent in it finally couldn't be concealed and were completely exposed. Don't look at it. You're dead. Fong Bai muttered, and pulled out the night crow blade with his hand, and at the same time took out a few pieces of heart fragments. After all, Night Crow's legendary armor couldn't stop his legendary super weapon Night Crow blade. After all, he wasn't a warrior, and he wasn't good at armor. His legendary armor might be a strong defense against those below the legend, but for the same legend, it could basically be ignored. After pulling out the Night Crow blade, Fong Bai directly stabbed the Night Crow blade from Night Crow's chin into Night Crow's head, twisted it hard, and crushed the head. After finishing the knife several times and making sure that Night Crow was finally dead, Fong Bai was completely relieved and turned to say to Hao Wei next to him, "He was greedy too much. He is a legendary thief. If he really leaves the cloud and enters the invisible state, none of you will survive except me. Legends are legends after all. Kill them as soon as you catch them. And don't do anything weird," Fong Bai said calmly, and Hao Wei next to him couldn't help but shudder when he heard it. Seeing him react, Fong Bai looked at Night Crow again. For some reason, Fong Bai suddenly felt a strange feeling. Chapter 435. It's very expensive. This feeling? Fong Bai sensed it slightly, and immediately caught the source of the abnormality. In the inner space, an altar stood. The existence of the altar made the entire inner space stable and unbreakable. Before, the altar had never fluctuated, had no breath, and had no abnormality. But just now, Fong Bai noticed a slight fluctuation. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing, but Fong Bai had no choice. Although he could check his inner space, he couldn't borrow the power of the inner space under the cloud, let alone open the inner space. So even if there was something good, he had to wait until the things here were dealt with. Fong Bai looked at Night Crow again, and at this time, a system prompt sounded. Ding. System prompt. Your legend began to spread in the kingdom of Yabong. A system prompt without any reason made Fong Bai look at Night Crow's body. Legend? Does it mean the killing of Night Crow? What does this legend have to do with the legendary level? Hao Wei, did you receive any system prompts? Did anyone else receive any system prompts? What system prompts? Others looked at Fong Bai in confusion and said no. Fong Bai was thoughtful. Hao Wei couldn't help asking. You killed Night Crow. And did you get any system prompts? Well, it should be related to the legendary level. I don't know if the threshold for this system prompt is enough to be legendary, or if it must be linked to the legendary level. Fong Bai didn't hide anything and started touching the corpse halfway through. After a while, Fong Bai found several extraordinary equipment, several hidden weapons, and several spell scrolls embroidered on clothes on Night Crow. Obviously, Night Crow was well prepared. However, under the suppression of the clouds, these life-saving trump cards did not play any role, and finally became Fong Bai's spoils of war. After searching out these spoils, they put them on Fong Bai Yi's body, and did not move for the time being, and then walked to the periphery with Hao Wei. Yi was dead, but a group of people were captured outside. Fong Bai and Hao Wei came to the Black Wolf Club first. When Canner and others saw Fong Bai, they immediately restrained their arrogance and saluted respectfully to beg for mercy. At the same time, they thought about what benefits to promise. After all, they were not good people, and they were all very smart. They knew that although they had a legendary backer, the backer was not around, and their lives were in the hands of the other party. Even if the backer wanted to avenge him in the future, he would not be able to revive. So these bandits were more honest and more flattering than each other. Know the current situation. Their mentality was very correct. After Fong Bai came over, he looked at them, looked at the blood on their bodies, and looked at the body of the girl being eaten by the wolf. Without waiting for them to speak, Fong Bai left, and said to Hao Wei as he walked, "Kill them all. It's disgusting to watch." Hao Wei didn't reply, but gestured to a player behind him. An order was given. Kill! Long spears were like a forest. Heavy shields were like a mountain. And the army began to operate like a steel machine, strangling them. Canner's eyes widened when he saw this, and he shouted immediately, "Fong Bai, my eldest brother is a legend. You will definitely die. And you, all of you will definitely die. Who dares to move?" Bang! The fat man silently dropped a brick, and Canner's words stopped abruptly. Go to hell. But after a while, all the wolf riders from the Black Wolf Club, including the wolves, died, listening to the screams behind. Hao Wei pretended to be terrified. Fong Bai. We have provoked another legend. Fong Bai glanced at him and said lightly. What are you afraid of? You have 50,000 troops in your hands. You should be afraid of the Black Wolf Society. Right? Who can stop you when the clouds rise and sweep across? Hao Wei couldn't help laughing again when he heard this. He was naturally very proud of these 50,000 troops. These are 50,000 troops that can form clouds. Although they have not yet formed talents, they are still extraordinary troops and can be called regular army reserves. Of course, this is not the key. The real key is that these players are from different guilds in Red Maple City. Although they are also affiliated with the Red Maple City Alliance, they all cooperate sincerely, but still have their own interests and demands. Under this situation, these 50,000 troops can be integrated into one and controlled like driving an arm. Hao Wei is naturally confident, but when Fong Bai talks about it, he still speaks modestly. Hey, it's still thanks to the extraordinary army you developed. Otherwise, these 50,000 people are not enough for a legend to kill. Not to mention killing legends. Fong Bai was also happy when he heard this. And he was very happy. Everyone carried the colorful sedan chair, and both of them were happy. While talking and laughing, they came to another group of people. Fong Bai looked at this group of people quietly. Among them were mages, warriors, warlocks, summoners, hunters, and all kinds of extraordinary professions and identities. And they also have a common identity. That is the attacker who tried to steal Fong Bai crystal core. And this group of people looked at Fong Bai, listened to the screams of the Black Wolf Society's wolf riders, and gradually, beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Fong Bai just looked at them quietly, and unknowingly made them sweat all over their bodies and stand uneasy, looking at them, recalling the sudden withdrawal of gravity suppression when facing the wolf riders before. Fong Bai's murderous intent gradually disappeared. However, he did not show it on the surface, but said lightly, We are enemies. Pa! Several people sat down on the ground, and then trembled and climbed up. Fong Bai glanced and continued. We have no grudges. I don't even know you. I don't know which force you are from. But because of you, I wasted a super large forbidden magic circle. Cost. Raising clouds requires the consumption of the blood of the soldiers in the army, and it requires willpower to maintain. Although it can basically be maintained for a long time without being affected. But, once the blood and chi are consumed, they need to be replenished. And to replenish, they need to eat. And the appetite increases dramatically. The blood and chi consumed by 50,000 people. How much food they need to eat must be a lot. Fong Bai said calmly without changing his expression. It costs a lot, which is equivalent to consuming a part of our foundation. At this moment, the legs of the people who were standing firmly just now began to weaken. No one doubted what Fong Bai said, and felt that it was natural. The materials for casting the super large forbidden magic circle are so precious. If they have them, they will definitely use them as the life-saving foundation of their forces. At this moment, their hearts sank. And then, they suddenly heard Fong Bai say, So if you want to live, you can. In an instant, everyone looked at Fong Bai excitedly. Make up for this part of the consumed foundation, and you can gather another part of the consumables for the super large forbidden magic circle for me. Chapter 436 Legendary Level. How is this possible? A man dressed as a wizard said in a lost voice. The materials for the forbidden magic circle are so precious. And the materials for the super large forbidden magic circle are even rarer in the world. How is it possible to gather them all? Fong Bai glanced at him calmly, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Is it impossible? Then escaping death is impossible. After the words fell, the wizard was like a duck with a stuck neck, unable to speak. Everyone was sad and silent, with only Fong Bai's voice ringing. It's very simple. There are not so many tricks. If you can't gather them all, you will die. Anyway, I have killed so many people today. I don't mind killing a little more. Aren't you afraid of offending all the forces behind us? Fong Bai couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard this. Poochie. No. Sorry. It's so funny that I couldn't help it. Offended people? It's so funny. It's like I took the initiative to find you, capture you, and then blackmail you. It was you who attacked me. Okay. What's more? What do you mean by offended or not offended? I have a legendary Earth Element Life Crystal Core. Although I don't know you, and have never had contact with you, you still took the initiative to come and kill me. I didn't offend you. But as long as I am strong enough, even if I offend you to death, you will still greet me with a smile when you see me. I think this offending to death can start with you. Ha ha ha. 3 days? If you can't get together in 3 days, you will all die. Fong Bai turned around and left without any hesitation. But no one doubted the stern murderous intent contained in Fong Bai's calm tone. As they watched Fong Bai leave, they couldn't help but recall the scene of his battle with Night Crow before. Night Crow is a legend. But before the Forbidden Magic Circle descended, Night Crow failed to kill Fong Bai, and even suffered a little loss. You know, Night Crow even opened the domain later, and exerted all his strength. When people thought of this, they suddenly shuddered. If Fong Bai really has the ability to forcibly withstand a set of combos from the assassin and not die, and even has the ability to counterattack and kill the legend in some cases, it doesn't matter if they have a mortal enemy. No one dares to approach him. If I can't kill him, he has a way to kill me. Isn't this courting death? Fong Bai has achieved this step as a master. Everyone was shocked before and hadn't reacted. But at this moment, they suddenly realized. Master counterattacks legend. Fong Bai has become a legend. What can I do? Come on. Or you die. Suddenly, a mage spoke up. And when they heard his words, the others immediately became respectful. They all knew this person. Or guessed it. A master-level mage. Master-level mages are often regarded as legends. In other words, this is equivalent to a legendary combat power. Fong Bai didn't know that there was a legendary combat power among this group of mages. At first, he was ready to attack, but he didn't. Later, when he saw Qianlang coming, he didn't attack, and even ordered others to stop. He was ready to wait for Fong Bai to die before he attacked Qianlang. But unfortunately, Fong Bai was not dead yet, and Night Crow came out. And as soon as Night Crow attacked, the clouds rose. He was useless again. He played soy sauce all day, and now he has fallen to this point. What can he do? He can only bleed to save his life. Otherwise, if it gets out in the future, he died unjustly without doing anything. Wouldn't that make people laugh? Fong Bai didn't care about what these people thought. For him, since these people stopped once, he would give them a chance to live. If he didn't catch them again, who could he blame? It's not unjust to die. These people should be able to come up with a lot of good stuff. It can be considered as a way to recover some blood. When Fong Bai was thinking, Hao Wei beside him asked curiously, Fong Bai, are you being hunted down because of a legendary crystal core? Why can a legendary crystal core still lead to a legendary? Can't they just hunt the monsters directly? Why go to such great lengths? So important? Is the legendary crystal core so valuable? Isn't it said that legendary crystal cores are so valuable? No matter how precious a legendary crystal core is, it won't have such a sensational effect. This is a legendary Earth Element Life Crystal Core. The key is that legends and elemental life. Not just legends. This thing has many uses. And it belongs to the level that all legendary forces are fighting for. And every one of them cannot be missed. Strictly speaking, in the field of mages, it at least has tactical significance, and can have a foundation effect, and determine the rise and fall of a force. Fong Bai was also secretly shocked. Before, he only heard people talk about it, and although he knew that this thing was precious, he didn't expect it to be so precious. After all, the fat guy just got him one easily, and the Church of Light also let him exchange one easily. But now it seems that the fat guy and the Church of Light are the ones who are awesome. The Church of Light is probably the only force that will exchange crystal cores with others. It is worthy of being a formal organization with world weaving. Well, maybe other formal churches can do it too. Fong Bai turned his head to look at the fat guy and gave him a thumbs up. That brother is awesome. What? The fat guy was talking to the thin tall guy. When Fong Bai said he was awesome, he didn't react for a while. But then he raised his chin. Just found out? Don't you even look at who fat brother is. Hao Wei next to him saw this big scene and was secretly shocked. He asked immediately. Then Fong Bai, how did you get such an awesome thing? Didn't you kill a legendary elemental life? How is it possible? Fong Bai glanced at Hao Wei with a strange look. You don't think that the legendary level is just a random person who can be killed at will? Right? I exchanged it from the Church of Light. Fong Bai looked at Hao Wei after he finished speaking, as if waiting for him to ask more. Oh, exchange? That's awesome. Other people definitely can't exchange it. Otherwise, they wouldn't fight for it so much. Hao Wei analyzed it clearly. And then, he was quite curious. Hey, how to exchange it? Hao Wei suddenly became alert and wanted to stop. But it was too late. And he heard Fong Bai Fong Qingyun said lightly. Nothing. Just accidentally killed an evil god. Hao Wei was stunned. And he knew that his feeling was right. The answer would definitely be scary. But? God? Hey. It's not a god. It's an evil god. Only one level higher than the legendary. Equivalent to a demigod. Hao Wei wanted to slap himself in the face for letting you ask. But he couldn't help but exclaimed. One level higher than the legendary. Yeah. Fong Bai turned around and left after speaking. At this moment, the tall and thin man next to him was also quite surprised when he heard this. And then he looked at the fat man. Huh? Fatty. What's wrong with you? He killed an evil god. So he must have enjoyed a 100% baptism from heaven. TSK. I'm so envious. I wish I could do the same. Fatty? Chapter 437, Merchants. Snap. Fong Bai heard the sound behind him and looked back. And saw the fat man slapping himself. Fong Bai. Do you know what happened to him? Fong Bai looked at the tall and thin man next to the fat man. Took a look. And then said, Oh. Probably regret it. Regret what? Could it be that when you asked him to cooperate with God Slayer, he didn't agree? You should regret it. The tall and thin man laughed. Not this. The tall and thin man was not surprised to hear Fong Bai rejection. He just guessed casually. How could it be so coincidental? We didn't know each other at that time. He ran away when I was dealing with the god of death. He ran away with a trump card. Well, it was probably a few seconds before the baptism of heaven. He ran quite far, and used space means to run out of the coverage of the baptism of heaven. The tall and thin man blinked his eyes, and turned his head to look at the fat man. Puff. Hold it. Puff. Hold it. Poochie. Ha. I can't hold it back. I really can't hold it back. The fat man was completely desperate. Fong Bai smiled, turned around, and went to the city casting site of Hanfeng Women's City, with the help of extraordinary iron ants. And the players working on it are all as strong as bulls. And some can also cast spells. The overall construction progress is not slow. But the main thing is that the constancy of the magic circle requires the magicians in Tiangong Pavilion to use water grinding skills to engrave. With an entire city as the array base. With enough space and materials of sufficient strength. The magic circle can be engraved completely, and even after strengthening. The amount of work and the complexity of the project are unprecedented. And this city is of great significance. Not only to the players as a whole, but also to Tiangong Pavilion. So Tiangong Pavilion attaches great importance to it. And a considerable number of mages are here to stabilize the magic circle and conduct testing work. And this can be regarded as a deeper cooperation between Tiangong Pavilion and Hanfeng City Player Alliance. If it succeeds, it will mean that the cooperation model between Tiangong Pavilion and Hanfeng City Player Alliance will open a new chapter. Looking at the Grand City Foundation, Fong Bai checked the completed arrays one by one, deduced them, pointed out some problems and left. The main structure of this new Red Maple City will take at least half a year to complete. However, during this period, the number of mages participating in the construction increased. The development of the proprietary construction array was completed, and some technical breakthroughs might be able to complete it faster. Back on the battlefield, Hao Wei was still busy. Fong Bai said hello and left with the Night Crow's body and all its things. After all, this was mainly Fong Bai credit, so Hao Wei didn't get a share. However, the equipment left by the Black Wolf Club and the subsequent money for other people's lives were distributed together. But Fong Bai would naturally send someone to contact them later. As soon as he left the cloud area with the Night Crow's body, Fong Bai ignited the void flame that burned spiritual power. And at the same time, he was very alert. He breathed a sigh of relief when he was sure that the Night Crow was really dead, and then waved his hand to put the body into the inner space. Looking at the heavy clouds rolling in the sky, Fong Bai couldn't help but ponder in his mind, thinking back to what Hao Wei said before. Legendary elemental life. By the way, what would happen if the legendary elemental life was suppressed with clouds? Will the elemental power that makes up their bodies be suppressed? What will happen after the suppression? Fong Bai muttered in his heart. Quite curious. Try it later. The fantasy space can reproduce clouds. I just need to scan an elemental life sometime. Just like. Fong Bai looked at the night crows in the fantasy space, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Just like scanning night crows. Fong Bai thought, then gathered his mind and turned his head to look at the fat man and the tall and thin man following behind. By the way, fatty, are you following me like you want to knock me out? Why are you so grudgeful? It's like I knocked you out. The fat man muttered. I want to ask if you have time. Are you really not interested in the demigod medicine over at Dust Plain? Not interested. Fong Bai said casually. Not looking interested at all. My schedule is very busy every day. How can I have time to accompany you to do treasure hunting? The fat man thought for a moment, feeling the increasingly weak connection in the Dust Plain, and immediately spoke out. Legendary Thunder Element Life Crystal Core. Fong Bai flashed and appeared directly in front of the fat man. Clues. Fong Bai turned and left after hearing this. Just talk nonsense. I still have clues about the Godhead. There are clues everywhere in the kingdom of God in the sky. A shadowless thing is tempting me. Am I so easily tempted? Fong Bai sneered. As long as you accompany me on this trip. Whether you find the demigod medicine or not, I will help you get the legendary Thunder Element Life Crystal Core for you. Fong Bai flashed and appeared in front of the fat man. Open the domain? The fat man's mouth twitched slightly. You still don't believe in my character? Don't talk nonsense about things you don't have. The fat man could only open the domain. And Fong Bai shook hands immediately. Okay. Deal. When do we set off? The sooner the better. Preferably now. Fong Bai frowned slightly, and nodded after a moment. Okay. Then let's go. Seeing Fong Bai so straightforward, the fat man was stunned at first, and then overjoyed. Okay. Let's go. Fong Bai originally just wanted to go back to Tiangong Pavilion, and then go to Thunder Valley to complete the fourth refinement. It doesn't matter whether he goes back to Tiangong Pavilion or not. Anyway, the projection is always there, which is equivalent to him always being there, and the base of the array in Thunder Valley. The production of equipment still needs a certain amount of time. The amount of work is not small at all, and it can't be done quickly. So Fong Bai just happened to have some free time. So Fong Bai agreed. It's not because of the legendary Thunder Element Life Crystal Core. Although the element pool doesn't use Thunder Element Crystal Core, it's also a genuine legendary Element Life Crystal Core. It's the Thunder Element that he's interested in. Fong Bai muttered in his heart. That's great. Fong Bai liked the fat man a lot more, thinking back to the way the fat man hit him with a club before. Ah, the fortune brought by this fortune-giving boy is really good. He liked it more and more after seeing Fong Bai's strength. The tall and thin man on the side naturally had no objection to the fat man coming all the way to invite Fong Bai. When the fat man introduced him, he nodded to Fong Bai kindly. You can call him a profiteer, but he's a profiteer. But he still has a lot of good things on hand. If we have a chance, we can rob him together, and we definitely get rich. Don't listen to this fat man. I'm a businessman, a traveling merchant. This is my token. With the token, you can order, list, sell, and buy all kinds of rare items, knowledge, and even intelligence from me. Chapter 438 Demonic Beast. You can call me a swindler, the fat man said directly. This damn swindler definitely has good things in his hands, which are absolutely precious and rare. Just be careful of fakes. I don't sell fakes. Then what did I buy? The thin tall man wanted to argue, but when he remembered the information provided by the fat man before, he immediately fell silent. I definitely don't sell fakes. I was wrong when I received the goods. If you dare to sell me fakes, I will make him pay the price. Forget it. If you think it's easy, you can call me a swindler. You can say that the things you buy from me are expensive, but you will never say that my things are bad. Even if I made a mistake and sold inferior products, I will pay you 10 times. After sales service. Do you need to order anything now? Do you need to sell anything? What do you have? Do you have a legendary elemental life crystal core? The thin tall man was stunned when he was about to introduce. And then, he was silent. Not now. But? Do you have soul blue iron? The elemental metal that can be used as a life box? No. But? Do you have the legendary dream lotus? There is a master level one. The thin tall man's tone was a little weaker, and his voice was laughing. The fat man was watching the show, laughing. I can find a way to buy it for you. The thin tall man sighed. Although this kind of spiritual medicine is called a quasi-fourth level spiritual medicine, it is actually only third level, which is very different from fourth level. Among 1,000 plants, there may not be one that can break through the limit and grow into fourth level. It's not that I don't have it, but it's really too rare. He has it. The fat man suddenly said yes. And the thin tall man was stunned. What? I said Fong Bai has it. The thin tall man looked at Fong Bai after hearing this. And Fong Bai smiled and nodded. And the thin tall man opened his mouth slightly. Most of what I need is legendary, which is level 4. Do you have any goods here? The tall and thin man felt like scratching his head, and suddenly felt that it was better not to do this business. Legendary items, no matter what they are extremely rare, and belong to the level that will be immediately sold out when they appear on the market. And even if we are lucky enough to receive a level 4 item, it will be put on a regular auction, not sold privately. My master has a private underground auction that is held regularly. This is the invitation. There is no address on it now. Just follow the instructions on it after the auction starts. Welcome to you. The tall and thin man held an invitation in both hands and handed it to Fong Bai. Fong Bai took the invitation and looked it up and down. The tall and thin man continued. My master's auction house must have level 4 items. There may even be demigod level items at the large auction held every few years. After the tall and thin man finished speaking, Fong Bai looked at this kind of invitation and immediately became interested. Obviously, this small-scale peddler model and underground auction model are obviously hidden in a small circle. If there is no support, even if you have money, you can't participate in it, let alone directly bid for these rare things. Obviously, Fong Bai was recognized, nodded slightly, put away the invitation letter, and suddenly asked again, do you have elemental metals for sale here? I want all elemental metals, in large quantities. The thin tall man was silent for a while after hearing this, and then said, I only buy high-end here. Do you have any 4th level ones? The thin tall man, this business can't be done. Flip the table. I have a friend who has a mine at home. Quite a bit. If you need elemental metals in large quantities, I can help you make a connection. But the price will be higher. Sure. Please contact me when you have time. I want large quantities. Oh, by the way, I am also a forger, and I can forge any level 3 peak extraordinary equipment. If the material is good, I can also try level 4. I accept custom orders. It can be considered consignment. Level 4 is also possible. The thin tall man looked at Fong Bai in surprise. If you have good materials, you can try. The thin tall man was really surprised when he heard this, and hurriedly wrote down Fong Bai's name. A quasi-level 4 extraordinary forger. Customization. This is also a precious resource for him. Afterwards, the thin tall man briefly introduced what he bought. Fong Bai took a general look and found that although it did not meet his standards, it was also good stuff. After thinking about it carefully, Fong Bai understood. Now, the good things for him are basically at the legendary level. How can things of this level be so easy to find? The tall and thin man has legendary things, including the meat of legendary monsters. But strictly speaking, it is not legendary at all. However, Fong Bai estimated that the tall and thin man still has good things in his hands, but they should be auctioned at the auction, and will not be sold to him like this. Knowing this, Fong Bai bought a dozen spell scrolls such as attack, defense, and evil detection, which can be regarded as buying for fun. Okay, you can contact me next time if you need anything. I also sell information here. Yeah, Fong Bai nodded, and the tall and thin man said again, then let's go. As soon as possible. Isn't Fatty in a hurry? Okay. Before he finished speaking, the tall and thin man took off directly, and after simply identifying the direction, he rushed towards the southeast. The fat man paused slightly at first, and then followed closely with a smirk. Fong Bai was slightly helpless when he saw this, and he stepped on the ground, and the whole person burst out, and the speed was not slower than the two people in the sky. After running for a while, the tall and thin man saw Fong Bai running on the ground and asked curiously, Brother Fong Bai, why don't you fly? Are you born not to like flying? Masters can fly. This is instinct rather than skill. The idea that Fong Bai can't fly flashed in the tall and thin man's mind. And then it was rejected by him. And then he asked curiously. When the fat man heard this, he said, "Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Fong Bai is not born to be." Before he finished speaking, the fat man suddenly felt a deadly murderous intent enveloping him. And paused. Yeah. That's right. Fong Bai is born to be not fond of flying. On the ground, Fong Bai's face was dark. And then his mind entered the inner space and came to the altar. Since Fong Bai put the night crow's body into the inner space, the reaction of the altar has become stronger. Feeling the reaction of the altar, standing in front of the altar that looked like a wild mountain, looking up at the black token that was like a deep abyss and a prison. 7329 Demonic Beast. Fong Bai took a deep breath, slightly gathered his thoughts, looked at the altar, and then looked at the night crow's body. With a thought in his mind, he moved the night crow's body under the altar. When the night crow's body appeared, the aura of the altar changed slightly, and the nodes at the bottom of the altar lit up slightly. Looking at the altar again, an inexplicable message emerged in his mind. Demonic beast. Fong Bai said softly. Sacrifice? Chapter 439 10-second Demonic Beast. Sacrifice? Fong Bai thought for a moment, and then his mind moved. Night crow's body disappeared silently, as if it was swallowed. A faint light appeared at the bottom of the altar. Under Fong Bai's gaze, the light flew directly to the token, climbing up the altar and taking the token. A message emerged in his mind. The demonic beast can be summoned for 10 seconds. Fong Bai was stunned when he heard this, and couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. The sacrifice of a legendary thief's corpse can only summon the demonic beast for 10 seconds? What level is this demonic beast at? Fong Bai thought to himself, but couldn't help but recall the murals he saw in the cave. Demonic beast. Muttering this name, Fong Bai's heart was thumping. He wanted to put the token in the inner space. But then he thought about it, and took it out, and put it in his pocket. I don't know if it can still be used. If someone is blind enough to offend me, I give it a try. Thinking like this, Fong Bai couldn't help but walk with a bit of arrogance with the token in his pocket. Looking at the fat man in the sky again, his eyes narrowed slightly. It's so fun to fly. Why don't you try it with him first? The fat man shouldn't die, right? While flying, the fat man suddenly shuddered, and a chill surged up his back. Then he lowered his head and looked at Fong Bai, and they looked at each other slightly. How did I offend this gentleman again? The fat man wondered, shrank his neck, and continued to fly. Inside the Church of Light. Master, the night crow has taken action, Kai Ming said anxiously, and the white robe also had a gloomy face when he heard it. Master, please help Fong Bai, or Fong Bai will really die. What can I help? I can only help in the church. If you go out, don't even mention helping. You will be a hindrance and distract Fong Bai. As soon as the white robe finished speaking, Kai Ming, who was about to stand up and say something, could not speak. I couldn't go, and I couldn't sit still. I was so uncomfortable that I could only feel uncomfortable. Fong Bai's death was secondary. The main thing was that they knew that the legendary crystal core was on Fong Bai. If he died, it would be a small matter. But if the crystal core was lost, it would be a big matter. No. I sent a message to Miles. They shouldn't have gone far now. After the white robe finished speaking, he immediately began to arrange the ceremony. Kai Ming's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he immediately began to help. This message transmission ceremony is a little different from the point-to-point ceremony, and needs to be rebuilt. During the construction process, the two people moved their hands and feet quickly, trying to speed up as much as possible, and Kai Ming couldn't help but say, think more positively. Maybe Fong Bai wins? The man in white robe next to him hesitated after hearing what he said, and finally spoke out after thinking for a while. You have never faced a legend head-on, so you don't know how terrifying a legend is. Every legend has his own domain. The man in white robe said faintly. All domains naturally have the ability to suppress and control the power of elements. If you are a fire element, the concentration of fire elements in this area will increase, and other elements will decrease and be suppressed at the same time. And the fire element will also be controlled by the legend. For a spellcaster, once he is enveloped by another's domain, he can only use the elemental power stored in his body to cast spells. Just this point alone, plus the legendary armor and legendary resistance he has when he is promoted. Even the weakest legend can crush any master. What's even more powerful is the characteristics of the domain. According to the differences in occupations, fighting spirit, legends, routes, battles, etc. When he is promoted to a legend, different domain characteristics will be formed, such as a 100% increase in single combat strength and a 100% increase in backstab strength. If you have both characteristics at the same time and meet the requirements of single combat and backstab at the same time, the strength will increase by 400%. If the strength increases by 200% in the sun, the increase can reach 1200%. Kai Ming, who heard the legend secret for the first time, shuddered when he heard it. He couldn't imagine what would happen if a person's strength increased by 12 times. He was stronger than you, and then increased by 12 times. This, although Night Crow is not strong, as far as I know, it has at least 2 domain characteristics of darkness and backstab. The White Robe sighed. You have never faced it, and you will never know the despair of facing a legend. All the speculations of the master level cannot describe the horror of the legend. Isn't this something that can be solved by numbers? At this time, a person ran in from outside the door and shouted excitedly, Dead. Dead. Night Crow is dead. Night Crow was killed by Fong Bai. When this person came in, there was silence inside, and he couldn't help scratching his head. Kai Ming, ? White Robe, ? Kai Ming looked at White Robe, ? White Robe was about to explain, but he couldn't say anything. Silenced. Legend? That's it? After Kai Ming finished speaking, White Robe was silent, and spoke after a long time. There may be some differences in physique between people, but this is Fong Bai, not you. Kai Ming, if you let me know that you have lost your respect for legends, I will break your legs now to save you from losing your life. While the White Robe was talking, Kai Ming kept nodding and went out directly. His voice rang outside. I'm going to find Fong Bai. Kai Ming ran away, and the White Robe looked at the direction he left. Fong Bai killed Night Crow? When the White Robe thought of this, his head was a little confused. This really overturned his common sense. At this time, the ritual site that had been built without stopping was finally completed. But it was useless. There was no need to contact Miles for help. It was useless to build it, so it could only be demolished. After all, Night Crow was dead. Just when he was about to demolish it, the White Robe suddenly stopped. Wait, it's already built. Why demolish it? With mixed feelings, I don't know what kind of mentality he was reporting. The White Robe contacted Miles, who was leaving. He remembered that Fong Bai lost to Miles in the previous small competition. Miles is a half-stepped legend. He didn't seem to be a big deal before, but now it seems that on an official road, Miles and others who were heading to the capital also received the news, and one of them said, Captain, they have already started. Miles, a paladin wearing heavy armor, snorted coldly when he heard this. This group of people will have to be dealt with sooner or later. They even robbed the things exchanged from our church. I don't know what will happen in the future. How is Fong Bai? Miles still has a good impression of this Fong Bai, although his strength is not as good as his. He is very strong and has great potential. It won't take long for him to catch up with him and start on the road to the legendary level. Very strong, tearing monsters alive, wearing a heavy armor and rushing through a group of mercenaries. Reckless. Miles nodded when he heard this. Well, although Fong Bai's strength is a little weaker than mine, his strength is also outstanding among masters. He knows how to play to his strengths and rushes forward in heavy armor. Not bad. Not bad. Similar to me. His strength and wisdom are not inferior to mine. Chapter 440 Legendary Armor? But Night Crow is really here, and he has taken action. Miles frowned upon hearing this. This is troublesome. There is a qualitative difference between a master and a legend. Miles sighed and said with certainty, Fong Bai is going to die. Then Night Crow was killed by Fong Bai. Miles? ? The news alarmed not only Bai Bao and Miles. Such a big commotion alarmed all the families with a little strength in Red Maple City. Although because there were too many masters, all the families were extremely honest. But being honest doesn't mean they don't pay attention to this matter. Precisely because of their honesty, they didn't know how many spies were sent around to report the situation on the scene to them continuously. When they heard that a legend had arrived, and knew that it was a legendary thief, everyone felt suffocated. They wanted to hide and run. But then they felt that they were not worthy. How could a legendary thief take action with such little stuff in their own home? And then he received a message. Night Crow is dead. Fong Bai killed him. Hongfeng City was extremely quiet that day. The two words that the nobles of Hongfeng City mentioned most frequently that day were Fong Bai. Everyone was silent. And this news was still spreading at an alarming speed within the Yabong Kingdom. In fact, all this was like that sentence. Ding. The system prompts. Your legend has begun to spread within the Yabong Kingdom. Fong Bai, the protagonist of all this, didn't feel anything at all. And didn't realize it at all. He had known his strength and the ability of Yunqi for a long time. All of this, step by step, was not a surprise to him. And he would not be surprised when he succeeded in the end. There was just a faint feeling. Sure enough. And just after a while, Fong Bai thought shifted to other things. Running on the ground. Fong Bai hurried on the road while studying in the fantasy space. After immersing himself in it, he rushed all the way. And nothing could stop him. In the fantasy space, Fong Bai was immersed in darkness. The dark domain of Night Crow was also perfectly reproduced here. Fong Bai quietly sensed the dark domain. Next to him, every inch of tissue and every structure inside and outside the Night Crow's body had been scanned by Fong Bai. The Night Crow's body no longer had any secrets for Fong Bai. The Night Crow was a legend. Fong Bai wanted to interpret the mystery of the legend on the Night Crow's body and the domain. Fong Bai whispered softly. The current known effects of the dark domain include enhanced control of surrounding elements, the increase in the concentration of a certain element, and the suppression of the concentration of other elements. In addition, it can assist the Night Crow in stealth. But it should not be just that. It should also be able to increase the strength of the Night Crow. Fong Bai frowned and thought. The difference in attack power before and after the domain is deployed is too great. There must be an effect of increasing strength. However, it is difficult to verify some things with just scanning the Night Crow. It would be great if the Night Crow could cooperate with my experimental test. Thinking of this, Fong Bai shook his head slightly. The Night Crow would cooperate with me only if he was crazy. Fong Bai muttered, and immediately immersed himself in research again. In fact, compared to the domain, Fong Bai is more curious about the legendary armor and legendary resistance. How can legendary armor and resistance be formed? What are legendary armor and resistance? What are their principles? What is their structure? How are they formed? Do they have to reach the legendary level to form? Can they be formed in advance and then strengthened when they are promoted to the legendary level? Fong Bai thoughts moved, and part of his thoughts returned to his body. He looked up at the fat man and the two tall and thin men flying in the sky, and asked directly, Fat man, what is a legend? The fat man landed next to Fong Bai after hearing this. A little confused. You don't know what a legend is? You don't have a legendary inheritance? No. Then how did you kill the legend? How did you have this strength? The fat man was puzzled. Although they were together to contain the legend, and finally surrounded and killed by the army. They knew it in their hearts. Fong Bai is the main role and cannot be replaced. Otherwise no one can hold up and control the Night Crow. Even if there were no them, and no army to surround and kill, Fong Bai would not lose in a one-on-one duel. Fong Bai just lacked the means of attack at the legendary level. In their opinion, this was already a complete legendary strength. Although he was a master, he already had legendary strength in advance. This was simply a legend. A myth. They thought it might be a password before, and they didn't dare to ask. But now, such a person actually asked them what a legend is? Is this a mockery? Yes. This is definitely a mockery. Oh! It came while practicing. I'm still exploring the legend. Fong Bai's expression didn't seem fake. Nor did it seem like a mockery. But the more this happened, the more the fat man and the tall and thin man felt that they had trained themselves to be a dog. The truth is the sharpest knife. The fat man was silent for a while. Fat master? The fat man sighed faintly and spoke. Let me say a little. For your reference only. If the master level and below are all about pursuing strength, speed, and energy, it is considered addition. When it comes to the legendary stage, these will certainly be strengthened. But they are no longer the most important. The real legend begins to seek the multiplication zone. Gather the power of faith with legends. And use the power of faith to pry the rules of heaven and earth when breaking through. And refine oneself with the rules. In this process, the legends contained in the power of faith, one's own experience, the practice method, and the route of walking will have a great impact. And then form rules controlled by oneself. Just like the rules of darkness, backstab, invisibility, theft, and assassination that are easily condensed when a thief, like Night Crow, is promoted to a legend. These rules are the multiplication zone. According to the different strengths of the rules, when one's own behavior conforms to the rules, the strength will be doubled, tripled, etc. The multiplication areas of different rules can be superimposed on each other, and this kind of rule is easiest to obtain when breaking through the legend. It is not that it cannot be obtained later, but the difficulty has increased by dozens or hundreds of times. So generally speaking, the more rules you get when breaking through, the higher the harmony. And we often think that the potential of this legend is greater. As for the number and strength of the rules, it depends on the profession, the foundation of the elite stage, and the accumulation of the master stage. So not everyone will rush to break through the legend. The end of many people is the legend. So as long as there is a chance, they will immediately wait for an opportunity to break through. But there are also some people who would rather suppress the progress of the breakthrough and give up the opportunity to break through and continue to accumulate. Speaking of this, the fat man slightly puffed up his chest. Compared with the potential in the future, the current legendary combat power is worthless.